also Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg made
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Cell Phone Squad?
It is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan on a Tuesday, which is our favorite segment of the day, which is Ask Reddit at 7:40. It's Brian Broaddus' favorite segment of the day.
It's everyone's.
It's everyone's favorite segment of the day. He's Bobby Belt, Peyton and Aiden alongside. You know, we thought they were going to sneak by. We thought they were going to sneak by without doing anything on the first day of free agency. And it's not even the first day of free agency. They got ahead of it.
Yeah.
They got ahead of it. Where are they? The Bahamas? Is that where they are right now?
I don't know where. I don't know which.
Kidding. I'm just
I don't know which Caribbean vacation they took, but
they got something done, Bobby.
sure, I suppose so. Okay, so they get two things done. They get guard Robert Jones. They had him from the Dolphins, a guy, an undrafted free agent for the Dolphins a few years back.
Really good golf course designer, Robert Jones.
Yeah, former
Trent Jones.
great middle linebacker for the Cowboys in the early 90s.
Yeah, neither one that got cut in the middle of the game or on the plane.
No, that was Curvin Richards. Curvin Richards did that. No.
He was the how do you play a whole game and not make a tackle?
Robert Jones was a middle linebacker. His son is Zay Jones, the receiver. And so,
really?
Yeah, but this is a different Robert Jones. This is Robert Jones from the Dolphins. And they make the addition there. They needed a true guard, especially with, Zach Martin retiring. They're probably going to lean on Bass and Hoffman, I would imagine. But you're talking about especially Hoffman, a guy who's split time between center and guard. He's not like a true committed to this position kind of guy. So Robert Jones, they had him for up to potentially $5 million. So 1 year, $5 million deal that maxes out. But the deal yesterday, the name that you may know, is Javonte Williams. So the Cowboys get Broncos running back Javonte Williams, which there's some things to like about this. And then there's some things to make you go, what are they doing? So Javonte Williams was a early second round pick in 2021. Had a great couple of first years in the NFL. And then he tore his ACL. And his knee has just not been the same ever since. If you look at who he was before the injury, he was averaging 4.4 yards per carry, was around 53 yards per game, was a big pass catching threat, had 3 touchdowns receiving in his first season. And then you watch after the injury, and he became about 3.6 yards per carry and can still catch the ball out of the backfield, is still effective in that respect, but is not the prolific threat running the ball that he once seemed to be. Physical runner, a guy who will catch the ball, a guy who'll do some different things for you. The youngest unrestricted free agent running back on the market by a full year.
Yeah.
So you're talking about young guy who's had some success, but has been limited in the last couple of years. Now as has been pointed out, the
25 in April. He'll be 25 in April. So a couple of April 25th. So 6 weeks.
The changeover to or the switch when he started having his struggles with the knee, that also coincided with Sean Payton getting there, which was also a different run scheme and some different things like that. It may be that he wasn't a scheme fit. Who knows? It's just it coincides pretty closely with the injury occurred and he started having some struggles running the football.
Hey, I'm excited, man. Yeah, you're gonna bring me down today. I mean, they signed a long snapper, they signed a guard,
They did,
and they signed a running back. Yeah, you're bring me down today.
Look, I don't
Super Bowl.
Look, it is day one stuff. They are at least like
on day one.
I'm not saying it's. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you like, oh, this is super exciting because it's not. But
you're wrong.
If you want to look at it and just say, did they get involved on day one? Did they actually look to cover some things up? They did. Now, they ultimately lose Jordan Lewis yesterday. And that's probably the biggest punch to the gut that they could have gotten. So I don't think they were anticipating Jordan Lewis to go that quickly.
So when Jordan went that fast,
which we talked about that yesterday, we said when we were talking to him below the belt, we said 9 to 10 million is what teams will probably be willing to pay him, and he gets 10 million.
So when he went that fast, did he even come back to the Cowboys with a, hey, match this?
I don't know. I don't think the Cowboys would have. I don't think the Cowboys were anticipating that he would get that much. I think the Cowboys were willing to play in like the $5 million range. We had mentioned that yesterday. I don't think they had any clue he was going to get the money he did. You know, every year it seems like there's a position that's just getting paid through the nose. at a really high rate. Corner seems to be that position right now. And we'll talk about this a little bit later, how they may have screwed themselves a little bit on Deron Bland, or not that they did. The market has screwed them a little bit on Deron Bland because, dude, you had 3 or 4 corners yesterday get paid more than what you signed Diggs for.
Okay, so you had DJ.
Yeah, DJ Reed.
You got what, 16?
Yeah, Carlton Davis, Charvarius Ward, Byron Murphy, J.C. Horn. So, I mean, you had 4 or 5 of these guys that got paid more than Trayvon Diggs did.
Wow.
So that's starting to jump. That market's starting to jump a little bit.
It needs to.
And that's going to affect Deron Bland. But that jump also affected Jordan Lewis getting what he got. So Jordan Lewis gets 3 years, $10 million, and they lose a genuine leader in the locker room. I've made the comparison before. He, to me, is this generation of fans, he's Dat Win for them. Where it's just 3rd-round pick, tough, smart, scrappy, physical football player who had to constantly battle the question of, are you big enough to do this? And at times battled that question from his own coaches. They sat Jordan Lewis on the bench for basically an entire season his second year because Chris Richard just didn't think he was big enough. And he had that. I mean, he would play in spots. I'm trying to think
who the other corners they had.
That year would have been Cheeto Uzie and Byron Jones was here that year too. Now, but I mean, you'd expect he could be the nickel guy, and he wasn't. I'm trying to remember who their nickel guy was that year, but he barely saw snaps that year. I remember he would play. There were times he'd play just a handful of snaps, just a couple of them. But I mean, he was always a good player for them, never a malcontent.
Yeah.
A big time source of juice and intensity, and honestly, one of my favorite players to cover in that locker room that I've ever been around. And so there's going to be a void there. They're going to miss him. And I don't know that they've got a really quick solution of who's going to play the nickel next year now. This is something where they thought they were going to get him back. I don't think they thought they had a deal done, but I think they believed, we'll get it back. We'll be good. No problem. We'll come to terms because we want him. We really do want him. And I think it fell short. They were never going to match the money. And Jordan Lewis knew that. And that's why, they're now in a position where they've got a hole. They've got a starting position that they have to fill.
$10 million a year on a guy who's going to be 30 before the season starts. I can understand their hesitancy. I like him. I think he's a really good player. I think he's a tough player. But I can understand the hesitancy. Like, all right, we may take and this is what I wish the Cowboys would do more of. Like, we may take a loss in the short term to get a win in the long term.
Costs money, though. It costs money to do business.
Oh, of course it does. But like, you don't have to pay age.
Right. But I mean, he's not.
It's not like he's ancient, but he plays a position that relies on speed and quickness, and that's arguably the first thing to go.
Right, but he's never been that guy. He's never been like a big long speed guy or anything else. Right. He's always just been a technician, a physical player. Look, Eberflus, one of the big things Eberflus wants here is he wants guys in the secondary who are willing to tackle and make plays against the run. Toughness and physicality. That's Jordan Lewis. Jordan Lewis is one of the most physical. If you want to talk about pound for pound toughest players on the Cowboys over the last several years, Jordan Lewis is probably right at the top of the list. And so this is a serious void. Nick Harris over at the Fort Worth Star-Telegram said this is the Cowboys cornerback room after they lose Jordan Lewis. Deron Bland, Trayvon Diggs, who could miss the start of the season, Kalen Carson, who was getting worked at times last year before he got hurt, Josh Butler, who's expected to miss the majority of the season, Andrew Booth, and Keeman Hall. That's it. That's your entire cornerback room.
Ugh. So that's obviously in play.
In draft and free agency and anything else. But are you willing to spend the money?
Well, they need to be.
And you're watching the corner market. The corner market's getting snatched up right now. There are guys going really fast yesterday in the corner market.
Man, everyone's pointing at the Commanders. The Commanders and the Bears have done things in this offseason that really kind of bring to light what you can do when you have a free quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely being more aggressive. I mean, Washington especially. And
you can be.
We'll get into, at 7:20 later today, we'll get into kind of the power struggle that's going on in the NFC East while the Cowboys are, I don't want to say they're just sitting and watching, because I mean they've made moves. They were trying to make some moves. I still think I would not be surprised to see them get involved in the trade market in the next day or two.
Cowboys?
Yeah.
So trading pick for player or player for player or player for pick?
I think pick for player.
Okay. Like high pick?
No. I think this is about more
like a third. Something
you would use. I don't even know about that high. Something you may use on if you're looking for, all right, we wanted a running back. Well, let's go get this running back in the 5th round. Stephen Jones has talked about we want a quarterback. All right, let's go find one of these quarterbacks who's just kind of languishing as a backup and trade for him to be our backup. Let's go send a 6th over there. Like, I think you're going to see, you will see something like that here soon where they're just going to start saying, all right, let's go find somebody already under contract and deal with this. Because I think they are frustrated by how this has played out so far. Yesterday was a tough day for some of the availability. The fact that they didn't think they were going to have a nickel corner opening, and now they do, I think is troubling for them, because it changes your priorities in the draft. It changes what you're looking at cornerback. Here's the list of corners that got done yesterday or within the last couple days: DJ Reed, Charvarius Ward, Byron Murphy, Carlton Davis, Nate Hobbs with the Packers, Paulson Adebo with the Giants, Brandon Stevens with the Jets, Isaiah Rodgers with the Vikings, Dante Jackson, Jordan Lewis, Michael Jackson. You're talking about 11 corners got done yesterday.
And
Darius Slay is very close to getting done in Pittsburgh.
The DJ Reed, the Eagles and the Lions seem to have everybody on their team signed, and they still go get players. That's frustrating. That's frustrating as a Cowboys fan.
Yeah, I will say Eagles lost a lot of guys yesterday.
They did. They always do. They lose a lot of guys, but they sign a lot of guys too.
Yeah.
The Lions have already paid just about everybody, and here they are getting DJ Reed.
Yeah, and
ESPN has the top free agent available this offseason.
Here was the cost of doing business for those corners yesterday, just some of them. $20 million to Charvarius Ward, $22 to Byron Murphy, $20 to Carlton Davis, $16 to DJ Reed. You had $12 million to Nate Hobbs, $18 million to Paulson Adebo, Mansfield alum. Peyton, your high school. Yep. Another $12 million to Brandon Stevens, $7.5 to Isaiah Rodgers, $6.5 to Dante Jackson, $10 to Jordan Lewis, and then $7.5 to Michael Jackson. So you're talking about the cheapest corner yesterday that went was Dante Jackson at $6.5 million a year. And then there was that note from Connor Livesay the other day that said the Cowboys haven't signed a free agent over $6 million since Greg Hardy.
And that was 2015.
And that is the bottom. That's the very bottom of the corner market right now. And now you need a starting nickel. They're in some trouble.
I mean, that's 10 years ago. Like the salary cap has basically doubled.
Yeah, so
in the last 10 years.
You're talking about they basically haven't signed a $3 million player if you want to adjust for inflation.
Right. That's troubling.
It is.
That's very, very troubling. Look, they got the long snapper done. They got him done.
Look, you do need a long snapper. You do.
You do need a long snapper.
You do need your long snapper.
LP, baby.
I'm glad they got that done. I think Robert Jones is intriguing, but that's really a depth piece at guard. Javonte Williams is better. I saw somebody say this yesterday. Nailed it. Better than washed up Zeke. He's better than Dalvin Cook off the practice squad. He's not better than Rico Dowdle, though.
Well, you don't think this is a replacement, do you?
I don't think Rico Dowdle's coming back.
So they will use.
I think it'll be Javonte Williams and
one of their first 3 picks.
One that they draft. I don't know about first 3 picks, maybe, but okay. I mean, it kind of depends on how the board falls.
Is this selectively aggressive? Or was this as the fan text says?
I think selectively aggressive. I think they wanted Dre Greenlaw yesterday. Dre Greenlaw would have been a really good pickup for them. He ended up
Denver, right?
The linebacker. He ended up with the Denver Broncos for about $12 million a season. I think they were willing to go after that, and they didn't win. That would have been a signing that I think you could have said that was a signing that would have helped them, and they tried. They just didn't do it.
Franklin, injury attorneys, fan text 877-881-1053 for the 201. Jerry Sun, day 3 3 free agents on day one to appease the fans.
Yeah, I mean, y'all are happy out there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy. Listen, it's movement.
Look, I'm encouraged that they wanted to try for Dre Greenlaw. Just they lost.
Yeah.
But look, the Jordan Lewis one hurts, and it changes the landscape of how they're going to build their team this offseason.
Yes, it absolutely does. All right, it's Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Something isn't right with one of the Rangers' rising stars. It is the breakout star and the biggest concern in Rangers spring training. Chris Young wants to fix it. We'll help you try to fix it. Next on 105 through the Fan after we get you over to play.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3033. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I need you to help me plan my wedding coming up in 20 minutes. Ooh. We have about a month to do it. And I need help.
Yeah, I know you were asking us to pick out your wedding ring the other day.
Yeah. Got a couple of options. I'm going to wind up wearing the rubber one, but whatever.
Yeah, I bet you are.
That's I see what you did there.
You wear rubber rings. I've heard about that.
Speaking of that, why the Rangers are boycotting chests.
Chests, like pecs. They don't want guys.
Kinda. Do that in a second here, but first, the Rangers have a concern and a reason to be very, very optimistic, Bobby.
Yeah, and it's about the same player.
And it's the same player.
So this was over at TexasRangers.com the other day. Kennedy Landry wrote this.
By the way, did you know we're the home of the Rangers?
I did know that. Yeah. Opening day right around the corner. March 27th, 3:05 first pitch right here on 105.3 The Fan. Are we a little bit concerned about Kumar Rocker? So Rocker, his first two starts of spring training did not look very good at all. He gave up 8 runs in just 2 innings. He's gotten essentially just rocked in these starts, really, really handled, and it was a little bit concerning. And she writes that in 2006, Chris Young entered his first spring training with Bruce Bochy and the San Diego Padres. That spring, he allowed 22 runs in 20 innings while walking 14 batters. Long story short, it wasn't pretty. So far in 2025, Kumar Rocker, the Rangers' number 2 prospect, pretty much universally considered a top 50 prospect in all of baseball. And with Alejandro Rosario getting Tommy John surgery or getting shut down for the year, Rocker is by far your number 1 available pitching prospect. There's nobody else close. And he's allowed 8 runs in just 2 innings of Cactus League play. Obviously, it's just spring training, and it's only been 2 outings, but it's clearly not how the 25-year-old wanted to start camp, especially after coming off what was a pretty electric debut at the end of last year. I mean, you watched Rocker pitch at the end of last season, and you were like, whoa, okay, this is the stuff that people talked about with him. Like, this is the electric stuff that people like. And Chris Young recalls that stint that he had in spring training. He said, it reminded me of my first spring pitching for Boch in 06. I had the worst spring training you've ever seen. I couldn't get anybody out. It was horrendous. I kept thinking, what day are they going to send me down? Boch and I have had some laughs remembering that. In 2024, Rocker returned from Tommy John surgery. He posted a 1.74 ERA and 61 strikeouts in 41 innings between AA, AAA, and the majors. It was really strong close to the season coming off of Tommy John.
Absolutely.
His mechanics this spring have just not been at the same level that they were towards the end of 2024. Both Rocker and Young said it's a good thing that it's such a small fix. Chris Young said medically he's great. The stuff is there. He just hasn't refined his command yet. The feel for the breaking ball hasn't been there yet. There are a couple of little mechanical things that will adjust. It's just the timing and sequencing. His lower half and upper half haven't quite lined up. We're talking milliseconds here. It's not that far off. It's not something that we think is a big fix. These guys are not robots. It's a work in progress. Still a young guy, and he had a great offseason. He worked tremendously hard. The velocity is there, but we got to get the breaking ball going. And, of course, that was the pitch for him coming out, was that slider. Like, I mean, he obviously had the fastball velocity, and the fastball was a big part of it, but those two pitches right there, especially that slider, that was supposed to be high end of the 2080 scale, which is the scouting scale that Major League Baseball uses. Earlier this week, Rocker went down to the Rangers pitching lab. He's back in the lab, chop, which Young says they do with all the pitchers regardless of performance in order to get a baseline for where they're at. Early returns look good. They played an inter-squad game on the backfields and surprise on Saturday. Rocker tossed 3 hitless innings, although he did walk Jonah Heim and hit Josh Smith with the pitch. Rocker said, that was better, a lot better. That's what we needed. I was able to take a step back and work on the process and try to find the results. I've got good coaches behind me with a lot of support and found it and then used it in the game to try to build some confidence. Now they just need the results to follow. Chris Young said, we know the competitor that he is. We know how the stuff plays when he's got it dialed in. He's going to be a big part of our team this season, whether it's at the beginning or at some point later, so we're getting him straightened out. Still, it's a little concerning. I know he said it's just milliseconds, but it is a little concerning that they're like, mechanically just something is not right based on where he finished last year.
Well, I mean, you had an offseason, and it makes sense that, mechanics might be not finely tuned.
And he was always
second week of March.
He was always but I mean,
obviously you want it to be. But.
At what point do you expect mechanics not to be a problem when you enter spring training? Like, I wouldn't expect us to be like, Nathan Eovaldi's just mechanically not right.
I would think by now you're fine. You're good. I would think by now you're good.
But and this deep into your career, like I would imagine,
Eovaldi for sure.
Yeah, Eovaldi arrives in spring training. I would imagine fine mechanically.
I would think so.
So Rocker
pitcher.
Rocker was the guy who was considered sort of an unorthodox delivery and kind of a violent delivery to begin with. So I know that was something that they were trying to polish up. So it's probably just about settling into good habits.
Yeah, these teams they really thrive on repeatable deliveries. How if you have a herky jerky. That's one thing. One of the things that is so amazing about Kershaw. Like Kershaw's delivery is a little different, right? Mm-hmm. Everything's a little bit different about it, and he repeats it so well. And that's one of the amazing things about him. It's funny though that there was the concern a little bit about Rocker when on ESPN they did a breakout players list for all 30 teams, and the Rangers had 2 of them, and it's the Vanderbilt pair. And while they say both are on the 40-man roster and trending up, there's not always going to be, and this year especially, they say there's probably not room in the rotation for either one of them right now.
Now. There will be, certainly, because you will get injuries to your rotation.
You are going to have injuries, but, Fangraphs projects, and they do a pretty good job with this. Obviously, Eovaldi is going to start as your DeGrom is going to be the 4 or the 5 to start the year. Mm-hmm. Probably the 5 because that's just the way it works. With the schedule, he can get the most. They can maximize his days off. But Eovaldi, Gray, Malley, Bradford, DeGrom, you're going to get at least one of those guys to get hurt. And then you'll have, Rocker and Leiter right there. But they are absolutely those breakout stars. And, they're entering the season as the 6th and the 7th. And don't think for a second that we aren't trending that way anyway with Major League Baseball from a starting pitcher's perspective going to a 6-man rotation. And we will touch on that during Diamond Cavs. But, they are both the breakout stars. Because... Wyatt's already you hope because Wyatt's already. I don't consider Wyatt a breakout star anymore.
No, that was September.
Right. Evan Carter, I mean, his breakout was during the playoffs in the final month of the season in 2023. They don't really have a true breakout star because they're a more veteran type team. It's the nature of it. I mean, you want to say Bradford could be a breakout?
Yeah, Bradford, I felt like
I could buy that.
He was starting. You could make that case there. Leiter is. Aren't we all kind of just like I guess Leiter? I've moved past the idea that Leiter's going to be anything of importance here. If he becomes that, great, but I just don't trust it.
Okay, defining. So, like, I'm thinking, like, if Jack Leiter becomes like a solid 4. I said last night. Let's just say he turns into Kyle Loesch.
I think we're probably talking about the best you're going to get out of Jack Leiter throughout his career would be like maybe he can become a mid-4 ERA guy.
I mean,
I'm not picking that second overall. I know Gavin Dawson and Jarrett Sandler fought about that, but there's a good chance. There's a possibility. Kylie McDaniels talked about this over at ESPN. There's a possibility Leiter just becomes a reliever really quickly.
There is that. Yeah, you don't like when you pick that second overall, you don't plan for that. For sure. It happens. It's a crapshoot.
I mean, Rocker was the more controversial pick than Leiter. Leiter was, I think most people were like, oh yeah, Jack Leiter. That's easy.
Leiter.
Do it.
Absolutely. Let's do it. Why do the Rangers hate boobs?
Okay, well, let's first take a look at New Era has released these awful hats, and Aiden's going to throw these up on the fan cam.
I think they're awesome.
You like them? Do you really like them?
No.
Oh, okay.
Like the Chicago Cubs one works.
So these are ridiculous. If you can see them on the fan cam, you've got basically what these are is they've spelled out either the city name or the team name. These new era alternate hats. They've spelled out the team name or the city name, and then they've thrown the logo on top of that.
Yeah. So the primary logo is in the middle, and behind it is the spelled out name, the way it would read on the graphics of the either on the jersey or on any kind of team graphics they would have.
So think about this. Brewers is spelled out on the Brewers cap, for instance. And then laid on top of that in the middle of Brewers is the little logo of the glove catching the ball. And so all you see is BR, the glove catching the ball, covering the rest of the letters, and then RS is all you see.
For the Royals, it's like whether it says Royals across their jersey and then the KC. You have some teams like I'm trying to think that don't have it at all. Like the Tigers don't have a jersey that says, I guess they do have Detroit or the road ones.
You can go ahead now, Aiden, and throw the Rangers one up there. As I explained that some people were laughing at Arizona's ends up spelling out Ariana. So a bunch of Ariana Grande fans could have that.
Astros has the AS and then the H for Houston and then OS.
Yeah.
At the back.
Yeah, which is fitting. And then the Angels, for instance.
Oh, that's a good one. It's one of my favorite ones.
Yep, the G is missing, so it's ANAELS.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite hats. I really need to get that one.
But the Texas Rangers hat is it's no longer available in stores. They had to pull it off of the Rangers online shop. And I'm really sad we couldn't buy one before. Evan Grant over at the Dallas Morning News writes that as part of a new collection from New Era, which markets caps with an MLB license, an officially licensed Rangers cap appeared briefly online that featured an unfortunate Spanish slang vulgarity. In the Rangers case, the T sat in the middle of Texas to block out the X and create an inadvertent visual of a Spanish slang vulgarity for women's breasts. While some other hats in the collection appeared to create other potentially questionable or funny styles, the Rangers hat was the only one apparently pulled from the collection. So you can no longer buy this hat.
Then I am definitely getting the Angels one.
You could, you should get the
I am definitely getting and the Astros one.
I mean, I would hope somebody was able to buy this before.
Dude,
and
this
I saw
is phenomenal.
on Reddit there were all these different people that were like, well, I'm not even a Rangers fan. I'm buying the Rangers hat. I'm going to have that hat on all the time.
So, like, this is one of those things where, like, MLB might, like, catch heat.
The Rangers were apparently not. They were not sent design.
Of course they
before.
weren't, because New Era just does.
Yeah,
this.
they just do what they want.
New Era has like complete control over what. And look, I get the idea. They're trying to make it as crazy because MLB has the New Era has the shark tooth hats this year.
Yeah,
they have a Rangers shark tooth hat. Remember those old? Peyton, do you know the shark tooth hat? Remember talking about?
I don't think so.
Oh my god!
I hated those.
It was like a 90s NFL hat, right? It had like, it looked like kind of wave shark teeth. And then it had the logo in the middle. Okay. But there's a Ranger shark tooth hat this year. I think it's really cool. But I love the shark tooth hat. This, like, you tried. You tried. The Chicago Cubs one looks cool because the C matches where the C goes.
Yeah, these just look, I mean, honestly, even before you had the mishap, these just looked dumb.
That's not my style. It's definitely not my style of hat.
It looks like a misprint. It looks like, oh crap, we slapped 2 logos on there by accident. It just looks awful.
Yeah. So there you go. Rangers New Era hats.
If you can find one of those hats, please tell me.
Yes.
Somebody said they're still on the New Era website.
Let's do it. Let's go try to buy
what 469 says. I am not finding them right now, so somebody please tell me.
Right now. I am turning over life decisions to you. Help me out, 877-881-1053. Franklin, injury attorneys fan text. I need help planning my wedding next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, David Helm.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
But instead, they free up Dinwiddie, who drives, got into the paint, found Edwards, jams it home.
Oh, wow. That is Mavs TV with the call. The Mavericks stupidly win 133-129 over San Antonio. Let's see. They have 8. Oh, they had 8 available players. I'm sorry. I forgot about the...
With Caleb Martin on a minutes restriction.
Forgot about Caleb. But the Mavs do get the 133-129 win. I have... If you ever wanted a test case for the NBA's lack of defense, or if you wanted to show how actually skilled the current players in the NBA are compared to yesteryear, it was this game. If you had a game in the 90s and you were missing the #1 star on the one team, Wemby, and essentially like the top 3, 2 stars, 3 stars on the other, that game would have been in the 80s.
Yeah. That game may have been in the 80s with the stars.
Yeah, it may have been. This was 133-129. They had 260 points in this game. That is absurd. I bet you the over-under was like 218.
I mean, you were stunned yesterday that the Spurs were like a 7-point favorite in this game.
I was surprised. So, I mean, they scored. There is no doubt they scored. But they wind up getting a victory. And what does this do, Bobby? For Tankathon, let's take a quick peek.
While you take a quick peek at Tankathon, I'll inform people that also last night in the Philadelphia 76ers loss to the Atlanta Hawks, Quentin Grimes scored 35 points again. So that is the 4th time Quentin Grimes has put up 30-plus points since Nico Harrison traded him for Caleb Martin, who just got a fresh hip replacement and should be raring to go to put up his 15 minutes.
There you go.
Just another trade just falling apart.
Phoenix is 2.5 back of the Mavs now. Mavs still hanging on to that 10th spot in the Western Conference. They would face Sacramento in the opening round, and the winner of that would get the winner of Minnesota versus... I'm sorry, the winner of that would get the loser of Minnesota versus the Clippers. So the Mavericks do get the victory last night, 133 to 129. Stars were off. They've got a couple of days off here. They don't get back to it until Friday when they take on Winnipeg on the road in a massive game.
Just good news here, Chop. It only took me 6 simulations on Tankathon to get a top 4 pick for the Mavs.
Oh, hell yeah.
So, going to be pretty sweet.
As Dawson would say, shoot ya.
And then what would they do with that 4th pick? They draft, I don't know, some player from France we've never heard of that'll be a developmental for about 2 years.
I don't know about that.
And then eventually be the 9th man off the bench. Yeah. That's typically what they do with theirs.
Janai Broom, I'm sure, if he's available still. All right, I need your help. 877-881-1053 on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text.
Penicillin. It'll clear it right up, Chop.
Why don't I know it? So we're getting married. We're not doing a big wedding.
Congratulations.
Thank you. We're not really doing any kind of wedding. We're putting all the money into the honeymoon. We're really putting all the money into the flight. That's what we're really doing. But so we're going to go to Europe for the honeymoon. And, we were like, we want to get married, just, courthouse, maybe some photos. But we wanted to do the courthouse on a Saturday. And, of course, stupidly, I thought the courthouse would have been open on a Saturday for weddings because it's wedding day. But it's not. The last wedding that they do is around 4:30 on a Friday that week. Now, interestingly enough, the Fort Worth guy, the Justice of the Peace, his name is Ralph, too.
Oh.
So I'm going to go to a Ralph.
That makes so much sense.
It makes so much sense. So we have 3 options here. Option 1 is we do the courthouse wedding Friday afternoon. Now, this comes in, throws a wrench into the thing because Sarah's going to take a day off of work. She doesn't want to take a day off of work. She has limited work, time off. And we would do the photos at the courthouse, maybe before, maybe after, depending on whatever the golden hour is, Peyton. The golden hour, right? Absolutely. Maybe we go to the Botanical Gardens in Fort Worth to take the photos. Option 2 is we do the Botanical Gardens wedding and photos. We just do the wedding there on a Saturday, right? We've got a 1-hour window. Now, it is close to $1,000 just to rent that.
Jeez.
I know. Just to rent the area and you can only have 15 people.
How big was your first wedding?
Like, amount of people?
Yeah. Venue, number of people.
Let's see. We had it at Trophy Club Golf Course.
Well.
I know, right? It wasn't that expensive. I was a member there.
Whoa.
It was 130, 140 people.
So what did you end up spending on that wedding?
No idea.
You have no clue?
I don't remember.
Man, we had like
my parents helped me out. Her parents helped.
We had a small wedding. I didn't get any help. I shouldn't say I didn't get any help. I got the venue for free, which is great.
Well,
because my grandfather was a pastor of a church, so we just got to use the venue. And so that, though, I mean, even with that, we probably ended up spending, even cutting a bunch of costs and getting some stuff for free. It was still like $3,000, I feel like.
Yeah, it's expensive. So we would get, at the courthouse, you could only bring I think the max is like 15 people, 14 people that you could bring to the courthouse. If we did the Botanical Gardens, we would get the smallest area, and we could bring 15 people with us. And then we could also do the Grapevine Gardens that they have, and you can rent that by the hour. That's only $75, but they're booked to the Saturday we want to go, so we'd have to do it on a Sunday.
So
those are the three options we're focusing on right now.
Within those 15, are like me, Peyton, and Sean not going to be able to bring a +1 since we're clearly in the 15, right?
I think if it's that, we would bring you guys to the party afterwards.
What? We don't get to be at the ceremony?
You don't want to go to the ceremony.
In a courthouse? Come on. What would I wear?
Yeah, you don't want to go to the ceremony. You want to go to the restaurant afterwards.
I know, but I want to make you feel guilty about not having us at the ceremony.
I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea.
I don't want to go to the ceremony
we should wait outside,
if it's
Bobby.
in a courthouse.
If we don't get invited, we'll wait outside the courthouse.
We have a list of about 30 people right now. You guys are on it with +1s.
And wait, you're getting married on January 6th?
No.
When?
It's my wedding.
April, I think the 12th.
Okay.
All right, April 12th. So that is our conundrum. Courthouse on the Friday before, all right, with, the as late as we can, photos thereafter, maybe the Botanical Gardens, or the Saturday we want at the Fort Worth Botanical Gardens, which we want, but it's like a 1 hour window, very, very late, very limited amount of people we could bring, and it's almost like $1,000 just to do it. We could take photos there for like $30.
I would say I would just do the courthouse.
You think just the courthouse?
Yeah. I mean, but I'm also like...
And then we can go afterwards to those gardens and pay a very small fee.
Yeah, something like that.
And then we have the party afterwards. And we're going to do the party in Fort Worth anyway.
But see, this has had your intended effect. Because as we hop on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, you're getting all sorts of free suggestions here, Chop, for way to cut costs. Whether it be ministers or different venues you could use for cheap. So it did work. Boy, he was trying the other night, Peyton. I don't know if you could hear it. Chop was trying the other night to just butter up Justin for some discounted renovation.
I wasn't looking for discounted reservations. Renovations. I was looking for renovations. I'm trying to blow out a wall. All right, I'm just trying to blow out a wall.
I thought you wanted to build a wall.
I do not. Bobby. Yeah, I also want to blow out a wall here. So, all right, I appreciate it on the Tolos here. I just had a very low cost wedding. It was $24,000.
Jeez,
$10,000 is a cheap wedding now.
And that's just for the venue. I mean, like when me and Mackenzie were looking at venues, I mean, I think we were looking at ones that the cheapest were $6,000, $7,000.
Jamie in Fort Worth said wedding is expensive. I found my second wife. We're spending $1,300. We got a venue in Vegas for an hour with 50 guests.
Jeez, that doesn't sound too bad though.
Outdoor wedding in April is risky due to the weather. Yes. And as they're telling me April 12th is Fort Worth Art Fair weekend. It's going to be a madhouse down in Fort Worth. Ooh, yikes.
A lot of armpit hair, that's for sure.
Because of the art festival?
Yeah.
What's your thought on armpit hair?
No.
It's coming back, and I'm not into it either.
Nope.
Peyton?
No, come on, shave it.
Like, how long in the wintertime does your girl go without shaving her legs?
Oh, Kristen won't go more.
Before I say something?
Kristen is 24 hours on.
Really?
On every day.
Every day?
Every day, every other day, something like that. Yeah. She's on top of it. She's like, I'm not going to have hairy legs. That's not going to happen.
Peyton, you have to say something?
I mean, if I wanted to cuddle up to like Sean's legs, I would do that, but I don't want to do that.
Yeah,
So-
there's sometimes I'll get really mean, not really, but we'll be laying in bed and I'm like, is the dog underneath there? What is that? And she'll get really offended by it. But no, after 2 or 3 days, she's shaving the leg.
Is Corey Majors, is he ordained? 915 says have Corey do it.
Is he? Can he marry and bury?
I don't know.
Well, I've got a lot of friends who could do that. They've got that the Mary and Barry card. I got a lot of people that could do that, so they would do it for free. And then some Tolos hit us up, said they would do it as well. Oh yeah, we don't care about paying for that. It's just that I was stunned that the botanical cards were going to cost almost $1,000.
Yeah, that's wild.
Just to go get an hour, basically the photos you can do much cheaper than that, but. That's what it is. I mean, weddings are expensive, and we're up against it here. We got like almost a month of the day.
You're running out of time now. Did you pick your wedding ring?
Well, we bought. Yeah, she got me on these online. She got me like 2.
Put them up on the fan cam, Aiden. I sent
the
you
file you sent him. Wouldn't go through.
It wouldn't go through.
Damn it, you guys. Here's what I think. I think Sean intentionally. Tried to. I think Sean intentionally, when you send it to us, and Peyton and I both with black ring. Like I think he then only just said gold just to be
different.
I think he was just annoyed that we were so certain it was black, and certainty annoys him for some reason.
They fit great. I got a rubber one too, so I can wear that, and that's like, isn't that what you wear?
Yeah,
do you wear a rubber one?
Yeah,
I think Chia Follow wears.
Oh, the wedding ring too. Yeah.
I think you got to wear that. Peyton, have you guys picked that out yet?
I picked out a silver one. Silver or black would be my choice.
Justin Pate, who we had dinner with at the charity dinner the other night, he has the same one I do. Like it's this exact.
Those for like $5.
Yeah,
they're great. They're fantastic. And
bunch of athletes. I feel like athletes really started that trend.
Well, and I'm a wannabe athlete.
Yeah, you are
big time wannabe
big slap
athlete.
hitter.
Yes. Thank you to the Tolos for helping me out here. I think we're going to do option 1. I think the courthouse on a Friday.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Just take the photos afterwards and have a big party that night. There we go. All right, Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. Have the Eagles already been replaced as the top dog in the NFC East? Maybe even in the NFC. We're going to dive into that at 7:20. We got Ask Reddit at 7:40 during the commercial-free Expressway. But up next, man, the QB carousel it's on fire. And Albert Breer details the Josh Allen signing and how the Cowboys may have screwed that whole thing up. It's all coming up next on 105 through the fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. To Sean and RJ, 105 to the Fan of RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Sean is out. Paternity leave. Peyton and Aiden alongside. We got Ask Reddit coming up at 7:40.
Isn't that baby like 12 now?
I think the baby is not quite one. I think it's like 11, 10 and a half to 11 months.
Eva.
Eva.
For those of you that were not there, we're in Indianapolis. It doesn't just bears repeating because I'm gonna say this for the rest of my life. We're in Indianapolis and Sean was on his FaceTime talking to the baby, and he just talks normal on FaceTime the whole time. He's talking to Amanda. He's talking to Ollie. And then when he was trying to get Ava's attention, for some reason, he dropped into this like Jamaican accent. And he's going like, Ava. And Chop and I just were losing it, listening to him.
Ava. he really sold it. He did.
He hadn't even started drinking yet.
No, he hadn't. We were at the bar that nobody else was at. We were all by ourselves, sitting there in the hotel lobby bar. Coming up at 7:40 is Ask Reddit, favorite segment of the week. But, yesterday was the start of the legal tampering period, or whatever the hell they want to call it now.
Negotiating window.
Yes, the open negotiating window. And a lot of guys signed. A lot of quarterbacks got deals. Let's start off with, Seattle the day before traded Geno Smith.
Mm-hmm.
They got off the hamster wheel, and they got right back on it. And they give Sam Darnold basically the Baker Mayfield contract.
Yeah, which, he was good last year.
He was. So it's 3 for $100.5 million.
So did Minnesota make the right decision to get off that hamster wheel and just say, we're moving ahead with J.J. McCarthy?
I think so.
I think McCarthy's a good player.
I also saw a 3 for $110.5, but this is on SI. It says 100.5. So,
I think that this makes a ton of sense for Minnesota to let Darnold walk. I think they're smart for not getting super involved in this. I don't know what Seattle's doing.
That's my point. Seattle, like, you just got off the hamster wheel with Geno, and I like Geno. I think Geno's a really good quarterback. I think you can win 10, 11 games with him. I don't know that you can win a Super Bowl with him. Now, obviously, if all things break right, you've got the Ravens defense or the of 2000 with Legion of Boom or Denver. Yeah, sure. But short of that, short of having some all-world elite defense, I don't think you're going to win a title with Geno. And I think the same could be said for Darnold.
Oh, I think Geno's a more consistent bet than Darnold.
I agree.
Darnold was last year. Darnold was probably better than any year Geno's had, other than maybe 2022 for Geno. But even with that said, Geno's at least shown 3 years in a row. All right, he can put together consistent play.
Right.
He can be a consistent threat as a quarterback. Darnold, man, you don't know how much that was just he found comfort with Kevin O'Connell.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Darnold thing is a major risk.
I think it's
the Raiders come out of this big winners to me. Because the Raiders end up picking up Geno, don't have to pay him a single dime more than he was already making. They just get to hold him on that contract, and they still have the flexibility to get a quarterback if they need.
But they're not trading a third for somebody who's going to be gone this year. I don't think. Now, maybe the Raiders might because of the Raiders. But this whole thing makes no sense from Seattle's perspective. You're going to get Darnold in there, and he is not going to take you to the next level. You're better off trying to draft somebody. You're better off overdrafting Jackson Dart.
They must think. This just must come down to Seattle thinks they're closer than we do.
Because they had just paid Geno 3 for $75.
Mm-hmm.
So you're paying 25% more for Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Am I right on that? Is my math right on that? I think it sounds about right. Whatever. But you get the point. You're paying more for Sam Darnold, and you're getting what out of it? Well, you're not going to get an elite quarterback. You're going to get a decent quarterback.
Well, so in Seattle, you're not going to sign Russell Wilson.
No.
You've clearly thought Darnold was better than Geno. So realistically, who's left on the market? Jameis or Aaron Rodgers?
Your market is the 18th pick, and you overdraft Jackson Dart, Quinn Ewers.
But if you think you're going to win now, or if you think you can contend now, they were a 10-win team last year.
God, did they win 10 games?
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
So if you're a 10-win team, you may look at it and say, hey, Darnold is the best quarterback option. But you're still sitting there in purgatory. Darnold is purgatory.
Yes, he is. Purgatory is, anybody that's really not elite or not cheap. So that's domino number one that fell. And then the Jets go and sign Justin Fields.
Boy.
Now, he played 10 games for the Steelers. He played 10 games for the Steelers in the 24-25 season, so this year. Played the 10 games. And they signed him for 2 seasons, $40 million total, $30 million guaranteed.
I cannot believe. I was just looking up his numbers. I can't believe this. Do you realize that when he went 3-12 in 2022, he had a top 10 MVP finish that year? Justin Fields finished 9th in the AP MVP voting.
He had a lot of rush yards.
I don't care.
Yeah. I remember when they played here, they lost. I think it was a 49-29 game, right?
Yeah, that was the game where he fumbled. Micah scooped it up and vaulted over people. And
now, he did impress me a little bit. He was tough. He was a tough kid.
Yeah, he's tough, and he's got some talent. But man, that's even worse than the hamster wheel to me. Justin Fields. If you're relying on Justin Fields potentially to be your starter next year, the Jets are going to be awful.
This is we're going to pay him. And if he hits, we got our Baker, we got our Geno, we got our Darnold, and if he misses, we'll be bad enough and we can draft somebody. That's, I think, what they're thinking.
You better hope you really like that quarterback group next year.
Well, tell me who's in it. Is Arch in it?
Maybe. But I mean, I think
Arch is going to stay in Texas.
Arch is not a can't-miss prospect. There's still some room for Arch to teeter here. It's not like a slam dunk. Number one, he's going here. Just like Shedeur Sanders wasn't Will Chambers. There was never a slam dunk there, like I tried to tell you at the bar rather drunkenly and aggressively that day.
All right, so this is what I just pulled up the first website I saw. These are the quarterbacks ranked for next year's draft. Arch 1, Nico 2, Aller 3.
Gosh.
Sellers 4. I thought Sellers was a true freshman. Nussmeier 5, Klubnik, Sam Levitt, Jackson Arnold, Miller Moss, Carson Beck. Haynes King, and Connor Wegman are rounded at the top 12.
Garrett Nussmeier is the most pro-looking of those quarterbacks.
He's the most pro-y, yeah.
And Garrett, look, Garrett could have snuck into the first round this year if he would have declared. I think he made the smart move in going back to LSU. Shout out Flower Mound Marcus High School, by the way, where he is an alum. But Garrett Nussmeier is the one where you see, like, okay, he could put together a senior season that makes you say, all right, that guy's going to be a top pick at quarterback. So I don't know, maybe they're just looking ahead and gambling, but I would not hitch myself to Justin Fields. That's for sure.
No, I wouldn't either. I think that's a very questionable move by the Jets. I guess the good thing is for them is that, if he stinks, then you could be bad. And if he hits, you found a Baker. You found a Geno. You found a Darnold.
What about your boy? Or what about the Jets' former boy, Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers. Is he going to Pittsburgh?
There's a flirtation. Now they're
I'm surprised at this one.
They are continuing to negotiate in Pittsburgh. This would be, I mean, look, isn't Pittsburgh AFC Green Bay a little bit?
Yeah, they are.
So NFL free agency kicked off. Pittsburgh Post-Gazette sports writer Jerry Dulac. Do you know him? Or Dulac, maybe? D-U-L-A-C?
I don't think so.
He's worked for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette for a long time. He tweeted yesterday, the Steelers are getting close to a deal with four-time NFL MVP Aaron Rodgers per multiple sources. They decided to enter discussions with Rodgers and Sam Darnold when it became apparent Justin Fields wanted to test his value in the free agent market. About 20 minutes later, he deleted it and came back and said, Steelers in discussions with Aaron Rodgers, but deal is not imminent per sources. Boy, we got a couple writers getting burned yesterday while Twitter was down and then back up, and there were just some misreports yesterday. But on this front, it does sound like, and I saw Florio had something yesterday, Aaron Rodgers to Pittsburgh is the hot rumor right now, and that feels like where he's going to end up, at least for the moment.
So he would get DK with him there. It's not a bad team.
No.
Not a bad team.
DK and Pickens.
I don't know how he and Tomlin coexist.
I mean, at the end of the day,
they don't seem like each other's.
No, but
they're
both football obsessives.
Yeah.
And so, look, I mean, what you were talking about while we were out in Indy, Tomlin is in control of everything. So Tomlin must think Aaron Rodgers is his type of dude if they go get him.
Yeah, that's fair. There's truth in that. All right. The Josh Allen contract.
Mm-hmm.
Albert Breer had a write-up on this. So he gets $220 over the next 4 years. On his existing deal, he had 4 years left at $129, meaning he's getting basically a $90 million raise, $55 million per year, which is the 6-year average of the deal. Taking the new money math out of it, he beats Dak, Mahomes, Lamar. Dak had to play out one deal to get to another one. And this is kind of where the Cowboys, I think, screw up with a lot of this. The cash flow here is relatively flat year over year. And that's where this began. He goes, the relationship between Allen's camp and the Bills is such there's always a running conversation going on. And choosing to dive into this now was a result of that conversation. Nobody really envisions Allen retiring as anything other than a Bill. And even if it's hard to project those things out, like, Brady left, Manning left, Rodgers left, it's healthy to operate as if that's going to be the case. That was the tenor of the whole thing. They're doing right by Allen. He's getting what he deserves. It comes in a way that's functional and logical. So the Bills had 4 years left of this contract, and they said, you know what? We're just basically going to rip it up, and we're going to give you a new 6-year deal.
Yeah, which is easy for them to do right now, I would imagine.
I would imagine
because Josh Allen doesn't feel like a risk to rip up a contract and enter into a new one.
Yeah, but the Cowboys got here with Dak. They never bought into him.
They always drag their feet. They do it with everybody.
But that's the whole problem. When they signed Dak after 2020, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why not after the 2022 season where they went 12-5, and they went to the divisional round of the playoffs, lose to San Fran, in a close game?
Get a new deal done?
Why didn't you get a new deal?
They should have.
Why not then?
They should have. Dak maybe but if Dak didn't feel the need to get into it, I don't know. But I mean, Absolutely, they should have tried to get one done. They drag their feet, though. They always historically they want to wait things out, and it kills them. We'll talk about it at 8 o'clock, how the Deron Bland one is potentially going to put them in a bad position. We talked yesterday, Micah Parsons may have cost them more money. And so, I mean, this is the price of doing business and the price of always juggling and freeing things up.
It's stupid. It's frustrating. It's maddening. And you see Josh Allen signing, and he signs for less than Dak. He signs a year later for less than Dak. And he signed it 4 years left on his contract.
940, Josh wants to win games and Dak wants money. 940, Josh Allen just reset the market by quite a bit in total guaranteed money.
They all want money. They all want money.
He got $250 million. Let's not act like he's some philanthropic soul doing charity for Buffalo. Get the hell out of here.
It's Sean and RJ 105 to the Fan. Ask Reddit coming up at 740. But next, by the Cowboys standing in the NFC East is on increasingly shaky ground. Sean and RJ rolls on 105 to the Fan after we get you over to QC Kinetics.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
the expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ 105 through the Fan. Sean's back next week. He's at paternity leave. Ask Reddit coming up at 7:40. But are the Cowboys already? Well, we already know they were looking up at the Commanders and the Eagles, but have the Eagles now fallen to number 2 in the NFC East?
Boy, the Eagles are in an interesting position of just transition right now. And just relax. They're in a transition period right now where they're having to, once you become a Super Bowl champ and you have these different players that you've added in this roster that you've built up, you naturally are going to have to say goodbye to some people and look for lower cost alternatives and ways to kind of tweak things a little bit. That's where we've seen them recently release Darius Slay and James Bradbury. And yesterday, they got picked over a little bit.
Uh-oh.
They had 4 different players on defense, which is a revamped defense last year. 4 different players on defense got taken away. Milton Williams signs with the New England Patriots, $26 million annually. That's where we heard Osa would have roughly been. $26 million annually for Milton Williams. Josh Sweat goes to the Arizona Cardinals. He got $19 million annually as an edge rusher. He was a productive player for them, big-time player in the Super Bowl. Both Milton Williams and Josh Sweat were. Isaiah Rodgers, who had played corner for them last year, played pretty well. He gets $5.5 million to go to the Minnesota Vikings, and then they lost linebacker Oren Burks to the Cincinnati Bengals. So they got picked over yesterday.
All right, now let me ask you this. When you have a team that wins the Super Bowl, this actually might be a study that we can do. The following year, how many of their guys get overpaid elsewhere?
That's a good question. So let's look at 24, see what the Chiefs did, because I can see that right now. So the Chiefs lost Nick Allegretti, guard center, $5 million annually in free agency. They lost a punter. They didn't lose a whole bunch of guys. So at least in 2024, heading into last offseason, the Chiefs didn't really lose anybody for big value. Their guys kind of just got paid generally.
Okay.
But looking at this, you see that Philadelphia's already kind of been picked over a little bit. And then you see what Washington's done so far. Washington made the trade for Deebo Samuel last week.
They give a 5th?
It was a 5th. They signed Javon Kinlaw yesterday for a lot of money. I was not expecting Javon Kinlaw to get 3 for $45. He got $15 million a year. That's a guy who's had some knee issues throughout his career, has been a bit of a disappointment, but comes from, San Francisco background. That's where Adam Peters and Kinlaw would have connected and had an awareness of each other.
And he's got, he got the early first-round stock, or, he was a highly thought of. I remember doing a draft show at Broad all over him.
Well, and then they trade a haul yesterday, 2025 third rounder and 7th rounder, a 2026 second and 4th rounder to the Houston Texans for a 4th round pick and Laramie Tunsil. So Washington already this offseason has added Tunsil, has added Deebo Samuel, just added Javon Kinlaw. They lost a couple players yesterday in free agency, nothing really huge. They lost Jeremy Chin, their safety. They lost De'Ami Brown, one of their receivers. But in general, Washington not hurting too much. Washington has just gone ahead and continued to strengthen themselves. In fact, NFL.com had their winners and losers from day one, and one of the big winners that they listed on here was Jaden Daniels. That Jaden Daniels is a winner for just everything that's been set up for him and laid out before him.
This is what you can do when you have a free quarterback. You could take risks. You have the cheat code. They sent to Houston a 2, 3, 4, and 7, right?
Yep.
And they got back a 4th in it as well,
and a premium tackle.
And they got a premium tackle. Now, was he 30?
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing, you could take those risks with the Cowboys. When you have a $60 million quarterback, you can't trade a 2, a 3, a 4 to 7. You need cheap players. When you have a free quarterback, you can do that. You can part with cheap players. Tunsil was 10th in pass block win rate. He did get double team help on over 30% of his snaps. That's normal. That's normal for these top guys. Again, even though he's 31 when the season starts, that's fine in offensive lineman years. You can go all in, Jerry, when you have a free quarterback. They have 3 more years of going all in. They got 3 more darts to throw at this thing.
So before we look at Dallas and the Giants and how they're jockeying for 3rd, 4th right now, it feels like, given what Philadelphia has lost, given what Washington has added and how close they already were, is Washington right now, after day 1 of free agency, does Washington look like a better football team at this moment?
I don't want to overreact to that.
I know, but this is what we do.
I know. I would say no still. I would say no.
The Phillies defense has gotten, like I said, it's getting picked over a little bit.
It is, but how close were these two teams last year?
NFC Championship game against each other?
I know, but I don't think they were particularly close.
Agreed, but when you talk about...
Like, Washington had to pull an upset to get there.
So, but if I say I'm taking away 2 of your best defensive players and Washington just added Deebo Samuel and Laramie Tunsil...
What is Deebo?
As a number 2, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't think he's lost it?
I don't think Deebo Samuel's the guy that got paid Deebo Samuel money a couple years ago, but Deebo Samuel's a good player, especially if McLaurin's going to be your 1.
Yeah. Look, I think I think it's closer for sure. I think the gap was too wide to begin with.
Too wide.
I think the gap was, if Philly was a 10, Washington was a 7.
So what would it be now?
8, 9.
8 to 9. I mean, then that's close.
Yeah, it's close.
It's closing.
It's closer. Yeah, it's definitely closing. There's no doubt about it. Look, when you add an offensive lineman and you add the number 2 wide receiver, and the other team loses something, I mean, you're going to bring, one's going to lower, one's going to raise. But I think the gap was just too wide to say that it's shifted to where it's like now it's Washington's division. I don't think it's Washington's.
I don't think it's Washington's division, but I also would not discount. I think Washington's got a decent chance to win the NFC East.
If Philly wins 12 games last year, I would say Washington wins 11.
Okay, that's fair.
I think it's like that.
And obviously you're expecting some sort of a leap from Jaden Daniels too.
Yeah, that's the concern for me because CJ had a brought back down a little bit.
Sure.
And who's more highly thought of?
I mean,
or the same?
Stroud was more highly thought of after his rookie year than Daniels is now, but coming into the league, Daniels may have been thought of higher.
Yeah, I think
Stroud, you remember Stroud had all that S2 cognition test controversy where people said, which for those of you that don't know, the S2 cognition test is this test that goes through how quickly you can see, visualize things, make decisions. And his score was really low. And NFL teams were trying to say, we've never had a successful quarterback put up those numbers, so CJ Stroud's not going to be successful. Turned out people were overthinking it.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, I do think that it's likely that Daniels has a bit of a regression just because the league is going to make adjustments, and he's going to have to make the adjustments to the league. Just like CJ Stroud did, just like just about every quarterback does.
Over with the New York Giants, the New York Football Giants, they've added Paulson Adebo, the cornerback from New Orleans, Mansfield High alum.
They just added another one.
Another cornerback?
Yeah, Holland.
Yeah, and they've got Darius Slayton that they re-signed, the receiver. They snatched Chauncey Golston away from the Cowboys, James Hudson, the right tackle from Cleveland. So they went ahead, also added Roy Robertson Harris as defensive tackle. They went ahead and added some decent depth across the board there. They may end up with a Shedeur Sanders or a veteran quarterback or something along those lines. Cowboys, as we've already talked about, they add Javonte Williams, the running back. They've added Robert Jones, the guard, as a depth piece, but they've lost Chauncey Golston, Jordan Lewis. Chuma Edoga signs with the Jacksonville Jaguars along with Jordan Lewis. So when you look at that, Shop, is there any question for you yet if there's any closing of the gap between the Giants and Cowboys? Who's closer to who? Are the Commanders closer to the Eagles or the Giants closer to the Cowboys?
Oh, Commanders are closer to the Eagles.
Okay.
And the Cowboys are closer to the Commanders than the Giants are to the Cowboys.
Giants are that far off?
I think so. They don't have a quarterback. Who's your quarterback?
It's going to be Shedeur, I would guess. Or somebody like that.
So if I'm looking at over the cap right now, are any of these contract numbers in here yet? Would they be baked in already, or are we not there yet?
Would which contracts be baked
All
in?
the contracts these guys have agreed to, not signed, but agreed to.
Spotrac would. I don't know if over the cap would. I would imagine over the cap would, but I don't know.
All right. Okay. I'm just trying to, because it says the Giants have the Cowboys say they have $49 million still of effective cap space. and the Giants have 36. I was just trying to see. I don't think the Giants are remotely close yet. I don't. Amani Toomer, did you see the Amani Toomer comments from yesterday? He told, I think it was like the New York Post is where I saw it. The Giants are a sinking ship, and the players are avoiding the Giants in free agency because of him. Now, it doesn't appear that way. They signed a ton of guys.
Because of who?
Joe Shane.
Oh, okay.
Because of the GM, Joe Shane. Where that becomes a problem. And I just don't buy that anybody wants to, that enough guys, good players, want to go there. Dayball's on his last leg. Shane's on his last leg. I just think the Giants are a mess. They might be a bigger mess than the Jets.
Oh, no.
I know. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Let's slow down a little bit.
The difference is like the Giants are a mess and they're boring.
Malik Neighbors is fun, but yeah.
The Jets are a mess and they're like toxic, and I think toxic is fun.
Well, at least you get that.
I think toxic can be fun.
Over at NFL.com, like I just mentioned with Jane Daniels, they have their winners and losers from day one of NFL free agency. Number one winner, Chop, Sam Darnold. They say the Seahawks pulled the trigger on the move everyone expected to happen after they agreed to trade Geno Smith to Las Vegas. Darnold has agreed to become the new franchise quarterback. The money Darnold landed didn't quite match up what one might expect for a coveted signal caller on the open market, but there are some notable benefits to moving west from Minnesota. The most obvious is that he'll be reunited with offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak, who was the San Francisco 49ers passing game coordinator when Darnold was the backup to Purdy. Number two, whoever ends up playing...
So Kubiak was in... he was in...
San Francisco as the passing game coordinator when Darnold was the backup.
Okay, but he was in New Orleans last year.
Yes.
And now, okay.
Yeah.
So you notice how they said the biggest winner is Darnold, not the Seahawks.
Right, because Darnold got paid.
And the Seahawks did something maybe stupid.
Number two, whoever ends up playing quarterback in Pittsburgh is a winner. It says the most seismic trade agreed to so far this offseason is the one that will send DK Metcalf to the Steelers. Pittsburgh was willing to oblige the request, as it also handed him a 5-year, $150 million extension and gives Seattle a second-round pick in return. You've got George Pickens out there. So whether this is Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson or whoever, the Metcalf-Pickens operation together will be a big one. Number three, Ryan Poles, the GM from the Chicago Bears, said that he spent the last 3 years trying to build this team into a contender. And this offseason, when he faces the most pressure to make that happen, the Bears have been pretty active so far. He secured a trade for Chiefs guard Joe Thuney and Rams guard Jonah Jackson. Also signed center Drew Dahlman. So they are really active rebuilding that offensive line.
Gotta have it. Gotta have it. I mean, look where Ben Johnson just came from, what they had.
Yeah.
They had a great offensive line in Detroit, and now he's going to try to build one in Chicago. That NFC North, man. Woo!
Yeah.
It's like what we thought the AFC West was going to be a few years ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it is. Losers,
all
the
right?
number one.
All right?
No.
What was that?
It was me taking.
Did you hear that?
It was me
he
taking.
lost his breath.
No, I was not.
Forgot to breathe.
You done?
Oh, wow. Oh, man.
No,
right.
I was trying to
I get you.
inhale, and I hiccuped at the same time. Number one, the number one loser of day one of free agency. Who do you think it was?
Did it ask Cowboys?
Gerald Wayne Jones. The Dallas Cowboys owner couldn't have been pleased when he saw the Cleveland Browns giving all that money to Myles Garrett. That's because his job of signing star linebacker Micah Parsons to a new deal just became a whole lot harder. Jones spent all of last season negotiating with quarterback Dak Prescott and wide receiver CeeDee Lamb on massive extensions, all with the specter of Parsons' financial future looming off in the distance. At 25, Parsons is about to play on the fifth-year option of his rookie deal. He also has accumulated 52.5 sacks in his first 4 seasons and has never produced less than 12 sacks in any given year. If you thought Jones did some healthy tussling with those other stars over their deals, just wait to see how this one plays out with Parsons. It's going to hurt big time. Bigly. RJ Chopping.
What does the Parsons number start with when they do it?
Annually?
Yeah.
4. I think so. I think he ends up signing for
the Myles deal.
Maybe a little over. Just slightly. So
4 for 162.
4 for 168 or something like that.
Oh my God. So 42 a year.
Yeah, something along those lines.
Oh,
is what I would guess.
Oh boy.
Look, if his representatives, David Mulugeta is a shark. If I was an NFL player, that's who I'm hitching my wagon to. That guy has just been able to reset the market consistently with every single player that he represents. He got an impossible contract that nobody would have thought could have happened with Deshaun Watson. He got Earl Thomas paid top of the market safety money in Baltimore when nobody thought that anybody was going to give him that again. He just got JC Horn $25 million a year, reset the corner market, playing one season basically in 4 years.
Yeah.
And now he's going to have Micah. He's going to be negotiating Micah's resume. Dear God.
We get $50 million a year.
That's going to be that. Look, the Cowboys have not been looking forward to sitting down across the table from David Mulugeta. I know that. And that's a guy who you want to just talk about consistent reputation of blowing out big deals and just dominating the other side in negotiations. He has done it time and time again, whether it be with Jalen Ramsey or different guys that he's had here, Kevin Byard. He's always negotiated top of the market deals.
Oh, all right. That's gonna get ugly. That is gonna get ugly for the Jones family. But you're right. They are maybe the biggest loser, at least he is right now, according to NFL.com.
Day one hurt.
Day one did hurt. They did sign people. We will talk about that a little bit later on. They did not go completely quiet on day one of free agency as they normally do. But it is Tuesday. It is that time. It is time to ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That's right. It is time for Ask Reddit. Or what is it, Peyton? That is right. Can you give me that is right, Peyton?
That is right. It is the payload. Oh, wait, not yet.
That is right. It is time for Ask Reddit. This is our segment every Tuesday where we talk with you guys on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. We get your thoughts on the Twitch and the YouTube Twolos. I want to hear from you. Last couple times we've done Ask Reddit, I have not heard from you guys consistently enough on there. So, Not a Fan 1053, Andy, Tasha, I need all you guys to weigh in on there too as we do Ask Reddit here. YouTube is always very active with their answers as well as the fan text. And we'll kick around some of the answers here in the studio with RJ Choppy and Peyton Russell. Sean is skipping out on Ask Reddit today.
Yeah, he is.
As he never has answers ready. He's always like, don't come to me.
Don't come to me
I don't
first.
have an answer. I'm a point guard. Don't throw me the ball. All right. First question here. Peyton Russell, what's the most terrifying we need to leave right now moment you've ever experienced?
Terrifying might not be the right word to describe this, but it was a little scary, I guess, at the time. I think I was 21. I was at UNT. Me and my friends were going to a college party. And, I've been to a handful of those, never experienced anything like
parties.
Yeah, handful.
Never experienced anything like this before. We were walking up to this apartment complex, and there was a guy outside. And he said, all right, spread your arms and legs. And I said, what? And he was patting us down before entering the party. And I was like, what? You looking for a gun?
And he was just a freshman. He wasn't even a cop.
He was patting us down. And so me and my friends walked inside, and it was all jammed packed inside, body to body. We were in there for maybe 10 minutes, and I said, all right, we need to go to a bar or something because this is not safe at all. So we were out. But, yeah, I've never been patted down before going into a party.
Chop?
Again, this is not. It's kind of like Peyton. It wasn't terrifying, but when Sarah lived at her apartment in Fort Worth, we were out of town, and we get back, and we had seen a video from her apartment complex that was posted on TikTok about gunshots being fired at the apartment building.
Yeah, I remember this.
And we come home, and her window is blown out. And it wasn't, the whole thing wasn't blown out. You could see just a small bullet hole, right? And it just kind of did a spider web a little bit. Didn't break the whole glass. And it hit the wall, the side of the wall, and then we see the bullet down it laid on the windowsill. And I was like, all right, that's it. We're out. Because it's right across the railroad tracks over on Lancaster, and that's where that's where the gunfire originated from. I don't know what kind of shootout it was, but apartment got shot at. There's the shell case on the floor, and I'm like, yeah, you're moving. We're out. I'm not going to be sitting around here. All of a sudden, bullets whizzing by.
My answer here was my brother and I, when we were I had just turned 18. We were we wanted to go over to Harry Hines
Well,
and
what would you have done there on Harry Hines?
Well, we're gonna walk into a store that sells videos, Chop, just because we were like, this would be funny. Yeah, let's go to Blockbuster Video. Let's rent the Cable Guy. That's what we walked in for, was Cable Guy, Chop. No, we walked in. We were like, let's go. Let's go in there. This will be fun. We'll walk into one of these adult movie stores. It'll be great. This was just a like industrial looking beige building.
Yeah.
And in a dark corner, and I was like, what's the big deal here? Dude, we turned the corner to park in there. There are two guys on fold-out chairs by the door, and they both have sitting in front of them like large guns just sitting there by the door. And I was like, let's just leave. Let's leave. Never mind. Let's go find a new fine arts to do this bit. Let's not do this back here on Harry Hines or whatever. I'm not doing this here anymore. Over on the Twitch, Twolo Vader said went to a club and saw a group walk in with guns and harassing random people. Yeah, that would certainly be time to get on out of there. Over on the fan text, we had some people saying that girl's dad came home while I was there. That's certainly one of them. Aaron Malloy over on Facebook said he was driving back from Choctaw Casino years ago. Noticed metal sheds lining the highway as they were heading to Dallas. Strong winds lifted them up, and as we were going home, we encountered tornadoes. Cars in front of me were moving backward. Driver seemingly frozen in shock. I was about 15 cars back, also reversing, and had to alert all the vehicles behind me as well. That's absolutely going to do it. Travis Jordan on Facebook said, coming out of a gas station, spilled way too much gasoline. Looked over, gas was pouring out everywhere from a pump, and a guy was lighting a cigarette coming out of the store.
Oh, wow.
Only me and one other guy noticed, and we got the F out of there as fast as we could.
Okay.
We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text if you want to weigh in. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. RJ Choppy, you're about to get married. What are some red flags at a wedding?
Red flags at a wedding. Unassigned seats in the reception.
Why is that?
I want to be told I think it's a great test of how the bride and groom and how cool they view you.
Is it better to sit in the front or back?
No. I mean the reception.
Oh, okay.
Like when you go to the reception and you get your seat assignment and you get to your table and you're with like a bunch of people that nobody knows, like the spares, you're at the spare table. The bride and groom don't view you as a cool couple. But if you're at the cool table with everybody else, it's fun.
Yeah.
See, I think it's a good little test. I get a big time red flag if you don't have assigned seats.
Anyone in the wedding party or a family member that shows up wearing a white dress, like if the mother-in-law does it or if a sister shows it, that's like, we're gonna have some tension here. I didn't understand that earlier. I've had that happen at a couple weddings. There's murmurs in the crowd over what message is being sent here. They must have tension. What's this and that? Because it's an upstaging thing. You're upstaging the bride that day when you're doing that. Peyton, a red flag at a wedding.
Real quick, 214 says no DJ. That would be awful. That'd be a huge red flag.
So
no
what, like
DJ.
just a band?
Maybe.
Or
maybe
no music at all?
Maybe it's just like played on like over the speakers or something. Maybe like on a phone. I don't know how they do it. But yeah, I've never been to one that no DJ. But
you gotta have a DJ.
Mine is no open bar.
Oh yeah, it's big time.
You got to have open bar. We live in a society now where you got to have open alcohol, open bar. You got to have it ready. So that would be a red flag for me.
Hey, don't beer and wine me, Peyton, at your wedding.
The Sethdicity over on Twitch says when the wedding invitations are delivered late. That's one of them. And yeah, over on the Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, mother-in-law wears a black dress, so not a white dress. She's going to a funeral for this wedding.
My mother wore, I think, a black dress to my sister's wedding, my older one.
Was she upset about her wedding?
No.
Oh, okay. Or she didn't tell you anyway.
No, she wasn't upset. Marriage didn't work.
Well, there you go.
Is that not cool to wear a black dress?
I just think like a funeral looking dress, like that kind of thing. Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. You can weigh in on the Twitch, YouTube, and fan text. Peyton Russell, if everyone in the world wore a t-shirt with the phrase they say the most, what would yours say?
Mine would be send them to the sun. I love saying that. You know, because
I've never heard you say this. In 3 years, I've never heard you say this.
You should put it on a shirt so we can know you're associated
send
with
them
it.
to the sun.
Sometimes Sean gets aggressive with Bobby, and he'll say,
die, Bobby.
And I think that's too aggressive. Just say die, you know? So I just say, send them to the sun. So-and-so needs to be sent to the sun.
Like fire them into the sun? Like that thought?
Yeah, fire them into
like
the sun, send them to the sun. Because it's like, you know, it's aggressive to say, well, just die. But like, you know, it's a nice way to say it. Send them to the sun.
I like it.
Choppy, what would yours be?
Choppy here.
Oh, no, I know. Choppy here is up there. But I think if you had a shirt, it would say knock on Corian.
Oh, yeah, knock on Corian, yeah.
You say that at least two times a week.
Yeah,
two times a week,
Corian.
you'll say, because you're not knocking on wood here, you'll say knock on Corian. Somebody pointed out to me on the fan text recently something that I said, I can't remember what it was, but obviously it would be something along the lines of
Interesting.
It's interesting.
It's interesting.
Or it's funny, because I say that so damn much, and I know it, I hate it. I cringe every time that I hear it. 817 WTF would be theirs.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
OMG, I'm sure, is up there.
817 GD it. Another 817, it would say, this is our year, or really, Jerry. There you go. That's a good one.
I think the word I text the most is yikes. I text that the most.
Oh, no, you text OMG.
So you guys, I think in general I text
Or
yikes.
the ha 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 ha.
Yeah, that's what I have
You do that
nothing
a
to say.
lot. When I don't think you're really laughing, I think you just want to
I'm laughing. I just don't have anything else to say.
Mine would be just LMAO with like 4 O's.
Oh, yeah. 682 says RJ would be, oh, baby.
Oh, baby.
Oh, baby. That's
Oh,
right.
baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It probably
I'm gonna
is
write. Hang on, I'm
baby.
gonna write these down. I'll make some T-shirts. What do I got? Oh, baby.
Yeah.
Knock on Corian.
Choppy would say, Blue Chew, get your little fella feeling big again.
Yeah.
So you got that one. 302, Fire Nico.
That's a good one.
928 would say, bruh on theirs. Over on the
Oh, CA got you down.
on the YouTube, Cordero says, go Stars, baby. Or maybe he's just saying go Stars. Maybe he wanted
Stars,
to,
good.
yeah, he just wanted to go ahead and celebrate it. I don't know. Mike X Cowboy on the Twitch says, well, S. That would be his shirt for the phrase he says most often. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy, what was your first concert?
AC/DC, 1995. Back in Black. Yep, AC/DC. I can't remember what tour it was. Hell's Bells tour. I have no idea. But AC/DC. I went with my sister and her friend, and I think it was the first time I had whiffed the Mariachi right in front of me.
At how old?
15.
Oh, okay. What year did you say it was?
95. I hadn't
95.
I hadn't turned. It was like March of 95.
Okay. All right. Well, then I can buy that. Because I was sitting here thinking you were closer to like college age around there.
Oh, no. I was college in 97. So I was like a sophomore. But yeah, it was fun. It was a good time.
I bet the contact was nice. Peyton Russell and fan text and fan cam, what was your first concert?
Rascal Flats. It was
Rascal
at the
Flatts.
when it used to be Jexa, but now Dos Equis Pavilion. I went there. So yeah, that was my first one. And I've only been to like 2 or 3, I think, in my entire life. Not a big concert guy, but I will be going to Post Malone in May. So I'm excited about that.
For me, it was Randy Travis. So my dad was always working in country music, so I was very little when he took me to Randy Travis. So he used to jock country music in the 90s, and so we were always around big country shows and crap like that. So
He lives here. He lives in town.
Yeah, he does. You met him.
I met him at
one of those times you came to my area and didn't tell me you were in the area.
Met him at Marty B's. Yeah, he was. His family's awesome. He was like taking pictures with everybody. He's, obviously his health has declined, but he's fantastic.
Some of the answers: 817 Jeremy Camp at Six Flags in 2005. I may have been at that same one. 817 214 Bare Naked Ladies. 469 Smashing Pumpkins. 817 Rush. And then
Rush, hell yeah, man.
You're a big Rush guy.
I like Rush.
And then one more here on the Franklin Injury Returns fan text. 469 says Eminem and 50 Cent. All right, we are doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Chop, this is a good one for you, I feel like. What is a victimless crime you wouldn't feel guilty committing?
Oh man. Well, this might be a little morbid. And we might have different views on victimless, but when
I was going to say, I think there are victim crimes you wouldn't feel guilty about.
Well, when my dad was going through his dementia battle, I and I knew I would be able, if I knew I'd be able to get away with it, I was like considering like what could I get away with? Because I would not have considered that a victimless crime. I would have considered that a victimless crime if I was just like, hey, we're gonna take care of this for you, old man. We're gonna put you out of your misery because you are a vegetable. You're in a diaper. You're not eating. Like let's end this for you in a humane way. I think assisted suicide needs to happen. That's my own thing. We put dogs down. Why don't we do it to humans when they're like when it's beyond the point of return?
Peyton, do you have anything a little more lighthearted and fun? Maybe.
So I don't know. Would he be considered a
Kevorkian over here?
I considered my dad a victim while he was just by being alive. He was a victim.
I'm sitting here hoping you're going to say like loitering, and you're just like, I think I'd kill old people. That's what I do.
I think I'm doing a service. Okay, I'm doing a service here. All right. Not only do they get put out of the misery, but I'm like I'd be like the Doge of killing. All right, we're just taking care of all the Social Security waste. Why was my dad getting Social Security? He was just sitting there on his butt.
The angel of death works for Doge. Is
yeah.
What you're saying. Peyton, what's a victimless crime you wouldn't feel guilty committing?
Mine would be jaywalking. I have no idea why it's a crime anyways. I mean, like, as long as I'm not, causing traffic or causing wrecks, like, I should be able to walk wherever I want to walk. If I'm being safe, let me do it. It's jaywalking.
For me on this one, it's, look, loving in a parking lot, Chop.
I'm a fan of that.
What are you worried about? Some indecent exposure or whatever? Just avert your eyes.
Yeah. Avert your eyes. Yeah.
Avert your eyes.
Just get some more tint on the window. You'll be fine.
It's my car. If a car is an extension of my home,
I was just thinking that
I should be able to park my happy ass anywhere I want.
Yes.
And get that done. So that would be my answer for the victimless crime that I wouldn't feel guilty about committing at all. All right, we are doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. We got time probably for one or maybe two more. Chop, what's that one alcoholic drink that you once had a bad experience with and now can't even think about being near, let alone drinking it?
Vodka. 20th birthday.
Vodka of any type, like just straight vodka, or
well, I was doing. It was. I think it was Sky vodka is what I was doing at the time. Much more limited. But when you're in college, you get what you can afford. Mm-hmm. But I tried to do a shot for every year I was alive.
Oh my gosh!
And I got into the teens, and then I met the toilet, and it was till about. I did not have another drop of vodka for probably close to 20 years.
Really?
Yeah.
You can drink it now?
I can drink it now, yeah. I can drink it now. But there was a time where it was like every time I got near it, I had like one of those burps would come up. I would just like, oh.
I'll tell you what, the Vegas bombs. My gosh.
I liked those.
I know, they were good. Mm-hmm. I had Vegas bombs, but I had way too many in Denver, Colorado. The very first night in mile high altitude, not knowing you should adjust, got violently ill. And it was like, I tried to drink one a couple weeks later. And I couldn't, it's like my throat closed up. I was like, we're not doing it. And I had to spit it out. And I still, when I smell it, I feel like I'm going to be sick. Peyton, what's your answer?
Well, until Sunday, it was tequila, but then I kind of got over that fear. But Jägermeister.
Oh, yeah.
Jägermeister. I had that for the first time and never had it again.
Jaeger tastes like if black licorice was liquefied. It's disgusting.
Gotta freeze it.
214 says peach schnapps. 817 Fireball. Goldschlager for the 972. Goldschlager is, Jason Lanier on the YouTube says Bacardi 151 will never drink it again. Also, Christina on the YouTube says Jaeger as well. And that's it for Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan.
Thank you, Robert Montgomery Belt. It is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. We've got Diamond Cavs in the 8 o'clock hour. We got Bobby Belt doing Below the Belt at 8:40. But the Cowboys on the verge of getting priced out of one of their young stars, and we don't mean Micah Parsons. That's coming up next on 105 to The Fan. If we get you over.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. I am RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden alongside. Sean is back next week. He's on paternity leave. I almost said maternity leave. And yesterday when I was telling the K&C guys where he was, I said fraternity leave. And they said fraternity? I'm like, no. I just took off the puh. Fraternity.
You were for it.
Fraternity, yeah.
Like pro-paternity.
Pro. I'm very pro-paternity leave.
Very
That's what Sean is.
You're an ally.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know me. You know me. Below the belt coming up at 8:40. Diamond Cavs at 8:20 as the Texas Rangers' odds of winning another World Series just shooting up. Shooting up. Ooh. But so is the price. So is the price for the cornerback market. And that impacts your Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, this is a little concerning what we're seeing on the corner market right now. So this is just in the last 24 hours, roughly. Paulson Adebo goes to the Giants, 3 years, $54 million. That's $18 million a year, just under what Trayvon Diggs signed for. Charvarius Ward leaves the 49ers, goes to the Indianapolis Colts. By the way, one of the worst trades the Cowboys have ever made was when they traded Charvarius Ward at the end of training camp as a rookie, an undrafted free agent. They traded him for Parker Anger, an offensive lineman from the Chiefs. They were like, let's trade depth for depth. And Parker Anger never played a snap for the Cowboys. Charvarius Ward went on to win Super Bowls with the Chiefs and become a big-time corner for the San Francisco 49ers and just got another big contract with the Indianapolis Colts. $20 million a year for Ward, $20 million a year for Carlton Davis, $22 million a year for Byron Murphy in Minnesota. And then J.C. Horn, who we just referenced during the last segment, got $25 million a year. Carlton Davis is hurt a lot. Mm-hmm. J.C. Horn has been hurt even more than him. J.C. Horn's basically played 1 year of his entire career. Paulson Adebo is coming off of a broken femur. Like, there's a question about how soon he's going to be available. This is all driving up the price on Deron Bland. And I saw somebody yesterday say, the price has always been the price. You guys are just coming around to it. No, that's not true with contracts. It's not true with contracts. That is true when you're talking about the draft and, hey, that guy's always been viewed this way. You guys are just catching up. Yes, that's true. Contracts, no, it always isn't. The contracts absolutely will push it up. That's why Jerry said they were waiting for leaves to fall last year. Mm-hmm. Well, there's a lot of leaves falling right now in the corner market. And this is setting up to where you may just have to franchise Deron Bland after this season. Because I don't know that they're going to want to start getting into figuring out a deal. Here's what I think we're in line for with Deron Bland. 4 years, $88 million. 22 a year.
4 for 88?
Yep. You would then have 4 players on defense making $20 million or more.
You know, that's not a recipe for success.
and you would already be paying CD and Dak what you're paying them,
$90 million,
and you're about to pay Tyler Smith in all likelihood, and Terrence Steele is a decently paid offensive lineman.
Can you get away with 4 guys making $20 million on defense?
No, probably not. So somebody's got to go.
So who is it?
I think Diggs makes the most sense. You're talking about you're talking about you have 2 corners. You've got to make a decision to probably just choose to pay one of them. But I mean, they wouldn't pay Jordan Lewis $10 million. So you're talking about Lewis gone, maybe having to pick between Diggs and Bland, and you don't know if Kalen Carson's going to be the player that you thought he was when you picked him. And it's a serious investment that you're talking about diving into with Deron Bland.
And you would rather have Bland than Diggs?
Yes. Here's what you're looking at as your options, Chop. I can give you...
What if I kept Bland and Diggs and I got 2 1s and a 3 for Micah?
Sure.
But what would you choose? Pay Micah the $42 million he's going to want or whatever?
I mean, I love the idea of 2 1s and a 3 in general. So, I mean, I would just take that. But if you're telling me...
Do you not think that's the market?
No, it probably is. But if you're telling me it's a 1 for Micah...
I'm not doing for a 1.
Then I'm just moving on from Diggs.
Right. Yeah, I'm not trading Micah for just a 1. I'm going to need to get basically the equivalent of 2 1s out of it.
Which I think you could. I don't think they're not going to move Micah. I don't think Jerry's ever going to. We had some conversations with folks in Indianapolis where it's like, it's clear Jerry loves Micah.
Yeah.
And I don't think. I think he loves Micah, and he loves Micah because of how Micah views what it means to be a Cowboy and how much Jerry feels like that mirrors himself. And so I don't think Jerry would ever want to part with Micah. That would have to be some sort of strong push, hostile takeover from people in the personnel department or something like that. But when you're talking about the corner question, if I tell you can keep paying Diggs, who he's into his deal already, $19 million a year is his average. If I tell you can keep paying Diggs, you get this year out of Bland cheap again, you tag him, you let him go, and then probably get a 4th round comp pick in the future. Or I just tell you can trade Diggs now for a 3rd and pay Deron Bland more than you're paying Diggs. Which are you taking?
Yeah, I would do that. I would trade Diggs right now.
And here's
as opposed to getting the comp.
The injury's complicated
because the comp only happens if you don't sign anybody, right?
Yeah, but they wouldn't. They would get the comp pick for it though. The comp pick formula would work out because they would do that intentionally.
Oh, okay.
Now Bland, I think,
so you can manipulate that.
Yeah, Bland, I think you might be able to convince somebody to give you a 2nd in a trade. So a 2nd for Bland and keep paying Diggs, or a 3rd for Diggs and pay Bland more than you're paying Diggs.
Okay, all right. Now you're talking different because the market has changed so much. If I get a 2nd for Bland and then just keep Diggs, I could be down with that.
I think if they are forced to pick, they would pick Bland.
You think so?
Yeah. I think they view Bland as more physical. I think they believe that Bland is more willing in run support. Mac on the YouTube just said Diggs doesn't like to tackle. That's a big thing. He is not somebody who likes to play a physical style of football. And that has gotten him in trouble at times. And it's funny, he picks and chooses his spots. Diggs will be really physical at times. There was the Cincinnati game a couple years ago where he made 2 incredible open field tackles late to save the game. And it's like, where'd that guy come from? Like, teammates were joking about it in the locker post-game about, oh my gosh, Diggs wanted to tackle. So that lack of physicality and that being a demand from Eberflus of, I need physicality in the secondary, I need corners who are willing to come up and tackle in the run game, that doesn't sound like Diggs. So is Diggs even compatible anymore with what you want to do? And if he isn't...
Well, that's something that obviously, Eberflus would have to figure out. But the compensation changes things. I mean, if you're going to get more for one guy, then you keep the other one.
But you are talking about a better player.
I think you're right. I think you are.
So, you'd be keeping the better player and still get a 3rd round pick.
All right, I mean, I could deal with that. I could absolutely do that. Keep Bland, trade Diggs for a 3, and that's what he would get. You think?
I think Diggs would get probably a 3rd. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you got to remember, L'Jarius Sneed got a third. Like the quarter market has not been a first-round pick type of position.
Right.
And Diggs does have some of the shine off of him. He started having injuries pile up. I think some people wonder how much he's always committed to football. And how much maybe he's got other interests that are maybe prioritizing, taking time away from his priorities. But I'll say this. I think if the Cowboys could go back, I don't think they pay Diggs.
What about Von Miller? Not obviously a different position, but
like, would I be interested in giving him a deal to come to Dallas for a year?
Yeah. Bills cut him a couple days ago.
Let me look at him because I can't remember how he played last year. 6 sacks last year. That was coming off of a year where he had none in Buffalo in 12 games. A situational pass rusher, sure. Gosh, he has not made a Pro Bowl since
2019.
Before COVID.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
Cow. We still didn't know what COVID was the last time he was a Pro Bowl player. That's insane.
It really is. He's 35. He's had 14 sacks over the last 3 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, can he be your DeMarcus Ware with the Broncos, where he was like the second rusher?
I mean, look, if he's just coming in third and long situations, he can still pick up 6 to 8 sacks a season.
Because Ware was not like, I mean, obviously Von Miller was the chief guy with Denver.
Mm-hmm.
But Ware had, you know, and the Cowboys thought he was done.
Yeah, Ware was a double-digit sack guy for 2 years in Denver.
Now, you know, you just spent $20 million on Osa. You're going to spend $40 million on Micah. That's $60 million. You know, what are you going to spend on Von Miller? You're going to wind up having a $100 million defensive line. That's a lot of money. He actually did have a really good PFF grade this year for what it's worth. 15th among all edge rushers, but his pressure rate was outside the top 50.
Yeah, he's not the guy he once was. He's not that explosive type of player. Look, he's from here. He's a DeSoto guy. So, I mean, he still comes back every year and does his football camp here, his youth camp, and I think he still lives here during the offseason.
So, like you said, last time he made a Pro Bowl was 2019. He hasn't been a first or second team All-Pro since 2018.
It's been a minute.
It's a long time ago,
But look,
man.
I mean, he was a difference maker for the Rams on their Super Bowl run.
Yeah,
when they traded for him, he was a difference maker. Buffalo, the first year he was there in Buffalo, he was really good for them.
Yeah.
2023 was not great. He played in 12 games. He had 3 tackles.
Well, how did that happen?
3 tackles and 3 quarterback hits. I got to see
how they use him then. That doesn't make any sense.
But I mean, last year he had 6 sacks. So I mean, it's just some weird blip in the middle of the year. But I mean, he played 258 snaps in 2023 and had 3 tackles. That's just an ineffective player at that point. But if you're telling me he can stand there and be a Dante Fowler situational pass rusher or do what Carl Lawson was doing for you last year, sure. Mm-hmm. But how much does it cost? And is he willing to say, all right, I'll take a discount to just be home?
Yeah, he might. Godwin took less than $20 million to stay with Tampa.
Chris Godwin, yeah, I saw you had mentioned this yesterday. And this is something we heard about from Osa.
Yeah, it's familiarity. He's working his way back from injury. I also think we're seeing, the first generation of athletes really take taxes into play.
Osa brought that up extensively.
Osa brought it up. In years past, it was just like, that doesn't matter. It never, we in the media always said, you can save money here. And it never manifested itself with players.
You remember Chuck Greenberg tried that on Cliff Lee and it apparently offended him? Where he's like, no, it's not saving me as much money as you think.
We don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, like when you have that much money, you don't care. That was their take before. And now they're really like kind of being cognizant of it. And, players back in the day, they just took the money. They'd rather the money be the top.
They want the figure.
They want the figure. As opposed to, and they'll worry about paying the taxes.
Look at you, Dave Ramsey, making a difference out here with these athletes.
But Godwin, he took less to stay. So, I mean, good for him.
By the way, we've got another receiver who's meeting today. We talked earlier about the Washington Commanders make their moves. Did you see who the Washington Commanders are meeting with today?
I did not see that.
One Michael Gallup. We mentioned Gallup was making his comeback, and apparently, so I didn't have clarity on if the Raiders had the Washington Commanders. I didn't have clarity on whether the Raiders would have had his rights or not. But he must be just open, free, able to move around. So he's supposed to meet with the Washington Commanders today. And that's obviously a staff. A lot of former Cowboys people are on that staff. Yeah. So they would have an inkling of where Gallup's at between the ears.
Interesting. That could be a fun. I mean, they're a fun team already.
Yeah.
Unless you're in their division.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
making moves.
Interesting. All right, Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. How a single ligament may have just put the Rangers in the World Series. Diamond Cavs next on the fan.
But first, I want to talk to you guys about my absolute...
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How a single ligament has completely changed the Texas Rangers' odds and outlook in the American League and Major League Baseball. That is coming up right now on Diamond Cavs. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden alongside. Hey, we got opening day coming up March 27th, so a little bit more than 2 weeks from now. Coverage begins with the KNC Masterpiece from Globe Life Field at 10 a.m. Rangers Sox. We are the home of the Texas Rangers. You can hear all the games right here on the Fan, Bobby.
You can, including, I think, the next spring training game we got Friday night. Rockies, there will be a split squad game, 8 o'clock, right here on the Fan.
A lot of intrigue, a lot of excitement around this year's Rangers team. Well, a lot of it because of themselves, but also because of the rest of the American League. The American League stinks. Like, let's just not sugarcoat this at all.
You've been on this train. You've been on this train.
The American League is as bad. I have never seen the AL this bad.
That's the way baseball goes.
Like, it is not even close to as good as the National League. The Dodgers are better than everybody in the American League. The Phillies are better than everybody in the American League. The Mets are probably better than just about all the teams except for maybe one. The Braves, when healthy, you have got a loaded National League. I mean, I haven't even talked about the Padres.
The Pods.
Diamondbacks are good. NL is stacked. The American League, I mean, it's like the ACC in basketball, right? It's just not very good. The Yankees are still really they're still the best in the AL, but not with all the injuries they have.
Especially the most recent one.
And especially the most recent one. Now, that's Garrett Cole. And they announced after two opinions.
Two opinions.
He's going to undergo Tommy John surgery. He's doing it today. And he's going to be out for the entire year. And this is not where they're putting the brace in. This is a full reconstruction. They think he might miss almost all of next year, too. They are looking at a potential 18-month recovery time for this.
Which he missed, half the season last year?
He had the same issue last year in spring. He rehabbed it, pitched, and he had a really nice postseason. He had a 2.17 ERA, knowing he was going to not pitch this year, I think, essentially. I think he knew deep down, like, this was it for him because that thing was hanging by a thread. They should have done the procedure in the offseason and said, screw it, let's just do it now. He goes to spring training, and now he ruptures it, and now he's out for all this year and maybe all of next year. Well, what does this do to the Rangers? Well, I just went, and odds to win the 2025 World Series, this is on BetMGM. You can get such an amazing deal on the Rangers right now.
What is it?
25-1.
That's pretty good.
These are the teams ahead of them.
Are you going to lay some odds?
Already did. These are the teams ahead of them. I'll give you another long shot, too. Dodgers 2.5-1. Yankees are at 8-1. Braves at 9.5-1. Phillies 11-1. Mets at 12-1. Orioles 15. Okay, so that's two American League teams. Yankees and Orioles. Astros 18-1. Red Sox 20-1. Padres 25-1. Mariners 25-1, Rangers 25-1.
I like the odds.
Those are great odds. That is, you're tied for fifth.
Is this post Cole injury?
It was from yesterday. It was from the 10th. It came out at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, so they knew where he was at. So the fact that they still have them up, what you said, 8.5-1,
just 8-1. So they're the favorites in the AL.
Look, I mean, Texas, the big thing for them is are they healthy? Are these guys healthy? Is Evan Carter healthy? Does Josh Young stay healthy? Does Jacob deGrom stay healthy? Does Nathan Eovaldi stay healthy? That's their biggest question for Texas. Is just if they're able to maintain their health, then they'll be right at the top of the AL again.
And I got my long shot is the Royals. They're at 40-1.
You and Sean, bunch of Kansas City homers.
Derek Holland texted in and said he'll be back at the end of spring training. I'm just going by what Morosi said yesterday, where he said they fear.
Oh, thanks for putting me on that text, Derek.
An 18-month recovery. That's what Morosi said, that the fear is it could be an 18-month recovery. I mean, either way, he might not be himself year one.
Right. I mean, that's always going to be the concern. Because
that's the concern.
He's 34 right now, or he'll be 34. What is he? Yeah, he'll be 30. No, he is 34 right now. So, I mean, you're talking about he'll be 35 in September.
I mean, it's great. It's great for the Rangers. It sucks for Major League Baseball because the death of the starting pitcher. And Max Scherzer had an article with Tom Verducci on Sports Illustrated talking about the lack of the great starting pitcher. The starting pitcher is what brought people to the ballpark.
The workhorse is dead.
It's dead. Absolutely dead. But, I mean, when you would be thinking like, hey, let's go see this game tonight. What's one of the reasons that you want to go? You want to look at the pitching matchups.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were to go and it's hard to use like the Rangers and Yankees because the Yankees are there's always going to be a big crowd. But if you had Cole versus DeGrom, that's a big draw.
Yeah.
But if you have, if you've got Verlander in his prime coming in, big draw. Scherzer, big draw. Those guys are old. They now they're just a name. But Max came up with an idea of giving pitchers, it's called a qualified start. Minimums. You've got to go either a minimum of 6 innings. If you've got to hit these benchmarks. You either have to throw 100 pitches or a minimum of 6 innings or allow 4 runs in order to get what's called a qualified start. And if you reach that threshold, you get to keep your DH for the rest of the game. But if you don't reach that threshold and you pull your starter after, he already went 2 times through the order. He's been he's pitched 4 innings. He's gone twice through the order. We don't want to get him to a 3rd time through. He's only allowed 1 run, and he's only thrown 73 pitches. Well, you lose your DH for the rest of the game.
Yeah, listen up, Kevin Cash.
It is the Kevin Cash rule. That's what they really call it.
Yeah.
But and you keep changing the thresholds, and I'm thinking to myself, you know what? Like, I could get behind this. That's not a terrible idea. Now, I also there's injuries that are obviously playing into this, and you can't just manufacture rules to force pitchers to go out there and throw. If you're getting hurt, you're getting hurt. If you're getting worn down, you're getting worn down.
But I want more Sandy Alcantara. I want the complete game pitcher. I want the guy like what did Alcantara run in 22? Was it? And of course he missed all of 24, so maybe it's not a great example. But in 22, I mean he had. Let's see here. Alcantara had 14 starts where he went 8 innings.
Wow. Yeah, like the thing is, you can't if you're going to force pitchers to go out there and throw, again, if you're getting tired, that's when you run the risk of injury. And I just don't like manufacturing rules to force guys to stay out there. Max as a pitcher should. I mean, he's a workhorse. I mean, he was, especially in his prime.
Yeah, I don't know that you can. I don't know that you can necessarily force rules for it. I just would like to see it naturally change. I want to see it go back. Cliff Lee in the in the 2010 ALCS when he was pitching against the Yankees and he struck out 14 or whatever he did in the ALCS. I'm trying to remember. I think he threw 135 pitches for the Rangers that day. It was some absurd number. What was it? 122. Gosh, these were his pitch totals.
Man, the only time you see 130 pitches nowadays is if a guy has got a perfect game going, or if it's and you don't even see it then, or a college pitcher whose coaches managers doesn't care.
These were the pitch totals for Cliff Lee during the 2010 World Series run in Texas: 104, 120, 122, 104, 95.
That's an ace. So how about this? From 2014 to 2024, the average number of pitches per start dropped from 96 to 85. And they have more rest. They're getting more rest between starts. The league changed their amount of off days, right? They changed off days, and that CBA between 2014 and 2024.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the Scherzer idea. I just don't know how practical it is because I just don't think you can manufacture rules that could injure the pitcher. Like you'd be forcing teams to keep a guy out there that might be worn down.
Yeah, it's like
I don't know.
It's like if the NFL, which has gone out of their way ever since concussion issues became a more prominent forefront issue. It's like if the NFL was creating reasons to play more games that were closer, like closely spaced together, or put in more of work. It is a little bit of a odd ask or something odd that you'd be trying to force, because especially the rash of arm injuries that we've seen.
Diamond Cavs here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you remember a guy by the name of Peyton? Who's Mo Vaughn?
Mo Vaughn.
Come on, Peyton.
Doesn't ring a bell. Deuce Vaughn's brother.
Close.
No. He looks like he ate Deuce Vaughn.
He had less.
He looks like if Greg Vaughn ate Deuce Vaughn.
he had less of a neck than I do.
He broke Pudge's thumb. That was the 2000 season when Pudge was on pace to hit 50 home runs, and he's got that wild hack swing of his. And Pudge was throwing down to second base to get somebody, and he hit his thumb on his bat, broke his thumb, and was done for the year.
The 1995 American League MVP told The Athletic that he had HGH injected into his knee to extend his career. I just assumed everybody in the 90s was taking either old school horse steroids, andro, HGH, or speed. I just assume every player
or LSD if you were David Wells or Doc
maybe,
Ellis.
there you go, yeah. But I, at the very least, they were grabbing the pot of coffee that had the duct tape on it or whatever.
Yeah, why? So just one knee. He was just like, this is where I need my steroids. I need steroid knee.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to get biceps. He was a big guy.
He was a big guy. He did not need. He was not looking to lose weight.
Mo Vaughn was a big dude with one of the more unorthodox looking stances that you've ever seen.
He was right on top of the plate.
He was right on top of the plate, and just that was a lumberjack just taking hacks, and he would just lean forward. That couldn't have been good for his back.
I wouldn't think so.
That had to be bad for like the L5, the L4 lumbar vertebrae. Can't imagine that was good for him.
MLB is pressuring the Tampa Bay Rays to sell the team. They can't get a stadium built. They can't spend money. They need to A, move, and B, sell. It's also strange, I think, for MLB and other owners to pressure a team to sell just because they're not spending and can't get a stadium. Jerry, he facilitated the move for the Rams to Vegas, to L.A. and the Chargers. Shouldn't the other owners trying to be like, hey, let's find a way to help you get you a stadium? I mean, it makes sense. To have a commissioner try to force you to sell, you're going to try to force the Rays to sell and not the A's? The A's owner who refuses to spend money?
I mean, the A's at least they're moving.
Yeah. Is there a shovel in the ground?
They're trying. They're in Sacramento right now. Somehow they downgraded. Somehow they made things worse.
And how about that? They refuse to call themselves the Sacramento A's. They're just going to call themselves the Athletics for this year. Well, come on, man. It's disrespect to the talents that's taking you in.
Claim your state capital.
Claim your state capital and 120-degree temperatures that you're going to have in the dead of summer. That is Diamond Cavs here on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby, what do we have coming up in Below the Belt?
It may not seem obvious, but the Cowboys are scrambling behind the scenes this morning. We'll tell you why next in
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Green Curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
The Cowboys may look calm and cool and collected on the surface, but they're scrambling a little bit this morning. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, a first-class buying experience. Choppy, yesterday, the Dallas Cowboys lost one of their longest tenured veterans, actually, Jordan Lewis, who had been here for 8 seasons, which it's wild how fast time is flying by. Like, Jordan Lewis still feels like he's on a rookie contract, essentially. Zach Martin retiring after 11 years. That went by just like that in a flash. But Jordan Lewis is a guy that I think the Cowboys thought they were going to get back. And I talked to some people over the weekend and heard some conflicting things. And I heard from the Cowboys side, they're like, yeah, big priority. That's somebody that we think we're going to get done. And I heard outside the Cowboys, nope, not happening, gone. And it made me say, okay, is this just negotiation then? Is this, all right, no way we're coming back, we're in the middle of a tense negotiation? Or is it like with the Cowboys, like, yeah, we're getting it done because they're so certain what they're trying to do, what they're trying to make happen here. And what it turned out was that Jordan Lewis had a deal waiting for him in Jacksonville that the Cowboys were not going to be able to match.
Okay.
3 years, $30 million.
Let's do a timeline on this.
Yep.
This did not happen yesterday.
It did legally, but yeah, I mean, you're probably talking about that's pretty quick for it to all come together. I think there's a sense of what was going to be out there.
Let's just say Jordan Lewis's representatives talked to the Jaguars at the Combine.
They did not do that.
Yes, they did not do that.
Yeah, but maybe they knew what the Jaguars
Let's
thought.
just say they did. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, they talked to him.
Okay.
The agents were there. The GMs were there. You don't need a rocket science degree here to figure this one out. And it's okay. They all do it. If they all do it, it's not illegal. That's what the world has to know.
If they all do it, it's not illegal?
You know, I can't tell you. It's never worked, but the amount of times I got pulled over for speeding, I was like, well, the guy ahead of me was going the same speed. You didn't pull him over.
You had to speed to catch up to
So
me.
obviously, I wasn't speeding.
Cop had to speed to catch up to you.
Yeah. If everybody's doing it, then it's not illegal anymore.
Just moving with the flow of traffic.
Right. At a certain point, majority rules.
Okay.
And so let's just say the Jags talked to Lewis's agent at the Combine.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, we have $30 million over 3 years to give you.
20 guaranteed. It's really a 2-year deal.
Yeah. He would have gone back to the Cowboys, right? And said, hey, this is what we're thinking?
Yeah, but I mean, it probably would have been a very quick conversation. They
just weren't going to go there.
Yeah. $10 million. They wouldn't go $10 million for Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah. Listen, I mean, look, you've got to cut costs somewhere. Yep. And the beginning of this deal is probably going to be okay for the Jaguars. And then the end of this deal, if it gets to the third year, with his age, he's 30 years old. That's not great for a corner.
Yeah, but I mean, he's a smaller corner who's had some injuries, and he is 30. But he played great football last year. Like, he did not look like he was slowing down. He actually had one of his better years last year. And the Cowboys, I think, just penciled in, all right, that's our nickel. And that's a big part of our defense, and that's a big part of what we want to do. I don't think they anticipated that this was going to be a hole in their starting lineup that they were going to have to fill. And so I think they're looking at the free agent corner market now going, okay, damn, where do we get this? Where do we find a nickel now that's going to be what Jordan Lewis was going to be for us? And I don't know that they're going to find it, which now brings up the question, does this change your draft strategy at 12? Or do you trade back and pick up extra capital? Because now this may put some pressure on them to trade back.
You're not drafting a nickel corner at 12.
No, but a corner who can play both.
Yeah.
So you would have somebody who they can play nickel now, but they can be outside at some point. Deron Bland can play nickel. He's done it before. I mean, it may be that they have Bland do it. But either way, they're in a position now where they were not anticipating having to fill this spot, and they've got to address it now. And I think that what you may see is, all right, we need to trade back from 12, pick up an extra pick so that we can use that extra pick to get somebody to play nickel.
I'm fine with that.
Or you're going to have to look over and go, who's a malcontent? Who's out there that would be is looking to be traded that we could maybe trade a pick for? And then we'll trade back and pick up the extra capital.
If you just operate like a Sith Lord and say sellers always win and buyers always lose, just use that philosophy.
Is that a Sith Lord philosophy?
You got to deal in absolutes.
Sure.
Right? Mm-hmm. But if you just operate like sellers always win, buyers always lose, and you just sell every time, you'll probably work out all right in the long run.
This is just, they are in the corner market has been ridiculous the first couple days here of NFL free agency, or of the tampering period, or the negotiating period, whatever they like to call it. Because you've got Darius Slay, who's about to sign. On PFF, if you look at their tracker of the top corners available, over half of them have signed already. And the guys that you're talking about left on this list, a guy like Noah Igbenogany is on this list. You're talking about Christian Fulton, Stephon Gilmore, some guys that you've already been to the well with. Asante Samuel Jr.'s on here. They're going to have to find somebody to play the nickel spot, and I don't know if they feel confident that they're going to be able to find it in a veteran. And if they sign a veteran to play outside, it might be a case of, all right, well, we got to move Bland into the nickel because we can't find anybody on the free agent market to play nickel. So Bland's playing the nickel next year, and we're pushing guys outside. It'll be Carson until Diggs is healthy, Carson and whatever veteran we sign. But they're in a tough spot now. They're absolutely in a spot where I don't know if they're going to be able to have the defense the way that they want it to be. Because I think Lewis was a big part of this. He was their number 2 priority heading into the offseason behind Osa. They got Osa done. I think they thought they were going to get Lewis done. This is 0 for 3, swing and a miss on clients represented by David Cantor and Nes Mugrabi. They had half of their free agents this year were represented by Cantor and Mugrabi. Rico Dowdle is represented by them. and he's still a free agent. He's probably going to be gone. Chauncey Golston's represented by him. They left for the Giants. So, I mean, they have not been able to work this out yet. And they need to make sure that they've got to be prepared to go above their comfort level at some point.
Money-wise.
Yeah.
Or years-wise.
Yeah, you got to spend you got to spend money to make money.
Yeah, you do.
You have to play in these waters. I know you don't want to. I know you're uncomfortable. I'm sorry. Do it. You have to do it.
The amount of years that have gone by, and Connor Livesay had the tweet yesterday or 2 days ago. The last contract they signed over $6 million was Greg Hardy, and then the last big dog they signed was Brandon Carr. We're talking about a decade with Brandon Carr. That was a decade ago.
More than that. Carr was what?
2012.
2012, right? Yeah. It was 13 years ago. The Brandon Carr contract just had its bar mitzvah. That's how long it's been. Okay? Oh my gosh, I don't know if I can say it. I'm going to send you an Andrew Brandt tweet when we get to the break, and you're going to tell me if we can read it when we get back on the air. What he said today that I was very surprised when he tweeted something about the salary cap. All right, on Twitter.
Wait.
What?
If he tweeted it.
Yeah, I don't know. I looked at the tweet. Here you go. That's what it says. Do you think I can read that he said that? Choppy's reading it now.
Oh, yeah. I don't think that's that. I don't think that's bad. I mean, it's just, yeah.
I just thought it was. I thought it was
funny.
Yeah, got it. Andrew Brandt said the cap is real, albeit soft. For my Jewish friends, it's a yarmulke cap.
Yeah, it's a soft cap. Yeah, that's clever.
I know.
It's clever.
There were some people replied to just being like, just find another analogy.
You might want to find another one, but I mean, it's not.
You know what?
There's nothing wrong with that.
It's too bad the hackers didn't get in the way for Andrew Brandt. Was there a worse time than yesterday for Twitter to go down? Holy cow, this was a problem.
Yeah, this was a problem, and
this is how we consume news. This is how we follow along with NFL free agency and breaking news like this.
Yeah, it's Twitter is the absolute top dog. I know, a lot of people want to go to Blue Sky. Knock yourself out, man. Enjoy your 60,000 people that are on Blue Sky. But if you want to get to the masses, you got to go to Twitter. That's just the reality of it. You're not going to go to Truth Social. You're not going to go to Blue Sky. You're not going to go to Facebook.
Follow me on Rumble.
You're not going to go to Rumble. You're not going to any of those stupid things. You're going to go to Twitter.
Yeah.
That's where it's at.
It's the best news consumption platform there is.
It's not Meta. It's not any of the other ones.
Well, this was down yesterday. So Twitter was suffering, and I still refuse to call it X. It's Twitter, okay? Twitter was suffering massive outages where it would, I don't know about for you yesterday, it would work, and then it'd be working for 90 seconds. Then all of a sudden, it was just can't load feed, or I couldn't get it on the desktop. I could get it on my phone. I couldn't get it on my phone. I could get it on the desktop. It was just massively inconsistent to the point where, all these insiders are, like you said, they're going over to Blue Sky and just, follow me on Blue Sky to get updates today. And so some of the biggest free agent news was starting to get broken on Blue Sky yesterday because of just this issue with Twitter. Now, there were some of these NFL reporters that were probably hoping that Twitter would have been down when they made some mistakes. So we mentioned earlier a Steelers beat reporter for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, a guy named Jerry Dulock, had reported that Aaron Rodgers was almost done, per multiple sources, for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He deletes that. He then has to follow up and say, oh, nope, never mind. It's close. Okay, it's close, but we're not there yet. Then there was the report, and this one was bizarre. Jordan Schultz and Diana Rossini, both in the span of a minute of each other, said Milton Williams, defensive tackle, done to the Carolina Panthers. It's done. He's signed. He's finished. He's ready to go. And then they both had to come back and correct and go, oh, wait, no, it's close, though. And then he ends up signing with the New England Patriots. And this is what happens when you start getting the mass text that gets sent out to people, and you're trying to break information as fast as you can and get news out there and update people on things. You start getting some of these inconsistencies where you just got to turn it around and put it out. And there's not the same time to verify or check, especially in this competitive get it out first sort of world where their bonuses or whatever else are going to be dependent on it. But we got some bad info yesterday, some stuff that was breaking.
Tough. It was tough out there. I kept trying to refresh, and it just wouldn't refresh. It was just stagnant.
Now, I will tell you, one place where you can get accurate info is going to be on the G-Bag Nation today at 4 p.m. They're going to have David Hellman on from Fox Sports. So if you're looking for some Cowboys or some NFL free agent takes, G-Bag will have you covered today at 4 when they have David Hellman on from Fox Sports.
Below.
D-Belt.
On 105.3 The Fan. It is a glorious day. Anytime we get to play How Young is Peyton Russell. That's coming up at 9:20. But up next, 9 o'clock hour, how Nico Harrison has ruined the Texas economy. It's coming up next on The Fan.
Miss any part of the boys this morning? Go back and listen.
Uber Eats has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Pass deflected.
Gotta go.
4 seconds, 3 seconds, gotta go, and Marshall will go and score!
Mavs TV with the call as the Dallas Mavericks get the 133-129 win over San Antonio, stupidly winning a game when they are the 10 seed, and they need to tank because this team's going nowhere. Kyrie is out for the year. AD, God knows when.
Never? First of never?
Maybe the first of never. The season, we know it. We all know it deep down. It is over. And they tanked with Luka. What should they do without him? Get yourself a top pick if you can. But no, right now they win. They are 2.5 games up on Phoenix. They have the 10th and final play-in spot. They would play Sacramento if everything ended today, and then they would get to win the loser of the 7-8 game if they were to win that to get into the playoffs as the 8th seed and play Oklahoma City in the first round.
Yeah, that'll be. I mean, look, if that's what they're going to go for, then if that's what they want to be their reality, go right ahead. I still think that tanking is probably their best option at this point because they don't. And we got a text about this earlier. Somebody had mentioned to us that, why is everybody just so quick to give up? Why does everybody want to pack it in? Tanking isn't the answer. This is not a team that is going to. This isn't a team that's going to be worth that fight because they're not going to get past wherever that is. The answer is just go ahead, pack it up, and focus on moving forward, and focus on just trying to recoup as many assets as you can from what turned out to be a really awful trade. And that's going to be the biggest thing. Now, the offseason is supposed to bring a big finishing piece. They've got to be able to repair what they did. They got to build around AD and Kyrie, maybe cumulatively between AD, Kyrie, and whoever else they trade for, they'll get 82 games total. But man, it doesn't sound like Kevin Durant would be that guy. It's a case of the Phoenix Suns, apparently, according to the Arizona Republic, want 3 first-round picks and a young player in exchange for Kevin Durant.
3 picks and a young player?
3 picks and a young player. So they want that trade we were all saying the Mavericks should have got for Luka, like the Paolo Banchero deal.
Well, we don't have 3
and by
picks.
the way, over on the YouTube, the dude, I did reply to you on there, and for some reason the moderator held it through, but I'll approve it through Aiden later. Go ahead. Sorry.
I have no idea what you're talking about. We don't have 3 picks, so it's moot.
No, you don't.
I mean, we do in the 2030s.
He's going to be 37 next year. Kevin Durant is. He'll be 37, and he's not. You're talking about a return that we would have hoped you could have gotten for Luka, and you can't. The fact that they want to get 3 first-rounders. Now, this is interesting because Mark Stein yesterday had talked about he thinks that their interest has been overblown. Dallas's interest in Kevin Durant has been overblown, and that may be why. Is because if they're looking for 3 firsts and a young player, Dallas can't match that. They don't have a young player to trade. They could have traded maybe Quentin Grimes in that deal, but of course they already gave him up for him to go put up 35 a game in Philadelphia or whatever he's been doing lately. But this is, I mean, if that's the cause, that's not possible. That's not possible for Dallas to. And Stein said specifically the Mavericks aren't enamored with the 3-star setup. Of course not. Why would you want 3 stars on your team? You didn't.
I can make the argument that 3 stars. It worked with LeBron. All right, where else does it work?
I mean, it's worked in Golden State.
Not okay. They were not 3 stars. Like it was
Durant, Clay, and Curry weren't 3 stars.
Durant and Curry.
Clay was a star.
Clay, guys.
No,
I mean, all right.
Clay during his prime was absolutely a star.
It was young. It was cheaper. He wasn't.
But that's not the point. The point is just when does it work with those stars?
It is.
Look, they can barely put 7 guys on the court now. 3 of them might as well be stars.
Right. But the point, like when LeBron did it with with Wade and Bosch, those were expensive players, big time expensive players.
Yeah, they were. They were all
Right,
yeah.
And that's the difference. Like, Clay made money, but he wasn't like the supermax type guy.
No, but even Miami adjusted things a little bit to be able to fit everybody.
They had to. Durant in Phoenix, it doesn't work. They're a thin team.
They sacrificed all their depth basically to get Durant and Beal.
Can't have that.
Yeah, once they did that, they were kind of screwed. Speaking of screwed,
like the Suns were better when it was just Booker and Paul.
Honestly, yeah. No, that was we see this all the time. You think you're introducing more talent and infusion of talent, and when you sacrifice the depth or you sacrifice the team concept, it can destroy it. And that's what Phoenix ran into. There's no reason that Phoenix should be as bad as they are.
No.
They shouldn't be a below 500 team. They should struggle to get past, to easily handle Dallas like they were struggling with them a little bit the other night.
Right.
That's a team that should be better. Speaking of basketball, would you like to hear another thing Nico Harrison has ruined?
I would love to.
He has ruined small businesses, local businesses here in the DFW area. This is from the Dallas Observer yesterday, how the Luka Doncic trade has affected businesses around the AAC. As Kyrie Irving hobbled to the free throw line to take his last 2 shots of the season on Monday, March 3rd, the crowd at the AAC grew quiet. Yes, it was out of respect, but throwing a bit of stunned silence as well. Those 2 free throws felt like the proverbial nails in the Mavericks' coffin for the season. One person who stayed around, presumably to finish her popcorn, started yelling, "Fire Nico," between stuffing handfuls of popcorn into her mouth. Others chimed in from around the arena. It's the chant heard across Dallas ever since Luka Doncic became a Laker. Later that week, the Mavs returned to the AAC on Friday night to face the Grizzlies. 30 minutes before tip-off, almost every seat at the bar in Chop Sports Victory Park on a Friday night was empty in front of the arena. A server said the previous night when the Stars played, every single seat was taken and standing room was shoulder to shoulder. She said, "Thank God we still have the Stars." At Billy Can Can, a popular pregame dinner spot and a top 100 restaurant, according to Dallas Observer, businesses on Mavs game days is also down. The general manager, Herman, said that turnout for Stars games is now better. He said, "We still love the Mavericks, and many everyday fans are still here, but business is definitely down 15 to 20% for the Mavs games." Harwood Arms. It's a fun English-style pub within walking distance of the AAC and also a top 100 restaurant. Last year, May 24th, they were headed that way after the Stars game. This writer for the Dallas Observer to watch the end of Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals. Mavs were in Minnesota. Place was absolutely packed. It was cold outside, but warm and dim inside. All eyes were on the TVs. Mavs were down. Luka hits the big shot. And just months later, you walk into the same spot, and the difference in the pub was stark and painful, the Dallas Observer says. Fans had their pick of seats at Harwood Arms. We're optimists, but it was half empty an hour before tip-off. There wasn't the usual trail of people walking over to the game or big blobs of fans waiting at the crosswalks. Ironically, the Mavericks announced that day that season ticket prices would rise an average of 8.6%. Harwood Arms manager Stephanie Gaska says she noticed something interesting since the Doncic trade. The only uptick they've seen is more people showing up in Lakers jerseys to watch Lakers games at the bar.
Oh, my God.
It's hard to say if attendance at games is down because of third-party ticket sellers. All the tickets to every game are sold, but there's no way to track the seats that are occupied so far as we know. But outside the arena, the bars and restaurants seem to be hurting. I called Hero, which is on PNC Plaza in front of the AAC, and asked if they've seen a drop in business since the Doncic trade. They hung up on me. Fair enough.
Wait, they hung up?
Yeah, she identified herself, asked the question, they hung up the phone.
Why? Why would you hang up the phone?
Probably don't want to upset people there. Here, you're Hero. You're right in front of the AAC. You probably just don't want to upset your neighbors, the Mavs. Black Tap Craft Burgers and Beer put me on hold and left me there. I get it. We're all trying to deal with this now. Lakers, it says the Mavs are out of town playing Houston the night of the Lakers and the Nuggets on Friday, March 14th. So Harwood Arms could be packed for that one since they've seen an increase in Lakers fans. But this is the reality of what's happened. You're talking about you're now hurting the bottom line of businesses and restaurants around the arena because you've upset so many people with this trade.
This is remarkable. This is unprecedented. Or as Peyton would say, unprecedented.
Sounds the same way.
What is when we look at this, what has been touched by this so far? Ever since this trade happened, you've seen a downtick in attendance.
I'm sure obviously outside of the arena.
Look,
so
I'm sure
local bars.
TV ratings will be impacted. I'm sure that will eventually affect advertising. Like this was a serious, like you could make it because this was not just a trade. This was like a move that had impact on
everything.
The economic scope of DFW.
Concessions in the stadium.
15 to 20%.
The TRE.
Mavs
probably less people ride the TRE into the games.
The nights of Mavs games, their revenue in that restaurant is down 15 to 20%. 15 to 20% decline on a game night?
Lord. I am floored by all this.
Because you've been out there for Stars, Mavs, whatever else. It's really difficult to find a spot, even if it's not a super big game. On a game night, it's difficult to find anywhere to sit.
If you go to a Stars game, they play. Let's just say they started. Let's say it's a 7:00 game, or 7:30 weeknight 7:30 game, right? If you're not at the restaurant that you're going to go to let's just say you go to the ones like not necessarily in Victory, but like just on the other side of the W, where like Billy Can is that you mentioned.
Yep.
If you go there, if you're not there by 5:30, I mean, just good luck. Good luck.
Yeah. I mean, that's honestly, it's something where you can't get in there typically if it's an hour before tip. And they're talking about it's an hour before tip, and these bars are half empty. Half an hour before tip. I mean, when you talk about down there, the first one that they mentioned, Chop Sports, you know where that one is in Victory Park?
I don't remember that one.
Okay, it's right around there. But the fact that there was any seat you wanted in the bar a half hour before tip-off, that's not normal. People are late sometimes walking into the arena because it's so packed and it's so difficult to get your bill.
There's no buzz. There's no excitement.
There's nothing.
They ruined it. They did a great job of making that area not viable.
You've affected. It's just wild to me that not only have you just affected the outlook on this team, you've affected fan interest. You're now at this point affecting the local economy.
If you're a conspiracy theorist that has been thinking this was a ruse, a setup by the NBA to make sure that the Mavs move to Vegas, like you keep taking. Now, I think you're still wrong. I don't believe this was a setup. But you're getting W's all over the place.
972 said, this is everything the Vegas garbage people wanted. They just tanked an entire franchise to turn a whole fan base against them. They want to move this team out of Dallas so bad, and Adam Silver actually gave the green light to this madness. There will be a 30 for 30 on this years from now, how Mark Cuban sold us away to people that destroyed our team. I mean,
I just physically don't believe that they want to move the team to Vegas. They don't have, they don't really have any hotels there anymore. In fact, I don't think they have any. All their stuff is in like in other countries. They still have stuff there, but it's not like I don't view this as that. They want to get gambling in Texas.
I've seen so many people 832 with this opinion lately. F the NBA and the Mavs. The NBA made this happen. There's no way a basketball executive would ever make this trade. I hope the NBA folds. Seriously mad. And I'm seeing a lot of people lately who have turned this around to Silver in the NBA. I'm just like, you should have stepped in. You should have recognized that this was bad for the game. You should have stepped in and done something. It shouldn't have been approved at the league office. Because as the 469 talks about on there, this is a massive economic impact on the city of Dallas now and on businesses around there. It's got this trickle-down effect that is still, the reverberations are still being felt.
Attendance, local bars, TV ratings, average, concessions, TRE. You also cost Luka $110 million.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. You moved a millionaire out of here? You affected real estate?
Yeah.
Probably?
He just bought a house. Wow.
Unreal.
I'm still floored. I'm still blown away by this. It is a 30 for 30, man. There's no doubt about that. All right, Sean and RJ, 105 through the fan. How young is Peyton Russell?
Pretty
One of
young.
my favorite games. Going to get played again next on the fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nothing maybe.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
9:40 today. Fox Sports' David Hellman joins the G-Bag Nation today at 4 o'clock. But we are going to do a little game show action. It is How Young is Peyton Russell? Bobby Belt has left the studio. He is going into the other room. Corey Majors from the K&C Masterpiece is joining us to play along this game. Peyton is walking his way in here. He cannot see. He's not allowed to see anything.
What?
Oh, you don't know.
He can't see nothing.
He can't see. He has to be blind.
Oh.
So here we go.
You're blindfolding him for radio purposes.
For radio purposes,
Gotcha.
absolutely.
All right.
Yes. You have to blindfold him for this because you can see sounds and hear colors.
All
right. Bobby Belt, take it away. How young is Peyton Russell?
Oh, he's pretty young, gentlemen.
28.
That's pretty young. But this is one of our favorite games to play here on 105.3 The Fan. This is How Young is Peyton Russell? And the object of the game is simple. We try to figure out if Peyton Russell actually knows significant cultural figures from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Peyton's going to get 6 names that he has to identify. He's going to pick a decade. RJ will then pick a category, and then Peyton will then select a subcategory. So for every right answer Peyton gets, I'll give him $20, but it'll probably be like 6 weeks when he reminds me on the air and says some passive-aggressive S about, you haven't Venmo'd me yet, because I just forget. I got a lot going on. Or he could get as little as 0. And maybe there's a little twist, and maybe we'll be able to double his money, perhaps. Who knows? Peyton Russell, are you ready to go?
Never ready, but we're here, so let's do it.
No, you are not ever ready. Last time I think you got skunked, a complete 0.
No, I got 20, and then RJ didn't know.
That's true.
And I know John Connolly. I knew Governor Connolly, not John. I gave him the $20 myself.
Yes, you did. All right, Peyton Russell, 70s, 80s, or 90s?
Let's start with my favorite decade, the 80s.
Yeah!
The 80s, okay. Chop, do you want sports, society, or entertainment?
Entertainment. Let's give him an easy one.
Okay, Peyton, music, movies, or TV?
Let's go TV.
TV, okay. Peyton Russell. Who is Tony Danza?
Tony Danza.
Oh, look at Corey's face!
Corey, you don't know who that is. Stop it. Stop it. I need your help.
Corey, you've never seen this one.
We're not on a team. It's just him. We're just gonna laugh at this.
Oh my gosh. TV. Was it the Brady Bunch?
No. The buzzer didn't work here, Peyton. But no, you were wrong. It's not the Brady Bunch. Corey Majors, who's Tony Danza?
Samantha. He's who's the boss?
Who's the boss?
Who's the boss?
He also could have been a 70s because he was on Taxi.
Yeah, Taxi. I didn't watch it much, but my grandparents did.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right, Peyton, you are 0 for 1. 70s, 80s, or 90s?
Let's go. We'll go to 70s.
All right.
70s. Okay, Chop, sports, society, or entertainment?
Society.
Society, of course. You know what? I'm going to let Corey pick this one.
All right.
Corey, crime, politics, or miscellaneous?
Crime.
Yeah.
Crime. Peyton Russell. Who is Idi Amin?
Spell that out. I couldn't even understand.
Is spelling going to help?
Who is Idi Amin?
Can I use a landline or something?
A landline?
Can we get someone on the phone here?
lifeline?
I need some help.
I will give you a lifeline.
Who wants to be a millionaire?
I will give you a lifeline because there's one man who has heard this game before and has always wanted to help you out. He hears you spiraling, and he's just like, man, I wish I could help that young man out the way that he's always so good with my trivia. Please welcome on the line, we have one Babe Laufenberg.
Oh!
Babe, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm here for Peyton. I'm here to support him. Yes. He helps me out on the sports trivia, football during the season. So I'm going to help him out today. And, Bobby, I think you should double. You give him $20 for every right answer. Yep. It should be like the NFL challenge where if you get one right, you get an extra one.
Ooh.
So I think it should double up.
That's not a bad idea. Now let's see if you can actually help him out here, Babe Laufenberg. Babe, who is Idi Amin?
He was the president of Uganda.
Right.
Oh, he got it. Look at that.
I don't know if there was a military coup, and I don't even know. Is Uganda still a country? So many countries have changed in Africa.
Sounds like a country.
I think Uganda still is.
Is it? Okay.
My internet connection is lost.
It's a landlocked country. Yes, it's still there.
Yeah, they got waterfalls.
Okay. Okay, it's not in the news. It was certainly in the news back then, though, with Idi Amin.
Yeah, with Lake Victoria.
Wow.
Yeah.
$20 to Babe Loffenberg.
Nice.
All right.
I'm gonna donate all my earnings to charity.
Yes.
Yes. In Peyton's name.
I love Babe Loffenberg so much.
Babe's
He's
the
so
best.
awesome.
Look at that. Thank you, Babe. You've come through in a big way for one Peyton Russell. All right, Peyton, you got $20 now. Look at that. Thank you to Babe Loffenberg for helping you out. Where are we going now with this, Peyton? Are we going 70s, 80s, or 90s?
We did 70s, 80s. I guess we just got to go 90s now.
Okay, Chop, sports, society, or entertainment?
If you're doing 90s, you're going society. You can't get an easy sports one.
All right, and I'm going to go to Corey again. Corey, crime, politics, or miscellaneous?
Miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous. Peyton Russell. Who is Martha Stewart?
Okay, I know
You're
the
kidding
name.
me right
I know
now.
the name. I know the name.
I know the name.
Martha Stewart. Jeez, what's her title? I would have no idea.
I'm honest. I don't know what
Actor,
what you
but
would
like,
call her,
I
like
don't
what her
know.
title is. Right now, who's
say
she most
actor?
closely associated with? Like
See,
right
Aiden
now.
knows. Aiden just said who she's supposed to. He said
She's the
Snoop
head of
Dogg.
someone.
She's the head of someone.
Yeah.
Snoop D-O double jizzle.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
He knows who that is.
Peyton, 1 for 3, and one of them was Babe Loffenberg. He doesn't know Martha Stewart.
Martha's.
70s.
God.
I told y'all he's young. 70s, 80s, or 90s?
Stick to 90s.
Okay.
Stick to 90s.
Society, right, Chop?
No.
Chop, come on. Chop.
All right, fine. Society. Let's just keep
Okay.
keep the bit going.
Crime or politics? And Corey, I'm really hoping you pick crime because this is what we were fighting over at dinner the other night.
Crime.
All right. Thank you. That was basically me picking it. All right, Peyton Russell. Who is Timothy McVeigh?
Oh.
That's a bad guy. Hold on.
Yeah, it's crime.
Hold on.
It is crime, Peyton.
Was he the bomber?
What?
Was he the bomber?
What bomber?
Why are you whispering?
Hey, I'm giving it to him.
OKC.
Yes, sir. That's right. We got it. Yes. He got it.
I really don't know if we should be cheering it that loud.
Yeah, maybe.
That's why I whispered it. I was like, wait,
Maybe not. Maybe not. But look at that. Peyton Russell.
Yeah, buddy.
$40 on the board. Peyton, this is very impressive.
You're crushing it, dude.
Yeah, you are, man.
I don't
because
know.
Corey's in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm your good luck charm.
Well, I mean, literally, one of them was just handed to you by Babe Loffenberg. But yeah,
Still counts.
you got one. All right, Peyton, 2 for 4. Not bad so far. Do you want 70s, 80s, or 90s?
80s.
80s, okay. Sports, society, or entertainment, Chop?
I'll give him sports. I'll give him sports here.
All right, Corey, are we going MLB, NFL, or NBA?
80s.
Yep.
Let's go NBA.
All right.
Ooh,
Peyton Russell. Who is Sam Bowie?
Oh, this is a good one. This is good.
Sam Bowie. Sounds like a guy that was in the Alamo.
Yeah, that's David Bowie.
That's the same thing. He definitely
He was in the
sounds
basement
like
of the Alamo.
It's not David Bowie.
he definitely sounds like
Named it in high school.
he sounds like a
I thought we
Maverick.
got rid of Bassick.
Was he a former Maverick?
Could have been.
No. Corey, who's
Could've
Sam
been.
Bowie?
I do. He was picked before Michael Jordan.
He was the pick between Hakeem Olajuwon and Michael Jordan.
Wow.
Portland.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Portland passed on Kevin Durant and Michael Jordan.
That was a.
You take Greg Oden.
You do.
You take
I agree.
the big. You take the big.
I agree. The Greg Oden pick, I will defend that till the end of time.
Dude, I saw Greg Oden in Indianapolis just hanging out in a bar, like just hanging with people. It was kind of sad. I feel bad for him. I still feel sad about Greg Oden. All right, Peyton, 70s, 80s, or 90s?
70s.
All right, Chop, sports, society, or entertainment?
Entertainment.
All right, music, movies, or TV, Corey?
Let's do music.
All right, we'll go music because I've heard his movie knowledge before.
Ooh, he may know this one. Peyton Russell. Who is Stevie Nicks?
Fleetwood Mac.
Hey,
there you go. Nice.
Look at that.
Look at that. Giving Bobby's money away at this point.
I was sweating.
$60.
$60.
$60. All right, so I'm going to give you an option here, Peyton.
Oh, no.
You can double your money up to 120 or potentially lose everything. And you've got 3 options to pick from. I'm not going to give a category or anything else. This is just going to be a name from the 60s. Okay?
Oh, man.
And you can pick Chop, Corey or Babe Laufenberg to answer for you if you want to risk. So do you want to? Yeah, Babe's still here. Do you want to risk it?
Yes.
Okay, you want to risk it, and who do you want to go with?
RJ's let me down the last 2 times.
2 times.
2 times. You know what? I trust Babe.
All right,
He's confident in this
Babe
game. Come on,
Laufenberg,
Babe.
you still here?
I'm here.
Okay, I think Babe is gonna get this because Babe is just an all over the place great knowledge guy. So, Babe, here's your name. You've got to identify for Peyton Russell so he can get $120. Babe Laufenberg. Who is Pete Best?
Pete Best. He is the 5th Beatle. Actually, that would be Billy Preston, but he was a drummer before Ringo Starr for the Beatles.
Oh, babe!
Good call. Good job.
Babe, I love you.
Hey, Peyton, anything for you? Quick, Stevie Nicks. I think she's the only woman inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame twice. Went in solo and with Fleetwood Mac. And here, let me throw one at you guys.
Yep.
There's only one person that's been inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame 3 times. So once as a solo artist, twice with bands. Who is that? For $20.
Solo artist twice with bands.
Was it Neil Young?
No, it's a good guess, though.
Dave Grohl.
Bob Dylan.
Nope.
Bob
Dylan. No.
Oh, Tom Petty.
Bob Dylan's only been Bob Dylan.
Clapton? Is it Clapton?
Clapton.
Oh,
yeah.
Corey!
Yeah, because he's awesome.
That's a solo artist.
Yeah. Clapton's a good one.
What a fantastic!
That's great trivia.
This is a hell of a day for Peyton Russell, and it's all thanks to Babe Laufenberg. Babe, thank you so much for rescuing Peyton and making him seem somewhat knowledgeable.
Well, you know what the problem is? The question is not only how young is Peyton, but when you have all this knowledge accumulated, it's how old is Babe?
Yeah, how old is Babe? That's a good one.
That's why I went back to you, Babe.
Hey, Babe, can I throw one thing at you real quick, though?
Sure, as long as it's not like a large cucumber or something.
Okay, I won't. Three women have been inducted twice: Stevie Nicks, Tina Turner, and Carole King.
Ah.
So there you go. That's just to add that to your. You're so good at this, so just add that to the Rolodex.
Okay, and I did say I think Stevie Nicks, but I know Eric Clapton.
Yeah,
there you go.
So see, he knows what he knows.
How did Carole King Did she get inducted
Drifters.
as a songwriter with David Geffen?
With the Drifters.
With the Drifters.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Y'all have lost me with this one.
The more you know.
Sorry, guys.
I generally know music. Y'all have lost
I should have
Peyton, Peyton, come take back over your seat.
Yes.
And
well done, Peyton.
Yeah, very good. And thank you again, Babe. And thank you to Corey Majors. I am going to go back in there and abandon this seat now.
All right. It is Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. We got that coming up next. It's Sean and RJ. Don't forget, 4 o'clock today, Hellman is on with the G-Bag Nation. Oh, I do think we are the home of the Rangers, too.
Yes, we are. Yes.
We do have the Ranger games again this year.
Let's go.
Yes,
I'm excited about
do.
that.
And they are moving up the board in Vegas to win the American League.
Really?
Yeah, they are.
What are their odds right now?
9-1.
To win the American League.
You're going to be out there on opening day with getting a first-hand look at a World Series team.
Heck yeah, we are.
That's
We're going to be out there on opening day, opening up the stadium because it'll be baseball time in Texas. Did the Garrett Cole thing move for the Rangers? Did that help?
Helped.
Okay, for the American League, that's awesome.
Yeah, they didn't. I don't think the Yankees moved much, but other teams moved up.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, David Hellman.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Anyone else, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Crosstalk, the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We got a little breaking news presented by BetMGM. Smarter bets start with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app. Visit BetMGM.com today. Solomon Thomas.
Oh, local.
Solomon Thomas has reached an agreement on a 2-year deal with a max value of $8 million with the Cowboys. Of course, he is a local product. It's come back home. Adam Schefter on the report.
Boy, the Cowboys love snatching up former third overall picks from the San Francisco 49ers. First Trey Lance.
Listen,
Solomon Thomas.
I like the philosophy.
Yeah, look, Solomon Thomas actually has kind of stabilized into being a pretty decent player. He dealt with a lot of injuries and some mental health stuff early on in his career, but we've had him on the show a couple times. He's a really nice dude and Coppell product, and that should be a decent signing for them. That's got to be the Aaron White Cotton connection, being the Jets D-line coach.
Fun fact, I hosted a national mental health discussion panel with Solomon Thomas and Dak Prescott a couple years ago.
Solomon's a great dude. Really nice guy and been through a lot. Like, his story's really great about just how he's persevered through a lot of personal family tragedy to, maintain his NFL career.
Do you feel you're qualified to host that?
Yeah, I do.
Good. We are the mental health show of the station. So
why did you give me angry eyebrows when you did that?
Oh, man.
I felt I needed to be serious in the moment because
it was very downward face.
Yeah, I did. I definitely felt that too.
This is John Cena heel turn face.
And Kevin just over here giving me a throat slash.
I think we're allowed to do that anymore.
Oh yeah, that's the penalty. But in wrestling, it's fine.
It's okay.
Also, did you guys ever talk about why he went so high up on his throat? Like, if The Rock, it felt like he was too high.
He did feel like he was high. Benoit did a much better one.
Yeah. But then,
Hey, that's an insensitive joke.
No, that's literally what he did.
Never mind.
Yes.
He also didn't he kill all of his family?
Oh God! Holy!
Is that the same guy?
Same guy. Yes.
Moly.
But that's what he.
That's the only reason I know him.
Have you gone down the rabbit hole of the conspiracy theory with that?
What is the conspiracy theory about Chris Benoit?
His there was before police discovered or anything else, the Wikipedia page had been edited to reflect that the entire family had died. Like there was a timestamp on it that
so
before
you think he
police
might have been murdered?
I don't know. It's just something that was something that was put on his Wikipedia page, I guess.
Yeah, that's the only
I don't remember specifics. There was just something weird about the timeline there was something that timestamped that showed this was entered into a record somewhere before the police were ever called.
I mean, because that's what the WWE thought, because they did a whole Raw tribute show to him. And while that was going on, all the news started to come out that it looked like Benoit had murdered his family.
Yeah.
And then you're like, well.
Yeah. It was gruesome.
Yeah,
tragic.
It's very sad.
But yeah, there was something that maybe that they didn't think, there was a conspiracy out there that he didn't do, that somebody else did, but I never really dove into it because I was like, oh, this sounds like one of those crazy conspiracy theories.
Either way, crushingly sad. I'm sure that's not what you guys
No,
really wanted to talk
glass
about.
break and it's stone cold.
Corey, you had a double fist pump, and what is coming up on the show?
This is great news for me. Victory Plus has announced, and I guess this was last night, they have announced that now they are available on all LG TVs.
Oh, let's go.
And that's been a real problem with me trying to watch games, is I've had to either watch it on my phone or my laptop and then connect it and all that stuff, and it's just a pain in the butt. Now I can just go straight to my TV, download the Victory Plus app, and if Fubo and Hulu never get their stuff together for the Rangers season, then I can go download that and watch them on Victory Plus. So I appreciate that. Thank y'all, local teams that have done a very good job of utilizing this to get us the teams we love. And for the show today, we'll start the show talking about Javonte losing Jordan Lewis a little bit. Talk some Mavs. Are you ready to jump off the ship on this one? We got a new team for you. Kevin has gone through and found a new team for all Tolos out there that are prepared to jump ship just for the season.
Dallas Trinity.
Always love Dallas Trinity.
They dominated over the weekend.
I'm going to guess it's the Cavs because they don't really have to change a whole lot. Just Mavs, Cavs.
Oh, that's interesting. It's just a letter.
It's got to barely.
Okay. Actually, I really do like that logic.
You can just keep your same jersey, just kind of put a C patch over top of it and be fine to get ready to go.
Man, the C patch. Maybe that should be what we're calling the 1 o'clock.
The C patch.
Coming up next, the C patch.
Yeah, C patch machines. Those are difficult.
Yeah, those are very difficult. I don't wear one. I use mouth
guard. Have you ever done one of those?
No.
Oh.
No, I have not.
Okay.
What was it?
The CPAP.
It helps you when you sleep.
Oh, the machine.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Terrible. Bobby, let's do a little Ask Reddit. You got Ask Reddit
we still got some leftover Ask Reddit, and so I always like to throw these around to the guys as well. We do this normally at 7:40 on Tuesdays. This one I feel like you guys would have, especially you. I feel like you would definitely have an answer for this.
Okay.
Someone is staying with you temporarily. What's the number one rule they must never break?
Don't sleep with my wife.
But that's only if they're staying with you, right? If they're not staying with you, they're just coming to go.
No. I mean, I guess it's always the rule.
No pun intended.
Yeah.
What's your answer on this, Chop?
Well, currently, don't use the front bathroom to poop. That's currently the one. Don't poop in the
don't
front
drink
bathroom.
the last of the whiskey.
Is it clogged up?
Yeah, the front bathroom.
Okay.
It's too close to the. So for whatever reason, my nephew tore that thing up for about a year and a half, and. He just must have had just some big time eliminations because that thing is clogged like crazy. You can barely pee in it. So don't use the front bathroom.
I got a plumber. If you need a plumber, I got the best plumber in.
I tried snaking it, but it's not long enough. What a surprise!
Call our guy.
My snake wasn't long enough, and I keep
Until you got blue chew.
Right.
For me, don't open closed doors.
Yes.
If I'm closing the door, I just don't want you to see something
That's
there.
what I
It's
think.
either I've cleaned up the house to throw some stuff back there, and this is the secret room where you don't see all of it.
Agreed.
Or I just don't want you to see all the swings and other things.
Oh no! Do you have a sex swing?
No.
Have
that's
you ever-
that's more a homeowner thing, I would think, than an apartment. There's just not the same room. You gotta really use that 860 square feet wisely.
It's lubricated.
Thank you, Jared.
I helped a lady move once. And I was dating this girl, and she was like, "Will you help my friend move?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure. Let me go get some."
I've seen this movie.
Stuff. No, nothing had happened. But
I
she
can't
did have.
pay you.
She had hooks in her ceiling, and then I was like, "What is this thing?" And I'm carrying it out, and she was like, "It's a swing." And I was like, "For your bedroom?" And I was like 19. And so I'm kind of like walking around looking at it, and I was like, "Oh my gosh!"
What's that Garth
she
Brooks
asked me if I
song about
wanted it.
one summer? That's a
Teenage kids so far from home.
That is a great song.
He was alone.
That's put on that dress that she hadn't worn in quite some
Her
time.
hand was leather and turned.
That's Corey just getting an education at 19. All right, next one. Next ask right here. Perfect segue. And this one was blowing up on Reddit this week. They were getting all sorts of responses as a woman had asked on there, what are men's actual thoughts on lingerie? Chop, do you have any thoughts on lingerie?
I think they're generally a waste of money. Just take your clothes off.
So I'll give the opinion of Colby Saff to go along with this. He is very much in line with that. He goes, who cares? We're getting naked. Like, just get naked already. I disagree.
But there's
I'm
something to the
pro-lingerie.
like. It's not like who cares?
Yeah,
You're
you
gonna
made that clear.
Look, I don't want you to just put an unwrapped present under the tree.
You like the
I
presentation.
like opening it.
Yes.
And I don't want to open something that's just been sloppily put together.
Oh,
like
my
put a
Lord.
bow on it or a little bit, right? Like, I mean, make it look pretty. There's a reason we pay people to wrap presents. There's a reason we pay for lingerie.
Just
pay
wrap
people
yourself.
to
Yeah,
wrap
I mean, I don't, but I mean, because I've got a wife for it. That's one of her many tasks.
Jeez.
But and then of course anything that Santa Claus brings the kids, they obviously will do it.
Right.
But no, that's like a thing. Like Christmas wrapping services, that is absolutely a thing. So, but Peyton, I bet you have some strong takes on lingerie.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool the first 30 seconds, then it just needs to come off.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
That's
not,
fine. Nobody's saying to just hey, just leave that on the entire time.
It's a once a year, twice a year thing.
But it's a nice change up.
It's a nice change up. Yeah, it's a couple. It's
So it's a different room.
It's quarterly. It's quarterly.
Yeah,
it's like
every once in a while, a room
bonus.
with hooks on it.
Get
right?
a hotel. No, not a room with hooks on it, Bobby.
All right. Next one here, as we do a special edition of Ask Reddit. All right, here we go. Hagee. We asked this one earlier. If everyone in the world wore a T-shirt with the phrase they say the most, what would yours say? Would it be
Probably so, right?
Better.
Yeah, we haven't done that as
I think you
much
more
in a
naturally
while.
say so.
Because you've already gone through all the people you're better than.
With
These nuts.
Yeah, maybe that. How many O's would be in that so? Like 8?
7.
That's a 6, 7, 8.
Okay. All right.
7-minute abs. 8
I got
minute
4.
Abs.
What about 6-minute ab?
Nobody can get abs in 6
7.
minutes.
7.
Abs.
Exactly. Corey, what would your answer be to this?
Re-ask the question.
If you were
That
to,
would be what's on his T-shirt.
I think Kevin's right about
no, if everyone in the world wore a T-shirt with the phrase "they say the most," what would yours say?
Yeah, I don't remember that.
You don't have.
No, that's what it would say.
Oh, that's what you would say.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, somebody texted in earlier, said this is our year, or fire Jared. We got a lot of fire Nico. The fire Nico shirts. That's become so common. Did you hear the FC Dallas one?
Yes, I did. Did that really happen at the medieval times, though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I was at House of Blues
Hoisted
for
on his own petard.
I was at House of Blues for a concert. I didn't get fire Nico, but in between opening acts, they just up front started chanting Luca out of nowhere. Like it's such a move. Devin Booker told it to Mark Stein the other day. He's like, you land in the city and you feel it.
Yeah.
Like you feel he's not here right now. It's something that has carried.
Devin Booker landed in the city at 4 a.m. at a. He didn't even come to the airport. He went to the hangar. What are we talking about?
I
the
can
hangar
feel
of the
it.
Mavs
Everybody's
Pro Shop?
asleep.
No, like you don't go through the terminal. It's not like he's rolling through Terminal C.
No, but I mean, like he probably is seeing just.
Yeah.
Although I don't know if
Actually, in the airport, you could see where they ripped down Luka's stuff. So.
And if somebody were to see Devin Booker around town, I bet they would say something sarcastic about like, I bet you're glad Luka's no longer here to beat you or something like. I bet he did hear stuff.
Is that
moving around town.
sarcastic or is that just really?
No, yeah, that's just true.
Yeah.
But in general, like I'm gonna bet that is. We were I don't know if you guys heard it. We were reading from the Dallas Observer. And it was talking about all the different restaurants that are down in the AAC.
And then I heard you talk about how everyone hung up on you or put you on hold.
No, not on me. On the Dallas Observer writer.
Oh, I thought it happened to you.
No. This was the Dallas Observer writer that they called a couple different places and got hung up on and different things like that. All right, here. Hageland, what's the most terrifying we need to leave now moment you've ever experienced? Was it when you kicked in that window?
No. Because I felt.
Did you shatter the window when you kicked it?
Yes, I did.
Gosh, what a powerful leg.
It took the second time.
Explosive athlete.
I didn't get it on because that guy antagonized me. Because when I kicked it, I just kind of half-ass kicked it, and then he like faux lunged at me through the window.
And then the leg wrestler came out.
Hell no. And then I broke his window. I am terrified of bees and wasps.
I've seen
it. So when I see wasps that have infiltrated our house somehow, I want to revisit everything about our house is constructed, and then I want to get the hell out of there.
I appreciate you saying words right now, but Kevin, there was a moment you and I were covering a game at Plano.
I did the right thing.
And there was one wasp had climbed up or had flown and got on the window where we were, and Kevin stood up quietly, collected all of his things, and walked slowly out of the room and shut the door and looked through the window. As I was sitting there going, what is happening right now? And I looked up and I was like, oh, it's just a wasp. Tap, 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 tap. And then finally it left, and Kevin came back in and covered the game.
I did that twice because there was another game where I left because somebody's like,
did you get stung?
I'm going to No,
when you were younger or something.
I need to ask my mom again because she swears no. But there was another game where that happened and somebody's like, I'm going to kill it. And I walked over towards the door just in case it went bad. They killed it. There was 3 other wasps outside the window, and they were like smashing into the window because they saw their friend get murdered.
Oh, you think they were coming to his defense?
Yes.
No way.
So it's like Jim Gaffigan's got a bit where he talks about how much he hates seafood, and he's like talking about how lobsters are weird. He's like if you came home and you saw a chicken in your living room, you'd be like, what the hell's a chicken doing here? But if you came home and you saw a lobster, you'd be like, we're moving. And that's you. If you came home and you saw a wasp, you're going, we're leaving.
Done.
We're not living here anymore.
Yeah, we were at the MGM Grand for Mayweather Maidana 2, and a fight broke out at the yogurt stand, and I said, I got a dip. And it turned into a huge circle. Kevin was standing there watching. I was like, you're dumb. You're obviously not from East Dallas. You get shot in these situations.
Yeah. But if it was a wasp, I would have sprinted down to the casino.
Yeah, I love that the description of that is a fight broke out at the yogurt stand at the Mayweather fight.
Because it was like an avalanche fight. More and more people got sucked in.
We were getting some oikos.
It was amazing.
We were getting some oikos during the undercard, and a fight broke out. It was crazy.
It was crazy.
KC Masterpiece next to the Fan.
Thanks to Comerica. An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to try to cram a lot into this segment. Let's talk about some of the Cowboys moves. Daniel Jones going to the Colts. But also, I feel like there might be not one but two vent situations that are about to happen. So let's catch everybody up with what the Cowboys are doing. In case you missed it yesterday, Cowboys signed Javonte Williams, 1 year, $3 million up to $3.5 million with incentives to, I assume, be their backup running back behind whoever they draft.
Ashton.
At least I hope that's what it's for.
Hey, look, can I run through this real quick? My take on Javonte Williams. He's 24 years old. He had a stupid injury in 2022 that cost him a lot of games. Don't know if he was right the next year. And then he underperformed last year as well. He's pretty much underperformed every year except for his rookie season.
Yep.
But he was cheap. And that's the key factor there is he was not $6 million. He was only 3.5.
Yeah. And so supposedly they think he can do the same thing as Dowdle, but he'll be more cost efficient. Then this morning, Coppell's own Solomon Thomas, 2 year, $8 million deal. That's $8 million total with the Dallas Cowboys. So they made another move right there. I know people are getting bent out of shape. I've seen the meme floating around about how they never spend more than $6 million on a free agent, and we can talk about that. And then a couple of other things happening, I believe, this morning. The Texans traded for C.J. Gardner-Johnson in exchange for Kenyon Green. So the Eagles and Texans moving and shaking and doing a swap that also included a 5th and 6th round pick. And then Daniel Jones going to the Colts. 1 year, $14 million. I said I was surprised at how high this was, but if Justin Fields got 20, I guess I shouldn't be that surprised, right?
Daniel Jones getting a contract is surprising. So, yes,
you
should
think
be
Anthony
surprised.
Richardson's really surprised by
No,
that?
I think Anthony Richardson's like, I'm better than him. Like, even when I'm bad, I'm better than that guy. Daniel Jones is not a good quarterback. Well, I don't understand signing a guy that is not that good at the position after you've seen it, other than you think our team can fix him. And that's whenever you're delusional.
Now, to go along with that, the other thing that Corey cannot understand this morning, Corey, what do you think about people who don't know if they have their tonsils or not?
You should know if you have tonsils or not. That's something everybody should be aware of. Either you were a child and had them removed, or you had it worse, and as an adult, you had to have them removed. I had them removed whenever I was in my early 20s. The great thing, lots of hydrocodone. The bad thing, it was like a full week of recovery for me, and it felt awful. It felt terrible. Had a lot of hydrocodone left over, though. So it was just kind of like pour some in the Coke on a Friday night. You know what I mean?
What?
Don't have to get any whiskey. Don't do that is what I'm saying is to people out there. Do not drink your leftover hydrocodone after tonsillectomy. But you should know. You should know if you have tonsils or not.
There used to be a time you could have gotten away with that here at this station.
You should know. I was not working here, so it's okay. You should know most of your body parts. You should know the body parts you have and you don't. If you're like, oh my gosh, I'm so surprised that I didn't have another kidney. Doctors probably should have figured that out when you were born.
So that right there, along with one other subject.
And Carter doesn't know if he has tonsils or not, is what we learned.
Way to put him on blast.
Sorry, Carter.
He's probably checking on that right now. Now that and one other item will be the subject of this morning's vent, because people are outraged. Outraged, I say.
That Carter doesn't know how many.
No, not about Carter and his tonsils. I don't know. Maybe people are outraged about that.
And I consider him a
sure.
friend, you know?
Do you?
I do.
Do you consider Alec a friend? You were running him down yesterday.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I feel bad about what I said yesterday, though.
Okay.
I've said too many things about his height, and I shouldn't do that.
Yes, I agree with that. Now, the thing that has outraged folks this morning, Southwest Airlines, no more free checked bags starting in May. So I want to get your thoughts about this, because I've already seen some people dramatically say that this is the end of their ever dealing with Southwest Airlines, even though all the other airlines do it. what you guys think about this and what you guys think about baggage fees in general or any other airlines venting you need to do.
All right. So when it comes to Southwest, a lot of people are like, this is everything that you are. This is what you built your entire foundation on, is being different than all the other airlines.
Yeah.
You have a, hey, everybody just get on at the same time. You're in a group. You don't have a seat. That part of it has always made Southwest Airlines a better thing for them. Now, the thing is, though, they are changing with times, and they're looking at it saying, we got to change a little bit as we go along in order to make the profits that we hope for.
Because it's like $1 billion or something you could probably bring in. I don't know.
But when it comes to the bags fly free thing, that was always awesome. However, Kevin, every time we've flown on Southwest, we don't even check bags.
True.
Because we usually just pack everything real tight and then carry on everything. So it's been a long time since I've checked stuff.
So I want to know if people do, except for the last time you flew.
Oh, I checked it at the last second.
It was a coward move.
Actually, it worked out really well for me.
Just not the rest of us.
Remember how close up to the front I got because I didn't have that stupid bag and everybody else? That's the part that infuriates me, Kevin. People that get on the plane and then put their stuff right there over the first seat and then walk seven rows back.
God,
What'd you do that for, you jerk?
All right, so to go along with all of that, have you guys ever gambled with your bags? And what I mean by that is you have more than the 2 carry-on items you're allowed to have, the bag and the carry-on suitcase. But you know that most flights, they're going to be like, hey, we sold 17,000 tickets for this 150 people airplane.
We overbooked.
If you want to go ahead and check a bag, you can do that. I want to know how often people gamble with that. And they're like, I'm not paying your baggage fees. I'll just wait for you to crumble in the moment and be like, we need you to check your bags because we only have 4 places for people to put their bags. And then they check them for free.
But yeah, they checked it for free whenever I did that.
Exactly.
But that's because they offered it, obviously.
And so I think a lot of times that happens. And I wonder if people are ever like, I'm going to circumvent the fees.
One time I tried to get Kevin to take one of my bags on because I needed him to be able to put it above the thing for me. And they stopped him and they were like, sorry, that's 2 carry-ons that you can't take. He was like, oh.
But
sorry, Corey.
We gave it a shot.
We tried.
From the
we cheated the system at the airport a couple times.
Yes.
They said Group D, and Kevin was like, we're Group E, and we got on early.
And see, this from the 940, this isn't airline specific, but other passengers, if your ass is in boarding group 7, wait until they call boarding group 7. Stop crowding the plane. All right. I mostly agree with that.
Yeah.
I think it's okay one group before. Because Corey's right. Sometimes we made a move for it. We were in Group E. They were boarding Group D. And I was like, let's just get in line and see what happens. We got to the front and they scanned the thing and we're like, oh, I guess we're doing E now. All right, go ahead. Boarding Group E. And we cut through the chase. But I agree. If you're boarding Group 7 and they say like, oh, if you're boarding Group 4, sit down. That's not for you. You can just get up and walk because another thing you need to notice, Alec, I don't even know if you've ever noticed this. People who are getting ready to board the plane are cowards. All right. So what you see is an arc of people who are kind of like, oh, my group's in a couple. I better get up here.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah.
If you just walk with assertiveness, you can walk past any of those chumps.
Stop telling people the trick, though.
Okay, well, maybe they'll be on our flight. Maybe they'll be on our flight. Those people are cowards, and they're not going to stop you. If you just walk right past them like you know where you're going, you're fine. So you can wait for all those Nimrods to line up for 8 minutes, and then your group is up. Boom. Just go right past them. They're not going to do anything about it.
Somebody did point out, they said, did Southwest hire Nico recently, and he's the one behind this?
Man, because this is a very unpopular decision already this morning from Southwest Airlines. And they sent it out in an email, and then they were like, here are some changes that you need to know. And then you like go down and it's like, oh, hey, from now on, it's going to be this. It's going to be this. And then it's also like, also, you can't take your bags for free anymore. What?
Yeah. It seems ridiculous, man.
Sneaky.
I will say, though, I've always enjoyed my flights on Southwest.
I like Southwest.
And we have 2 really awesome airports here in DFW. I think DFW was recently named the best airport in America.
Oh.
If I saw that correctly. And And Love Field's really awesome, too. What they've done there, they just did announce Whataburger will be coming back, I believe, in the summer.
Okay.
They're renovating it a little bit, but that Love Field's a beautiful little airport. Man.
So here's what I think they're really trying to do. By the way, a lot of people have tonsil thoughts as well. I'm about to be 36, and I've never had my tonsils removed. And the 817, I have no idea if I have tonsils or not. All right, here's what Southwest is trying to do. They're just trying to get you to get their credit card. Okay? That's what it is. Because even in there, it's like if you're a Rapid Rewards member, you have our credit card or whatever, you can still get your bags checked for free. But that's not a fun headline. Like I know Dallas, Texas TV puts out a lot of stuff, and some of it's clickbaity. And this is probably one of them is like, you can no longer get a bag check for free. Not really. But like under certain circumstances, that is true. But they're just trying to get you sign up for our membership, sign up for our credit card. You'll still get your bags free, and it's not a big deal.
All right. So this is a really interesting topic, Kevin. Loyalty and rewards points.
Yes.
I'm glad you brought this up because one of Mike Bassick's last things that he did for me was he took me to the Centurion room at the airport on the way back from Arizona.
Ooh.
The Centurion room is for people with American Express cards, and they have to have a certain one, like a platinum or whatever. And his wife uses it for the business, and so they spend over $100,000 on shots and stuff like that. So she uses that card, so she gets to go when you get to the airport. If they have one of these rooms, you can go in there and hang out. They got free drinks, they got free food, they got all sorts of stuff going on in this little lounge area. It's awesome. And because the loyalty points, you're able to do that. What if you were going to give out loyalty points for Tolos? What would they want to earn? What would Tolos want to earn from loyalty points at this station?
Well, you know what, Corey? I asked some questions yesterday. I started moving down the road on a couple of things. And maybe we're going to make some progress on the potential long-discussed Tolo trading card program.
Are you serious right now?
I made some calls yesterday, honestly, that's a lie. I texted a bunch of people yesterday.
Who calls anyway?
I didn't actually call them. That's factually inaccurate.
We talk all day anyway.
I apologize for that, but that might be something that we can get going. So that's idea number one that I wanted to throw out there.
Tolos, y'all go ahead and text in. What do you want for your loyalty rewards? If pizza party's in, I'm down.
I still think we should bring back shirts. We used to have all kinds of awesome shirts, and I loved it. By the way, I didn't know this from the 816. No, that's not right.
Did you say 816?
817. Not that either. 817. American is hard coding, and the boarding groups so you can't go early. From the 214, American has started shaming people for jumping the line and trying to board early. All right, it's just that one time that we did that. Okay?
And we didn't even catch us. They let us through.
And that's one of the things with the American Airlines. We did get the American Airlines credit card, and I have no idea what happens between boarding group 5 and first class, because I feel like they're like, hey, if you're first class or you need assistance getting on the plane, you can get on the plane straight away. Then I don't know what happens. And then it's boarding group 5 and then all of the rest of us. But I do like the credit card because you can get in on boarding group 5, but it feels like you're pretty much the second main group to get on the plane. So I'm telling you, Southwest American, they're just trying to drive you to get the credit card or the loyalty program or whatever the hell it is. And then a lot of people are like, the most annoying part is the people at the back that stand up as soon as you land. I used to feel that way. But then, I don't know if it was you, Corey. It was you or somebody else, which I guess is a stupid thing to say. They said that people were getting up not to rush you off the plane, but because
stretch.
Exactly, they needed to stretch your legs.
My hips are tight.
So if that's what you're doing, and you're fine just standing where you are, like, good on you.
Mm-hmm.
It's the people that are like, oh my God, I'm in row 27. If I can get out ahead of row 26, it'll be the greatest day of my life.
Sit your butt down.
Yeah. But if you're just standing up because you're like, I've been sitting for a long time, I just want to stretch my legs, I get it. So you changed my perspective about that. But if you're like rushing people to get out like one row ahead of time,
people.
Okay, I meant rushing with a G. From the 817, Ooh, Tolo points for a guaranteed red text. Now, we would have to put some language in there about FCC standards, but you could have us saying some really stupid things.
I
would like to cash in 100 loyalty points.
I know we got clock here, Kevin, but should it be a card that tallies it up, or an account of some sort?
I think we could do that.
All right, we got to figure this out. I want to get a loyalty program for Tolos out there and find out who the most loyal Tolos are.
And it would be great at remotes because you just walk up with your app.
Bam.
And you'd be like, Corey, I need you to read this. And you're like, I don't want to read that. And you're like, minus 100
Loyalty
points. You have to read it. From the 972, priority text reading. From the 214, I want dinner at Kevin's house with his family as a reward. I mean, I don't know what the point structure is going to look like, but we might be able to make that
Let's
happen.
make something happen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, do you wish the Cowboys would have matched the Jordan Lewis deal? And what about these other deals from day one? We'll talk about that, more about Javonte, Solomon Thomas, all of it next right here on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Couple of updates from the 817. Why would you want to eat dinner at Kevin's house? So you can eat bland food with no seasoning? I wouldn't be your cook.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
Just order some like KFC and like some the buckets of it. And just put it on plates instead.
My older son and my wife are excellent cooks who enjoy flavor.
Oh, they do? Okay. All
so
right. If they're excellent cooks.
They would cook something that you would appreciate. And then this is sad from the 214. I guess I'm not that loyal for a Tolo. 16 years of 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. but starting a new job March 31st where I won't be able to listen except for when I have to drive. Well, I hope you'll still listen then and consider the Odyssey app to infiltrate your workplace and just get a little earpiece and hopefully nobody will know. Now, can you give me cut number 5 and let's get back to some football.
Goff is under center. Receiver comes in motion from right to left. Goff will fake it and throw. That's picked off. It's picked off by Jordan Lewis as he threw it out to the left. Trying to throw the ball back to Montgomery, and Jordan Lewis comes up with the Cowboys' first turnover in the last 3 games.
So I was looking at a tweet, and I really decided to kind of break it down from David Hellman, who, by the way, will be on the G-Bag Nation today. And one of the things that he talked about was a lot of people get overpaid. You brought that up yesterday, Corey, in the start of free agency.
Yes.
Probably today as well. But
a lot of money's been spent. I think over the weekend, was it $1 billion was spent over the weekend alone?
Holy moly. Must be nice. So what I was curious about is, now that you know the numbers, would you have wanted to keep Jordan Lewis? And then 2 other players that Hellman brought up, and again, I'm sure he'll elaborate with this on the G-Bag Nation, is Robert Spillane and then Pat Jones. So Robert Spillane, I believe, signed with the Patriots, linebacker, for a 3-year, $37.5 million. I don't know the guarantee offhand on that. And then Pat Jones, 2-year, $20 million deal with the Carolina Panthers. And now this morning we find out about Chauncey Golston, who is headed to the New York Giants. He got a 3-year deal worth about $6.5 million per. So I wanted to just kind of look at a couple of free agents that were never our players to begin with, in Spillane and Jones, and then 2 players that were here in Jordan Lewis and Chauncey Golston, and just kind of get your thoughts about, like, or all of y'all's thoughts about, would you have wanted to keep any of these players or get any of these players knowing the prices?
Jordan Lewis's price, like, that is what it is. It was too much. The Cowboys weren't paying. Me? Kevin, I'm going to you, my cap guy, and asking you, how do we make this happen?
Yeah.
Because I need this player back. It sounds like, though, whatever number the Cowboys would try to match, the Jaguars would top. Like, it sounds like the Jaguars they really want.
Yeah.
So there that is. You know how I feel about Jordan Lewis, the energy that he brought to the room. I loved it. So I don't think you can just find those things. I think those things grow in your organization. And if that's the kind of mentality walking around the halls of your organization, I think you're better for it. When it comes to Chauncey Golston, Micah seemed upset because he posted damn. So he was upset about it, I guess.
He was mad last night about the Tunsil trade too, right? Or at least that was the speculation based on the timestamp.
What's going on here? Well, I think also he was thinking, now I got to go up against Laramie Tunsil twice a year.
You're going to be making $42 million
Yeah, you better
year.
beat him. The Chauncey Golston was, he had grown in the system, but he wasn't a leader in my mind for this team. He didn't produce a lot, but he did play. He didn't have a lot of snaps because he moved all over the line.
Play across, yeah.
So that was something that the Cowboys covet, actually, a lot, is having players that have position flex. They've said that for years. As far as Patrick,
hold on, let me pause just 1 second. All right, I understand that it didn't happen. Corey, you go into this knowing you got about $52 million of cap space either way, and you get the chance to match $10 million per year on Jordan Lewis, $6.5 million per year on Chauncey. Do you, being in charge of the purse strings, match either one of those deals?
I'm matching Jordan Lewis.
Okay, but not
Chauncey.
Okay,
So and that's how I'm matching Jordan Lewis, is I'm not matching Chauncey.
All right. Now, the other thing that I thought was a really astute point from David Hellman was he only saw 2 other deals in Robert Spillane and Pat Jones that he was like, you know what? I like those numbers, and I think those are fair numbers, because there were plenty that you saw yesterday. You're like, oh, that's a lot. We were never going to spend that kind of money, and you probably wouldn't want to spend that kind of money.
What, again, was the number? I'm sorry, for Spillane?
So 3 years, $37.5 million for the linebacker going to the Patriots.
He'll be 30 in the season.
Okay.
And, like, listen, the last few years he piled up the numbers. Somebody had to on that Raiders team. Somebody had to get some things done around there. But yes, he was very productive. He was far more productive than he was in Pittsburgh. But again, at that age, I'm not sure the Cowboys are willing to give that kind of money. However, the linebacker position flew off. I mean, like, Eric Kendricks is left, and like there's not a lot of names left at the linebacker position.
Okay.
Does that tell you, in my mind, because quarterback movement and the trades that have been happening, it seems like the quarterback movement says quarterbacks are weak in this draft. And it feels like linebacker situation, people are like, I don't have the depth that I want in this draft, I presume.
How do you balance he's about to be 30 versus maybe he's not 30 in NFL legs, because he was like a practice squatter. He was a backup for several years. And he's only been a starter for like a couple of years. But I don't know how to quantify that. Is that just like how many snaps have you taken overall, or are you like 30 is 30?
Yeah. So people try to do that with Rico Dowdle. Oh, yeah, Rico doesn't have a lot of wear and tear on his body. What about all the injuries?
Yeah.
All the injuries were wear and tear for sure. Each individual case is what it is. Patrick Jones, however, is an interesting story.
He's younger.
7 sacks last year and only started 1 game. I think because he's like an edge rusher kind of guy. He didn't have a lot of productive numbers before that. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of tackles, but he had a lot of sacks last year and a lot of quarterback hits. So that might have been a name that I would have been intrigued by. What was his
2
number?
for 20.
I would have done that.
Okay, so $2 $10 million, keep Jordan Lewis, pick up Patrick Jones.
Yeah. I'm adding to my edge rushers. I'm very depleted at that position. I'm feeling like I need to add some depth there for sure. Depth, and I don't know exactly what I'm doing with my linebackers. I'm fascinated. This is the question that I think we're all asking ourselves. How is Eberflus using him? How is Eberflus going to use Marquise Bell? Is he going to do what Dan Quinn did and say you're kind of a hybrid linebacker? Or is he going to say, no, you're a physical safety? That's what we're going to do with you. How would he use Micah if he had another pass rusher? Would he say, he's our $40 million pass rusher? Or would he say, I can use him as a linebacker. He's the queen. I can use him all over the field.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what Eberflus is doing yet. I do know that he wants to build this defense, a stout defense, and he can do it with some interesting names.
Now, the meme that was going around yesterday from Bleacher Report that I think really frustrated a whole lot of people is it's been since 2015 with Greg Hardy that the Cowboys signed a free agent that wasn't already with the team.
Yes.
And paid them more than $6 million.
Is that the moment that was that $10 million that they gave him?
9 or 10
11?
or something like that? Yeah.
Was that the moment? Because the Cowboys have a history of this,
and it went
of
really
being
bad.
Like, oh, I got burned by this before. I'm never doing it again, or whatever. Like Randy Moss, they got burned. They because of what had happened, they passed on Randy Moss, and so they've done this many times where they've just been like, we're not doing that because we've been burned. I wonder if that's the reason. They're just like, we're never paying anybody more than that. This is the number that we're sticking at.
It's been 10 years since then. And in the meantime, the salary cap has gone up $135.9 million. So it feels like, you know how you make a mistake, because you were just talking about this, and then you can either go, so maybe I'll think it through differently next time, or maybe I'll never, ever do it again.
Yeah.
And it feels like the Cowboys, instead of going, could we take what we've learned, an inflated salary cap, and adjust? Or in the last 10 years, they've been like, nope, not doing that.
Here's the thing, though, about that, Kevin. Players and agents agree to actually those terms.
Yeah.
Because they know, hey, look, my guy Javonte Williams is not a stud running back. He needs to prove it. Maybe this is a gap year for this, and we're going to move on. But players and agents do look at the Cowboys and go, that's a team where you can get a 1-2 year deal. The amenities are amazing.
Yes.
Like, oh my gosh, the facility, the ability.
An A and an A minus.
You may never, if y'all are winning, you may never pay for a meal in DFW. Like, all these things go in your favor. So for a year or two, man, this is a great deal for you, even at $3 million or whatever it is. But yeah, that does seem to be, we're going to stay what we are. But the Cowboys aren't the only ones to blame there, because other teams or other players and agents are willing to do it. And they're like, why would we pay more whenever we know we have players that are going to fill that? Because the other players are better. That's why you would, if you really want to win.
And from the 682, I fundamentally disagree with this for a couple of different reasons. There's nothing to figure out. Stephen Jones has clearly shown that he is cheap, period. I actually don't agree with that at all. I just think that the Cowboys don't have the stomach to ever go all in. So I think that the Cowboys, and I know the cash flow thing that came out is they had the lowest cash flow in the last 5 years. That's because they're really bad at this, and they had so much dead money. It wasn't just because they're cheap, although we've heard that in the coaching search a ton. It's because they had so much dead money. I just think the Cowboys are scared. Like, you talked about it. What happened with Greg Hardy? And they're still scared 10 years later.
What if we let Dak go? Well, I mean, we would be in quarterback purgatory forever.
Yeah, and you already are. And you're stuck with a ridiculous number that's $5 million a year higher than Josh Allen. I don't think they're cheap. I just don't think they have what it takes to do what the Eagles do when they're like, hey, coming up in 2028, we are screwed. But you know what? It's 2025. So we have 3 years to figure out that problem. The Cowboys get to the problem as it happens. They're like, it's a problem. I can't do anything.
Why do you think that is? Yeah, I think you might say the same thing I'm about to say.
have a very, I feel it is 100% because I just need to stay in the mix. I don't need to win. Look, I disagree. When Jerry's like, you have no idea the size of the check I would write. I think that's not true. I just think that's not true. And I think business-wise, it's been proven that that's not true. Because I think the Cowboys view the way the business operates as, I have to stay relevant enough for the Cowboys name to carry me to the top and keep us at the top. And they're like, if we made a move for it, if we did the Philadelphia Eagles thing and it didn't work, or the Rams thing from years before and it didn't work, we might be 4-13, 4-13, 4-13. And will we lose our top spot as the number one brand in sports? That's what I think it is. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets without Mike Bassick. Were you hoping to buy this Rangers hat? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, giving you tonsil updates. Carter does not believe he has his tonsils, ridiculous. Or his dad does not believe he has his tonsils, but Carter's dad knows that he does not have his tonsils. So there's your update, and Daniel Jones signed with the Colts, 1 year, $14 million. Solomon Thomas, Coppell, signed with the Dallas Cowboys, 2 years, $8 million total. Now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets without Mike Bassett.
I don't know if we want to
Is that not,
bill it that way.
It's not what we're doing?
He's passed on.
No, he's alive.
He's no longer with us.
He's just doing Rangers stuff.
Rest in peace.
Oh, my gosh. All right. So it took a couple more days than you might have guessed. And I guess I'll just maybe spell the letters out. I don't know. So the Texas Rangers released a hat that said Texas on it, which makes sense. But they blocked out the X with the letter T.
All right.
So instead of TEXAS, there's a T in the middle of that. Now, this got a lot of social media buzz. Probably not for the reason the Rangers envisioned, although who's to say? I don't know that 100%. However, this hat has now been pulled off the market because that particular word is a Spanish slang vulgarity, depending on if you're offended easily or not, for women's breasts. So the Rangers...
Rhymes with Ritz.
Yes. The Rangers were going to have a big old hat that said Ritz on it.
Not a single person saw this and was like, hey, guys, I need to say something. This tells me, I'm sorry, Kevin, to interrupt everything here.
Please.
This tells me that these hats were designed up north. Because if they were designed in Texas,
by Yankees,
most every person around DFW and in the Texas area knows what that is. We've all eaten at Tex-Mex restaurants. Some people have better understanding of the Spanish vocabulary than others, but we all have a pretty good idea of stuff like that, and that would not have flown if the designer was here in DFW.
So it's amazing.
It's an awesome hat.
It's amazing what gets by people, because at the newspaper, I wrote a story about this. I believe it was a lacrosse player, and his last name was Flick, and the headline was Flicktacular. Now, the design team made it in really bold font, where that L and that I were really, really, really close together.
Really, really close.
So it looked like the main headline on our front page was about to be something different, and they showed it to me, and I go, hey, that looks like it says F-tacular.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like,
sexy pick.
Okay,
that is a sexy
Jerry.
pick.
And they were like, oh my gosh, it does. And so you're surprised by how some of these things get through. Do you think there was someone, whether it was in the New Era department, Major League Baseball, the Texas Rangers are like, hey, you know what that means, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
And they were afraid to speak up.
No, I don't think they were afraid. I just think they didn't know. But I do wonder who the person was that pointed it out to everybody. Like, who was the first person to go, guys, this isn't good.
It was an intern, right? It was a younger person who was like, hey, I just wanted to give you a heads up. They took a big risk knocking on the big door.
Yeah.
So Pete, the intern, he knocked on the big door of Manfred and was like, hey, thanks for the time. I just want you to know that this Rangers hat is a slang for something else.
And then Manfred, seeing that, goes, these are going to sell like hotcakes. I better take them off the rack right now, because otherwise people are going to be more interested in baseball, and I don't want that. Is that the general idea of Manfred?
I could see that, because if you're a collector, they've made these hats, okay?
They're out there.
I know they're not going to be put up immediately for sale, but these hats exist.
They exist somewhere.
And so we'll work on, we talked about the Tolo loyalty program. we will work on getting some of these hats. If I can get any of these hats for that or Peace-a-thon, I will be all about it, and I expect that we will make a pretty penny off of those.
Off of me.
Yes, because you were going to buy one of those hats,
I was
right?
seriously going to buy one just because I knew it was going to get taken down eventually. I was like, I need to get one before they realized this, but they realized it pretty quick, only maybe like 2 hours or so after their launch. They were gone. Rest in peace.
I haven't seen the Angels hat, but
The Astros hat is interesting, though.
And the Diamondbacks.
Oh, I haven't seen the Diamondback. Are they all teetering on the brink of cancellation with their hats as well?
Theirs isn't cancelable. It just says Ariana now.
Oh.
So it's
okay.
like, okay, I guess.
Ariana?
Yeah.
Popular time.
Yeah.
Wicked did very well.
Wicked was really good. I enjoyed it a lot.
If you like it Grande, then there you go.
Yeah. All right. Other baseball news while Corey maybe investigates.
No.
Okay.
I was, but it's too much effort.
Okay. Oh, from the 940, this is J-Met. I swear I'll bid $1,000 on that hat if you get one. Now that I know that's out there,
He is pursuing the hat.
Get one of those hats. All right. Dave Roberts. We talked about how he was on the brink of signing a huge extension. 4 years, a record $32.4 million. The key for that is, if you're wondering, why the 0.4? So Craig Counsell with the Cubs got 5 years, $40 million. That's $8 million per year. So Dave Roberts gets $8.1 million a year. And just remember, if you think that 0.1 is stupid, that's $100,000. It is weird when we talk about like, oh, instead of $16.7 million, he got $16.9 million. That's $200,000. So I know it feels like a weird rounding error, but when you're in that kind of number, it's unbelievable. So congratulations to Dave Roberts, two-time World Series winner, and now highest paid per year manager in Major League Baseball.
Does he get any credit from here on? Like, I guess the credit, he gets Phil Jackson credit in that, hey, he managed a bunch of egos, a bunch of very rich men who all made a lot of money, maybe more than him based on what you just said with the $100,000 contract thing. Like, he was able to get them to all continue playing together. I think that's kind of the credit, because when you have a bunch of nobodies, you're like, oh man, what a coach. But when you have all the best players, it's like, man, you had some egos you had to deal with.
See, and this probably doesn't help, right? So the day we get that news, we also find out that Shohei Ohtani is joining Fortnite's Icon series.
Are you serious?
Yes. Okay, there you go.
That's cool.
So
I haven't played Fortnite in a long time, but this is really cool.
He joins the Icon series, and there will be 4 skins in the game on March 17th. Okay, you guys are stupid. That's my fault as well for not envisioning how that was going to go.
How many skins again, Kevin?
All right, damn it. And then
Quattro.
It'll be out there for the MLB Tokyo series on Fox, which will be March 18th and March 19th.
That's cool, man.
The point was he will have representation.
You know what's interesting?
In Fortnite. Don't get it twisted with that one thing that I said that is factually accurate but sounds really bad.
My kid told me, like, at one point while he was getting all the skins from the shop and everything, and I was like, why are you doing that? And he was like, my account's going to be worth millions. And I was like, you're going to sell your account? He was like, yeah, you can totally sell your account. And he's like, my friend did it. And I was like, you're 11. I mean, there's no way your friend sold an account. If that's a reality, please let me know. I will gladly sell some accounts.
Are you going to sell your son's account for him and not let him know?
Do you remember that time that he spent all that money?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Maybe we should sell somebody's OnlyFans account too, you know?
Man, I don't.
I bet it's worth millions.
I don't know if we have the rights to do all of those things. Anyways, the Shohei Ohtani outfit will have 3 styles: white for home, gray for away, and a Lego style for Lego Fortnite. And then you also have the opportunity to equip, I see your text.
Go ahead.
To equip Black Bling for Ohtani's celebrity dog and Samurai Shohei Ohtani outfit. You know what? It was like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I know what happened.
I'm
Don't
dead
get it
serious.
twisted. I got it.
There are a lot of people that are going to jump in on this. Oh, from the 972, you can 100% sell your Xbox accounts for significant money.
Really?
So I need to go steal my kids' accounts and start selling them.
So the message that you've taken from this is if I take things from my child, I could sell them.
But I feel like I need to get the Ohtani skin first. All 4 of them.
This was a respectable show we had at one time.
I think this is a fantastic show. I've enjoyed the first hour. And I'm looking forward to hours 2, 3, and 4 on the day.
Okay.
Before we turn things over to the G-Bag Nation, who's having David Hellman on the show today.
Fantastic plug right there. Coming up next, do you want these 3 Cowboys back and to perhaps add this new guy? And if so, what's the price? Let's do it next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You've got me, Kevin Hageland, the Corey Majors, and the famous Alec Medford holding it down to either edit out or highlight all the stupid things that we say. We're going to go back to football right here. And I got a question about these three Cowboys players. Do you want to bring them back? And then, do you want to add this new guy? The new guy is Stephon Diggs. So I'll let you contemplate that for just a second.
At what price?
Exactly. And that was going to be the second part.
You're supposed to answer that question for me, Kevin.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and do whatever you were doing first, though.
I would say $10 million.
All right, give me a minute.
All right. I don't know if you're going to love that number or not. All right. Let's start with Brandon Cooks.
All right.
Now, Brandon Cooks over the weekend, I believe it was over the weekend, came out and said that he would be stoked to come back to Dallas, but that Dallas hasn't been using them right. So
agreed.
He told Josina Anderson, I'm expecting a good free agency, but I'm open to returning to Dallas. I would love to play with the Cowboys, but at the same time, they would have to use me right. I don't think they fully use me to my strengths. Now, you immediately said agreed. What makes him or what makes the Cowboys think, especially with the same quarterback, that they would use him differently, and how do you want him used?
So I would not bring him back.
Okay, so you're...
But I agree with him on how he was used improperly, and I heard Bobby mention this. Maybe it was yesterday. He was kind of talking about the thing that we talked about the whole time he's been here. What we saw at training camp did not translate to what we saw on the field.
Nope.
And I know CeeDee Lamb was missing from training camp last year, but Brandon Cooks, and now maybe the injury was a problem. Maybe his knee was kind of a big problem for him. But when we were watching him in training camp,
it's unbelievable.
We were like, dude, this is a quarterback wide receiver number one combo right here.
2 years ago, I was very bullish on the Cowboys because I was like, that connection is unbelievable.
And while they said they have taken the approach of we are feeding the football to CeeDee Lamb, you still have to draw up some other things too. And you have to have those opportunities for Brandon Cooks to take advantage of the routes that he's running whenever he's not getting the ball, have to be setup routes for something big. And it seemed like they never were able to get that something big. Maybe it was Dak's mistrust in it. Maybe Mike McCarthy didn't have the trust. Whatever it was, we just did not see the same effect that we saw in training camp. You weren't even going to see that in games because they weren't playing there either. He was $12 million, $6 million, right? Because he was making $12 million. I believe
that is correct.
And we got him for $6, and then last year we had him for $8.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an amazing price for a veteran receiver like that. So Diggs at 10, a little high for what I think the Cowboys are willing to do.
Okay.
But I'm not quite sure. I think Diggs is very good, but that injury last year, that's going to take a little bit away. I mean, so we have two Diggs brothers on this team, and do we think that they are maximizing everything they are? A lot of times people don't.
All right. Eric Kendricks. So, Eric Kendricks, I'm not saying he was the best player. I thought what you paid for him last year was tremendous. He's probably in line to get more money. So let's say 1 year, $5 or $6 million, maybe $6 million. Spotrac has it at 1 year, 6.8. I think that might be a little high. So let's say 1 year, $6 million to bring Eric Kendricks back. Is that worth the production for you?
At 33, I like the person. I like the player. I think he plays within the system very well. He knows what his job is. This system is going to be a little bit different, but yeah, I like the toughness of the player. The one thing that kind of happened a little last year was, this shoulder injury. He's just starting to. He's 33. He'll be 35 at the 35. If you gave him a 2-year contract, he'll be 35. 1 year, 34. He's 33 years old. Your body just starts to deteriorate, especially with that many tackles, that many snaps. That dude has played a look at his career, Kevin. His rookie season was the last time he had double-digit tackles. Every other one after that, plus 100 tackles.
Wow.
That means that dude's body, like, he's good at tackling, but his body has had a lot of wear and tear on it. He's been an All-Pro once. That's it. So he's a good linebacker. That's what you're getting if you're paying that money. I'm willing to pay it, especially if I can't find something else in the draft or something else out there. Linebacker market is shallow right now.
So at about the same price, definitely more interested in Kendricks than Cooks?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Next person.
And as somebody pointed out, I kind of mentioned that Dak doesn't really throw the deep ball great to what Cooks needs.
So, and I heard Broadus say that, and it's interesting because obviously the game is 1,000,000% different. But man, in practice the last couple of years, it was connecting. But I get it. You're like, that's practice.
There are times when I think Dak misses the window for an open receiver and goes in his mind, he's like, dang it, he's not there, when he actually is there. Or he doesn't trust it. He doesn't trust his throw. He doesn't trust what he sees. He doesn't trust the receiver, and so he doesn't pull the trigger. I think that's one of my feelings. Now, then we say that, and Dak goes as, screw it, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to pull the trigger all the time, and then has a bunch of interceptions. He's like, see, that's why I don't do that. That's why I don't just let it fly.
For DeMarcus Lawrence, so the betting odds say that it's minus 190 that DeMarcus Lawrence will be back, as opposed to plus 150 that he won't.
Okay, that makes sense.
So the betting odds say there's a 65.5% chance that DeMarcus Lawrence will be back with the Dallas Cowboys. And you know what? If he's not leading contender, Washington Commanders.
That would make sense. Dan Quinn knows exactly what the player is and how he would fit into the system.
Now, I know you asked, what's it going to cost? Let's say, again, I'm going to lower Spotrac. I think they might be a little high on this. They say 2 years, $24 million. So I'm going to scale it down to 2 years, $21 million for DeMarcus Lawrence. Now, I understand what the guaranteed money is will impact your decision as well, but 2 years, $21 million for DeMarcus Lawrence. That do anything for you, or you're like, thanks for the service, time to move on down the road? I think I'm going to move down.
I feel like with the Cowboys, they're going to look at it and say, you know what? We owe it to you. You know, all this time that you've been with us, you're gonna retire a Cowboy. We owe it to you. I think that's how they're going to look at it.
Is that a losing mentality?
They're going to say, at this position, the things that you do, we value that nobody else values. We're gonna. I don't know. I think if they're looking at the draft and they're like, we can absolutely replace him, then that's the best way to go. I don't know that that's necessarily there. I do like this person that's from the 817. They're saying manifesting Jack Sanborn to the Cowboys.
And I feel
that is a name I threw out to you yesterday, didn't
yeah,
I?
and we talked about it before free agency started as well.
Yeah, that's a name to keep an ear out for.
Okay. So
if we can make it happen.
You would say no for Lawrence, but you think the Cowboys will say yes?
I feel like the Cowboys are like, hey, we owe it to you. And Kevin, what if I told you about this? GMs have to be cold-hearted.
Yes.
GMs have to. Now, a lot of times the Rangers back in the day they would say, hey, we're going to get Sammy Sosa. Why? Sammy Sosa is about to hit his 500th home run. So we can sell that night. We can sell for 3 games that Sammy Sosa is going to be able to do that. That doesn't necessarily work with football the same way, unless like Emmitt Smith's rushing for his title.
Yes,
but there is a part of the Cowboys that are like, hey, this is our guy. Cowboys love our guy. We owe that to him. And I disagree because I am a little more cold-hearted about what I want and what I don't.
And see, and I hate that too, because somebody texted in, you want to bring him back because he's a proven run stopper. But
that is true.
That makes sense to me. That makes more sense to me than we owe it to him. DeMarcus Lawrence has been a good player for you, but he's not going to go down as one of the all-time greatest Cowboys, all right? He's not Rayfield Wright or too tall or anything like that. So,
but who is?
That's probably true. But I'm saying, if he was an all-time great, you didn't keep DeMarcus Ware out of loyalty?
From the 817, they still have Nealon and Sam Williams coming back. They may move on from DeMarcus Lawrence. That is true.
How do you feel about the run-stopping prowess of those two?
I think we're okay there. I love Nealon. Listen, man, I love that player. As long as he's healthy and can add a little bit. He's a good run stopper. He needs that. He actually showed he had some promise at pass rusher. He just needs to develop just a little bit more. I love Nealon. Sam Williams, I have a problem trusting completely that that's going to be what we want it to be. Dude has immeasurable raw skill.
Yes.
Like immeasurable. You don't know what is possible there. But he also is still very young in the game because he started playing at such a late age and makes some decisions that you kind of do scratch your head about.
And Stephon Diggs, last year, not a good season. Before that, 6 straight seasons that looks good from a total yardage, looks good from a yards per catch, looks good from a touchdown perspective. But a lot of people thought that the Bills not only moved on from him because maybe him and Josh Allen didn't get along, but there was also that undercurrent of thought that like maybe he just doesn't have it anymore. Is there a price, whether it's, let's even say 6 or 8 million, that you would take Stephon Diggs at? I'm not saying that would be the price.
Yeah, if it's 6 or 8 million, sure.
Then you're in.
Yeah, I'd absolutely do that. Maybe I still think he fits what they can do in their short passing game. Like they do it a lot with CeeDee Lamb already, and that's just another option in the short passing game. I think you can definitely set that up. I really do.
Would you rather Stephon Diggs or Cooper Kupp? Because we talked about
this is tough.
I know, and we talked about what it would take to get Cooper Kupp here. And I just wanted to throw this out there because the buzz last night was if the Rams can't get something done, they're just going to outright release Cooper Kupp on Wednesday or like put it in motion that he would be released on Wednesday. So let's say that's another situation where maybe he's going to come in.
It's going to be a bidding war, isn't it? I really do think there are other teams out there like, yeah, we'll pay the price for him.
You're probably right because Devontae Adams got more money than I thought, but maybe people were like, he was brought into the vortex of suctitude.
He's also
for the Jets.
constantly healthy too. Like he had a shoulder injury. I know last
Cooper
year
Kupp is not.
He had the hamstring injury when he was like holding out saying trade me to the Jets, but yeah.
So who would you rather have? Let's just say all things were equal, but you might be onto something.
Probably Diggs.
Okay.
Probably Diggs if I'm choosing between the two receivers.
Okay, so you go Diggs on that front. If it came down to it, if Cooper Kupp is released and there's no draft compensation, that would be a break for Cowboys fans who want you to add another wide receiver before you even get to the draft. If there was no draft compensation involved, strictly money.
Yeah, I'm still curious what their plan is with Jonathan Mingo and how he develops because that dude was almost off the team for the Panthers. And so that's where I'm curious what their goal is with him.
From the 972, I just wanted to read this, so I'll tell you why we don't really deal with this. I don't disagree with you at all. From the 972, I'm worried that Dak is done. And so unless the Cowboys create a Lions-like team, which they never will, they need to get whatever first-round picks they can for him and move on. There's no way that the Cowboys will move on from Dak Prescott, at least in my estimation, in the next 2 years. So I'm not saying your strategy is incorrect. I'm just saying it's not going to happen, so that's why we don't really talk about it a ton.
But what did the Lions do offensively? They committed to a run offense.
Yes, they did.
That has 2 explosive running backs, at times relies on Jared Goff to make the big play, deliver the big throw, but is so effective at running the ball that their offense just moves. So that's what it sounds like Schottenheimer wants to do. If that's the case, I think it was Brad Sham and Broadus agreed. Go get Kyle Juszczyk, who just got released by the Niners
as well.
If you're really committed to running the ball,
let's do this. If you're telling me you picked up Javonte to be part of a team with Juszczyk behind Ashton Genty, okay. I am willing to listen to more about that.
Or I know Genty's a name that we've kind of been talking about a lot. There might be another running back if Genty goes earlier.
True.
There are plenty of other running backs that I think the guys that are watching are like, yeah, I'd love to have that one too.
Which is okay with me in another round. I will say this. Unless you trade down, I do not want a non-Genty running back at 12.
All right, Kevin, baseball note.
Oh.
Bruce Bochy, says that Adolis Garcia will be getting at-bats on the backfield today.
There you go.
And if all goes well, he will play designated hitter in the Cactus League games by Thursday.
Okay, and that's great because that's 2 weeks out of the start of the season. And so we talked about it. You just saw him get BP. This is the next logical step. Get some at-bats on the backfields, which, as we've talked about, are very entertaining.
Yes, they are. Backfields are the place to be, man.
The Rangers and the Royals complex, and then potentially playing in games in a couple of days. Okay, couple more quick notes for you. Chuma Doga signed a 2-year, $7 million deal with the Jags, $3.2 million guaranteed. This one was pretty stunning to me. Jonathan Allen with the Vikings, 3 years, $60 million on that. I do not like that deal at all. Somebody was asking who's the winner of free agency thus far. If you want to put the Vikings, the Patriots, and the Bears in that mix, and the Commanders, I would listen to all of that. I just don't particularly like this deal at all for Jonathan Allen. I just think that's way too high. And then the Giants reached a 3-year, $45.3 million deal with Javon Holland. So just some more free agency stuff to keep you up to date with. You can officially start signing tomorrow afternoon, and we're in the midst of the legal tampering period right now. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, no doubt, we will give you more NFL information, but also it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus hate merchandise. Would you buy into it? Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, hopefully keeping you up to date with all the free agency news of the day, today, yesterday, and maybe even tomorrow. If you've missed it, Solomon Thomas, 2-year, $8 million total deal with the Dallas Cowboys. And then yesterday, they picked up Javonte Williams, I would assume, to be their backup running back. 1 year, $3 million with the potential for it to jump up to $3.5 million. And for the Vikings, we were talking about how they were moving and shaking. Guard Will Fries, or Will Fries if you're hungry, is headed to the Vikings, 5 years, $88 million. So they continue to do a lot of work and get one of the best interior linemen that was in free agency. But now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford. We got the question of the day, 877-881-1053. To answer that, Twitch and YouTube as well. If you do not choose the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, and then hate merchandise, would you buy into it? Because a unique idea debuted on Monday Night Raw last night on Netflix that I want to pick your brain about.
Or you're going to be disappointed in me again. I still have not seen Monday Night Raw from last night.
You're kidding me.
You missed the Tribal Chief's return.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Setting up a possible WrestleMania main event, maybe?
Ooh, okay.
Very good. I'll leave you on that cliffhanger. But before we get to the question of the day, just want to remind everybody, at some point in the noon o'clock hour, whenever Corey Majors feels like it, we're going to have a ticket giveaway to see The Fray. So,
How to save a life.
If you want to hear that banger of a classic song right there.
That is a great song.
It is a really good song. And I kind of want to go to the concert just so I can hear that song. So like middle school Alec, who thought he knew what love was and, thought he was actually depressed, could be vindicated. That would be fun. I think that would be fun. So I might have to go too. But the question of the day today, kind of in that same vein, if you want to look forward to that, you can make that your answer to the question of the day. I was listening to a song on the way in by The Weeknd called I Can't Wait to Get There. And it's got a sample in it that just says I can't wait to get there in a real pitched up tone. And it loops throughout the song. And it got me thinking, like, I've got some fun stuff coming up. I've got a few concerts, got some, baseball coming up, getting excited to go to baseball games again. What's something you're looking forward to right now? 877-881-1053, because I am one of those people, I have to have objectives. I have to have things to look forward to, or life just starts to drag a little bit, starts to get real boring. So I got to have like landmarks of places I'm trying to get to, events I'm trying to get to, days I'm trying to get to. And for me, going to my first Ranger game this season, I haven't quite picked what game I'm going to go to yet, but probably in that Boston series, I'm going to try to get to a game over the weekend in that opening series. That would be fun. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to a couple of concerts coming up. I have one next month, Kendrick Lamar and SZA, the Grand National Tour at AT&T Stadium. I'll be there. So I've got a few fun things, and plus, Corey can relate to this. It's getting beautiful outside. So I am looking forward to getting back in the pool.
Bro, I loved yesterday so much. Whenever I was like, the sun's out, it's warm on my skin right now. You know me, as soon as I get home, I'm taking all my clothes off, putting a swimsuit on, just hanging out in the swimsuit as soon as it's hot weather time, dude. I love it.
Okay.
I'm with you, man. I can't wait for it. The pool, I've been trying to keep it clean through the winter, and I was just like, this is useless. So I'll just wait until it's time. Wait until it's time to get back in the pool. I just do, just do enough to make sure the pool pump doesn't die on me and stuff. But
okay.
Yeah, that'll happen.
I am, can I go?
Yeah. I thought that was your answer.
No. That is one of the things, because he announced it. Next week, I am taking Avery to UNT for his first college trip. And then we have, I think, 2 virtual visits planned, 2 other ones the next couple days. But I graduated from UNT, and thank you very much. I had an awesome time there. I was a commuter. Some people stay on campus. I was one of those that drove from Dallas to UNT for 2 years or 3 years, whatever. And I loved it. He's very into music and music production and the creative side, and he's really good at it. I actually am pretty impressed with his Spotify, what he's been able to do, YouTube, all those things that he's been able to do with his music. But I'm very excited to take him to the campus, let him see what college is all about, because I think he's going to get excited and be like, I got to buckle down and get my grades squared away. He's already taken the SAT, just took it the other day. So I'm very excited for him. So that's the thing I'm looking forward to most, is taking my kid on his first tour of his first college tour.
That is really cool.
You got to do that. I went
did.
to a number of different places.
Yeah, we went to Michigan. We went to Austin. We went to a few different places. Now, Alec, we are 9 days away from the greatest 2 days on the sports calendar for me. Ooh. It is the first 2 days, the first real 2 days of the NCAA tournament. Those are, bar none, my favorite 2 days on the sports calendar. I like it better than the Super Bowl. I like those 2 days better than everything. Now, that's just if all things are equal. Like, obviously, when the Rangers were in the World Series, that became the most important thing that had ever existed in the history of time.
Fact.
But if all things are equal, those are my 2 absolute favorite days of the sports calendar. You get nonstop basketball from essentially 11 a.m. to usually 11 p.m., sometimes even a little bit later. And I love college basketball. I'm pumped for that.
There's a few things in sports. There's 2 sports in general that we talk about a lot as typically known as struggling sports, in basketball and baseball in terms of fan appeal, but they both have one thing that they do really, really well in my mind. I think MLB nails opening day. I think they kill it how it feels like a holiday every year. It's standalone. There's nothing else going on in the world of baseball. You even have a little bit of a break going into the weekend after opening day. It feels important. And then the entirety of the NCAA basketball tournament. It feels like they nail it every single year. The ratings indicate it, but the social media engagement, people losing their minds over their bracket, being absolutely destroyed after 2 days of the tournament. It's amazing. I love those points in time, too. This time of the year is great for sports, even without football, just because I feel like it's some of the best engagement you get overall. People get so excited, it's so worked up, and probably invest a little too much money into certain pick'ems and whatnot. You know, I've gotten burned on some bracket tournaments and stuff in my college career where I wasn't making any money, and I needed to try to find a way to be better than all my friends, and guess what? I was not. So, never been good at the bracket thing. But something that you are looking forward to, 877-881-1053. The 214 says they are going to opening day for the Rangers.
I love it.
Man,
see you there.
That's on the bucket list for me as well. That is on the bucket list for me as well. My goal this season, I want to try to go to somewhere in the neighborhood of half of the home games, because I live 10 minutes from the ballpark. I really don't have an excuse to not go to these games. So I'm like, I want to try to go to somewhere in the neighborhood of half of the home games. That would be awesome. Maybe some of these weekend broadcasts that we do out there too. Try to weasel my way into some of those in center field. That would be fun. From the 214, this is a flex. My wife is taking me to Cancun next month for my birthday. Wow. That's something I'm looking forward to. Well, I don't have Cancun money or a wife, so, you know, that's something that you got on top of me. So
Question.
There you go.
Well,
could Cancun potentially be even more fun without a wife?
Oh,
Corey, do you have a story?
No.
Okay.
That did sound like something was brewing up there.
I have a wife.
I don't know why I'm marking that, but I am.
And I love spending time with her.
Sure.
I wouldn't know what to do with myself in Cancun without her. Like, if I went on a vacation without her like that, like
but if you didn't have a wife,
I would be partying, and you might not ever see me again. Like I might just stay. and figure out how to live on that beach and sell suntan lotion to passers-by.
Oh.
But yeah, I mean, I can see it. Like the resorts I've been to, they're awesome. I would definitely have a good time. But I love the ability to be like, hey, you want to go to dinner at this place tonight, and go and spend time with her, and then talk crap about other people we see. That's fun.
Huh? That's wholesome, though. You know, the whole idea that I could go on this all expenses paid, all inclusive trip, but without my wife, I'd be lost.
Alec from the 214 met my wife in Cancun. We've been married for 20 years now.
Okay, so it sounds like I need to start pulling from savings.
If you have a friend that wants to be Alec's wife, let us know. 877-881.
Oh, yeah.
What a statement. I mean, Alec on the radio, on socials, I guess.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to change this up just a little bit, Alec, and we're about to go a different way.
I'm scared.
Alec, would you trust me, Corey, and Carter to be in charge of your love life in terms of determining who makes it to the next level of the process for a date and whatnot?
You know what? I'm going to say yes, because I feel like y'all know me well enough.
It's a good decision.
I feel like you know my interests, my
I have
hobbies.
learned about you recently, yes.
Okay. That sounds weird.
I know.
Yeah, I feel like you know my interests. You know my dating history. You know, you've seen some of the, you keep on bringing up old stuff, which is fun.
Like that one time at one of our events, we were like, no, that's a situation. That was
a situation, not a relation. Yeah, those happen.
But that's what he was referencing. I just want to make sure that people knew.
I'm just proud of your standards. I'm very proud of those. He has some good standards.
Oh, yeah, the bar is way too high. That's why I'm still single, because the bar is like taller than I am. There you go, Corey. I made the joke for you, so you don't have to.
I don't want to make short jokes anymore about you.
Yeah.
Unless they're absolutely there.
Wow, if they're there for the taking, you're going to take them. All right. So keep those coming in, because you guys are obliterating the text line right now with all kinds of things that you're looking forward to, and I want to answer some of these in the break. I do have something else I want to get to. Actually, two things real quick. I do want to shout out my alma mater, Mansfield Summit. Their boys basketball team goes on to win the state championship this year. So shout out to the crew out there, 5A Division II state champs, beating Fort Bend Marshall 54-47. Shout out to those boys. They put in a ton of work this season, and that's a basketball program that has been good for a very, very long time, but they finally take care of business at the highest level. So proud of my boys out there in Mansfield. And two, I tease this. Hate merchandise. Would you be in on this to any extent of your sports fandom? I asked this because WWE put out a new Logan Paul t-shirt that says, "I hate Logan Paul." And of course, if you think about it, it's got his name on it. It's got his IP. So proceeds of that are going to go to him. He's going to make money off of this. So in a way, you're supporting him. But you can wear a shirt that literally says, "I hate Logan Paul." And to promote it, they actually planted an indie wrestler on the barricade as he made his entrance, and he ripped the shirt off. So there's promo, and inevitably people are going to buy this. So let's just say if the Cowboys were able to put out like a "I hate Philly" shirt, or "I can't stand the Eagles," or the Commanders, the Giants, if the Rangers started putting out anti-Astros gear that was directly taking a shot at the Astros in a fun way, not in a super aggressive manner, but if they could find a fun way to make some money and you could show your disdain for another sports fandom or person, would you do it?
What do you think would sell more? The F the Eagles Cowboy shirt, or a Cowboy shirt that said "What's free agency?" with a big question mark? Which do you think would sell more?
I don't know. I feel like the latter might do pretty well because, the Zeke Who thing, that really took off. So and I feel like it's realistic, if we're being honest. If they went and won a Super Bowl without having any key free agent signings, they would totally put out some free agency gimmick merch out there. They would totally do it. Be like,
free agency who?
Yeah, all in what? Who? What do you mean? Yeah, so I just saw this and, they're using it on TV. I'm like, I wonder if people are actually going to get behind this, and if other sports, like a Fire Nico shirt, would you buy? I bet a lot of people would buy that.
I would.
But it got me thinking, would people actually buy these and wear it in public? Because to the discredit of pro wrestling, there's a lot of merchandise and stuff that I would be scared to wear in public because I would look like a total dork. And people will be like, that's weird. Like, he should be on a no-fly list.
Don't worry, we'll find you a lady that's okay with.
All right. That's my time. I'm going to let y'all cook.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, a big-time trade into the division and loads more signings. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, David Hellman from Fox Sports joins us at 4.
Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
San Francisco rush. Golf pressure comes. He's intercepted. Picked off by Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw going to take it to the house. Waves goodbye for the touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Now, let's start by talking about Dre Greenlaw. I know people were curious about how that fit could happen in Dallas. Instead, he agrees on a 3-year, $35 million deal with the Broncos. Corey, did you have strong desire to get Greenlaw?
He is a tough, physical linebacker. And so I was like, man, that would be great to add to this thing. Again, I asked the question, what would Eberflus, how would he like to use him?
Sure.
But I anytime you have the ability to add toughness and physicality to a defense that has been consistently run over, I'm trying to do it. So that's a good price for him too, honestly.
Is there I don't know if you have a quantifiable metric for this. How much do you add to the contract of a football player that you also think is a tough football player? I know the argument's going to be all football players are tough. I get that. But I mean, like, you're like, oh, that guy's mean and nasty. And
yeah, I don't think it is quantifiable with money.
Okay.
But I do think it's more of the reason I want the player, if that makes sense. Like that's, if I'm going through a list and I go, that dude's tough.
Yeah.
Then that changes my mind about how I'm working with it.
Now the Saints re-signed Chase Young, 3 years, $51 million. But this was the deal that, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't have been surprised. The Chargers signed Najee Harris, 1 year, $9.5 million. So they are excited about 4 yards per carry. Never more.
Really
less.
I've had a hot take on him for a while, and people have disagreed with me about it, and he has not lived up to what I think the original billing was. But he's a nice veteran back to add. At $9 million, that's too much.
Yeah.
I'm getting Javonte Williams at 3.6 yards per carry or something right now. So
and Najee Harris can get you 3.9 yards per carry.
Yeah.
But 1 year, $9.5 million. Now, this is a weird sentence that I had to kind of think about for a second. Super Bowl winning quarterback traded to the Browns. That Super Bowl winning quarterback is Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
And I forgot so fast that Kenny Pickett was on the Eagles, let alone at the end of the game.
Yeah, he took snaps in a Super Bowl game. He also has that video of him not throwing a pass where he was getting ready to just uncork it, and then he decides at the last second to hold on to it, and then he falls over trying to hold the ball. Still glorious. I don't know, man. He rose in the draft, has not been very good since then. I don't think he's going to be great for the Cleveland Browns either.
Okay.
But I don't know what they're doing there. I really don't.
Well, they just gave up Dorian Thompson-Robinson. And
it was a quarterback swap.
Pick.
Yeah.
And they got a fifth round. They gave up a fifth-round pick to get Kenny Pickett.
So he's replacing Deshaun Watson?
I don't know. I can't rule it out because, like you said, I have no idea what they're doing.
If he's replacing Deshaun Watson, they have a lot of work to do there.
Okay, you know what? I changed my mind. I've rethought it. They know what they're doing. That's why they gave Myles Garrett so much money and they traded for Kenny Pickett. They're like, hey, we're going to give you a huge part of our cap. We're going to make Kenny Pickett our quarterback so we can make sure that we can lose.
And then we're going to get Arch Manning.
And get in a better position. So maybe that's something to
How many teams are starting to plan to try and get Arch Manning already?
The March for Arch? Probably.
You're kidding me.
I just made that up.
Okay.
Just this second.
But it's serious.
I believe, and it is the month of March, so I believe there's at least 6 teams right now that have investigated the March to Arch.
Okay.
Do you like that better, or do you like
That's
Arch
a lot
Madness?
of teams. I don't know if you can say that.
No, you can.
I don't know,
That's not
man.
copyright.
I feel like...
And this is not a commercial. So it's fine. All right. Now, this person asked nicely.
The big risk.
From the 903. All right. Well, it sounds like you like March for Arch better then. Any news on Solomon Thomas to Dallas?
It has happened, yes.
I just saw it on Facebook, and I've been in the doctor if y'all have already broken the news. Been at the doctor. So they explained, yes, we can confirm Pell's own Solomon Thomas, 2 years, $8 million deal with the Dallas Cowboys. So there you go. All right. Let's go from that to, man, I still can't get over Kenny Pickett won a Super Bowl, I guess.
He didn't win it.
I know, but like
he just was on the. You know what? He served a purpose, and I think I told you this the other day. I guarantee you that Nick Sirianni is like, no, he's part of the fabric. Oh yeah, absolutely. Every single one of these guys is part of the fabric. He did something,
but you know what?
In that film room that helped out Jalen Hurts this week.
From the 208, I dig the March for Arch. That's good. All right. Corey doesn't want us to do Arch Madness because of potential copyright
I don't
issues.
want you to get, I mean, our name's already the KNC masterpiece, dude.
Good point. Barbecue's got big money. All right, so are you concerned, or what do you think about the move? Because you mentioned earlier the Commanders as one of the teams that's getting stuff done in free agency. And free agency doesn't have to just be who you sign. They made the trade for Laramie Tunsil. So a second-round pick and a fourth-round pick to the Texans, plus a third-rounder this year, and Houston sends a fourth-round pick back. I know there's another pick involved, but with the swap of fourths, it's essentially a second and a third to the Texans for Laramie Tunsil. Like, if you really want to boil it down to its simplest terms. That's another team that has made some upgrades.
Oh, dude. I mean, they add Deebo Samuel, and you can feel like Deebo's not a number one receiver. That's fine. He's a great piece to have on your team as long as he's healthy.
Right.
They already had a fantastic core of offensive players to work with, and they said, let's add some more offensive line boost to this thing. Kevin, I'm terrified of this team right now. They are legitimately competing with the Eagles. I know when Jerry was asked about, all that, and he was like, look, the Eagles are the ones right now. We're trying to chase them. You're far behind. They've lapped you. And the Commanders are right behind them. So the Commanders are about to lap you. And as far as talent goes, they've done the most this offseason. They did the most last offseason, and they're coming right back for it for another year of probably really good football.
And for the 940, this is a good idea, but you have to. We're going to play the long game here. Their suggestion was Arch support. So what I'm going to tell you is, after a poor first season as a rookie quarterback in the NFL, because he doesn't have any good players around him, it's only then in the ensuing free agency that it's going to be like Arch support. Dallas re-signs CeeDee Lamb or whatever, and so that's when I think you need to drop that. But that is very clever.
Then he gets Romo's deal with Skechers.
Oh,
look at that.
We're already thinking years ahead. All right, let's go from that to
Corn Arch. Is that not?
I don't think so.
Hey, I understand that.
It's like starch.
No, I get it. I do. But unfortunately, because of you, I also thought about that sexy corn cob outfit from Halloween like 10 years ago. It broke my brain.
It's still a great. She was gorgeous, wasn't she?
She was.
Yeah.
I'll
send you the picture.
Yeah.
Oh no.
The Cardinals
sexy corn cob
are signing. Don't look that up right now. Focus on the show. They're signing defensive lineman Josh Sweat to a 4-year, $76.4 million deal. Look, that's another person that we talked about. If you wanted to name a Super Bowl MVP, that's who would have been my Super Bowl MVP. I know who it actually went to. I'm saying if you wanted to name a different one. So Josh Sweat, 4 years, $76.4 million, $41 million guaranteed, on his way to the Cardinals.
All right.
You're still looking up sexy corn cob girl, aren't you?
Actually, I already found her. I just could. Oh, in order to send it over to Alec is the only reason I did.
Can I pause you? Here's my prediction. That was from at least 10 years ago. So now he looked up what she looks like now.
Oh,
and he does. Okay, never mind.
Well, see, that's the thing is you don't know her name. She was just a model on an ad.
That's fair. Maybe it's Urgelgrew.
But that costume.
Adam Schefter also reported.
See the husk on that thing?
Oh my God. In other NFC East news, Darius Slayton re-signing 3-year, $36 million deal with the Giants. So the Giants getting some stuff done. obviously the Commanders. The Commanders are also hosting Michael Gallup for a free agent visit.
Good for them.
You'll remember he has decided to unretire. So,
dude, that's exciting for him to get that opportunity.
Yeah,
I'm happy for him.
Do you think it's going to go well?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay.
Just based on how things turned out for him.
Okay.
Love the guy. Want best things for him.
Couple more quick notes for you. Anthony Richardson, per the reports, has no plans to seek a trade. I just put those two words together. Let's not freak out. Has no plans to seek a trade after the Colts picked up Daniel Jones, 1 year, $14 million there. And former Chiefs defensive tackle Tershawn Wharton signed a 3-year deal worth more than $54 million with the Panthers. I know this is one that Patrick Mahomes is bummed he's leaving, but excited that he got paid. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to do something completely different. What are your memories, sports or otherwise, of Rudy Gobert 5 years ago today and when the world shut down? Because Corey was broadcasting it. Next on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime on the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. There's an interesting article up right now on ESPN, and I know a lot of the happenings of the sports day have had to do with free agency, and if anything happens, we will definitely let you know in the midst of it. But it's essentially 5 years ago today where the NBA announced that Rudy Gobert had COVID, and then just everything started shutting down. So what I really want to know is, because I was on vacation at this time and doing stuff with Brandon and everything, because it was going to be our last vacation before the wedding and all of that. But Corey, I know you were on. I know Mike was on. I would love anyone's recollections. And from the 214, the company I'd worked for had provided a contest, and a grand prize was Mavericks tickets. The area manager sent the email and didn't send the tickets. So I was a little happy when they canceled that game.
Gotcha.
So I just want to know, it could be sports-wise, it could be whatever-wise, but I remember Brandon was on spring break. We went to a movie theater in McKinney and saw, that movie where the dad is dead, but they have the thing where it can like bring him back to life to have a chat with him or something like that, and they only bring him back halfway, and wacky shenanigans ensue for like half the movie. Somebody's going to know the name of that movie.
Oh, the with the purple guys? Onward.
Onward. There you go.
Beat me to it.
Well done. And so
I almost said Upward, and I was like, no.
We went into a movie theater, and we were like, hey, what? Have y'all been busy the last couple of days? And they're like, almost nobody. And so then when I was listening to you and Mike, you're just like, breaking news, cancellation, breaking news, cancellation, cancellation. So I was hoping that you could walk us back through that, and anybody else that wants to share their story, because it was 5 years ago.
Yeah, we had another producer in there, and luckily he showed up to work that day. I remember being we had that week before it all happened, I had to MC an event for Avery's school, Avery and Carter and Lucy's elementary school, where I was helping auction prizes. And that was really fun. It was a really fun event. We purchased a party for 20 at a wine place. That wine place is now closed, and I still have that certificate, and I was never able to use it. Actually, as a matter of fact, I believe I was also for emceeing it.
Oh, wow.
I was given another gift certificate to another wine place.
Wow.
And we have never been able to use that either. So there was some significant money spent by people that never got to use their thing. I remember coming in that day and being like, man, this Rudy Gobert thing, because the Mavericks game had, they were kind of having that discussion.
And I don't know if you want any perspective from Adam Silver, but he's quoted heavily in this, and he said they started having meetings about it in early January, and then Adam Silver said his wife made fun of him because he started stocking up on toilet paper in February. So the commissioner, if you're like, they're just like us, the commissioner of the NBA, Corey, was stocking up on toilet paper, and Adam Silver's wife said, "You're being an alarmist." And then you move forward, and it was 2 days before Rudy Gobert did the bit where he coughed and touched all the microphones and recordings and everything like that. And then it was the 3 words that I feel like set what you're about to talk about in motion. He's got it.
Yeah. And we were talking about that, and we're asking the question about what the effects are going to be from that. And that was, a big part of the day. Then I think in the second segment, we see that the ACC tournament has gone ahead, and they're not going to do their competition. From there on, every conference championship started shutting down. Then you started seeing that college football spring games were in question. Then you started seeing that the NCAA tournament is in question.
Yeah.
And so that, it was the most extreme day. Everything we had planned for segments went out the window. An entire 4 hours of show went right out the window because all of sports stopped. And everybody had a what's happening. That's what everybody wanted to know, what is happening. And that's what was happening on the fan text too. There were a lot of people that were like, can you tell me the new news on this? Because every time we came back from a break, something new had happened.
Were you amazed in the breaks?
Yes.
When it was just like more.
Yes. And by the end of it, I was exhausted. It was an exhausting show. And Kevin, you know how when breaking news is happening like that all day,
yeah,
you know how tiring it can really get because you're amped up. You're amped up from the adrenaline that goes and goes with it. And I got home that day and I went, Adrian, everything's about to change. At least for a little while. And I remember when we were heading out to spring training, I was telling you and Mike, I was like, hey man, this is something we might want to keep an eye on. And we were like, it was kind of one of those, but let's just keep an eye on it. And then it really did happen. But that day specifically, I was right here in the studio just watching as the fan text started taking part too. The fan text started texting in. They were like, hey, guess what? Just heard this. And it was a busy day, man.
From the 940, I was in line at the Houston Stock Show, they was doing some stuff with the heifers, the cows, and I watched as the world closed. It was surreal. Now, this one's going to hurt your feelings a little bit. From the 940, my memory of that time, we still had Luka. That is fair. From the 972, my mom was in the hospital with a brain injury. It was my turn to be in the hospital, and my brother was at that Mavs game the day the season was canceled. The one I remember
Mark
from
Cuban's
that
reaction was the biggest deal.
Yes. That is because it was kind of a really or a what?
Yeah.
Because the word was just kind of buzzing throughout is that hey, they just canceled this game. And then quickly it got to them as they're probably about to cancel your game. But you're right. I remember vividly him being like, what?
Yeah. And that was the GIF. And it still exists. It's still, people still use it for big time reaction moments. But yeah, that was definitely one from the 719. My all expenses paid Alaskan cruise got canceled, but I did get to go on it 4 years later.
My wife and I, we were going to go to Hawaii for our honeymoon, and that didn't end up happening, and that's still the one state in the United States that I've never been to. From the 469, I was at my aunt's house for a birthday dinner, and me and my cousin were watching the Mavs game when all the news broke, and we were just as shocked as anyone. And I remember selfishly, because like you want to see your sports teams, and when y'all said that the ACC tournament got canceled, I was like, oh man, Duke is terrible this year. That's the only chance they had to make it into the NCAA tournament. It is, but that's before I realized, I think, the complete gravity of the situation. And I was hoping they would get some sort of special COVID entrance into the tournament. And then, of course, which makes no sense. Guess what? They canceled all the conference tournaments. You think all of a sudden in 4 days everything is going to be fixed and they're going to do the NCAA tournament?
Yeah, dude.
No.
Oh.
And so before I knew how serious everything was, I was like, oh man, how are we supposed to make the tournament? And then you're like, hey, also all of these people are dying and everything. And you're like, oh, so it's about to be like different for real.
Yeah, that was different was definitely that's a very interesting way to put that.
And I will say the ensuing probably, what was it, like 4 months? Because I know we were in different variations of stay at home and everything like that for some people up to like a year and a half. But some sports came back. But for 4 months, there was no sports. And most of our segments were just like fun bar question talks, or they were segments about like, hey, here's this latest thing that got canceled. Do you think it's going to be back in 2 weeks? Probably not.
Mm-hmm.
And so like your segments were, I know you think it's going to come back then, but probably not.
Yeah.
From the 903, I remember driving in the mountains to Red River and listening through an app. Mike was joking about no sports. So then he talked about camping, and y'all would just teach people how to camp since there was nothing else to talk about. Alec?
So yeah, I do. That's right, because he was saying, in order to stay away from everybody, you just need to go off into the forest somewhere, and you're going to have to learn how to be a camper.
So that's
his extreme.
I wasn't there for that day, but I can 100% see a segment where Mike talks about how we're all going to have to learn to camp because we're all going to have to be spread out from one another to be able to survive.
Yep, that's exactly how it went down too.
From the 469, and I'm fascinated by this as well. I was working at Kroger, and there were lines from the front to the frozen food section. And that's one of the things, like Adam Silver, he talked about in this article that his wife said he was overreacting because of that. And I've got some other quotes from like NBA players if you're interested in that well. So Mike Connolly was with the Jazz then. He goes, initially when we got off the plane, we knew Gobert was sick, and we were all joking like, man, he probably has COVID. And then you found out that day. Donovan Mitchell, I only noticed Gobert was really sick because we sit next to each other on the bus and the plane, right next to each other. And after that, I didn't see him the rest of the trip because what happened is they pulled him off of the team plane as soon as they tested him and found out, this could be a thing. And so it went from, I knew he did a bit the night before, to that next morning he was pulled off the team plane. And then that next day is when everybody found out that he had COVID. And I know this is not fair, and it happened long before Rudy Gobert. But I kind of still, in my mind, think of Rudy Gobert as being the reason that COVID spread. I know that that is not based in any scientific evidence or whatever, but does anybody else kind of think if Rudy Gobert would have been jacking around, maybe we'd have kept our sports?
He is the poster child.
People.
Like, he is the one that we all, like, that broke everything. He got a very unfair thing thrust upon him when there were probably other people that already had it that didn't know. And I think it was, though, because of the thing with the microphones, obviously.
Yes.
But
well,
also,
just doing a bit.
But also, people just kind of hate Rudy Gobert. So I think they were like, you know what? This just adds to our Rudy hate. So that makes sense.
From the 254, Corey, I was listening. Actually, at those moments, I was driving around listening to y'all, and I started hearing all of the cancellations.
Yeah.
I
wish at that time I had better answers for what the solution would be, but nobody did at the time.
Absolutely. From Jordan Clarkson, he goes, I remember at the brunch after shoot-around, our coaches and the training staff and our medical staff were all at one table in deep talks, And we were all like, yo, what's going on? Because we were scared. The information we got from the team was like, oh yeah, we're going to get you tested and stuff.
Dude.
And so they didn't give answers to their team either.
You said deep talks.
Yes.
I will be very honest. The deepest talks I can ever remember in my life were after 9/11. And sitting around with friends and having those conversations about what the state of the world was, and like those were the deepest conversations I can remember. And that's pretty interesting because similar kind of thing happened during this time period, and it does seem like anything that affects the world in that way really does bring a lot of like, hey, what do we do here?
And you think about while you were trying to learn things that were going on in the moment. Let's go to
not trying to cause panic.
Yes, for sure. And think about this. So Golden State Warriors president Rick Welts had a meeting with the San Francisco mayor. He said his pitch was, well, let's just get through this one game tomorrow.
Makes sense.
And then we'll see what happened. And the mayor looked at him and she was just like, I can't. And he said, what do you mean you can't? And she goes, you can't play the game. And if you do try to play the game, there will be no fans in the building. And so even at that point, like city governmental leaders were learning about it and everything like that. But you're trying to provide info that even the guy that runs the Warriors didn't understand at that time what was going on. The players that were on the Jazz with Rudy Gobert, they literally didn't know what was going on. So I imagine it was an exhausting set of days, but especially that day, I was fascinated by when y'all were just every segment, cancel.
Yeah, from the 214, I remember everyone was losing their mind during quarantine. But for me, antisocial loner hermit, I was used to being in one room for an extended periods of time.
See, I get for some people it was probably great. Alec, did you have a school moment or anything like that you're like, oh, crap?
So it was right before spring break for us, right? It was my second semester of my freshman year of college, and our English professor, she was like, hey, I've got some people in the healthcare industry and stuff. I might not see y'all again. So just be ready for that. And she warned us. She was like, I think we're about to have a whole different world. And I think I was in the middle of a Target whenever we got like the whole cancellation started or whatever.
Okay.
I was going to buy a Nintendo Switch. And so I was
timing.
like, yeah, I was like over the moon. I was like, yeah, I'd saved up. I just started here at the fan. So I was like, I saved up a few paychecks. Let's go, celebrate a little bit. And lo and behold, I get back in the car and I hear Corey and Mike saying, yeah, the world's over. I'm like,
sorry, guys.
I thought you weren't creating panic back then.
Is me and Mike the Rudy Gobert of this whole thing? Is we were the ones breaking the
Yeah, look, I sat next to Mike when one play in, he told me the Cowboys were going to lose a playoff game. I could see how the second anybody got this, he's like, we're done.
We're done.
I remember.
It was a good run, humans.
Yeah, I remember who was ahead of the curve for me was Evan Grant. Because at spring training, we were finishing up and saying bye and everything. And I went to shake Evan Grant's hand and he did the elbow thing and he goes, COVID. And I was like, And I thought it was ridiculous. But within 2 weeks, everything was shut down. From the 469, I was working at NBC news station in my college town. I took off for spring break and missed one of the biggest news days in 100 years. From the 817, me and my wife had floor tickets to WrestleMania 36 before it got canceled. Good thing was that my wife told me she was pregnant that day. We were able to use the refunded money to go buy all of the stuff that we needed for the baby.
Wow, man. Wow.
I wonder if you ever look at that kid and you're like, that could have been WrestleMania. Not the kid, but the blanket and stuff like that.
Maybe.
And then from the 817, man, Kevin, you're not there a lot. Especially, this is the first week that I've been here on NFL free agency and spring break in forever. Because I always take off and go on a trip with Brandon. So I missed that ginormous news as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, after signing Javonte Williams and Solomon Thomas, which positions would you still like to see the Cowboys fill before the NFL draft? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
12th play of the drive. Wilson gets rid of it for the touchdown to Javonte Williams.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm curious from y'all's perspective. You signed Javonte Williams, the Cowboys did, and Solomon Thomas. Which positions would you still like to see the Cowboys fill before the NFL draft? And then I have some more info about Javonte Williams if you want to get into that to start.
All right. Which one do you want to do? You want to get into the Javonte Williams stuff to start, as you said?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
So David Moore, so you know this is with the Cowboys thing, said that Javonte Williams is regarded as a comparable talent to Rico Dowdle and
I agree.
More cost effective. When you look at
Dowdle's going to make 6 and he's make 3.5.
Yeah, I really do want to see what Dowdle ends up making, because if he ends up making the same as Javonte, I think that was a mistake.
Okay.
But for Javonte Williams, he was the worst running back that the Broncos had this season. He had 23% of his runs were stuffed for no gains. You saw a sub-4 carry average, which has been mostly the story of his, well, it has been the story of his career post-injury. But as a backup, I don't have a problem with this move whatsoever. Now, this ends up being the move, and they're like, Rico is going to be our starter. Now Javonte Williams is our starter. Then I think that's a terrible idea. But I saw a lot of people upset about the move yesterday, and I think it's just going to be part of probably a draft project where that draft pick will quickly surpass Javonte as the starter, and we'll go from there.
I will say this last year, Denver was not good running the ball just in general. Like, they tried to go with Jaleel McLaughlin as one of their change of pace guys. He's not a bruiser by any means. He wasn't great. Austin Estime got most of the carries late in the season. Javonte Williams, I watched a lot of Broncos because I was keeping an eye on Bo Nix and Cortland Sutton, obviously because I had Sutton on my fantasy team. So I was just kind of watching. I had Javonte Williams too late. I picked him up and I was like, why not? But he wasn't producing. And I was like, why? And he did. It seemed like he'd get to the line and got 2 yards. And you were like, I have no clue how much of that is on the offensive line. His career, you've seen it reduce, as you said, since the injury. But the offensive line just didn't appear like it was, creating big holes for him. The Cowboys' offensive line, if he can be a good goal line back for you. There are some other things that I think he can do. Dowdle had more once he got through the offensive line, he had a couple moves and he had the ability to break away. That was something that I think whoever they pick up in the draft I think they're going to expect them to carry more of the load.
And I'm with you on that. So I'm okay with just staying with what you got at running back. One more question. I'm sorry. I thought it was okay, but then I convinced myself to not be okay with it. If for some reason Rico Dowdle's like, I will come back for the same Javonte Williams contract, and those are the two running backs you go with, and you don't really draft a running back, would that infuriate you? Or would you be like, that's all right?
Only $6 million spent at the position?
True.
I'd probably be all right with it.
Okay.
Because, I mean, quite honestly, it gives me more picks to work with. I mean, this is a very deep running back draft, so I still think, like, is the talent level high enough? But if I can use those picks on something else right now and develop some other positions that could be helpful to running back, then I'd like to do that too.
Now, which other positions would you like to see the Cowboys attempt to fill before the draft? Because I realize, and I heard Jerry's like, hey, we can fill those holes in the draft. And hopefully that all comes true. But you've still got some money to play with. If you choose, what positions would you like to see them go after?
I'm curious what they are doing at safety. Okay. Because at the moment, it looks like Malik Hooker, Marquise Bell, Donovan Wilson, Wanye Thomas. Is that we're comfortable with that?
You think they think Bell's about to take a step up then?
Maybe so. Okay. Maybe so there. So I'm curious kind of what they're doing there. Obviously, the cornerback position, there are some names missing. And how ready do you think Diggs is going to be? Do you think he's completely ready to go?
No,
I oftentimes have questions about him. Are they bringing back Mukwamu? If they're bringing back Mukwamu, like that's a guy who has flexibility at a lot of different positions. That helps fill the role. That's what I think the Cowboys would do. Most companies do that, right? They're just like, well, we have a guy that works here. He could just do the job, this person's job for less.
Right.
So we'll just have him do the work. Defensive tackle depth is important right now because right now you have Mozzie and Osa and Solomon Thomas and Ernest Brown. So Carlos Watkins, Carlos Watkins is a free agent. Linval Joseph is a free agent. Justin Rogers is on the team. Your depth there is lacking.
Yeah,
I love that you brought in Osa or brought back Osa. I like that Solomon Thomas is a body you can put in there for Osa, but I still think either bring back Linval or you have your eye on a big beefy character in the draft right now. But I would still like to add a piece in there. The defensive line, Carl Lawson's still like you got Sam Williams and Micah. What are you doing with that backup? Did they bring Tyrus Wheat? I think they brought Tyrus Wheat back. So I liked him. He was fun.
From the 4-3-2, I would still like a running back before the draft. All right, fair enough. From the 8-1-7, linebacker and nickel. That way we can keep Bland on the outside from the 8-1-7. I appreciate the consistency. It's not a position. It's just linebacker Jack Sanborn. I'm manifesting it until it happens.
I appreciate it. I do agree with this person from the 314. Those two backs won't make defenses respect the run. Extra dudes out there to cause problems for receivers for Dak. And that also definitely depends on the commitment from Schottenheimer's run game. If they're like, hey, we're going to run the ball, and then they say, we run it on first downs. And then after that, we're trying to get Dak to throw. Backup quarterback is also a weird position right now, Kevin, but they said they're going to draft somebody.
Do we throw punter in there then?
I'll wait.
You think we're going to?
I'll wait. I see that there are a lot of big punter deals happening right now in the world. I think Denver's punter just got a pretty significant deal. I don't know.
It's because they couldn't run the ball, so they always have to punt.
Yeah.
And they're like, man, we better give our punter
they're either punting because they can't run or Cortland Sutton's catching a touchdown pass from Bo Nix.
So I've seen a lot of opinions on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. And yes, I saw a couple for general manager and president. I get you on that. From the 214 wide receiver, from another 214 linebacker and corner. For me, corner, linebacker, and defensive tackle were the three that I immediately thought about. You've already chopped up the defensive tackle and why that's an issue, and linebacker as well. That's not to say that you wouldn't draft any of these people, but I would if there's bigger name players out there, great. If you can actually make it work. But I would like some more B-level free agents at some of these positions to maybe kind of flesh out your team where you're like, I could see that player starting, but then you would still be in a position where if you didn't want them to start, or you're thinking that's a damn good backup, then you could go draft that position. Because unfortunately, the last 2 years with guard and defensive line, it feels like the Cowboys have maybe made a bit of a reach on their pick, or with tackle and defensive line. And they've made a reach on their pick because they're like, hey, I really need this person to play this particular position.
You don't believe in Matt Letzko, right?
No,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't. That's okay?
That's a name. Yeah, Robert Jones. So Robert Jones is a backup offensive lineman. Like that, he is a backup offensive lineman from the Dolphins. Had a lot of snaps. The numbers we saw, Kevin, 62nd in pass block efficiency and 62nd in run block efficiency, and that's out of 64. So he is a very typical Cowboys signing. Is that, hey, look, we're not asking him to come and replace a starter. We're asking him to be a backup as a just-in-case guy. And if we have to get to him, we're in trouble. Like that's what upsets me, is like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to say, if we get to this guy, we're in trouble. I want to say, if we get to this guy, you're in as much trouble as you were with our starter. That's how I like to build a team. So in the middle of that offensive line, there's still some stuff missing, because your backup center is Brock Hoffman, and he's your starting guard.
Yeah, which it's weird. I think I feel okay with that because of the position flex, where I'm like, does that mean that you take a flyer on somebody in the 6th or 7th round that plays center? Does that mean you take a look at somebody who you think could challenge Hoffman for the guard position? I like those options and that position flex on the offensive line because it gives you the ability to do a couple of other things.
I'm interested in what Awesome Richards, what his growth is, if he does grow a little bit within in this team. But then I guess receiver is definitely another position to look at, because not all those pieces am I excited about right now.
And this is weird because I know most people don't think of him as a receiver, but more the returner. From the 817, do we know what's going on with Turpin? So remember, the Cowboys, I think, feel pretty comfortable with what they did there. They put the 2nd round tender on him, so if another team wanted to snag him away, they would give up their 2nd round pick to the Dallas Cowboys. So I think the Cowboys are in a position where they're like, he'll be back. And if he's not back, we get another premium draft pick. So I think we're going to be okay with that. That would be my guess on that point.
Yeah.
From the 469, a legit ball hawking free safety, a linebacker and a second receiver. A legit ball hawking free safety. You can maybe jot that down with a defensive tackle over the years as something that maybe the Cowboys...
They just don't value as much as we do.
I want to make it clear, 469, I don't disagree with you on that. It just feels like the Cowboys have let us know either way.
Yeah, I think I take it back to Matt Johnson. Is that, when I was
Is that the guy who played on the red field?
Yeah, and we were like, dude, this guy, because I don't think he ever really got to play because of his body, but when he was on the field in the Big Sky Conference, he was amazing. But that was like, that's how far back I go when I'm just like, I loved the safety depth they had while Dan Quinn was here. It's just then they said, well, we're going to use that safety depth as linebackers. And we were like, well, that's not going to work all the time. So they have a lot of work to do there. And I agree with the people who are saying linebacker position, it's a weak draft class there, on top of the fact that the names have been flying off the board for linebacker because everybody knows that it's not that strong of a class. There might be a couple guys that you can really say, all right, I'd like to have that pick, but it's not as strong as you'd want it to be.
I think even with the moves the Cowboys have made, even though we haven't seen how like some of that salary is going to break down with like Solomon Thomas, for example, I still think you're in a position where you have low to mid $40 million available in cap money if you choose to go that direction. Now, you're not going to get it all the way down to zero because clearly you still have to sign your draft picks and stuff. And I know that the Cowboys like to save up all that money for the practice squad. But you have a usable chunk of money that is sitting there, and I'll be curious to see if they actually use it or not, or if they're like, hey, don't forget, Alec, that carries over. So don't you forget that. So they're going to be like, hey, next year, we're going to carry over all that money. And then, you watch out. But remember that starting at 3 o'clock tomorrow, I do believe, free agents can officially sign.
From the 214, sign Evan Ingram, Dak's favorite type of receiver. If by that you mean he doesn't catch all the balls thrown in his direction and he's going to be missing from injuries and headaches most of the time, you're right.
Yeah.
I cannot rely on Evan Ingram. I just can't.
That might be a segment if you want to throw it out right now, or maybe a segment for another day. Who is the NFL player that whether the stats back it up or not, you just believe will always miss games? Because Evan Ingram is pretty high up on that list, and you might be like, hey, 2 years ago he played all the games. And I hear you on that. But like, he just strikes me as the person I'm like, he's going to miss a whole bunch of games.
Yeah, and there's going to be a pass that he drops that you're like, that was the one you got paid for, dude.
Yes, and there was 1 year, a couple of years ago, where Christian McCaffrey was healthy, and I was like, ooh, can he break the stigma? And then this past year, we went right back to it, and I was like, man, that kid is so freaking amazing, but he gets hurt all of the time. So I'll be curious, if you want to throw that out there, who are your NFL players, whether the facts back you up or not, that you just assume are always going to be hurt, they're going to miss a whole bunch of time, or whatever the case might be. And then I saw a Tolo trucker saying that he's been listening to sports radio in Denver today. How dare you? And that they are not upset about losing Javonte Williams. I get it. That doesn't surprise me at all. They invested a second-round pick in him. I'm sure they are frustrated that after that first year, he went nowhere. Cowboys are investing $3 to $3.5 million on him to be a backup. So different levels of investment. I don't think he's going to be the starter.
The 561. Truly, I'd love for the Cowboys to draft Milroe, Dart, or Ewers in that order. I disagree with the order
because Dart wouldn't be.
I would probably take Dart a little higher than Milroe, but those would be fun. Those would be fun additions to the backup part of this, and that would create what, Kevin? Competition. Well, not real conversation.
Okay, sorry, I have to do the Stephen Jones air quotes for that.
Yeah.
Competition.
Yeah.
Move on. Okay, fair enough, McCarthy. So, because I would never envision an actual quarterback competition, but it would be interesting to see whether it's Milroe or Dart or Ewers out there, and you're like, hey, I don't know, this kid looks pretty good out there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to a little bit more college basketball in just a second, but the question I had for you guys before that is, do you like the idea that the future FBI agents or current FBI agents might be training with UFC fighters?
Like they are training the UFC fighters, or they're learning from?
Oh man, that'd be wild. No, that UFC fighters have said that Dana White said that they could get involved in helping further train some FBI agents. Now, I know Dana White is a promoter, and he likes to say all kinds of fantastical things. But he said after the pay-per-view this weekend, he was dead serious about UFC folks training FBI agents. And so Newsweek has been tracking this down by emailing the UFC and the Department of Justice, which oversees the FBI, to determine if this could actually happen. Corey, would you like to see the UFC and UFC fighters training, to a certain extent, FBI agents?
I currently already believe that anybody in that kind of service can already beat up a UFC fighter.
Ooh.
Like in this, maybe this is like just blind understanding of it all, but I've always felt that their training is to de-escalate and to, get that person. Like my buddy was a MP in the Air Force. He that was his job, was the drunk guys come in from being out for the night, and he has to kind of keep an eye on them, and sometimes he has to take them down and then say, guys, you got to run in the morning. You need to hurry up. Anyway, like I've always just assumed that the best agents are all Jason Bournes, and we just don't know about it. And maybe that's my fault.
You might be right.
I just always assumed that every single show I watch, except for The Night Manager, they're super skilled at some sort of hand-to-hand combat. It's like, how did they get these skills? Go watch The Recruit. The dude's supposed to be a lawyer, and he's like, I'm beating everybody's butts out here.
But there's an FBI like office division, right? Where all they do is fill out paperwork.
Yes,
and they don't
because
have to...
I do know some FBI agents.
Oh.
We recently met a couple that is in the FBI. They're both of them are, but they are analysts. So
are they a couple that are assassins and then they accidentally cross paths on the same
They
job?
only told us that they're analysts.
Okay.
I don't know any more than that. So yeah, there is that part of it too. But I just assume if you're carrying one of those badges around, you can whoop somebody's butts.
Yeah, probably not the best idea if you see an FBI agent to be like, I would like to challenge you to a fight for a variety of reasons, even if you think you're going to win. Probably not a good idea.
What do you think, though, that they can learn? What can they learn from UFC fighters?
I was going to say some of the more unique variations of choke techniques.
Okay.
And I think could be useful.
And that being said, the experience that UFC fighters have in fighting is like they've been in more fights than you have. That's just plain and simple. They're trained in more situations and how to get those out of those situations or get you into a situation than most of us are.
And from a nonpartisan standpoint, Dana White and President Trump are friends. So it's not like it would be terribly difficult to get this going. By the way, we asked for your NFL player that whether the facts back it up or not, you think is always injured. Christian McCaffrey, a lot of votes for Dak Prescott. From the 903, I know he retired, but Tony Romo will always be hurt to me. From the 682, Anthony Richardson. And so a lot of different names coming in to start that.
Dude, can I?
Sure.
I just saw this from Adam Schefter. The Niners traded Debo.
Yep.
Juszczyk is cut.
Yep.
Leonard Floyd cut.
They got rid of all the
Hargrave
Super Bowl
cut.
people.
Malik Collins cut. Left in free agency. Greenlaw, Ward, Hufanga, Banks, Moore, Mitchell, and Josh Dobbs. That is a team right now that's renovating what they're doing. And like they're keeping the coaching staff, renovating the rest of the thing and saying, we're going to try and rebuild this thing probably around Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey.
11 of their 22 starters from that team gone.
That's wild. That is very wild for a team that we just assumed had all the pieces for many, many years.
Yeah.
And then last year flamed out for them.
Then meanwhile, they're going to go ahead and pay Brock Purdy. So I don't know if you think that is going to be an end to their run as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up right now. Let's give you cut number 9. I was going to tease out to another segment, but this is the Expressway. All content, all the time. Plus, we still have a giveaway coming up in this segment. Give me cut number 9, if you will.
Ball just went out of bounds, and they kept it. And Flag just drove it about 40 feet and slammed it home with 2 hands.
Now, specifically, I wanted to talk about that dunk and the granny shot as we try to get you to love and care about college basketball. Would you like to start with Cooper Flagg's foul-mouthed parents or...
Let's give something away!
I did not know that was going to happen. 877-881-1053, caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see the Fray when they come to the Southside Ballroom on Friday, July 25th. You can go buy tickets or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Do you want to start with the granny shot or Cooper Flagg's foul-mouthed parents?
You know what? I do let's go with Cooper Flagg's foul-mouthed parents.
All right, so Cooper Flagg made that dunk, and his mom, and I believe dad as well.
This is against UNC?
Yes.
Okay.
So this was just from this past Saturday. They were doing the pat on their head, and they were saying you dunked it on their effing head.
Okay.
And so... some people might have thought it was somewhat aggressive. However, there was a further quote that said, it was being so proud of your kid and also an F you to the entire Carolina fan base for being classless a-holes. If you're a UNC fan and didn't like it, tough. And then she put the poop emoji. So... the accusation.
I like that.
And so some people were like, come on, dude, have some class. Other people were like, hell yeah, I would support my kid just like that. And she kind of expanded on it and said, I realize it wasn't my best look. But if you would have heard and seen all of the things that North Carolina fans were allegedly saying and doing to them, then you might respond in that same way.
I do go back to Scalabrini's story about Cooper Flagg and how he showed up in the toughest environment. Scalabrini thinks that his gym is the toughest environment because they incubate that kind of environment. So whenever he walked in and he started dunking on them, then Scalabrini stood up and was like, I told y'all I was bringing somebody that could beat all of y'all. And his parents were there. They were driving him everywhere. They were like, look, one of my favorite coaches of all time that we covered said he told his team, I'll take you anywhere in the world you want to compete. I just need you to make sure that you give me maximum effort whenever you're there.
Okay.
I want to put you up against the best in the world. And that's what it seems like Cooper Flagg's parents were like whenever they realized he had a skill set. This little story, though, Kevin, it brought something to mind because Michigan and Michigan State went at each other.
Yes, they did.
Over the weekend, too. And so I was kind of curious from you, what are the rivalries heading into these conference championships and maybe even the NCAA tournament we should keep an eye out on?
And see, it's a really good question. Unfortunately, the answer I'm going to tell you is you don't usually get to see them come to fruition. Now, about, 3 years ago when they just canceled the Final Four instead of having the Duke North Carolina game, don't look it up. Don't worry about what happened in that game. Don't worry about how many times Jesse Holley called and FaceTimed me. Don't worry about any of that. But the point is, that was the first time Duke and North Carolina had ever played in the tournament. So the downside of this is, while there are all kinds of rivalries, you'll probably get those this week in the conference tournament. Like if you look at the grouping of Alabama, Auburn, Tennessee, and Florida, it feels like those teams are ready to go to war in the SEC tournament. So if you're concerned about the rivalries, Corey, I would argue, man, this is the week for you. I think the West Coast Conference has their final tonight, and then tomorrow you start to see a lot of the bigger conference tournaments really get going in full effect. And so this is a great week if you want to jump into college basketball and you're in it for the rivalries, because I think you'll have an opportunity to maybe see Duke and North Carolina.
Yeah.
There's a good chance you could see Michigan State. There's a good chance you could see Auburn and Alabama.
Yeah, I was going to say, it feels like Auburn, Alabama is setting up for one of those, and Florida being in the mix, setting up for those really fun things.
And the fact that they're all so good is what makes it incredible.
And that's the thing, I guess, over the last few years, last several years, Kevin, it's been difficult to know, aside from Duke, who's really good.
Sure.
Everybody just kind of pencils Duke in, and then you're kind of like, all right, who is it from there on? And so those things haven't stayed consistent, again, because not a lot of these guys are staying in there in college very long.
And you've seen Kansas has had plenty of struggles this year. Kentucky's going to be fine. They'll be in the tournament, but man, they have had a roller coaster on their way here.
Give me some drama, NCAA tournament.
Okay. For that, I take you to Wofford. And their big man, Kyler Filowich. Did you know that he does free throws granny shot style?
I did. I saw this.
Is this your team now?
No.
Oh.
However,
it's a cool shot.
It is, and it works.
It does.
So does he shoot anything else like that, or is it just free throws?
I think it's just free throws.
Can you imagine him mid-court, and he's like, I got to put one in from mid-court.
But that at least makes more sense to me, because I was imagining like he made it through the paint, and then he stopped and like threw the ball up from his hips.
Like a 7-year-old.
Yeah.
But this is what this brought to my mind. What other things in sports nobody uses because even though they work? Like bunting in baseball is something that we don't do anymore, even though it does work for the thing that you're trying to manufacture.
I'll tell you something, and this is in basketball, that has driven me crazy forever. I've only seen people do it like 2 times, and I don't understand it. You're winning by, let's say, 2 or 3 points. The difference between the shot clock and the game clock is 4 seconds, maybe 3 seconds. And they're like, your opposition's like, we're going to play the best defense, shut it down, blah, blah, blah. No, stupid. Take your ridiculously high arcing shot right before the shot clock goes off and just fire it up there. It'll take time off the clock. Also, if you're good enough.
You're saying hit the ceiling?
Yeah, no, well, look, presumably you would like to hit the rim. Because if you can hit the rim, it's not only is that going to take up time, it's going to take up even more time to get the giant rebound that's going to fly off the rim. I don't understand why teams haven't tried to do that more often. Maybe you're just going to try to not turn the ball over or get fouled. But if you can high arc that shot right when the shot clock goes off and hit the rim, it's game over. You can play the best defense you've ever seen in your life. Guess what? Good job. You got the rebound, big fat, no time left on the clock.
From the 4214, they don't use the spitball anymore. That's true. From the 817, bumpers in bowling and a bridge in pool. You're right about that, man. Bumpers in bowling makes life so much easier when you have kids.
Are you to the age, or did you get big enough where you didn't need to use the bridge anymore out of like strict necessity of I can't reach that?
Yes, but I just kind of thought it was cool, so I was like, I'm gonna use it anyway, just because like I can either stretch my whole body out or I can use this tool that I know is going to help me effectively. It's going to help me effectively do this thing. Adrian's parents had a pool table in their house when we were in high school, so I spent a lot of time using the pool cues and stuff.
Why did you just slow down and say it like that?
I couldn't remember the rest of the story.
Okay. By the way, I'm trying to be much more polite when I respond to people.
I think he did say it's going to hit the rim.
Yeah. And so
I'm pretty sure he said that.
This is a text. This is the way I hear it, and I'll tell you how I responded. The 817. Has hit the rim, dumbass. Or it goes back to be the difference. My response, literally what I just said. Thanks for listening. And it's much nicer than in getting engaged in some unproductive response. And I do appreciate people listening sometimes. Maybe less name calling. Just a thought.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Dumbass.
It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Dude, I stand by my statement. GMs at college are the biggest deal in the world next to The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Really appreciate that. Everybody go out there right now and download the Underdog app and get rolling. Kevin, what's that number?
By the way, if you use the promo code Masterpiece, you can get up to $1,000 in bonus cash deposited in your account when you make your first deposit. And we're always talking about that on the show, giving tips and everything like that. I am up in my plays on my Underdog account.
Yeah, if you're going to lose some money, lose it with Underdog.
No,
but if you're going to win some money, win it with Underdog, right? Is that how?
Yes.
Yeah, win and lose. It's how we play the game.
I mean, that's true, but did you know with Underdog's double flex option, you can turn 2 losses into a win?
Did he? I didn't know that, but I just said something that stuck in my head now. 877-881-1053. How many people out there played YMCA sports and remember the pledge?
Ooh, I did. I don't remember the pledge, which makes me wonder, did I do a bad job?
If you, I would like
sportsing.
I think I can remember it at the end of this segment. I'm not sure, but I think I can. Kevontae Turpin has finalized a 3-year, $18 million deal with the Dallas Cowboys. That is $6 million a year right there, and I'm not sure how they arrange that. But the other thing is, he is now the highest paid special teams player at his position. So
okay,
that's what the Cowboys like that.
Okay,
Cowboys like that.
I promise I'm not going to kick them this time. You feel like that's merited though, because he doesn't need to take a. I mean, if he could take a step up, great. But he doesn't need to take a step up. He has been the best return man in the game.
He's been fantastic at that. As a receiver, they haven't figured out how to use him. I think we saw how on one play last year. We were like, why don't we do more of that? And there was a lot of the way the play was designed opened up more space for him to take advantage of his speed. When you have somebody that fast, create space for them so that a small seam allows them to make big plays.
Okay.
And that's what, there was one play, and I'm sorry, I can't remember. I'm sure somebody remembers the game, but it was one of his touchdown runs where he got the ball across the middle and the lane was straight up the field after that. And that's the best way to use him. I am not a send him deep. I guess if you're thinking like Xavier Worthy and Patrick Mahomes, Dak can't throw it over him. Dak can throw it to him, but Dak doesn't throw it over him. And so that when it comes to that, that's not taking advantage of Turpin's speed, because it's not one of those where he's chasing down the ball. He's having to come back to the ball a lot of times whenever you're throwing deep to Turpin. That's not the best way to use him. But I do like that they have that position taken care of, and he's another receiver. He's another receiver to add to the mix. But again, got to figure out how to use those receivers appropriately. So there you go on that one.
Good update. I like that one.
I stand by this. College GMs are the most coveted jobs in the world.
You love this, don't you?
I do. Actually, this is fascinating to me. Golden State yesterday reportedly offered, and he accepted, Steph Curry, a role as assistant general manager for Davidson basketball. And I seriously, I predicted this. We did this during December, Alec, I believe. We did. Is it the most coveted job? And I think me, you, and Chris Arnold all agreed that it's about to be. There are people out there that are leaving big-time jobs to be the GM because they're well connected, and they kind of just show up as a face. We've seen teams do this before. Nolan Ryan literally was told, you can be here and collect a check for as long as you want.
Yeah.
As long as you want to collect a check, we will keep you here because you are the face of the Texas Rangers, if you want to be. And Nolan Ryan said, I kind of want some say in some things too.
Yeah.
This isn't my sandbox anymore. That's John Daniels' sandbox. So he was like, I'll see y'all later. that happens all over. They hire Mario Lemieux. I'm throwing names out there.
Yeah, no,
but you
I
hire
understand.
a player, and that player's brand is now attached to your brand. And it looks like they have offered him this assistant role, and it's a very unusual situation. He's the only active player in one of the major U.S. professional sports leagues to also work in a front office for a university. I do not know how you do this. I don't know how
how it circumvents the rules.
It feels like it should. It feels like it absolutely should be illegal to it. But maybe it's just that no players have ever had the desire for it. But this does set up Curry for a post-basketball career where he has lots of things he can do. He's going to have a ton of money. He could be lazy if he wants to. I just don't see him being that kind of person. I feel like he's going to want to be involved with something. And he even says, I want the opportunity to provide a great experience for these college players and great guidance to these young players, men and women, for these teams as they come into this. Now, he's also connected with Under Armour, right?
Is that still? I have to admit, I'm not sure.
He signed with Under Armour in 2013 and launched his own Curry brand. As a standalone venture with 2020, or with Under Armour in 2020. Also signed a lifetime contract shoe deal in recent years. So yeah, him and Under Armour teamed up. That's a great connection to bring to Davidson.
Yeah,
and just say, hey, this is a. So again, I do wonder now how many other athletes in other sports are going to say, you know what, there's a lot of NIL money that isn't kind of involved with the same thing that we can go take advantage of here.
So would the idea be
Andrew Luck accepted a position as a GM for Stanford?
Would the idea of that be, I'm not in it for the money, I just want to help my alma mater? Because these are not like high-paying jobs, but you can give them an advantage.
You have a lot of power.
You do.
You have a lot of power over a gigantic platform. When I say gigantic platform, college reaches all high school students. That's the reality of it is you're reaching the next generation, and they're looking at you going, hold on, I never wanted to go to Davidson before, but you're telling me if I show up there that Steph might be helping me with my 3-point shot, giving me some advice on how to handle this part of it, and that right there is invaluable.
Yeah,
which means very valuable. I just want to point that out. I always thought the invaluable thing was like, that means it's not valuable. But yeah, that's invaluable. That kind of information, that kind of access, you would pay to go to college for something like that. So this is where I just think more and more, and I kind of, at Duke, who would be the ultimate person to come in that would bring that kind of cachet? And my first thought,
Kyrie right now.
My first thought was
he did get hurt,
right in that vein right there.
Yeah.
I was thinking Vince Carter at UNC, like that would, but they have a lot of names there.
And that's true. And obviously you can go to Michael Jordan and you're like,
Rasheed Wallace.
Game over.
Yeah.
I don't think Trajan Langdon is going to be able to hang with Michael Jordan, but aside from that,
Grant Hill would be a good name.
Grant Hill, that is a great answer. And he's very fun and personable. And
would be a great answer. No wonder Kevin Durant's calling out Skip Bayless and everybody else in the media right now. He's like, screw it. I'm out of here anyway. I'm going back to Texas. I'm going to be the assistant GM of their school.
So that's your next, while we were talking about NFL free agencies, that's the college GM free agency you're predicting.
Yeah, I do think that it's going to be a job that people want to take. They want to use their connections and use that platform to be able to kind of do a lot of different things. And now because of NIL, it's become less restricted, and it allows for more of the stuff that used to be under the table to be on top of the table.
Right.
And for people to just say, hey, we're going to work through this. We're going to work with this kind of money. Dude, they're working with millions and hundreds of millions of dollars.
Hundreds of
and
millions.
These athletes that are in the NBA and in other sports, they're like, I know how to work with guys like that. So I'm going to continue to be interested in that. Now, Kevin, I did have this question. I feel like we've discussed this, but I wanted to ask you, Anthony Davis isn't playing again this year, right?
My guess would be no. I know they haven't said that straight away, but yes, my guess would be probably not.
Okay. It feels like we're at the point that Anthony Davis should not play.
just because you think it's too late in the season and you don't necessarily want to be winning. Like the Mavericks won last night and you're like, ooh, that is not what I would have wanted.
And granted, they went out there and they were like, we're going to fight, and I appreciate that. I will always appreciate a win over the San Antonio Spurs. Thank you.
Okay.
I will always appreciate it. It might kill their chances of getting the 9th pick or whatever, but I will always appreciate if you're beating the Spurs. I have a deep-rooted hatred for the Spurs. All right? Goes back to many, many years fighting with Dirk Nowitzki. Me with my emotions, Dirk with the actual people on the team. But it just goes back to that. So whenever I see their uniforms, Kevin, I just want to beat them. So last night, while I understood the situation, I got the assignment, I still kind of was like, all right, I'm okay with beating the Spurs.
Now, I love this real quick from the 945, and I'm going to encourage all Lyft, Uber, and rideshare drivers to have the fan on. I drive Uber, and I just got tipped $50 because I had the fan on.
You're kidding
Love
me.
it.
We're making more money for Uber drivers out there. Is that what you're saying to me right now?
That's what it sounds like.
I love Uber drivers. I think I have a 4.9. I don't know how I lost the 0.1 star, but I think I'm at a 4.9.
That seems really, really
good.
It
is. Yeah, it's out of 5. So
I figured.
Yeah, so I'm feeling pretty good about that right now. And then lastly, Kevin, what's the rarest animal you think you've ever seen in person? I always thought it was the albino alligator that I saw at the Getty Museum, or maybe it was the zoo. Maybe it is the zoo.
Are panda bears the giant panda or the panda bear?
Have you seen
not a giant panda, a panda bear?
Have you seen a panda?
Yes,
like up close.
Yes,
petted it.
Well, no, it was still in a contained environment. I wasn't like going through the jungles or anything like that. It was still a contained environment.
The person that said, Corey, get over it. No, I won't. Spurs can. Never mind.
How often does that work? That somebody tells you to get over it? It feels like if you tell a woman that she should smile more, like it's probably not going to go your way.
When I tell Adrian to get over it, like I'm like, but what I try to tell her is move past it. Like get over it. Move on with your life because you're now letting that live in your life rent free. And when you let that happen, it's already probably forgotten about you. Whatever it is that you're upset about probably isn't thinking about you. And that's got to be the reason that you should let that go.
Okay.
So the desert mule deer is a common sight in the Trans-Pecos region of West Texas.
Okay.
Right? You know where Texas is, Kevin?
I do.
You know where
I
West
live there.
Texas is?
Yes. It's to the west of where we are now.
Wildlife biologists conducted surveys recently, and they came across an extremely uncommon sight. In fact, this is what they call the rarest of rare animals. Texas Parks and Wildlife at the Trans-Pecos Wildlife District spotted from a helicopter and got video of a melanistic black hair mule deer fawn, which is a 1 in a million anomaly.
What?
Yes. There's a video out there. It's a special deer. It appears all black except for quick flashes of white fur as it dashes away from a whirring helicopter, and it stands in stark contrast to the older, larger mule deer running ahead of it. So it is, and those are typically brown and white coloration.
Yeah.
This one is like all black with a little couple flecks of white in it. And it is the rarest, they call it the rarest of rare sightings, this kind of deal. And ladies and gentlemen, we got the sighting in Texas. That's what I'm talking about right now. From the 214, I've seen an albino squirrel in the wild.
Really?
I don't believe it.
Well, because of you, I'm now on the National Deer Association website because I wanted to know more about this. And it sounds like Texas is your best bet if you're ever going to see one of these.
Yes. And so, yes, everybody stop with it's an area of Pecos. Anyway, everybody says the albino squirrels on college campuses, right? If you see it, you're gonna ace your exam. If you see the albino squirrel that morning.
I have never heard that in my entire
Have you ever heard
life.
that, Alec?
I heard it, but I've never seen it.
I know at UNT, it was a conversation piece.
Okay.
I think they even wrote it in the newspaper.
What?
At one point, there's a little story about it or something. From the 682, I saw Bigfoot once. Prove that I didn't.
That might have been Kavanaugh.
There's no way that I can prove that you didn't, but I almost guarantee. I saw some of the pictures of albino orcas that were recently discovered. And they said, can I get pictures? I have a photo of an albino squirrel from Hilton Head. I wish you can tweet it to me or Facebook it to me on whatever. That would be cool. Yeah, from the 940.
Facebook it to me on whatever?
Or thread it. Most of UNT students for a good 6 to 7 year run saw an albino squirrel. It's their unofficial mascot. UNT has one. I never saw it on campus.
Wow.
I never got a chance, but that is a fun story right there. So yeah, we got the rarest of rare sightings in West Texas, Kevin.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, inspired by the Texas Rangers and escape rooms. Which game or team building exercise is best for chemistry and which is worst? Next, right here on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3-1 count to the Rangers shortstop. Crawford, the windup and the pitch. Seager swings, it's a high fly ball right center. Abreu turns, he watches that one, out of here!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where we have a lot to deconstruct in this segment. Let's talk about escape rooms, the Texas Rangers, and also, if you want, I can give you the results of the Hope-O-Meter. But let's start with, Corey, I know this caught your attention. The Texas Rangers using an escape room or escape room challenges to potentially help with their training.
Have you ever done an escape room?
Yes, I did one with Brandon once. We won.
I think, didn't we do one at Corky's Gaming Bistro? They had 3 of them, and we kind of did one of them real quick.
Yeah, that's right.
We also got to throw some axes.
That I definitely remember.
And while we were traveling, I had mentioned escape room. And maybe they were talking about this while we were out there, and they were just kind of planning it. And I was like, that's a great way to really get the spirit of team chemistry going, because y'all all have to work together in order to get out of the escape room. And you suggested that, or one person might go in a little too much on somebody because they're too competitive, and now it creates problems in the relationship.
Yes.
And so that's where I was like, oh, hold on. But I do feel like if everything goes, this is risky. It is a risky thing. But team building experiences I like. I really do like the things that you do that are kind of fun, that bring groups together.
So if you're on the spectrum of this is going to be great for team building, my argument would be that Monopoly and Uno are the greatest way to tear apart any cohesion you have in your team or your family or whatever. I think the other thing that I said once about escape rooms, and this probably doesn't work into the idea of the escape room, is all split off into your own mini teams and take down each mini game and then just come back together with all of your results. I think that goes against the spirit of what you're trying to accomplish in the escape room. But I like it. I think it could be very good for the Rangers.
I think the thing is, like, Jake Berger's new to the team. Just got a note. Evan Grant said that him and Wyatt Langford hitting in practice together should be against sound ordinances out there because they crush. But what did we learn? They learned quickly about Jake Berger because Josh Young wanted to learn quickly who his teammate was so they could show him, welcome into the fold. Well, you learn something about somebody's skill set.
Yeah.
And you learn, dude, that guy right there, he can do this. That's going to help us. I don't know. All right. I was listening to Bill Burr talk the other day. And he said that one time his mom was standing at the pharmacy, and a guy walks in and says, "Hey, do y'all have any eye drops? My eye is watering, and I need something to just help it out. I think it's itchy or something." And he said at that time he looked over, he saw his mom. She's a nurse. Look at her watch.
Okay.
She started clocking how long his eye was watering, and then she predicted a stroke. And she was already helping him before the stroke happened because she was a nurse, and she had that skill that she knew she was going to save a life. He was like, dude, I saw my mom save multiple lives right in front of me. And that was one of the stories. I don't know what my skill set would be in an escape room. I feel like I'm pretty good at puzzles. I'm pretty good at I got good logic. I have very sound logic. Sometimes I do think out of the box. But you got to make sure you know in that group who's the leader, who's the one with the sound logic, who's the idiot you don't listen to that might find the key at the last second on accident. Yeah. But you got to figure out what that room's made of and help get them all to do their part. And I think that's important because then you know what it's dumb. You know what somebody's made of on the field whenever they get out there. If they're just going to throw their hands up and quit.
Now, I like this. I would be a numbers guy in that situation. Like, I think I'm helpful with numbers. I don't know about how much other stuff. But, by the way, Nathan Eovaldi's putting a lot on the line for this.
Oh, really? I love Nathan Eovaldi.
He's the best. And he was just kidding about this, I think. But in the story from Evan Grant, it was super fun. By the time his wife, Becca, was going to read this story, that's their favorite thing to do as a hobby, is to go to escape rooms. She will have learned that he has already cheated on her with an escape room. And Eovaldi joked, you're probably going to get me in trouble. She's been giving me a hard time about going without her. And so I know he's just kidding it, like, hopefully. But I think that's a fun aspect of it. So the Escape Rangers, okay.
That's fun.
You like it. All right, that's good.
Fun.
That's good.
From the 903, no fast intelligence here. I'd be the one costing the win. Yes.
Okay. All right. That's fair. So the Escape Rangers conquered a Last of Us themed escape room, then set a facility record in the Stranger Things themed
escape
record room. Yes, a facility record.
So the first one, they were able to do it. But in the second one, they knew everybody's good, like what they were all good at. They figured it out. They were the A-team at that point.
Now, they came short in the Haunted Mansion because Josh Young misread a clue. So Josh Young got his comeuppance because when they left the room, an employee jumped out at him because it's the Haunted Mansion. And he said, quote, my soul kind of left my body for a minute. I figured we'd finished it. And then the guy jumps out. It scared the crap out of me. So they would have had a facility record in the Haunted Mansion, got it for Stranger Things, dominated the Last of Us themed escape room. They are rolling. By the way, when he was saying this, Evan said that Nathan Eovaldi walked by and imitated the pose that Josh Young did. And he said it was halfway between Heisman Trophy pose and the fetal position. So
yeah, he was stay away from me and I'm terrified.
And so I do think the potential for the camaraderie is there. I like it.
From the 903, best activity to build chemistry, Tolo Go, baby. A little turn it on, leave it on, get it on. No better way to build chemistry.
Look, enough people have spoken that they're doing that. I just
Special Forces assessment selection. Yeah, that's a way to do it. Went to an escape room this past Sunday. Learned a lot about myself in 60 minutes. The other thing, though, whenever he jumped and got scared, do you have a go-to scream to scare people? Or like Avery, every time he opens a door, I just happen to be walking by. When he opens the door to come out of his room, and I go, watch out! And he jumps every time. I love it. Watch out! Just give him one.
I've tried to ease back on that because my wife gets more scared than any human I've ever met. Like, I walked into our bedroom once, and she was over at the master bathroom walking out, and I was like, "Hey, Jess," and she goes, "Oh my goodness!" And I was like, "What?"
I always tell Adrian the same thing. I live here.
Yeah.
Like did you not know I live here? Like, what's going on?
It is very strange. One more question about the escape room for you as we're going through this.
No, Wife Swap is not a great team building experiment.
That was a TV show, though,
Maybe
right?
it is, though. I don't know.
Do you just go with your friends and family, or are you like picking people to go to your escape room? You're like, all right, You were a Marine. You are a Marine.
If I want to go set records,
okay,
I'm gonna specifically take. Otherwise, I'm just going with a group, whoever.
All
but if
right.
I want to set some records, I want to know that I'm going with some smart people that I think can really work together on this. 940. I'm doing solo toe logo. Does that count?
Because you couldn't find a Tolo ho. I gotcha.
What are you doing right now?
I'm sorry.
What
is
are
that
you
not
doing right now, Kevin?
That's not.
Jeez Louise,
It was
dude.
just a question.
From the 214, Uno completely wrecked my in-laws' Christmas Eve family party. To this day, there's still lingering bitterness and heated debates anytime the rules of Uno
Dude.
come up in their house.
So let's talk about it. Different folks have different rules for those draw twos, those draw fours, and that Uno.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And man, you will see, like, I know we all have cultural differences and stuff, but Uno-based differences get people heated.
It does. It definitely does.
You have to draw two and you don't get to go. The hell I don't get to go. Well, you don't. And like, it gets very, very heated.
The 817 Corey just said his family isn't smart. I know my family. All right.
You know their strengths and their weaknesses.
My wife is stupid.
I did not say that.
No.
That is edited clearly.
Edited because it happened.
Carter is trying to take over the room.
I would take him in an escape
He's
room.
the perfect person to have because he's going to fight through it. Avery's very smart, but Avery's also very lazy at times. But
Okay.
he's very intelligent, like a very intelligent kid. Lucy and they're going to be great. All right. Like Lucy's the lovingest person, you know. She's so sweet. Adrian, she wants to win, so she's competitive. I got a good family group dynamic, but I do feel like two people are going to be carrying most of the load on this, and that's me and Carter.
Okay.
Because that's just the way that it is. So I'm not saying my family's dumb. I'm just saying that my family has a specific set of skills, each one of them individually.
All right. Do you want... We'll try to distance from that. Do you want the results of the Texas Rangers Hope-O-Meter?
Yes.
All right. Who do you think... And this is confusing to me. Who do you think is the most optimistic team in baseball? A fan base. I'm sorry. Optimistic.
Dodgers?
Yes. The Dodgers is correct. However, their optimism level is only 99.7. Tell me this. 0.3 people out there?
What's your problem?
Yeah, what is
What's
it
your deal?
that
Yeah, what's
you're
your deal?
missing? You're the defending World Series champions.
That's awesome.
You brought in one of the most coveted free agent pitchers
amazing,
ever
yeah.
for a huge discount. What do you need? Trade for Trout?
You know what? I
do
think
we-
they misunderstood the question.
Okay.
That's the only thing I can think is that you got to give 0.3 for misunderstanding a question.
Okay. You know what? That actually makes more sense to me than if you're pessimistic to be a Dodgers fan. Second on the list, who do you think is the second most optimistic fan base in all of Major League Baseball?
Mets?
Ooh, incorrect. The Mets are fourth, though, so very good. You want to give Alec a try to see if he embarrasses himself or not?
Will you embarrass yourself by answering this question or no? Who's the second most optimistic?
Behind the Dodgers fan base in Major League Baseball.
Oh. Man, there's a few good options that I would go with. I don't really know. Maybe the Red Sox?
Boston Red Sox are sixth. That was worse than what Corey said, so...
I did embarrass myself. There we go.
Yeah, you still did pretty good. That's okay.
They killed free agency in the offseason.
They did.
Why would they not be optimistic?
I'm optimistic. I'm very optimistic right now. Therefore, I will say the Rangers fan base should be very optimistic right now, even though what happened last year happened.
They are not second. That's the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Oh,
but
okay. Who just drubbed us the other day 10-1 or 14-1.
But coming in at number third. That was a cross
third.
between 3 and 3rd.
At number 3rd.
Coming in at number 3rd with a 97.5% optimism rate for the season, the Texas Rangers.
All right, go get Rangers.
There you go.
Thank you, Bojie.
This is the most optimistic they've been since the Hope-O-Meter began. Consider this: 2022, feeling okay. 59.5%. That was 20th in Major League Baseball. Then in 2023, we know they would go on to win the World Series. 87.7 optimism, 13th in Major League Baseball. Then last year, when they were the defending world champions, 97% optimism, only 4th. So that means optimism from the beginning of last year, when they're defending champions, to the beginning of this year, has grown 0.5%. Corey, you said you're excited, and so are the people.
Yeah. What's up with the other 2.5% of people that aren't excited, though?
What's their deal?
Yeah, what's y'all's deal?
I bet you almost all 2.5% of that is, who's our closer?
Probably so.
Because I'm still optimistic, but I still have the question.
Or they're like, oh, injuries are going to happen.
Who is our closer?
Yeah.
By the way, rounding out the rest of the top 10, the Mets and then the Royals. Alex said the Red Sox, they're 6. Then the Tigers, Reds, Braves, and Phillies. Perhaps I'll tell you the craptacular fan bases tomorrow. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing great, Gavin Dawson. I know I interrupted here, but I wanted to point this out. Today, I got the second parking spot on the first floor in the parking garage.
Oh, hell yeah.
And that may have set the tone for the entire day.
Princess parking.
Yeah, it was amazing today to walk in and drive in and be like, oh my gosh, it's open. Never happens. Never happens. So, great day.
What do you attribute that to? Historical.
Maybe. There's a lot of
God, I have no idea what he's going to say.
Jokes in my brain right now.
I think I do know where he's headed.
Maybe just people weren't. Maybe it's not back to work Wednesday. You know?
It's a spring break.
Yeah, it's spring break too. Yeah, spring break. That's the better answer.
Maybe one of the longest spring breaks of all time
for some people. Yeah, that's right.
Oh my God.
So.
Good.
My kid's spring break is next week.
See, it feels like next week is really the prime week.
Yeah,
unless you're the Joneses.
And you can have a 2-week spring break.
I always wanted that.
You know, when I started college, I thought we were going to get a 2-week spring break because, like, the winter break, you go from high school to like 2 weeks, give or take. In college, it's like a month. And then you get out of school early, you start school early. I thought for sure we would have a 2-week spring break, and I was so sad when it's like, still a regular week. That's all you get.
Makes sense. What was the spring break trip like? Was there ever one like growing up? Obviously, you go to college and then maybe you're finding a beach somewhere. But for at least for my age, it was watching MTV and they would be like at Lake Havasu or something.
Yep.
Okay, so just living vicariously.
Yeah. Parents worked, so it was
you and Ed Lover, huh?
You stay home. Yeah, exactly. You stay home and watch your little sister. Please don't get her stuck on the roof again. Please don't throw her over the pool. Yeah, all sorts of stuff like that.
We had a couple of camping trips that we did, and those didn't last very long. Those were about 2 days of my dad just being like, "Why did we do this?"
So I don't.
It's the question I always ask.
I don't think I've ever told this story on air before. So I went on a spring break road trip with my buddy. We drove all the way up to New York, Chicago, all kinds of places. That's how I checked off a whole lot of states to begin with.
Was this when you were carrying the drugs, or is that a different story?
Oh,
right.
Okay. They weren't drugs, but tell me if this cop was not doing their job correctly. So we're up around St. Louis, and we get pulled over.
You've seen a lot up in St. Louis.
Yeah,
that's why I let you
that's
go.
true. And
I hate that place.
And the cop, yeah, that's fair. The cop said, "I pulled you over because we've had a lot of issues with interstate drug trafficking, and I see you have a Texas plate on your car. I'm going to need to search your car." And I was too young to like really think anything of it. But then I remembered that we were going to make a stop in Pittsburgh because one of my mom's friends' kids had gotten married. We had a wedding present in the trunk in a nondescript, like brown wrapping. And
it was a bong.
Hey, the cop opened the trunk and said,
"It's a water pipe, sir."
"What's that?" And I was like, "Oh,
whatever you want to call it.
It's a wedding present for a family friend." And he goes, "Okie dokie," and shut. And I was like, if I was smuggling, he might not have said okie dokie, but it was something like that.
That's a brick of cocaine.
If I was smuggling drugs, that's exactly what it would look like. Maybe it's because I just had an answer immediately ready to go. He's like, "It seems like that guy's probably telling the truth."
Honest.
Or
he looks like a straight shooter.
Yeah. So that was part one of the trip. But what really happened on the way back, we're driving back from New Orleans, and we've been driving all week, just us two.
Wait a minute. How many cities have you hit on this trip?
Yeah. We went, that's all we did was drive and go. So we went all the way up through St. Louis and Chicago, made our way to Pittsburgh and New York, and then came all the way back down the East Coast, in the span of 9 days. So we probably didn't get enough sleep. I don't know if my mom even knows
it's like
this
you're on the road
story.
the whole time.
Yeah, a lot of the time. We're driving back from New Orleans. I fell asleep while driving the car.
Yep, there you go.
And so I would not advise people pushing yourselves too far. I woke up just in time to probably avoid catastrophic disaster, but I clipped a sign and damaged the right side of my car. Now, in my infinite wisdom
It's
as
like Tommy Boy, huh?
Yes.
You just gotta get down the highway.
Luckily, it was just that one thing. I wish I could say it was a deer or whatever.
Deer in the back of your car.
So
Both doors gone.
in my infinite wisdom as a 20-year-old, I parked out in front of our house. And I said, I'm going to park the damaged side of the car on the opposite side.
For sure.
So my mom won't see it, and she'll never be the wiser.
There you go.
Not really thinking through that, my mom might drive over that street, or she knows everybody in the neighborhood. So that day, my mom goes, "Hey, why'd I get 3 calls today that your car is wrecked?" I was like, in that moment, I could not possibly imagine how she figured that out.
You hated every neighbor.
My tiny brain could not comprehend how she figured that out. And
Damn,
I was
Mrs. Bell.
yeah, what? How did you know that? And
it.
she goes, "Well, guess who's been calling all day?" And she told me all these people. And I was like,
dang it.
Stupid neighbors. But I didn't have
They got fish in the vents that year.
I didn't have a good plan for the rest of it.
So gossipy.
I didn't have $1,500 or whatever it was to just go fix up my car.
Yeah, because you drove around the country for
I
9
know,
days.
pretty
Spent all
much.
on gas money.
I don't know how I thought this was going to end up, and I was going to find my way out of it.
Yeah.
I was like, I just need to buy
your
some
way out
more
of it?
time. Yeah, I need to just buy some more time. Have you ever been in a situation where you're like, I just need to buy some more time, and I'll totally figure out what the right thing to do is? Because that didn't work out for me at all. At all.
Yeah, I can't think of anywhere, the time bought me enough to get myself out of it. I think once you have that realization, you're done.
It's too late.
You're in denial.
Yeah, it's too late at that point.
Just embrace the suck at that point.
That was a long time ago, and hopefully if my mom heard that, she'll forgive me.
Was your friend also sleeping on the road trip and he woke up in fear?
And I know this isn't right.
Oh, no.
But I was kind of mad at my friend, too, for falling asleep. I was like, you can't do that.
You're driving, dude. No, you can't be mad at him. You're driving.
Did you guys not have a radio in this thing?
No, we did, because this was in 2000.
What do you listen to?
I've been tired enough behind the wheel, though, that it didn't matter if I rolled the windows down, cranked the music up.
It'll make you want to drive a car into the pole.
I was listening to easy listening all the time and just drifted away.
You look like you want to go to sleep as you're driving this car.
But
Here's a nice pillow.
So it turned out okay. So I guess my point is, what do you guys think about Solomon Thomas?
I'll give you a scouting report on him at 340.
All right. Does that do anything for you when it is like a local high school kid that's come back, or you're like, that's neat, but can you play now?
A little bit. A little bit. I mean, I'm always rooting for the local kids. Like, we got a bunch in the draft this year. So, like, Billy Bowman Jr. we were talking about today, safety from Denton Ryan. It's like he's not going to be a high pick, but I'm rooting for the kid, and he's undersized. You know, it's like, go get him, Billy. You got this, buddy. But yeah, I liked Solomon Thomas coming out of the draft. He was a 3rd overall pick. With the 49ers. And I just like the relationship that he's got clearly with the defensive line coach. Like Tommy Yarish brought up a great point going back with his stats. He's had the most sacks of his career under Aaron Whitecott with the Jets. So clearly he sounded off on the player, said bring him in here. He's a good rotational piece. I'm excited to see what he can do. Like, I don't know if he's a guy that's going to necessarily make you think, okay, we're good at defensive tackle, but a good asset to have.
He's nice to have. I know watching him, I lost track of his game a little bit, but yeah, 340. I'll walk you through it, man. There's some positive stuff there.
Now that the Cowboys have been making some moves, I know everybody wants the biggest, splashiest move in the world. Are there any particular positions that you would still like to see them at least attempt to address before we get to the draft?
Corner, linebacker.
Corners. For me.
And maybe edge rusher and wide receiver.
General manager.
I know a lot of people texted in general manager and president, and I was like, I probably can't help you with that.
Is linebacker one of the shallowest draft positions right now?
I talked to a team. They've got 2 linebackers in the top 75.
Oh, see, that's where seeing all these linebackers getting
that's why
signing free agency.
It ain't the draft to go get your dig. Yeah, there's some decent guys in the mid rounds.
There's some mid rounds though. There's some guys that are all right, but as far as the elite type linebackers, it's pretty. That's why you saw everybody sign up real quick.
Yep.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking. We'll have David Hellman, NFL on Fox, joining us at 4:00.
I don't know if this is already what you were thinking, but Hellman had a really great tweet yesterday about how many of these deals would you have actually made if you're the Cowboys? And he wanted Jordan Lewis and 2 other guys. I thought it was a really fascinating breakdown. Yep. He's a great guest. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Come back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Go get Pat Cowboys, Kevin.
Go get Cowboys.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the show. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. Fixing to go 5. That's flawless hours. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here. Carter Freeman is here coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. NFL free agency is raging. But once again, we open with winners. It's becoming a tradition here on the show. We want to talk about the winning teams. Not a lot going on with the Rangers, although a game will be underway in an hour. They're taking on old Ron Washington and the Angels, I believe, this afternoon.
Bring it on, Wash. Bring it on.
Jared will join us after the game. We'll go around the bases. We'll have Rangers talk throughout the day for you. Evan Grant writing today about a group of Rangers who have enjoyed escape room challenges in Arizona this spring training. Apparently it's the thing to do out there.
Team bonding. What didn't the Eagles do like a Hail Mary escape room challenge a year and a half ago when their season was combusting on itself? They had won 10 games and then they just spiraled out of control.
Didn't save them?
They were having the infighting. It didn't save them, but it did. I mean, it might have been the start to a bigger picture process. Didn't save him that season, though.
I mean, they are very popular for corporate retreats. I've never done one myself.
Me neither.
Abby's always asking about it. Her mom used to ask about it, and I just kind of stonewalled on it, pretended like I didn't hear him, you know. But so I'm happy to report I've never done that. It doesn't seem like a good time to me. It might make me claustrophobic, Brian.
No, I didn't even know what you're talking about. What do you do? Try and fight your way out of something? What do you do?
You're not fighting, but you're in
problem solving, kind of.
Yeah, problem solving your way out of a sort of ridiculous building, I guess.
And there's clues laying around?
Yeah, I guess there's clues, and it's kind of like dark. And it's like a maze, whatever. I don't know.
It's not like a colossal waste of time.
Yeah, different themes.
It's getting crazy.
I think a lot of it has to do with, and I've never done it before, so what do I know? But I would imagine you want to make sure you have at least one person who is really wrapping their arms around the idea of leading the charge, and they know what the heck they're doing.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and it sounds like Evaldi is that guy for the Rangers. Go figure. But apparently at one of these facilities, they set the record for the fastest
escape.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a notch on the belt, dude.
Well,
I like this.
And apparently they would have had another one, but Josh Young misread a question. Right.
Oh.
But that was a team builder right
That's
there.
the Red
Texas
Raider
Tech.
education.
Yeah.
Wreck 'em.
Franklin injury attorney text line is open if you have thoughts on this. I bet it's one of those deals that if you get there and you get into it, it is kind of fun. You ever done one of these deals, Lucius, where you get into the escape room for a party or something like that?
See how my old lady is set up. I don't think it'd be a good idea for us to do that. 100% have a fallout. That in the Amazing Race too. We'll fall out, bro.
Just asking for a fight.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean,
she'll call me stupid. You're not listening. You know, you never listen. All
Why are you so stubborn?
Yeah, man, it get crazy. Now I avoid that at all costs.
There is some competitiveness that can trigger some anxieties in people. I could see that happening.
And it just won't be me, too. She'll do it with anybody.
Okay, yeah.
So I don't take it personal. She'll do it with anybody.
You might have arguments with strangers you never met.
And 100% apologizing, too, later. Sorry about my old lady.
Okay. At 877-881-1053. Just wanted to run that by. Maybe some people out there have had great experiences with these escape rooms. But, yeah, you got Evaldi, Young, Berger, Langford. Some other guys here in this picture look like maybe our guy Cody Bradford. And they're having some fun with it. Okay, NFL free agency. This is 2 years in a row, guys, where even before the draft, even before free agency is even starting to wrap up, it's clear this team's not good enough. What do you do with that knowledge?
They're not.
I think we wait to see if ratings can be so bad that maybe the Cowboys would reevaluate their approach to try to get some excitement. Used to be that as a manager of a team, your fan base would get kind of apathetic, and you'd have to go buy up a bunch of players to try to get them excited again. But the Cowboys don't have to do that. They had the highest rated game of the season in the NFL again, and that was against the Giants on Thanksgiving. Which was just a dumpster fire matchup, but it's Thanksgiving. It's the Cowboys, and nearly 40 million people watched.
Flexing.
So I don't know. There's no end in sight. We need everybody to just kind of stop watching, and only temporarily, just for like a couple weeks. Where you have like those gas strikes where people are like, okay, nobody buy gas on this day. OPEC's gonna feel it. Can we just pick a couple of those? We need to do something.
Yeah. I mean, if it was just the Metroplex, it would be probably a little bit easier. But this just stretches so far and wide. Cowboys Nation is so vast.
Yeah,
it's tough to.
For sure.
Yeah, worldwide for sure.
I just don't know how you can watch the team in your division win the Super Bowl and not learn anything from that.
Well, it speaks to the priority that they don't. That's not what they want.
No, I'm just saying.
They're like, cool, good for them. That's not what we're here for.
No, and it's not just about kick the can. It's about trading. It's about drafting. It's about free agency. It's about how you shape your coaching staff. I mean, they've done that with the coaching staff, and I think all the things are leading to that. The coaching staff. This one might be one that we kind of like at the end of the day. I just don't know how you can look at team building and feel like that just sitting there and playing, just getting ready for a draft is going to always be the best thing. That team in Philadelphia, they showed you. Other teams are now kind of figuring it out too. Look at what the Rams do. The Rams have used the draft. They've not used the draft. They've used free agency. They've used trades. There's ways to do this and make your team better. I mean,
those are all teams with their number one priority being winning a Super Bowl.
I totally understand that. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just looking at it as a point. I'm not trying to defend them because I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not going to defend the way that they operate over there. I'm sorry. And if you're that guy or gal that's going to tweet at me and say, "Oh, you're just the wet blanket guy and you're giving us no hope," no, I'm being a damn realist here. Your team, and I said it earlier, has got a shot to be worse than it was last year. Oh, don't you think they need to play a game? No, they don't, because they don't go about it the right way.
Mm-hmm.
They don't. They really don't. And I don't know how you could sit there and think that your way is the right way when the teams in your division are clearly better than you at it.
Yeah. Your philosophy is we're going to draft and develop and sign our own on our way to a championship. You're coming off back-to-back bad drafts, And I thought maybe they would be like, oh, crap, it's time to start spending, right?
Get an overcorrection.
Yeah, like we can't do this.
Darn it.
You stack up 2 bad drafts, and all of a sudden you can't just lean on the fact that we have guys that can replace veterans that are walking out of the door.
But it's too soon to say they're bad drafts, guys.
Right.
We got to let our year 2 and year 3 guys prove us right, because we took them, which means they've got to be good football players, okay? Hell, we're going into year 4 with Jalen Tolbert. This is the year. Wide receiver 2. He's going to do it, because they can't admit when they're wrong, because it doesn't look good to the outside to say, gosh, we screwed up here. We need to change.
I mean, I guess, we could hope that in a year's time it would change, but that would mean another bad draft. So I don't really know what I want, but I know we need something to rock them into wanting to change. Like Jerry wanted the stadium, so we hired Parcells. It's got to be wanting to get the fans' eyes back. But when you had a season that bad last year and you're still leading the league by far in television ratings, I don't know. I think we're stuck here for the foreseeable future. And it's depressing. It was easy to team build like that and still be a contender. They were on this run where they took in the first round 6 out of 7 years, basically an All-Pro or a guy that made an All-Pro team. It was a ridiculous run that they went on, starting with Tyron Smith. Was that the 2010 or 2011 draft?
I'm not going to be critical of the drafting part. It's the other 2 that I don't understand.
Yeah,
it's the other 2 parts of the team building that I don't understand.
So yeah,
and I'm not asking him to spend. I'm not asking him to spend, $20 million on players that can't play, because I think some teams yesterday did that.
Yeah,
I think some teams yesterday overspent for some players. So to me, but just like I say, we'll talk about the Solomon Thomas one. I'm encouraged by that one. That signing right there, I'm encouraged by that one. And in 340, we'll talk about what I saw. But I think you have to do more than that. You have to find a way to continue to add more players, and like I say, that I think they let an opportunity with the linebackers go by the wayside. I think we've talked about that here too, that the draft is not deep. I talked to a team yesterday. Hey, I've got 2 linebackers in the top 75. Okay. Well, that's something Dallas clearly needs. There was 3rd round linebackers, 4th round linebackers. But to me, you could have gone out, got a veteran guy, and then supplemented it with the draft stuff that you're about to do.
Like the contract Drake Greenlaw got yesterday, 3 years, $35 million from Denver. That's a very manageable contract. That's not crazy at all.
Yeah.
And you've got Maris Leofau. That's really the only. I mean, you've got other bodies, but you don't trust any of them. Damone Clark, that's another draft guy. That
was a guy you drafted
out,
that you thought you were going to play, and so now you're going to go back to the draft.
And
they're probably looking at $4 or $5 million players. Yeah.
Which, I mean, hey, if you're going to do that, then you're going to take yourself out of impact signings.
Yeah.
You can get by. Like, I can find production, but are these guys that are going to elevate your team?
Well, I know what we do with other teams when they get this bad and disappointing is we just stop watching and stop talking about them, but that's not going to happen because it's the Dallas Cowboys, and that's where Jerry Jones kind of has us in checkmate. Now, the 682 says, Dawson, those viewership numbers aren't what they seem to be. They aren't true views. They don't accurately represent the truth, kind of like stat padding numbers. I have a couple of friends that work at Nielsen. Okay, but they still have billions and billions of dollars of network TV revenue that is a result of whatever their ratings are. They're insane, and the Cowboys lead the charge on that. So until they're significantly less, I don't think the Cowboys are going to change.
My question is, if those numbers are not realistic, why do the people in the media world seem to always promote them? Well, I mean, like the people who like cover like media, the Marchant and guys like that, right? Why are those guys? Why every week do we get like the people who cover sports media talked about those numbers if they're not realistic?
They're close enough.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm asking, like, I was just trying to say, this guy says, well, I've got friends in the Nielsen, but every week we get from national, media people that cover sports media. They're the ones that putting it out.
Yeah.
And they're saying it like, hey, this is what happened this week. I disagree with the texter there. I think those numbers are realistic.
Me too. We have some numbers coming in on Cowboy deals. Kevontae Turpin gets 3 years and about $18 million. So congratulations to him. What a story to come out of, basically the football minor leagues and establish himself as the top kick returner in the game for a couple of years now, and he's been rewarded handsomely. Rob Jones, the offensive lineman undrafted in 2021, becomes a decent offensive lineman, 1 year deal worth up to $4.5 million. Is he better than Brock Hoffman and TJ Bass?
Yeah, I got him at 340 with an extensive reports about that. So if you can hang on till then, we could sure take care of all those guys.
You got a defensive lineman, Solomon Thomas, who's a pretty good run stopper, didn't turn into the pass rusher that the Niners hoped they'd be when they used the 3rd overall pick on him back in 2017. So kind of a bust, but still a serviceable lineman.
Mm-hmm.
He's also played for the Raiders and the Jets, and it's a 2-year contract worth up to $8 million. I guess that's where the tie-in for the Cowboys is Aaron White-Cotton, the former Jets defensive line coach, who's now with the Cowboys. And he had a pretty good couple of seasons.
He did.
I think it was 8.5 sacks combined over the last 2 years. So maybe they got a roll. And, what this comes down to is we have to hope that these budget free agent additions that the Cowboys pick are guys that are going to way overperform. And they have, they usually get 1 or 2 of those guys that, are way better than what the contract says they should be at this stage in their career. And if the Cowboys can ever, stack up like 4 or 5 of those and ace a draft, maybe they can make a run at this thing again, Brian.
Yeah, the thing with Thomas is I think Thomas, to me, of the guys I've watched, he gives me the most hope. When you start to talk about these guys. Again, 340, I'll break them all down for you.
Okay, what else we have going on here? Worst case scenario happened for the Mavs. 53% of their shots went in. They commit only 10 turnovers. The rebounds kept bouncing to them as they're playing a team that has the same problem as they do. No size whatsoever. And they end up beating the Spurs 133-129. Can't afford for that to happen again tomorrow. They'll play San Antonio. But Dinwiddie just went crazy. 28 off the bench. Kessler Edwards had 22 and 11.
Yeah. They made some free throws down the stretch too that helped them well.
Yeah.
As well. The game got a little close. It sounded kind of a tight game throughout.
Yeah, it was a battle back and forth.
Back and forth against 2 teams that were kind of decimated with injury. But like I said, we talked about it, Dawson. I visit with the folks over there on the staff, and they're like. They're like, hey, if we get a few more guys back, we can win some games. So that's their attitude.
Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna hope for the best to maybe get the best draft pick, and they're trying to win games.
Yeah. Phoenix lost. They're looking at it like, hell yeah, let's go.
Yeah, Kevin Durant trying to fight multiple members of the Grizzlies. Not only did Phoenix lose, but they're falling apart. Like they have morale and chemistry issues, and now they're 2.5 back. So I don't know how that's going to go. Yeah. I mean, the humiliation of having to play in a play-in game and not even get the full allotment of ping pong balls for the draft lottery and your chances at moving up and getting a star player. It's so cruel. It's really unbelievable. Cannot wait for this Texas Ranger season to get going. We have Rangers baseball starting at 3 o'clock. Jared Sandler will join us after and recap all the day's storylines. But where do the Cowboys rank when it comes to offensive building blocks? We'll talk about that. How far away are they from having an explosive offense once again? G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30 as well, and we're back with that and more here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, Wolchuk's going to tell us about these Cowboy building blocks here in just a second. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Okay, the 405 says, guys, what the hell are they going to do at linebacker, though? I have an answer for that. Give me 2 seconds, okay? Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call Franklin Frankel, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. So my bad. We got a lot of things in the air here, but I guess my point would be it just doesn't matter. The Cowboys are so far away. You could add the best 2 linebackers in the NFL to this team, and they still wouldn't have a legitimate Super Bowl contender. You have to improve so many parts of this football team that adding a linebacker or finding a good bargain for $4 or $5 million, they're in no man's land. They're not contenders. They're not rebuilding. Right now, what they're doing is waiting until their scouts produce another run of Hall of Fame level drafts. That's what we're waiting for right now. The next big shoe to drop and the next big pivot for this organization, because their draft and develop is, man, when are we going to go through a run of getting like Tyron Smith and Zach Martin and Travis Frederick, in the space of 5 years, and give us a great offensive line that we can use for a decade to open up a championship window? When's that going to happen again? And it might not ever. We might be entering a horrible era of Cowboys football. Zach, I can see it on your face, buddy.
Hey, when it happened, did they win a championship?
No, they didn't.
Right. So that way of doing it, hoping for like, oh my gosh, we're going to get a string of Hall of Fame picks. That's a great way to start. It is. It's a great way to build a foundation for your team. But it's not going to be the finish of what is going to be a Super Bowl run for you. So that thinking, it's like, I guess it's tough to really spread any type of optimism other than this is kind of where we are. They do this every year. This year, they've probably actually done a better job of not just signing just bums. Like Solomon Thomas is a guy that can actually give you something. That's a win. The offensive lineman, let's just cross our fingers and hope he can. Clayton Adams can do what he did with Will Hernandez. Hernandez was a guy nobody wanted. You watch the tape; it was terrible. He ended up being a pretty darn good guard in Arizona last year. So maybe Rob Jones ends up being one of those dudes for Clayton Adams. I don't know. But it's just like, yeah, every year we're kind of going through the same cycle here.
It's all Steven's fault. Jerry knows Steve does not have the cojones that he has when it comes to rolling the dice and going for it, right? Steve tried to stop him from getting Deion Sanders in 1995. Now
you did.
He sure did. In 2015, smartly he made you take Zach Martin, and Jerry leaned over and said, if you play it safe, you'll never get to the top. I'm paraphrasing, right? But didn't he say that to him?
Did.
He
Very
did.
similar,
He did.
yeah.
Nothing's changed. It's
Play it
just
safe.
It's just that Steven has the power now to decide where this organization goes, and that's going to be criminally conservative when it comes to trying to make a winner in sports. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, well, this is also probably criminal what Bleacher Report's done here. They ranked every NFL team's building blocks. All right, now this was heading into free agency. Now your top 10, and this is where it's funny because the Cowboys are in the top 10 of this.
Is this full team or is this
like your 3 core building block players?
Okay, on both sides
the
of the
offense.
ball. Oh, specifically
on the
to the
offensive
offense
side of the football.
Okay.
On the offense.
Tyler Smith is one of these cats.
It's going to be Dak, Tyler, and CD.
Tyler, CD.
And CD, yeah.
So that's their building block. They come in at number 9 on this, right ahead of Houston, who they're going to have to figure out a way to redo because it was C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, and Laramie Tunsil. Now Tunsil's in Washington.
Maybe it could be Christian Kirk now.
What do you think? 3 building blocks. So you got Dak, CD, and Tyler Smith. Are they anywhere near any of these other teams that are ahead of them? Or are they better, maybe? Stafford, Kyron Williams, Puka Nacua. Baker, Mike Evans, Tristan Wirfs. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase. That's all they can put for now because they don't know who else is actually on the team. I guess Mike Gesicki. They brought him back, right?
Just those two
But just
is
those
better
two. It's
than the
pretty
Cowboys
sexy.
3.
Allen, James Cook, Deion Dawkins, Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, Tyler Linderbaum, Mahomes, Creed Humphrey, Joe Tooney. Well, he's gone now. So what are the Chiefs doing?
Take that.
What are the Chiefs doing?
Kansas City.
Of course, the Eagles are number 2, and then the Lions come in actually with the top building blocks because they've got Penei Sewell, Goff, Gibbs, St. Brown. They actually threw Laporta in there as well.
So they didn't have the Commanders ahead of the Cowboys?
No, the Commanders are not ahead of the Cowboys.
Like with Jade Daniels and Scary Terry McLaurin, and now you would have
Larry
Tunsil, yeah.
Maybe now they would have a chance, but they
just
actually had
those
Washington pretty low here.
That's crazy.
Right? So, I think the Cowboys, again, and this kind of tends to happen because every year we'd look at the roster. Like, who has the most talented rosters, and the Cowboys would be in the top 10.
Give me every team that has an offensive lineman, a wide receiver, and a quarterback.
Which would the Cowboys would?
Yeah, but I mean,
they're one of them.
Yeah, like that's the thing I would focus on. Didn't you give me one that had like quarterback and 2 skill guys? Like who was that? Who was
Rams?
The Rams.
Bengals.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, but I think the quarterback does a lot of heavy lifting here.
Sure. Yeah.
So, I mean, what do you think of Dak right now? That's a huge question. Like, just the Jaden Daniels and Scary Terry McLaurin is much better than whatever it is the Cowboys got.
You had a top 10 list of that, right? Was that a top 10?
Yeah, it was the 10.
Give me the quarterbacks for each team that has one.
Ahead of them?
Yeah.
Okay. You've got Stafford.
Stafford better, right?
Yeah.
Go
Baker.
ahead. Baker Mayfield, probably not.
No. I think it's on the table.
Okay.
Burrow.
He's better.
Josh Allen.
Better.
Lamar Jackson.
Better.
Patrick Mahomes.
Better.
Jalen Hurts.
Better.
Yeah,
Jared Goff.
better right now. That was one time probably pretty even, but
yeah.
better.
But now I think you got to put all those guys ahead of Dak.
See? Yeah.
It's just I was surprised they were this high when it comes to building blocks, which is what they're thinking, right? They're looking at this like
Tyler Smith is a very sneaky type of a player that evaluators know who the hell he is. Everybody else needs to figure that out.
But even we look at Tyler, and it's like, oh gosh, I love Tyler. They need to get that deal done with him too.
Sure.
Like when we're looking ahead of guys, they're going to have to bring back and re-sign, and maybe not wait till the deadline makes the deal. But I mean, even with as good as Tyler Smith is at 25 years old, and he's making a case for one of the best guards in football, your offensive line still has a ton of question marks that they need to get answers for right now. So it's tough, and I do think you're right.
All your receivers outside of CeeDee Lamb,
and they brought back Terp today,
which is good.
And that is good. Like the value that Terp's going to bring you in terms of just special teams returning, which you had an increase in kick returns last year, which was big. But
he showed he could play in 11 personnel though too last year.
He did. It was just too and far between that they used him well. As a
that's what I'm saying though.
So we gotta hope that $6 million a year, like they should have a plan for him,
absolutely.
right?
That's where you now kind of figure out Lamb, and then you figure out with Terp, and now go get you that other receiver is what you need to do.
Would you take Ladd McConkey, Justin Herbert, Rashawn Slater over the Cowboys trio?
Yeah. Yeah, but just because of Herbert and Dak. And it's not a huge, like, Herbert's incredible, but I will take Herbert's next 5 over Dak's next 5.
Yeah, I think that's what it comes down to is projecting where Prescott goes from here. It's potentially bad. I think there's a pretty big swing on it, too, as far as, like, the ceiling of the floor of what you're going to get.
Boy, we've waved the pom-poms a lot for that Herbert.
Herbert needs to prove it.
We've waved him a lot for him.
I don't think what Herbert has done so far is better than what Dak has done at the top of his game.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, we always talk about him as the young and upcoming, and and
it's time for him to.
It's time, He's
no
kind of
Like
exactly.
that playoff game was brutal.
Yeah,
it was probably one of the worst games he's ever played. But talent wise, like if you're just going like, okay, if I can take talented aspects of a quarterback. Yeah. Most people are going to take a Herbert over Dak in that scenario.
There's a lot of people, except the people that love Dak, would take quarterbacks over Dak.
Dak's done more winning, actually, and even in playoff games than what Herbert has. You can't say that about more than a lot of quarterbacks, but you can about Justin.
Yep, absolutely.
Compared to Herbert, he is a winner. There you have it. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Do for love. I try everything. All right, G-Bag of the day right here. Our winner so far is a church combo pack. 2 clips. I believe this is day 2 for this one right here.
Yep.
Okay, but yeah, day 2 right here. Church. All right, those are pastor praying for his congregation, and I think he slipped up a little bit here. You'll hear it.
We continue to grow spiritually, that you will continue to be the foundation that we build our lives, our marriages, our parenting, our hookups, not our hookups, our habits, our fears,
that's the devil.
our depressions, our anxieties. God, that you will help us build those on you. We love you, and we're going to sing now and take an offering, and I'm going to be quiet and get off the stage. I love you, Jesus. In your name we pray.
Yeah.
Amen. Chris, sing something.
Sing something. Save me, Chris.
Organ man, save me here.
Oh, man. And now we have a pastor right here that his wife took a shot at men that like to wash the dishes. I definitely looked at the sink a little different when I went home yesterday. I was like,
I kept playing this for my lady.
I'm going to figure out how to conquer you.
I married a Hispanic, a Puerto Rican. I was going to help with the dishes. I started the first day we came back from our honeymoon. I thought I'm going to be a good husband. I started doing the dishes, and my wife said to me, and I quote, "What are you, gay?"
My God.
So that's the one benefit, one of many, of marrying into the outside of the white race. Amen. You're not expected to help with the housework. You're expected to not help with the housework.
Oh, my Lord.
All right, say no more.
Where's this church located?
Man, that is crazy, bro. That is a big blanket statement right there. Wowie.
You're about to find out how not gay I am. I will not be lifting a finger in this house for the rest of time.
I'm not gay no more.
You will never question that again.
Can you take out the trash? No.
All right, let's go to Fox 35 Orlando, where this man, meteorologist Brooks Gardner, is broadcasting his cheeks off, fam. Oh, my God.
Oh, wow.
He did his job. The station got hit with a tornado while he was broadcasting about a tornado. That very tornado. He did his job, had everybody on.
Legend.
Come on, bro.
This is a look at the live camera of a tornado, which could be passing by our station right now. Okay, there's debris. We've got debris on. Okay, take shelter. Everybody in the Fox 35 building, get to your safe space under your desk if you're not in a designated area. We're hearing, you can see the debris flying there on the camera. This is a tornado. Seek shelter immediately. Get under your desks, guys. Anchors under the desks. Everybody get on the desks. Okay, that was it. Okay, we got power flickering out. That's a tornado. National Weather Service, if you're listening, this is a confirmed tornado right over the Lake Mary studios. This is a very serious situation. This is a real live tornado. It just hit our station. We saw debris flying. It's heading into Lake Mary, going right down Lake Mary Boulevard into Sanford. Okay. I've been doing this for a very long time. That's the first time a tornado has hit me while I'm doing the weather.
Pretty crazy, man. Yeah. It reminds me of the time driving over a George Bush there over Lake Ray Hubbard, and I said, "Man, this storm's kind of crazy. Let's turn on 1080 KRLD." And right as I hit it, and the storm is blowing over Lake Ray Hubbard here, coming in from Rockwall and through Garland. I'm like, "Holy crap! What the hell?"
I said, "I'll be there."
Yeah,
that's me.
They're describing what I'm looking at.
Yeah,
no doubt about it. But that actually wasn't a tornado. That was just straight line of winds that day, Brian. Nearly pushed my truck off the highway, though.
Dude,
Yeah.
the wind here gets just ridiculous.
Yeah, they're flipping planes over, apparently.
Planes, yeah.
All right, let's go to South Carolina women's basketball. Chloe Kitts gave away Coach Don's play during the presser the other day.
Out there and playing confident. My coaches kept, and the point guard kept saying 14, which is kind of get the ball to me.
Oh.
And I just delivered. I was just going out there.
Thanks.
For what?
You just told
our play. Yeah. Anyways, sorry. Yeah.
Still can't stop it.
Gosh dang it.
More questions for the student athletes here in the middle.
We're still calling them student
Seamless
athletes.
transition.
Awkward.
Yeah, Bill Simmons, Tennessee basketball. I have a question for Chloe, please.
Yeah, yeah, 100%.
What other plays do you have?
When you guys come out of a timeout,
you were yelling 21 as well.
Yeah,
what does
yeah,
that mean?
Oh, my gosh. Absolutely. All right, since I'm going to keep it right here with the college basketball. UConn's head coach, since he's in the news, Dan Hurley.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I've had this sitting in the folder for about a week or so. He was asked about his defensive press. His defensive press.
I mean, I think the press has been an asshole to me the whole year. Wait, you mean the... Oh, I thought you meant... There's people acting far worse than me. What was that? I didn't know what you were talking about there. I'm sorry.
What are you talking about?
They've been fair at times. No, listen, we've seen it so much now.
Yeah.
This guy's a character, dude.
Yeah, he is.
He's doing something else.
He is.
Is he microdosing, you think?
Oh, absolutely.
Without explaining it?
I think that he, like, anything's possible with
What's
him
the
right now.
opposite of microdosing? I think that's what he's doing.
Macrodosing, I guess.
Because he is.
Well, he's not overly
Sniffing glue?
relaxed.
He is. Exactly.
Huffing paint, maybe?
Yeah.
Whatever,
that
the,
seems more
whatever the
justified.
opposite of
He's just got
relaxing
bottles
is,
Whatever makes
he's
you go
not.
like,
He is not
after
that
you
guy.
inject it.
Yeah.
Half of his squad wants to get in the transfer portal
Yeah.
right now. Half of the squad wants to leave. Come on,
Thought he
coach.
was Mr. Popular there for a while.
Well,
Back-to-back
your shine
national
wears off when
champs.
you're not winning.
doing it to me.
These guys want to leave. That's great. What do you think? Time to vote?
Yes.
Is it the church combo pack? Is it meteorologist Brooks Garner? You working a tornado there. Chloe Kitts gave away what play 14 is. And Dan Hurley was asked about the press. Oh, geez. I don't know, Chief. Who you voting for?
Give me the champs.
Lucius?
Church, preach, tabernacle.
Wolchuk?
I'll go Chloe Kitts.
Brian?
Kids.
I'll vote for the church combo pack. My score of 3-2. Still your G-Bag of the Day champion. Tune in tomorrow at 2:30. See if they can make it 3 in their pursuit of 5. And if you ever miss the G-Bag of the Day, you can always catch it in the evening. Lucius replays it inside of LA Live every night, 5:40 here on The Fan. Okay, where are we going next, Chief?
Let's crank open a rim sesh. Mavs fans continue to make us proud, and we have your stat of the day. And it's another indictment on Nico. That's next right here in the nation. But first...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
#1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. This is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. David Hellman, NFL on Fox, is coming up at 4 o'clock. Here's the Chief. Let's go ahead, ladies and gentlemen, and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer, and the G-Bag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance! I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when we are officially 5 years removed from that fateful COVID night featuring Rudy Gobert, the Utah Jazz, and the Thunder of Oklahoma City, shutting down the world, and of course, the sports world was included. This today is the 5-year Annie.
Were we at the Rangers?
We were in spring training. Quite the surprise you got.
Surprise!
Jared Sandler had organized some sort of a Mavs viewing party over there at his suite.
Right.
With some assembled Rangers media.
Yeah.
So it was like our last hangout there for a couple months anyway.
Yeah.
Crazy to fathom. It's been 5 years.
That is wild.
It does seem noteworthy, though. Like, after 5 years, we're no longer in a post-COVID society, right? Like, now it's back there.
What do you mean like that? Closed down streets, ghost town DJ life we were living?
Masks, that kind of deal. Obviously, like precautions. We're no longer in that, but we're also no longer like dealing with the midterm consequences of being subjected to that for a year.
The social distancing.
Yeah.
I love the social distancing.
Stay the hell away from me.
I pretty much never gave it up.
Yeah. You know? It was life, bro.
I rarely get sick anymore, and it's just because I think I'm keeping 6 feet still. Yeah, that's usually a pretty good.
Walking around with a ruler.
Pretty good rule.
I wore a coat the other day that when I reached in the pocket, I had a mask in the coat.
Wow,
and
that's a throwback item.
I was like, it was one of those old Dallas Cowboys coats. I grabbed it out of the closet, I put it on, and I reached it and I pulled out. I'm like, gosh, dang, I hadn't had this coat on for that long.
Nostalgia, man.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Yeah, you don't really see too many. You see a random mask here or there. But for the most part, we've come out on the other side. Yeah, the airport is a hot spot for the masks. But ESPN has a oral history of the night that our lives were changed back in 2020. And one of the nuggets in here is going back to that game in Oklahoma City where it was Rudy Gobert and the Jazz, and Rudy Gobert's joking around, touching all the media members,
sprinkling that coronavirus all over the mics.
Yeah, exactly.
Take this back to your stations.
They're all just laughing awkwardly.
And then the news breaks that, okay, actually, we have to shut everything down. This is now bad. Everybody, fans, evacuate. Employees, evacuate the arena. Players, you are now stuck into your respective locker rooms until we can get everybody tested, and now we're just on damage control time. So you have the Jazz in the road locker room, you have the Thunder in their locker room, and they're waiting for hours. And finally, according to Donovan Mitchell, who at the time was with the Jazz, Chris Paul, who was on the Thunder, he says, Chris sent us a bunch of bottles of wine. I want to say maybe 2 or 3 hours after we had been in the locker rooms, and the arena was clear. He says, we were just walking around the arena. It was just us. We ended up drinking wine, and we were just drunk. We were just like, there's nothing else we can do. We're here. And Royce O'Neal also gave Chris Paul some props for the much-needed distraction, adding, quote, that that might be what saved everybody, because being in that locker for 5 or 6 hours, I don't know what we were going to do. There's only so much food, snacks, and water and Gatorade we could drink. So Chris Paul had the Jazz players just hammered, roaming around aimlessly
in the Thunder Arena while everybody was just waiting for everybody to get tested and the all clear to, I guess, get back on the plane and fly home.
That sounds like they made the most of it.
Oh, they definitely did.
Yeah.
And it was all thanks to Chris Paul. I didn't know that he would be, you'd think he'd be going in there and maybe like taking their snacks away, just still trying to play mental warfare mind games. Like, this game's going to resume in a few hours.
Trying to get him out of the game to work on sets. Yeah, that's what I would imagine.
Or maybe that was his big plan too. Was like, if this game does get like, maybe they call it back on here in a few hours. These guys are going to be hammered, and we're going to get this win.
I remember, like you say, Chris Paul. We remember on the way home that the discussion we had was, you and I were kind of cautious about. Jeff was talking about going to the St. Patrick's Day parade.
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh, that's not going to stop me."
He
Watch
went
this.
and got COVID.
And he got COVID. He went to the parade and got COVID. He did. Dawson,
That was a super spreader event.
Are you sure you want to do this? He's like, "Oh, watch what I do."
Yeah, that is so funny, dude. Well, we do have an NBA stat of the day for you. And it starts just simply with the fact that Quentin Grimes last night, now a member of the 76ers, formerly of the Mavericks, but him and his agent were ticked after the Mavericks sent away Luka and then were fad-shaming him on the way out. Quentin Grimes was like, "Get me out of here." They sent him to Philadelphia. He's been getting buckets. Last night was no different. 35 points for him. Okay, so that's just the first portion of this. But now the fun part, and really the funny part, is your stat of the day, which is, of course, that Quentin Grimes officially has more 30-point games than Paul George for the Sixers this season. It's the same Paul George who made an appearance at I don't even know, some like WWE wrestling event in Philadelphia over the weekend.
Yeah.
And when they showed him some love, or what was supposed to be love, it was just booze raining down from the entire arena. Filthy fans gonna filthy,
They're gonna
right?
filthy.
But that brings me to Mavs fans who have had the filthy fan sort of brought out of them over the course of the last 6 weeks. I would like to take you to the weekend match of FC Dallas.
Yeah.
And the fans started the Fire Nico chants there.
I don't know if that counts. And I'm desirous of great soccer, passion and fanmanship.
It was only about 25% filled. There was a lot of empty seats on one side.
Well, they're doing they're renovating the stadium, so I think they only have a certain section of the stadium available for seating.
So it wasn't as rabid as you would like.
Showed up to FC Dallas over here.
They're
Good use of the stadium.
I gotta hold it down, baby.
Yeah, good use of the stadium drums. You also had it at a random medieval times as well. I don't know if you guys
I
saw
did
it.
see that. I was like, "What are we doing? This is awesome."
We
Medieval
talked about
times.
going to that, didn't we? One time.
Should we do
I think
a
we
show?
did.
I
yeah.
think I would like
we
to
wanted
go
to joust each other, I think.
Yeah. No.
I think that'd be fun.
But Fire Nico chants,
On
I
a
feel
horse?
like, are becoming the viral DFW thing. We needed it at Rangers opening day. I feel like
Yes.
Can this make it into Cowboys opening day? I don't know. I think this story is not slowing down in any way. So why not?
Rangers drop a Fire Nico banner right next to the 2023 World Series champion one, also wrinkled.
That would be awesome.
Do we have any Final
Just
Four
a
games
little
this year?
bit
Like not leveled.
San
tilted.
Antonio.
Maybe it's upside down, like our guy, the college basketball player.
You're saying like they had the
Terrence Shannon.
that huge like American flag out in center field, and underneath it is a little smaller
Nico.
Fire Nico flag.
I'm totally down for that. I think that's a great idea.
That'd be awesome.
I do love that it's ventured into the waters of medieval times for whatever
It's
reason.
so
Like
random.
you could hear Fire Nico chants if you just stay quiet for a few moments, you'll hear it echoing from somewhere. And even at medieval times, these guys are getting ready to joust each other. Perhaps in the midst of, it might have been mid-joust.
Latch it to me on.
You're supposed to be getting all the cheers coming your way because you're doing some excellent entertainment.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, they can't even be entertained by the jousting. They got to crank out a Fire Nico chant.
This jousting thing, it's set up, right?
Yeah.
No,
Like,
they're-
we're
this
not
is
really like
medieval
scripted.
times.
Are we
is
on,
real.
are we
It's
on
not
horseback?
scripted.
Like really?
No,
knocking-
you're eating chicken and watching these guys fight out there.
I know, but is it like really on horseback?
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
thing?
they're on
They're
horseback.
trained. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Great actors.
And then
You
they're
get
just-
into it, man.
And they're just getting knocked off the horseback onto the ground.
Yeah.
Beat
At
the
some
crap.
point, somebody has to win.
We got to go.
Well, it's choreographed, right?
That's
It's
what
kinda
that's kind of what I
WWE.
was asking. It's like
Yeah.
wrestling, right?
Yeah, but they're still falling in those.
That's what I was saying.
Those
in
metal form,
Still putting their lives on
uniforms they're wearing.
Those metal uniforms.
Yeah, they still look ridiculous.
Dude stands up, clank, clank, clank.
That does sound fun.
Their little sticks break when they fight each other.
Do you think the sticks are like kind of like
softer?
Pre-cut. So like when they hit, they automatically bust.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look out! What's happening?
I think that was your phone.
I think Broadus just dropped his phone on his gout toe. Is that okay?
No,
all right.
Was that your bunion?
It hit another area.
Oh no! Even worse.
Nuts.
So, Tim Cato, All City Dallas, friend of the program.
Gosh.
Oh, you okay?
Yeah, I think so.
He had his Mavs fan survey, well timed, to just take the temperature of the Mavs fan base. And I do have two of the questions and responses here. The first of which is, how has the Luka trade affected your fandom thus far? Are you more engaged, no change at all, less engaged, much less engaged, or no longer a fan / reconsidering your fandom of the team?
I mean, I was the same amount of engaged until the Kyrie Irving, Anthony Davis injuries, So I don't know. I think it's an unfair question, Chief. How about that?
I was pretty damn engaged last night.
You don't want.
I can't believe it. You guys are.
You said it, Dawson. You've gone on record. You don't watch them.
You guys are sick in the head
Yeah.
for watching that game last night.
Well, I'm
did.
halfway watching because I'm also watching college players. And then I look up and it's like,
I'm
holy
listening.
crap, what's going on in this
Yeah,
game?
they get down to I'm listening to the game, and then all of a sudden it's like the last 5 minutes they have a chance to win. I pop over on the TV and watch.
It was background noise until it became interesting, which I didn't think would happen.
All of a sudden, Kessler, man, he can really
the
fire you up.
Band-Aid over it, and the Band-Aid over his
45% of fans responded with no longer a fan / reconsidering fandom. There was like over 5,000 responses to this question.
Wow. Yeah.
So almost half of them said no longer a fan or reconsidering my fandom altogether. And then 35% said much less engaged.
Yeah, we might talk about it a little bit later on, but we mentioned it briefly last night, that Dallas Observer piece just about some of the businesses around the AAC and what game night means for them. And one of them said that they're getting more foot traffic for Lakers games on TV of people that just want to watch basketball and watch Luka play than they're getting for a Mavs game night. Yeah,
And Luka has not been himself, really. He's had some moments, but inefficient as all get out, turning the ball over.
They were
at a
bad
crazy
last
level.
night on both ends of the court.
That was funny.
How has the Luka trade affected how often you watch Mavericks games? 85% said they watch less often.
Yeah.
So, for whatever that's worth. But there's your rim sesh.
There it is. Thank you, Chief. It's time for some NFL news. Wolchuk, what's in store here on another big free agent day?
All right, who are the best free agents still available? What's been popping off? And let's make fun of the Giants. That's next in the nation.
Tolos, your home is your number one.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It is time to get you all caught up in the world of pro football and free agency raging on in the background. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
All right, let's party with NFL talk. I did want to let everyone know before the texts fly in here because the Tolos are on this. They're on the breaking news, and that's why we love you. But Tiger Woods has just tweeted. We're X'd. It's always going to be tweeted. As I began to ramp up my own training and practice at home, I felt a sharp pain in my left Achilles, which was deemed to be ruptured. This morning, his doctor of the hospital in West Palm Beach, Florida, performed a minimally invasive Achilles tendon repair for a ruptured tendon. The surgery went smoothly, and we expect a full recovery, said his doctor. Tiger says he's back home now, plans to focus on his recovery and rehab, and thanks for all the support. So another setback here for Tiger Woods. That sucks.
Yeah, and it's probably not even anything athletic. Like when I first heard that, I thought, how the heck was, Tiger trying to do something explosive in a way that could get him hurt? But I think that just really defines how fragile his injury status is these days, Wolchuk.
Yeah,
time to hang him up.
Yeah, it might be.
Very clear sign
I think
here.
You're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Who are the best free agents still available? Now, some of these, if they've gotten signed here within the next few minutes, I'm sorry. All right, stuff's happening so fast, so furious. It's really hard to keep track half the time. Okay?
The plan, Wolchuk, honestly, is to forgive you, but I can't promise that.
If you don't, hey, I haven't even forgiven myself. Azeez Ojulari, edge of the Giants. This is kind of where we're at right now. Rasul Douglas, cornerback out of Buffalo. Cam Robinson, if you want an offensive tackle from the Vikings, supposedly still available. Asante Samuel Jr., that's a corner that's been productive in the NFL if you want to bring somebody in.
I got something on Asante Samuel Jr.
Good, bad, and different.
I would say less than ideal when it comes to the health of the player. According to ESPN's Chris Rime, Samuel said he's fighting a shoulder injury that got worse via contact in practice. He also suggested that it's a lifelong issue and suggested he would like to be back with the team in 2025. That was from earlier in the season.
He would like to be back with the team?
That was from earlier in the season.
So we're not sure if he can play this year?
It's resurfacing now, just the shoulder issue that he's been dealing with, and apparently it's going to be a lifelong issue. So something to monitor.
So we just had a Tolo text in, and I love you. I'm not poking at you here, 972.
Who you poking?
But I'm poking. Jonathan Allen signed a $20 million per year deal, 3 years, $60 million with Minnesota. Okay, yeah. And now I'm bummed about that. I wanted Jonathan Allen, but that's basically as much per year as Osa just got.
Yeah.
Did the Cowboys overpay for Osa? No, the Cowboys didn't overpay for Osa. Okay,
they underpaid actually.
Yeah, underpaid. In fact, we're talking about a 5-year age difference between both players. One is in his prime, one is out of his prime, and on the downward trend. Mm-hmm. I was hoping Jonathan Allen would come at half that price. So I like what Minnesota's doing. They're really throwing resources on the offensive and defensive lines. They signed Jonathan Allen. They signed Jonathan Hargrave, who was awesome with with Philadelphia a few years ago. Signed a big deal with San Francisco. He was banged up and hurt last year, but when healthy, still can perform like he's one of the better defensive tackles in the game. So they bring in those two. They also signed guard Will Fries, who, honestly, I can't say I'd heard of today. This was a big upset because when we've done who are the...
You're not familiar with
the Fries.
Will's Fries?
So when we say who are the players that connote food in sports, I don't think we've ever had somebody text in Will Fries. Where were my Colts fans at? Because now he's a Minnesota Viking, and congratulations to them. They've added a guard, so their attacking line of scrimmage. I'm excited about that. But Will Fries and Jake Berger together, that's Berger and Fries.
That's true. In a world where one of those guys changed sports and became teammates in a completely different city, not DFW, that's exactly what that would be.
Was that reaching a little?
I know. I think
I was trying to just put them together.
You're dot connecting, dude.
Woo! By the way, it's the 1-year anniversary of the Eagles signing Saquon Barkley in free agency.
It's also the 5-year anniversary of the world shutting down with COVID. I don't know if you knew that.
You just told us about this, and I forget things a lot. I haven't forgotten that quickly. But 420 today, we'll go through the top 10 best free agent signings of all time.
All time?
Did Barkley make it?
Barkley made it.
This was also the day a year ago that you proclaimed the Eagles are idiots. They will not win a Super Bowl. No team ever does this. What morons. Screw the running backs. Yeah. What idiots. I hate you.
That's right.
Check the tape on that, right?
No, fingertip, laugh. Now, I was laughing with you. I joined in. I did. I joined in with you. I was like, screw them. Screw them.
I cannot.
But it worked out.
That.
It did work out.
That's why this was the Super Bowl, the something's got to give Super Bowl, right?
It was.
It was the running back thing, but what was it on the Chiefs? Oh, the three-peat. It was the three-peat. It was the something's got to give Super Bowl. And what gave? The Eagles gave.
The runner.
Gosh, dang it.
The runner gave. Vikings also re-signed Pro Bowl defensive MVP from this past year for them, Byron Murphy. Big 3-year deal. Man, this corner market is ballooning. He gets 3 years, $66 million. I mean, I was listening to Chop and Bobby this morning as Sean's on paternity leave, and they were talking about how the Cowboys might be getting priced out of this Deron Bland thing. I mean, they're not really wrong. You look at what, $18 million a year. We've seen somebody go for $20 million a year. Ward just went for $25 million a year for J.C. Horn. Like the price for Deron Bland, he's looking around like, Deron Bland, is he better than J.C. Horn? I think you could argue, yes, he is. So does he want $25 million? Woo! This thing's going to be a hot ticket. Hot ticket.
Yeah, I do think he is the type of guy, though, and I don't know actually him personally, but just knowing what we know about his situation, he's not a first-round pick. He hasn't made a bunch of money in the NFL. He's just off an injury-plagued season, so he got a taste of just how quickly this is all fleeting from you. He's the type of guy you would imagine you could place an under-market deal to, and maybe he would jump at just for the security factor of it. So that's what I would be crossing my fingers for, but you have to do that before the season starts.
Yeah, you'd probably need to be aggressive at that. And I don't know who his agent is.
No, I don't know.
The agent might be a big factor in that too, because clearly there's certain agents that don't put up with BS.
I'd heard some whispers at the combine after they were doing stuff with Osa that they were focusing
working on
him
Bland
next.
I had kind of heard similar stuff, which was surprising because I figured they'd go with Micah. But it did sound like the most momentum was let's get a deal done with Deron Bland. Now with the market shift here and kind of corners making more money, has that impacted that? Maybe. We'll have to double check.
It's Josh Arnold of Synergy. I can't imagine giving Bland elite corner money. I mean, a guy with incredible ball skills, and that was a magical season, but I don't think the career has, lined up with how great that run was, has it? No. So, I'm thinking somewhere between $17 to $20 million. I think that's fair with Deron Bland.
I still wonder if he's more suited to be a nickel corner. His rookie year, he was so good in that role.
I don't disagree with you. I've always tried to advocate for that, and I know he played well on the outside.
Yeah, he's shown that he can be a boundary guy. But if you're trying to get the most out of him, and now with the Jordan Lewis loss, maybe that ends up being the plan, and you kick him inside, and then try and find a guy on the boundary to obviously replace Bland, but
hopefully he can stay healthy. I mean, not having him last year was definitely a bummer. Then we heard he was going to come back for the Lions game. There was a setback. He missed some more time.
Good point from the 214. Bland should probably get banged up this offseason, and then that will give him a better opportunity to get the fatty boom bop before the season actually starts.
So true. That is so true. Okay, so Amani Toomer's been taking shots at the Giants, whom he won a Super Bowl with back in, I'm not going to say the year. He said on ESPN radio, I've seen enough of Joe Shane. He adds that players around the league are avoiding the Giants like the plague in free agency because of him. Quote, they see a sinking ship with a P, end quote. And then Darius Slayton gets re-signed today. Okay, so Darius Slayton gets a pretty darn good deal from the Giants, $36 million a year over 3 years. So what's that, like $12 million per? And that's less money than more money than they were even willing to offer Barkley to come back last year. So now Giants fandom's like, you idiots, like how disrespectful were you? Because they still just can't get over the fact that they lost Barkley. They made another addition today. Now here's Javon Holland, who you might be familiar with, Eric, former Miami Dolphin, Oregon Duck. He took to the podcast world and he said, okay, I'm a free agent. This is the list of things that he wants in his new team. Do you think that he found any of these as he signed a 3-year deal worth $45 million to go play for the Giants?
I actually wrote down in like the best way I could sum up what I'm looking for. Detailed and experienced coaching, a player supportive ownership, just honest culture setting men, a men leading head coach with a goal and a standard he holds everybody to. A team that wants to win and has players with like-mindedness about the team's goals and standards. leaders that want to lead and set examples by action, not by the word. So I think that in itself is, what I'm really looking for. Not necessarily saying that it's not at the Dolphins, but in general, that's like my mindset for what I want.
I do like how he said, like, not necessarily saying this wasn't with the Dolphins, but it's probably all the reasons why you listed that out, because you didn't have that with the Dolphins.
A coach that leads the men and keeps people accountable and has a standard and stuff. That feels like a direct shot at
Like
what
we've
Mike
been
McDaniel
lacking.
was not doing in Miami. But
is that what Dayball's bringing to the table?
Dayball, baby. I don't know. It's definitely not the winning culture environment. But if that's the only team that's willing to give you the money that you're looking for, I guess ultimately that's what matters most if you're Javon Holland.
Look, on paper, they've gotten better. I mean, Chauncey Golston, they signed him away from the Cowboys. I know Micah wasn't happy about that. Roy Robertson-Harris, another defensive lineman they added. Paulson Adebo, who is coming off of a major injury with the Saints.
He was good the first couple of weeks, though, when you watched him play. I know Dallas put him week 2. The tape was good, but after that, I don't think
I mean, he's a local kid as well. I mean, and played at Stanford. And then they bring in Javon Holland. So all of these moves apparently are selling points to Aaron Rodgers. Like, hey, we're still on the phone with you. Come play for us. Look at us. We're committed to winning. We're making this defense better. You've got Malik Neighbors. You can do really special things with Malik Neighbors. Come on, Aaron. Go sign there in the Big Apple. Take a bite out of that apple, Aaron. That's what we want to see you do, Aaron. Come on.
I think he's going to poke a hole in the side of the apple and carve out something at the top as well and rip that bad boy.
The ayahuasca? Can you smoke ayahuasca? Or are we just drinking that fool?
I really honestly can't tell you.
It's not like it's a tea.
The tea?
Mm-hmm. Sounds like it.
Muddy tea? 49ers have informed fullback.
But if you don't think he's ripping weed apples from time to time.
Oh, he's a weed apple guy. I'll never forget the first time my dad told me about that.
The weed apple?
Ripping the weed apple.
He sat you down and had the man-to-man
weed apple conversation. Well, yeah, because you've got, the military rules when you're in South Africa, I think 2 years. So he went in 2 years, and that was, like, all they did.
Like, apples aren't allowed.
And then, like, weed was posted up in the desert out there in Africa.
The apple didn't fall far from the tree. Looking at
Boom. We're just smoking the reefer.
So it's always those old school cats that show you how to, like, smoke it out of apples or use a can or something like that. They call it reefers or grass.
Yeah. Well, he's like,
it's fine. It's just aluminum. Rip that thing.
Best thing about it, anybody walks by, you just eat the apple, evidence gone. Good to go.
So there's no testing there in the South African infantry?
Yeah, they tested. Are you kidding me? Absolutely not.
Wow.
Absolutely not.
Is the apple is the apple the only food that you're ripping out of? Like, what's the other?
Did you use a pear? A pear maybe a little similar? Or is it too soft?
The softness of the pear, I think, would be
because I'm not really thinking any other. Like, what other
foods are you? I don't know what other foods you're actually
cucumber
ripping
probably
out
get
of.
the job done.
Yeah.
Cucumber.
Wolchuk's definitely tried that.
Oh, come on. As an eggplant. 49ers informed fullback Kyle Juszczyk.
So I guess that's the end of it, right? It's just the apple?
I was thinking, man.
The 920 is saying potato.
Oh, yeah, potato would work really well.
Yeah.
Potato could work.
That's a good call.
877-881-1053. Let us know these. Chargers expected to sign Najee Harris. That's going to be their new Bill Cal running back as he's leaving Pittsburgh. Puka Nacua.
Oh, hey, I have a stat of the day for you on that coming up in the finals.
I can't wait for that. Puka Nacua is changing his jersey number. So those LA Ram fans that have already bought the Puka Nacua 17, you might want to go ahead and rewrite like Adams instead of Nacua on the back. Mm-hmm. He's going to switch to 12, which is what he wore at BYU. Brian, I know you remember watching him at BYU in that 12.
Shut the F up.
And then finally, we got Daniel Jones.
215 players.
I don't want to hear it, Brian. Don't want to hear it. Missed that one.
Everybody knows you're supposed to watch 216 every year.
Hey.
How about watch a guy that's like, Rookie of the Year? Right?
Yeah, no, you trust me. You weren't alone on that. I didn't see Puka Nacua either. I did see Andre Yoshibach.
It was historical. You did see Yoshibach.
I did see him. That's my claim to fame. Daniel Jones is finalizing a one-year deal with the Colts. He's going to compete with Anthony Richardson to be their starting quarterback. How do you feel?
I'm sorry. I'm seeing all these texts. People are ripping out of hot dogs.
Cantaloupe.
An avocado.
Smoked a strawberry with a chicken.
I think they're making stuff up now.
You can use an avocado from Mexico.
Someone said they smoked a strawberry with a chick in college. That's a direct tweet from the 682.
I feel like a strawberry would be too small for this.
They got some
One
juiced
hitter.
up ones.
They got some big berries.
Yeah, but you'd have to sift through for a while.
We'll sift. Saints have re-signed Chase Young to a 3-year, $51 million deal. He apparently had a great year. I wasn't really following along with Chase Young, kind of gave up on him. And I didn't pay attention to much Saints football after they kicked the Cowboys' ass.
Yeah.
Because everything just kind of went haywire.
Yeah.
But I guess Chase Young had himself a pretty good year last year.
Our guy Black and Gold B was getting us updates every week and what you're drinking and what you're thinking. I just thought it was hilarious how bad they were, but how amazing they looked against the Cowboys that day.
We were all thinking they're a Super Bowl contender. How
did,
wrong
yeah.
were we?
Yeah.
There's your NFL news of the day.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. We do that every afternoon at 3 o'clock, then get you the C-note. Cowboys have signed some outside free agents. Have they made the team better? David Hellman, NFL on Fox, is coming up at 4 o'clock, and we're back with you here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I have to chat about Men's T Clinic with you before we do anything else because, it's the place to go to get your edge back and to keep it sharp. Do you feel like your energy just isn't...
Uber Eats has low fee products? Yeah, to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
State-of-the-art facility and let us exceed your expectations for sales and service. Just off I-35 West and Golden Triangle Boulevard, or visit us at alliancehyundai.net.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, and I do want to apologize. Earlier, I said the Cowboys only have one way out. They're waiting to see when their next flurry of drafting Hall of Fame players can open up a championship window for them. And I did forget something. We go to bloggingtheboys.com with the headline, what Brian Schottenheimer brings to the table that the last two Cowboys head coaches did not. They talk about Schotty having a clear vision, you know, for building a modern football team. I think that counts. You know, can you make the players better? Can you have a better scheme? But my question for you guys would be, if you have the best coaching staff in the game, let's give them credit for that. Let's say they are, and this is going to come together and be amazing. How much better could that make this group of guys into legitimate contenders?
Not Super Bowl contenders. You could potentially be a playoff team, but with the way the roster is right now and how many holes they have, even the best coaching staff in the sport is just hoping to do a Mike Tomlin Pittsburgh Steelers. Can we get to the playoffs and then get bounced pretty much in round one? That would be a surefire guarantee with the way the roster is currently set up.
Man, I was really hoping you could give me some sort of a reason to believe that a coaching staff could transform something, because that's what we're hoping for right now. I'm looking for belief anywhere.
Yeah, and I mean, like Eberflus, it's fine, but like he's not transforming anything. Like your defense can be fine and it'll be okay, but it's not like, oh my gosh, you just got some unbelievable defensive mind to come here. You have like maybe a slightly above average defensive coordinator. Cool. That's not the bottom's not going to fall out on it. Great. And then offensively, we have high hopes for all these guys, for sure.
We sure do.
But imagining that they're going to be the best coaching staff in the sport offensively, obviously extremely far-fetched. I am optimistic that it's going to be quite a bit better than what it's been in the past. But this is how many games did they just win?
7.
They won 7 games, and they were on pace to do that even before all the injuries got bad. This is a bad roster. So you're asking a lot of your coaching staff, and I think coaching is extremely important. And hopefully this is the best coaching staff offensively that Dak's ever had in his career. But you still have to have something in terms of talent on your roster.
Yeah, the coaching matters.
I would like to believe a lot of these young guys could develop significantly, but I feel like they've had good developmental coaches. It's not like you've had some coaches really screwing up their development. These have been solid guys. Are they the right guys? I mean, who's to decide that?
I think I wonder a little bit about Mike Solari and the offensive line. Like that might be one area where we could see a jump. I think Solari was had a different approach to what we saw from Philbin. And I think we had, like, some players really loved Philbin, others didn't. One that did was Terrence Steele, and we saw Philbin get the most out of Steele. I think you saw a regression with Mike Solari. So the hope would be with Clayton Adams. Like, did Arizona make the playoffs last year? No, but he certainly helped some average-level players play above average, and they did have one of the better rushing attacks in the NFL. So that'd be a great step in the right direction. Like, is that going to necessarily change you from 7 wins to 12? No, it could be 7 wins to 9. I don't know how you equate that, but I think the bottom line is, and Brian, you can attest to this, having been a personnel man. Players a lot of the time can make the coaches. Like, Vic
absolutely.
Fangio is a good defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
He was made to look great because he had supreme talent to work with the Eagles. The dude wasn't any good the year before with Miami. When now you take over a defensive coordinator, it's not like he just changed the way he coaches, changed his scheme, but the players make a huge difference in dictating that.
I think the problem with the Cowboys roster is there's too many players on it now we're waiting to get better. There's too many of these guys that, like the Tolberts and others, that we always seem to like, and it happened. It happened with Osa. We were ready for him to get better, and he did. You look at Golston, got better, later. Jordan Lewis, better later, I think. I mean, it's unfortunate that the roster that they have, it's got too many those Tolberts and guys like that are on it, and I think that's the Sam Williams. Where there's too many of those guys on this roster.
Scooney and Leofau and Nealand are those guys now.
Yeah, well, and I'm kind of giving those guys a little bit of a pass, the Nealands and Scooneys, just because they were drafted, in the last couple of years. But Tolbert and guys like that, we every year we talk about that, and I think you look at it with Osa and you look at Golston and you look at and even with Jordan Lewis, those guys got paid. I want to give Mike Zimmer and that defensive staff a lot more. I gives them some credit for getting that done.
Okay,
they got, and we didn't see that. We didn't see that kind of advancement from Dan Quinn's group, did we? I mean, what we saw from Dan Quinn is he found a way to use Micah Parsons.
Yeah, and he did a good job with the safeties like Curse and.
But that was out of necessity. They didn't have any linebackers.
Yeah, well, he had a unique role for him.
Yeah, but he really, like I said, your hope is that these guys, these coaches that are coming in. Me personally, I like Matt Eberflus. I wish Mike Zimmer was still here, and I know it's on a personal level. But I kind of felt like Jeff Zugina got Mozzie Smith to play better.
We were heading in a good direction there.
It's not perfect for Mozzie Smith. Don't get me wrong. He is not making you forget.
No,
but
not even close.
He played much better under Jeff Sagina and Mike Zimmer than he did it under Dan Quinn. And so now it's a whole. But it seems like we've been waiting on these players to get better. That they draft him like, oh man, this guy we're waiting on. Now this guy's going to be, and this is guy who's the breakout player. It always seems like it's the same damn guy.
I mean, when you're draft and develop, that's all you can because you know you're not going to get many better players, and maybe these are just slight downgrades with Solomon Thomas, the former 3rd overall pick, coming over from the Jets. Brian's going to give you a scouting report on him coming up in 10, 15 minutes in Krusty's corner, and Rob Jones, the undrafted offensive lineman.
If you were to tell me that I could get Kyle Juszczyk, right? And I'm now serious about running the football, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm making it a point, and people are asking me, well, wait a minute, what about Hunter Lipke?
Mm-hmm.
No. You want to watch San Francisco throughout run the football and watch 44 be the reason why they're running the football. See, those are the kinds of moves. If you're not going to spend any money and you want to go out and get somebody and you're committed to trying to run the football and be better at it and take some pressure off your quarterback, go get Kyle Juszczyk. Go get him, and you can throw him the ball. You can put him in motion. You could run him downhill. You can hand him the ball. Those are the kinds of moves to me that smart football teams pick up guys like that. Don't tell me Hunter Lipke. And Hunter Lipke's done some nice things. He ain't Kyle Juszczyk. So if you're in team building, I'm looking at it like, okay, my coach wants to run the ball. How can I help him run the ball? Go get a guy like that. Go get somebody like that.
I know you're going to talk about these players here coming up in Krusty's corner, but this offensive lineman, they have to feel like he's better than what they had in house, right? He's not going to help you run the ball?
Well, he's not. And we'll get into all that about him, but you watch him play, the one thing that you have to be positive about is he makes starts. He was a 17-game starter is what he was. I don't necessarily feel like that he's better than the guys you currently have on this team right now.
And he played left guard last year a lot, too.
Yeah, that's where he started.
That's not in play, is it?
No, he's going to have to play right side. That's another question you have to ask yourself.
You turn over the coaches. I wonder how the new guys look at Tyler Smith at left guard. Is that a good use of their great talent? Or
I think to me that playing him over there, I wouldn't move Tyler Smith. I mean, like I said, I'm going to let this guy compete against. I'm going to let Jones compete against the guys you currently have there. I don't see this as an upgrade. I really don't.
Okay, you want to upgrade a wide receiver number 2. We have best options that are available and some pretty big household names from years past. Amari Cooper, Stephon Diggs, Cooper Kupp. 44 combined catches last year for Amari in 14 games. That sounds to me like $8 or $9 million. Amari Cooper seems like a player the Cowboys should be interested in there as wide receiver number 2.
Yeah, I would agree. I think of the guys that are available, he's right up there. And Cooper Kupp is going to become available, and he's got the familiarity with the wide receivers coach for the Cowboys, so maybe that tie. And when a guy's cut, it doesn't affect your compensatory stuff.
Yeah.
So when you see guys getting cut, like a Juszczyk could make a little bit of sense from that standpoint. You sign him, and it's not going to affect any future compensatory picks that you have on your way in for like a Jordan Lewis or maybe a Chauncey Golston or something, guys that they've lost. But Cooper Kupp would make sense there. I think there's another guy that's been cut too. I need to look and see who that could actually be because it's a different position, but Leonard Floyd.
Yeah, Leonard Floyd just got cut today. I mean, the changes in San Francisco, that's one where it's like, hey, if you want some help, we stink, but San Francisco's really getting torn down. They've lost Dre Greenlaw, Charvarius Ward, Hufanga, Aaron Brooks, their guards now in Green Bay blocking for Jordan Love. Jalen Moore is now the offensive tackle in Kansas City blocking for Mahomes. Elijah Mitchell's gone. Josh Dobbs is gone. They cut Malik Collins, Hargrave, Floyd, Juszczyk. They traded Debo. Like, that is a team that has a ton of change that's going on. But, yeah, all those guys that get cut, yeah, the Cowboys love to play in the comp world. So now all of a sudden Hargrave, like he's gone. Now he's in Minnesota. But Floyd could be interesting. Uche could be interesting. I don't know how much Malik Collins even has left, and they just added Solomon Thomas. So maybe they don't want to add another defensive tackle.
Who knows, man? It's crazy. I feel like in some ways it's an exercise in futility for the Cowboys because they're not really going to do anything. And
shouldn't be this hard.
It really shouldn't.
It shouldn't be this hard.
You have needs, find good players at it, but they have needs, and they're looking for the cheapest possible player who could somewhat resemble a starter. It's sad. Almost as sad as the headless bunny I found yesterday
Dude, that
evening
was gross.
in my front flower bed.
That picture was wild.
Isn't it crazy how clean that head came off that thing?
Yes.
We're thinking it might have been human. We maybe I don't know, some sort of a mischievous teenager or something in the neighborhood, but it was kind of wild.
Tossed him in your flower bed?
I get home last night, and before I could even get the keys in the back door, mother-in-law's running out, and I could tell that she was like
frantic,
energized. She goes, "You wouldn't believe it. There was some sort of a disturbance out here in this bush, and we came outside, and we could see the legs of some other animal that was hiding inside this bush. But we ran away. When we came back, the dead bunny was sitting there. So some sort of an animal. They couldn't give me any sort of description other than they saw its legs. So I don't know.
Bobcat.
Bobcat, coyote.
I think bobcats.
Biting that head right off. That's crazy.
Over in North Dallas, we have bobcats walking around the neighborhood. Yeah.
I could see it.
Because for a human, like a kid, to be able to catch a rabbit, we used to chase rabbits constantly in my neighborhood. It was a fun exercise in trying to fool ourselves into thinking we're becoming quicker and faster. This is the best way to do it. And not
Secrets
once
in the dirt type stuff.
Now, yeah, exactly. But not once did we ever catch that rabbit. I would defy anybody to be able to go on foot and just, without using any traps or anything like that, to go chase one down. That's
like
a tall
naked
order.
and afraid, you starve.
Naked,
if you're on
naked
that,
and afraid, yes, I starve.
You're on that show.
Unless I'm in a jungle full of wild, delicious berries or something.
Tap out show, you're out on that. Your family'd have to save you from that.
Look at that, though. That's clean.
That's clean.
Ripped its head straight off, almost like it was done with shears or some sort of a medieval.
Do you have like
weapon.
a camera set up in your backyard that you could maybe go back and check the tape?
It was a bad angle for it. Yeah, I checked it.
Smart bobcat.
Yeah, maybe a bird of prey of some sort. That's what Twitter was suggesting. An owl, a hawk.
Yeah,
that clean though with the sharp beak. I guess might be an alligator.
So did you guys have rabbit for dinner last night?
We did not. No, I threw that thing away. And it was funny. I came back inside.
Keep the
foot? No, did not keep anything. But Remy had lots of questions. It was her first experience seeing death.
Yeah, should have called up Woolchuck's or excuse me, Eric's kids.
We could have FaceTimed last
Eric,
night.
yeah, can we? Oh, don't let it bother you. It's okay.
All right, Krusty's Corner's coming up next, Brian. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've been teasing this all day. I got a couple of scouting reports for your new guys. We'll do that next.
Coming up tomorrow morning on Sean and RJ, the latest on NFL free agency. We chop it up at 7:40.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Looking at the text, there's a lot of possible culprits here for ripping a rabbit's head off.
What do you got?
I mean, it's possums, it's bobcats,
Yeah.
it's raccoons, Rottweilers. You know, just about anything out there you can imagine.
Yeah.
Anything you can see apparently can rip a rabbit's head off.
Our buddy Red out there, Red was telling he texts me. He says he thinks it's the possum, and I'm like, how does the possum? I asked the question. We were all like, well, wait, how does a possum catch up to a rabbit? And Red goes very quietly, but he says the same thing happens with chickens. That possums do the same thing to chickens.
That's crazy.
So
and they clearly know it tastes good.
They just leave the body there. I mean, you got a lot of good meat.
I think your family scared off the possum.
I could see that.
Yeah.
And that would explain the possum hiding in the tree, playing dead, essentially. It's time now.
Possum didn't take no meat with him?
No.
If I kill the rabbit, I'm leaving here with something.
Yeah. I mean, apparently they say that the brain is the best part, like on a rabbit. So it's not uncommon to see headless rabbits for that reason. Because there are predators that have decided, I'm just going to take the good stuff.
That's some information I did not need to know today.
Nutrient dense, man, that rabbit brain.
Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General, and thank you very much to Reliant for being a part of this one. By the way, we after our show today, we did the draft show. I just want to kind of throw that out there.
How did Wolchuk do?
He did really, really well.
Tore him up.
Yeah, we went after Tommy Yarish.
Had a bunch of fools on that show.
You went after Tommy?
Went after Tommy, then went after Nick Harris. Nick might not ever come back with us again.
He doesn't have the scout side for tight ends.
Who's his number one guy?
I know his number 2 guy is.
Who is it?
Miami guy.
Arroyo?
Yeah.
Hey, man, outside of the injuries and 5 years of no production until last year, what's not to like?
What's not to like?
Amen, brother.
All it took was Cam Ward showing up.
Whoever drafts Cam Ward, just get him Arroyo, and you'll look at like 20 yards of pop.
Yeah,
that could be a good tandem.
It's amazing.
Until his knee pops.
It's amazing to go back and watch him, kind of go back and see the numbers before. Just nothing.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Cam Ward shows up, and all these guys that University of Miami all look great.
Hey, Restrepo's a heck of a slot receiver, though. Somebody's going to get a guy.
I'll tell you what, man. You talk
as long as
about,
he's not fumbling in the biggest moments of a
real quick. I
huge
promise
game.
I'm going to get to these scouting reports. Did you watch the Cal Miami game?
Yeah, that was an incredible game. That was the one that got taken from them. Miami had a couple of lucky wins last year, and that was one of them.
It was crazy though, Restrepo, though, the way that the throws that they made down. What do you got?
We got another Cowboys signing.
Oh.
Are you ready for this, boys?
Oh, this is big.
According to Schultze, Todd Archer, and others, the Dallas Cowboys are signing
a holder.
No, it's a defensive lineman.
A personal protector.
Peyton Turner, former first-round defensive end of the New Orleans Saints.
Peyton Turner.
I believe he came from Houston. Wasn't he a Houston Cougar?
The original Pepe.
Yeah.
So
you're right
there's
about
some
that.
more depth at defensive end for you.
Nobody loves the first round bust more than the Dallas Cowboys.
The Cowboys do love to find a way to resurrect the first rounders, which, hey, Rolando McClain, it worked out.
Yeah.
Leonard Davis, it worked out.
Yeah.
And I am going back a ways now.
Ryan
But
Leaf, it didn't work out.
Did not work out there.
Yeah.
And I feel like there was a corner in there somewhere that I'm forgetting. But, hey, now Peyton Turner and Solomon Thomas, two former first rounders on your defensive line.
There you go. All right, Robert Jones. I'm going to give you the scouting report for Robert Jones. He's the left guard that was with the Miami Dolphins, now a Dallas Cowboys member. He's from Middle Tennessee. He came out in the 2021 NFL draft. He was undrafted, as Gavin Dawson told you a while back, and played all 17 games for the Dolphins this season. He's got the length for the position, but he doesn't do a very good job of taking advantage of how long he is in those limbs to be able to handle those defensive linemen that he deals with. He has a hard time keeping defenders off his body. He doesn't extend like he needs to in order to control these defenders. And it's surprising because you kind of feel like that, with this guy with some power, with some length that he has, that he'd be able to control rushers a little bit better, but he doesn't do that. He will show the power, as I mentioned, to hold defenders in place. Where he will get in trouble is when his feet stop. So you have these rushers get in on him, these defenders get to him, and then he stops his feet. He doesn't keep his feet going. And so that way that allows the defenders to kind of work around him or discard him. So he tends to really rely on his mass more than the technique in order to handle these defenders. He tends to play off balance. I think he lacks ideal range when it comes to the second level blocks. I think he's better when he can do those reach blocks where it's along the line of scrimmage, where he can just try and get his head across the defender, or the scoop block with the defender as well. So either going to his left or right along the line of scrimmage a little bit better than having to play on the second level. It tends to be a little bit of a slow there, and some problems on that second level. The further he has to go, the more trouble he tends to get into. I thought he could be overpowered as a pass blocker when the defender gets underneath him. There were a couple of sacks that came that way that he gave up. He has some initial quickness off the snap. His hands are ready, but he will miss with them, and that causes some problems as well. I thought he was aware for the games, the stunts, but not always successful being able to finish those. I think the reason they got this guy's experience and availability are a plus. Strength could be a factor as well, but he really does lack sustain. He was a left side player, as I mentioned, and will be asked to probably play on the right side, similar to what they have, I think, with Hoffman and Bass at those positions. So here's a guy that's just going to come and compete.
So weird. Why?
Real upgrade
if your cap dollars are finite, we're going redundant on a jobber right guard. You got two of those guys already, Brian.
Yep. I totally agree with you on that.
Math ain't mathing once again.
Nope. I'm not a big fan of the player, and I think having to play from the left side to the right side will be an adjustment for him. So, but
is he really good at the pins and pulls or any of the techniques they're going to try to add?
The second level stuff, I just didn't like. The stuff along the line of scrimmage, I thought he was okay. The stuff that caused we had to go up on a linebacker or have to pull, I didn't particularly think that was very good. So I think you're kind of in this spot. I don't think it keeps you from drafting a guy either, by the way. It's not one of those things where, they've got a couple of guys. I think they still need a player. I think they could upgrade with the draft over the guys that they currently have, believe it or not. All right, Solomon Thomas. Now, this is a different story here, Solomon Thomas.
Right. You just watched the highlights.
Who? Me? No, I watched
You tell us he's better than Osa?
Down in, down out. Say it. Say he's better than Osa.
Day, no days off.
No, he's pretty good. I think this guy's pretty good. I tell you what, very similar player when it comes to initial quickness off the ball. I think that he plays as a 3. He's got a nice first quick step. I think he works hard to fight those reaches and scoop blocks that I was talking about. He doesn't let blockers hook him. He will lose the ball sometimes due to his over aggressiveness, but it wasn't all the time. It was just something that happened to him in the Denver game that I watched. I think this guy's good with his hands. I think he's got some quickness to him. I think he'll fire him inside. I think he'll control blockers with that. He could split double teams. The lateral quickness for the position. They use him on twist stunts. He could set up blockers. He had a sack versus Tennessee where he was on the outside shoulder of him, and he faked like he was coming up the field and then went back underneath, and he completely went around the blocker that way. I like that about him. I think he's got power to push the pocket. And when you watch him, if he gets a little too far up the field, you'll see him retrace his steps and get back in on the tackle. I think he plays with a burst. I think he can close from the backside. You saw him run down some guys. Ball carriers try to get to the outside. He's up the field, be able to make some plays from the backside. Was able to kind of get a sack that way. Quarterback got to the outside, and he was able to track him down. I thought he was quick to read blocking schemes and sniff out screens and plays to the outside. I think this guy is an upgrade. And, you were talking about Osa and stuff like that. I think this guy's a really good complementary piece to have with Osa as a 3 technique. I think you could play this guy at some edge even and put him on the outside and let him rush that way because of the initial quickness, the hand use, and the power that he plays with. So to me, here's a good use of your cap dollars right there, and going to get a guy that if there won't be this huge fall off if Osa, you have to sub Osa out of a game, or you could put Solomon Thomas and Osa in at the game at the same time as a tackle, two different tackles, and rush the passers this way.
I love that idea. I think one thing's been clear with some of these signings now when you add Peyton Turner into the mix. The Cowboys clearly liked these guys coming out of the draft.
Yeah.
They liked Javonte Williams. They liked Solomon Thomas. They liked Peyton Turner. And when they become available, they'll
Jonathan
go back
Mingo.
Mingo.
Yeah.
They make the 4th-round pick trade
Trey
for him,
Lance.
right? It's like Rob Jones, I don't know. He was an undrafted guy. Maybe they didn't love him. But these other guys, certainly, they viewed them highly, at least highly enough to consider drafting them. They weren't able to do it. Now as free agents, they're bringing them in and seeing if they can find something out of these dudes.
I think that Solomon Thomas can actually give you something. And
I think that's been the best of the signings.
Absolutely. Well, they'll say they're some of their owns, but if you look at a guy that the drop-off between Solomon Thomas and Osa Odighizuwa, I don't think is very huge. I think they're very similar players.
Better than Chauncey?
Well, Chauncey's more of that end kind of guy when they were playing him at tackle. But yeah, this guy is quicker and more upfield than what Chauncey would give you as a defensive tackle. So, but I think you could play this guy at a couple spots, but at that 3 technique, I think he'll be just fine. You won't have to worry about this guy.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40. There's a scouting report on 2 of the Cowboys signings so far. We'll chat with David Hellman, NFL on Fox, as free agency rolls on in pro football next. It's the G-Bag Nation, the Fan.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome back. Hope you're having a good day. We're tracking it. Cowboys continuing to make smaller moves, and our next guest will help us discuss where they are, where they're headed. David Hellman, NFL on Fox, joining us now on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great, guys. It's good to be on with you. How's it going?
It's okay. You know how it goes here is, I feel like we've been doing this for a decade now. I think Greg Hardy was the last signing of an outside team of any significance, and that was still a pretty small one. But what do you make of this approach, David? Is there any way, like playing devil's advocate, maybe they're kind of getting it right by plucking off some of these bargain free agents in the $5 to $6 million range?
I don't feel particularly inclined to play devil's advocate for something that, you're right, we've seen play out for a decade now. I mean, the names change, the strategy remains the same. Like, on the surface, it's all defensible, plugging up your depth chart, signing guys who can play a role for you, but like you're hoping that your drafted players are better than them. Like that's what the Cowboys do, is they sign free agents that can play a role, but the hope is that their homegrown guys are, take those jobs and are the better guys that you can rely on. Why is it our responsibility to be excited about that or defend it after a decade of this strategy producing, at best, disappointing results? Maybe not outright bad. I mean, the Cowboys have made some free agent signings that truly worked out in this period, to be fair to them. But the end result is not anything that is overly exciting, and I'm not going to put my name on trying to sell that hope, because you're right. Greg Hardy, which I'm glad you said that, Gavin. People bring up Greg Hardy as the last big signing, but even that was, I don't remember the details of it off the top of my head, but it was like a $6.5 million signing that had incentive bonuses per week and with sack milestones built in. So even the big money was all contingent on how he produced, obviously because he was radioactive because nobody else in the league wanted him. So even giving the Cowboys credit for that is a bit of a reach, in my opinion. It's been more than a decade, I would say. It's probably been Brandon Carr since they were really willing to do anything in free agency that is worth really having a deep conversation about.
It's crazy is the Cowboys are maybe one of only a few teams in the entire world that, even as all this is going on, they're still getting the best ratings in the league. Like, what is their impetus for this to change? How do we get there? Because it's sad to observe it, knowing that there's still millions and millions of people that are going to anxiously tune in every Sunday and keep this business plan rolling just fine for the Jones boys.
You know what? And it's a weird spot to live. And I feel like people try to pin you into one or two camps during this time of year where, like, I would be equally offended if the Cowboys were one of these sorry teams that was out spending $300 million in free agency. And they have a point when they say that the worst teams are the ones that typically have to resort to that. But God, I'm such a broken record. I've been saying this, going all the way back to when I worked there. I've been saying it for a long time. You got to find some kind of middle ground between doing too much and electing to do nothing at all. When will it change the way people perceive the team? I think it's a phenomenal question, and obviously they are still such a popular team. I work for Fox now. I can tell you how valuable the Cowboys name is to a company like Fox, even after the Green Bay game, even after all of the last 10 years, it's still such a valuable property. And I spend a lot of time wondering, like, inside the Cowboys conference rooms, when they look at their data and trends and all that type of stuff, how many years are we out from them being worried about losing their grip on that? You could convince me it's soon. You could also convince me that it could go on for another 30 years like this before something changed drastically. I don't completely know the answer, and I often wonder, how they feel about it and how concerned they are behind closed doors. Or maybe they aren't at all. Who knows?
Dave, of the deals that happened yesterday, I know you were firing off some spicy tweets, but I think the one that annoyed me the most was Dre Greenlaw. 3 years, $35 million, 27 years old, in the prime of his career. Looked like he was pretty healthy in the 2 games that he played last year off the injury. I'm like, could the Cowboys not have gotten in on this one? Linebacker's a pretty big need. Were there any other ones that stood out to you like, I would like the Cowboys to be in on this?
Yeah, and that goes back to my point, and it's a good one. Again, I don't want you to go give Dan Moore $80 million over 4 years. I think that's insane. But Robert Spillane, phenomenal run and hit linebacker from the Raiders. He's a Patriot now. I think it was 3 years, $37 million. Greenlaw got something similar. I mean, these are really good linebackers. Greenlaw, I know he had the injury, but Greenlaw is one of the heartbeats of that San Francisco team that's taken it to Dallas so many times over the last 5 or 6 years. When you get a guy like that for money that's not even top 5 at the position, what's the defense for not being willing to do that? Another name that jumped out to me, and again, like, these aren't crazy splashy signings. Pat Jones is a phenomenal rotational piece for the Minnesota Vikings. He was a big piece of the number 1 defense in the league last year. He got 2 years, $20 million. Leonard Floyd just signed, he was just cut by the Niners, immediately picked up by Atlanta for 1 year, $10 million. I bet you that's not all completely guaranteed. So that's an edge rusher that you could probably have a lot of fun with on the opposite side of Micah Parsons if DeMarcus Lawrence isn't going to come back, and you're not breaking the bank to get a guy like that. There's stuff like that all over the league if you're willing to look. Nobody wants the Cowboys to be fishing at the top of the market, but the complete cowardice to spend any sort of competitive money defies explanation at this point.
It's David Hellman, NFL on Fox, here with you on The Fan. When we look at really who gets the blame for being, so impotent around free agency, this really comes back to Stephen Jones, doesn't it? And the more in control of this he has become as Jerry has gotten older, the more conservative the team has become.
Yeah, I mean, I know that's the popular thing to say. I struggle to definitively lay things on somebody's feet when I'm not privy to it. I'd say it's fair to say Steven has more day-to-day say-so than he did a decade ago, but you absolutely know Jerry is a prideful enough man that he's not going to let too many important things happen without him having some sort of say-so. You throw Will McClay into the mix, obviously he's climbed ever higher in that organization. He gets a title change and a raise every so often, and well-deserved, by the way, but the more established he becomes, you would imagine he has a louder voice, especially when you bring in a new head coach like Brian Schottenheimer. You would imagine you want a first-time head coach leaning on a guy like Will McClay, maybe more than a Mike McCarthy did. So I know Steven takes a lot of crap for that. I'm sure some of it is deserved, but I hesitate to lay it all at one guy when you're talking about the Cowboys' power structure is very unique when you're talking about 2 Joneses, Will McClay as well, and then throw in a head coach. I mean, I think there's a lot of voices there to be trying to assign everything to one person.
Dave, after having lived and worked in that building there with DallasCowboys.com, now you're a couple of years West Coast, you're with Fox Sports. Has your perception or thinking towards the Cowboys changed at all?
I don't think so, really. And it's funny. I bring this anecdote up all the time, but I think the perception I've been working off of for a while. I know a lot of people point to the Packer loss a couple seasons ago, but really, I remember my last full season with the team was 21. And they lost that wild card game at home to San Francisco. And the Niners were obviously a good team. They got to the NFC title game that year. And a lot of people heading into that game thought they might beat Dallas. It's not like it was this crazy upset that nobody predicted. But I just remember thinking, that was the year Trayvon Diggs had all the picks and Micah burst onto the scene and Dak was phenomenal. And they still, CD and Amari Cooper were both balling, and they just got their asses kicked in their first playoff game. And I just remember thinking, man, I don't know what it's going to take, but this ain't it. And they've continued to not really try to pivot too much from their philosophy in the time since. So it's been a good 4 or 5 years at this point where I've been pretty disillusioned with the way the Cowboys do things. And honestly, I felt that way before I got a ton of distance on the team. So I would actually say it hasn't changed all that much, really.
Which position group has you most concerned right now, Dave?
In light of there's a few. I would say I'm pretty nervous about receiver behind CD. I know they re-signed Terp, but I think you got to do more to fill out that depth chart. But in light of the Jordan Lewis news, and I know they're not playing a game this weekend. I know they got all the time in the world to fix it, but when you consider Trayvon Diggs, we'll see what his availability looks like. Jordan Lewis is out the door. That cornerback depth chart starts to look awfully thin, and you remember what it looked like at times last year with having to pull guys off the practice squad. That's a rough world to live in, and cornerback is kind of one of those positions where if you don't have somebody by the time the draft's over with, you might be in deep trouble. So if I had to answer it today, I'd probably say cornerback.
Dave, is there any positions in the draft that you would double dip if you're the Cowboys?
And unfortunately, in my current job, I'm not as dialed in on the draft as I was when we were doing our thing together. I think the easy answer is I just know how loaded the running back position is. Sure. And even with Javonte Walker signing on, which I actually, to give him some credit, I like that signing. It's not bad money. He's been productive when he's healthy. He can do a variety of things for you, but I'm still trying to fill out that depth chart in the draft. I mean, I would like the Cowboys to spend one of their first 3 picks on a running back, and then if you want to go back on day 3, I think it was in 2019 they double dipped with Tony Pollard and Mike Weber. I'd love to see something similar where you take a 2nd or 3rd round pick and pair them with a 6th or 7th round pick, whatever it is. And then, those 2 guys plus Javonte Walker, I think I'd feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, I think, when you mentioned the cornerback spot is another one I think I would look at. It just seems like to be a lot of depth at the, and I think that's one of those things where you're going to wake up one day and you're going to go, wow, they just don't have anybody. I mean, they don't have anybody. They have Bland and really, what else is the situation there?
Let me ask you this, Draft Man. Mm-hmm. Is there a corner that you would be excited or happy to see them take at 12?
Yeah, I would, and I don't think they would do it, Dave. I don't think they would. I think that they're more interested in Will Johnson from Michigan because of his length but I think Barron from Texas, it fits. I think Barron is, they're not going to like his measurables. They're not, but you watch the film of the way that he plays. I mean, he can cover, he can play inside, he can play outside. They're going to like Will Johnson, and I'm not going to get a 40-yard dash on Will Johnson. I might not at all get a 40-yard dash on him because he's hurt his hamstring again. So he's not going to run. Supposedly there's a pro day like on April 14th. And I could see, I'm not really right yet. I really don't want to run, that kind of thing. And that carries that thing all. But they are likely not going to like Barron because of the measurables on him. And if you watch the tape, he's every bit of a first-round player that you should draft.
I'm interested in that because, and so that kind of lines up with my thought is maybe there's a guy that you like, but this doesn't feel like a draft where you're hoping and praying that a cornerback is there for you like a couple years ago when you had J.C. Horn and Pat Surtain. Right. Ironically, they wound up getting Micah out of it, which is great, but this would be a great year. If a cornerback that they loved was there at 12, I don't think that screams obvious to a lot of fans, but I would be thrilled with that decision because of you got to admit you're nervous about Diggs' long term right now.
Yeah.
Bland, he's going to be in a contract negotiation before you know it. We'll see how that goes. If it were doable, if there were a guy worth taking there, I think that would be a great idea.
Reville might be one of the best cornerbacks, depending on where you put Hunter from Colorado. If you like him at corner or receiver, but
sure.
Reville is awesome, but he's coming off a knee injury. at East Carolina.
Sounds like a Blue Star special to me.
But
the ECU kid.
Yeah, I mean, but see, that's what I'm saying. Ravel Morrison from Notre Dame, the hip surgeries and stuff like that. I mean, these are really, really, really good players. But there's some questions at the top. I think the only questions you have about Barron is like you don't like the arm length or you don't like the size or what. Me personally, I don't know how you. The guy's a hell of a player.
If I could wave a magic wand and have the Cowboys come out of the first round with a badass at whatever position, receiver and corner would be pretty high on my list. I think those would be. I'd reverse it though. I think it would be corner and receiver. But yeah.
David Hellman, NFL on Fox. Thank you so much, dude. Enjoy the rest of the spring. We'll catch up with you soon.
Thanks, fellas. Love y'all.
Cheers. There he goes, David Hellman. NFL on Fox with us in the G-Bag Nation. Longtime coworker brought us. Did a heck of a job up there at DallasCowboys.com for a long time.
I have not written a story. But he edited every story I ever wrote. And so I would never write another story unless he would edit it. That's just, I mean, he's that good. I'm a complete dumbass when it comes to writing. Mm-hmm. and he made it legible and readable. And I owe him a lot. I really, really do. That kid right there is he did a lot of work when he didn't have to, but man, he made me look a lot better than I was.
Well, it's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Another guy who's made Brian look good over the years. Where are you taking us, Zach?
All right, let's talk free agency, shall we? Top 10 best free agent signings of all time. A new list courtesy of Pro Football Network, plus Brandon Cooks talking Dak and the Cowboys. That's next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, here we go. Welcome back. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here he is, Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. You are the best free agent signings in NFL history. 877-881-1053. Go ahead and send me yours. But before we get to that, Brandon Cooks was on All City. Talked with our buddy, Clarence Hill. And he asked about Dak. Said, hey, and you'll hear the clip. Is Dak, can you win with Dak? Is he good enough? And Brandon Cooks kind of went into a similar topic of conversation that what we've been kicking around here throughout the show today. Here was Clarence and Brandon Cooks.
Can the Cowboys win with Dak? Is he a quarterback that can win with?
Yes.
He certainly gets a lot of criticism from the outside, even from the own fan base.
Well, people don't understand, in my opinion, from a quarterback position, that's why they get paid the big bucks, so I don't feel bad for him. But at the same time, he needs help. And I'm not just saying help from players. You need help as an organization, right? You need to put his teammates in places where they can receive the most help to be the healthiest they can possibly be. Just taking things off his plate, when it comes to play calling and stuff like that. And so it's an umbrella of things that a quarterback needs to win it.
Players know, man. And Brandon Cooks, this is after we had the comments yesterday about like he'd love to come back, but it's all about, hey, the way that he was used. I think for the last 2 years, we were looking at Brandon Cooks' game, and when it went well, like that drag route along the baseline of the end zone, that was a money play for them. Him and Dak worked it well. Cooper Rush even threw him a touchdown that way. There were just the strengths they didn't necessarily utilize, like running Brandon Cooks on slants as a smaller-bodied wide receiver on 8-yard curls, right? That's not exactly the best way to utilize his skill set. So what he's referring to there, not only coaching, but also from the top of the organization to make sure you're filling out the best roster possible. CeeDee Lamb's talked about it this offseason. Mike has been very outspoken about it. Players are smarter now than maybe they ever have been before.
Yeah.
And they know what it takes, what they need. So I get the pushback. Like there have been times I think Dak's had great rosters, and they have failed to get it done. So it's not always like a Dak defense. He can be part of the problem as well.
Sure.
But I do think a lot of what Brandon Cooks is saying is echoing a lot of our sentiments about how this thing's built.
Well, I mean, we know organizations win championships, and specifically it's, really super teams that don't have any real weakness, or a team with a Hall of Fame quarterback, and the Cowboys have somehow decided that they don't think either of those paths apply to them. They can have a guy who's a very sometimes Pro Bowl player. They can have that and give him a bad defense, give him a bad running game, and expect him to win the Super Bowl. It's absurd, Wolchuk.
Absurd. Absolutely absurd. Well, let's get to some of these best free agent signings of all time. Did the Cowboys even make the list? We're about to find out.
They have to make the list, Wolchuk.
Reggie White, number one.
Reggie White, number uno. That's the call that Brian Broaddus is putting in. I'll tell you, Brian, Reggie's going to be on here.
Okay.
Of course he will be. Will another one that I know you wanted to happen but didn't happen.
Is this all sports?
This is just the NFL.
Just the NFL. Okay.
All-time best free agent signings in NFL history, courtesy of Pro Football Network. Honorable mentions, we got Jerry Rice signing with the 80s in 2001.
We traded for him.
Man, at age 39, he goes on and absolutely crushes it with the Raiders. Had 1,139 yards. They end up making a Super Bowl run. One of the top receivers on that Raiders squad. Him and Tim Brown made quite the duo.
Jerry was so good that at his peak, they said he was the greatest player of all time. By the time that whole thing was wrapping up, it had kind of become a Montana thing, and then it became a Brady thing. But that dominated my childhood. Jerry Rice is the best football player of all time.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that final year in San Fran, he only averaged 50 yards a game in 2000. And then he just bounces back the next year and absolutely crushed it with the Raiders. So San Francisco is like, he's done. Then he ends up having 100-yard games, like even with the Seattle Seahawks after the Raiders time. Remember that Monday nighter against the Cowboys, Julius Jones goes off, and here's Jerry Rice still crushing us on the other side. It was unbelievable. That was like in 2004, 2005.
Yeah, truly outstanding. The longevity there. I mean, just So
I mean,
impressive.
by the end, he was going bald and had the braids.
Yeah, with the Raiders. I remember that look with the
Raiders.
Raiders.
He was an ageless wonder.
It's insane.
Crazy. Rod Woodson with the Ravens in 98 obviously helped them go ahead and have one of the best defenses in NFL history in the year 2000. They win a Super Bowl there. Mike Vrabel with the Patriots. Honestly,
he was with the Steelers.
I just always assumed that they drafted Vrabel, but he was with the Steelers.
I did too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Was a free agent signing from Pittsburgh, where he spent the first 4 seasons of his career. He didn't start a single game, though, over those 4 years. Pittsburgh had him riding the pine, and then he goes over with Bill, and they found something out of Vrabel. Also, a tremendous tight end.
I didn't even know I thought he was always.
I thought he was too, right?
Football guy of the day, I guess that's me.
You'd think he's a Patriot.
They brought us.
Yeah.
Two thumbs.
Two thumbs to you. You are the football guy of the day for sure.
Priest Holmes coming in at 12 with the Kansas City Chiefs. He was actually an undrafted free agent with the Ravens, then left Baltimore, went to Kansas City. And the honorable mention just on the outside of the top 10 is Rich Gannon with the Raiders in 1999. After 11 seasons,
Kansas
3
City.
franchises.
Yeah.
He finally, Kansas City was one. He finally ended up with John Gruden and the Raiders, ended up being NFL MVP at age 37.
He had those weird brown-colored ear pads that used to always throw me off.
Like, his ear pads were bigger than any ear pads I'd ever seen.
Yeah.
He had a unique helmet.
Led the league in size of ear pads his whole career. He doesn't get enough credit for that.
His whole career. Number 10 is Simeon Rice with the Tampa Bay Bucks in 2001. He was with the Cardinals.
Yeah.
And then ended up he was Defensive Rookie of the Year, goes to Tampa Bay, was brilliant for them, helping them win a Super Bowl. Number 9, Curtis Martin with the Jets in 98. He was drafted by the Patriots. And then he goes over with Bill Parcells, signs with the Jets. They go all the way to the AFC Championship game and then lost. So pretty nice run there. Hall of Fame career for Curtis Martin. 8, this one's going to hurt, Brian. Charles Woodson.
Yeah.
Green Bay Packers, 2006.
I got fired because of Charles Woodson.
Well, you shouldn't have. In fact, honestly, they should have hired you back for wanting Charles Woodson for how damn good that signing ended up being.
That one was it right there. I basically I couldn't. If I'd known what I'd known today, I should just kept my damn mouth shut.
Just let it go.
Just let it go.
It's like they said, no, we're not interested. And then you just kept fighting.
Bill said he wasn't interested. He called him a malcontent. Is what he called that player.
Was he?
No, he was listening to Al Davis. Al Davis was being disrespectful.
He was a bitter berry.
Yeah, he was being disrespectful to Charles Woodson as a player. And Bill was talking to Al, and that's what I was fighting right there.
I mean, he had just been nothing but a stud. 98 Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
First team All-Pro in 99. Pro Bowler each of his first 4 seasons in the NFL when the Pro Bowl still mattered.
Yeah.
Key starter on their Super Bowl run in 2002. Then when he approaches free agency, finally goes to Green Bay, and they did win the darn thing. So congratulations to Charles Woodson there. 7's prime time Deion Sanders twice with the Niners in 94 and then the Cowboys in 95. How about the balance of power in the NFC? Really just tilting with wherever prime time was. Because they're not beating the Cowboys. They didn't sign him at San Fran in 94.
It was a heck of a story there in the fall of 94.
Amazing.
As I think he was still in baseball season and hadn't picked which team he was going to go to well into September, maybe October even.
6, earmuffs, Eric. Saquon Barkley to 2024 with the Eagles.
I'll proudly own that one.
That's a good one for
You
you.
gonna die on that hill?
I think when we revisit like our worst takes ever, I guess that might have to climb to the top for me.
Yeah.
Josh Allen is definitely one for me. Anthony Richardson, another.
Yeah. Maybe Richardson gets traded and ends up being a star.
Yeah, we're still
Maybe he
crossing
goes
our
Rich
fingers
Gannon
on
on
that.
this thing.
Yeah.
You never know.
Get some bigger ear pads, Anthony.
I mean, we've seen Geno Smith, Sam Darnold. So, I mean, maybe Zach Wilson resurrects his career if Tua gets hurt this year. He takes South Beach by storm.
But if there was another team in that exact situation with that exact player, would you want your team to sign Saquon Barkley in that situation again?
No. Unless I knew that they were going to do the Eagles thing where they're going to just load up the roster and damn all the salary cap stuff for the time being and kick it all to the future. But no team is doing it like filthy is right now.
Crazy. Top 5 free agent signings of all time. Reggie White at 5 with Green Bay.
Yeah.
Gosh, those Cheddar Bay biscuits.
The Cheddar biscuits.
4, Peyton Manning to the Broncos in 2012.
Oh, that was a good one.
That was a good one. 3, Tom Brady to the Bucks in 2020.
Saved Jason Light's job.
Sure did. 2, Kurt Warner.
Oh, going from
Rams in 97
to Arizona?
And then Arizona in 05. He's on here twice like Dion is.
Okay, wait a minute. Now, he go...
Well, Green Bay had him first.
Yeah, no, we had him. It was him, Mark Brunell, Favre.
And he famously didn't want to go in.
He did not want to go in.
And they said, okay, well, get the hell out of here.
We had him for 2 days, and he was gone.
And so the Rams sign him. He goes on, of course, to win an MVP and
He
a
went to
Super
the
Bowl.
Giants before, I think.
And then the Giants, and his career was over.
Yeah.
Then Arizona signs
got him, yeah.
And they end up resurrecting his career with Larry Fitzgerald. But number one, best free agent signing of all time. Shout out to you, Black and Gold B. It is Drew Brees and the Saints in 2006. I know Miami Dolphin fans still ticked off to this day as they signed Dante
Should
Culpepper.
be mad at their team doctor.
In
The
favor
team
of
doctor's
Drew
the one
Brees.
that failed him.
But yeah, and Sean Payton and Brees, man, that's one of the best quarterback head coaching marriages of all time. Until I guess Sean said, "Darn it, Drew, you don't even listen to me anymore. You've gotten too smart. You don't care what I have to say."
No, he
earned that. There was about 8 years in there where he was walking on water. Right?
He was.
Who,
He
Sean?
was.
Well, Breeze.
Breeze. Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Peyton too, but
Breeze
Yeah.
was special in his prime.
Yeah, it was incredible.
It really was incredible. We had such a golden age of quarterbacks there. But it's happened a few times, but that was a great time.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank
Top
you.
10 at 420 every afternoon here on The Fan.
Yeah.
Okay, Chuck Wagon's coming up next, Zachary.
All right, let's do this. I'll give you a quick Rangers update, and then don't touch my PlayStation. And then we've got some more audio on maybe a all-time laugh bracket. That's next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in an all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers lead the Angels. It is 8-1. Bottom of the fourth inning out there in Surprise. So nice job by the Rangers today, getting the job done. And we'll have Jared Sandler joining you to talk about your Rangers stories of the day at the conclusion of this bad boy. But that might be in the 6 o'clock hour at this rate. So stick around. Time now for a Chuck Wagon. Here's Wolchuk.
Yeah, you mentioned the Rangers there. Jack Leiter was able to dance out of a little bit of trouble. He was brilliant early on as he had 4 Ks in a row. Then he went ahead and loaded the bases, had 3 straight walks. He got the old mound visit there from Mad Dog, comes out, covers the mouth, rubs the shoulder, says, hey, it's all right, come on down, son. What does Jack Leiter do? Boom, there's a strikeout. Said, okay, you're done now. Matt Festa comes in here, then he absolutely just beans Joe Adell, hit by pitch. He gets on. Angels score a run. Chucky Robinson, good old Chucky, gets the Angels on the board, but then he's able to strike out Mickey Moniak there for the final out of the frame. So Rangers are crushing it. Yeah, a leadoff home run for Marcus Semien. Wyatt Langford's having a hell of a day. He's got himself a dong ball as well. We'll talk with Jared later. Now, we got good news on Rope Hintz today, as we had Jim Nill, who joined All City Dallas, talking Stars. He said that Rope's doing fine. He has no fracture after a puck near the eye on Saturday. He said he's going to be out at least a week. The key is they got to keep his heart rate down, but there's not much to worry about long term, so he'll probably be missing their next game on Friday, I would assume, at Winnipeg, and then maybe after that he's able to join. So they said at least a week. That's great news on Hintz. You just miss a week's time, back in the lineup, ready to go play with your Finnish
We'll take that
Mafia.
at this point.
We absolutely will.
Yeah, need him.
Now, Stars have the second best record in the West right now, behind Winnipeg, who they're going to take on. They've got 86 points. Winnipeg's leading the charge with 92. The Avs are next up in the list of teams. Excuse me, no, it's the Golden Knights with 82. But Spittin' Chicklets, Ryan Whitney, he was talking up this Dallas Stars team. He is very, very excited about what they've put together.
Dude, Dallas, they are scaring the out of me. 2 trips to the Western Conference Final. It's like, this could be the year. How about in the last 6 games? Wyatt Johnson has 6 goals, 2 assists. Rupe Hintz has 2 goals and 10 assists. Something's clicking. Duchesne got his 25th goal of the year. They're getting guys healthy. Heskinen, I don't know if he'll be back.
I think he's coming back towards the end of the regular season. There is rumblings that Seguin might be ready around that first to maybe second round. I mean, if they get Seguin, Heiskanen, and make a deadline move along with Granlund, that's a dangerous team.
Yeah, and they did. The move was to get Mikko Rantanen. So step the bleep aside, Western Conference. You're ours as we're going to go play for a Lord Stanley's Cup. Couldn't be more Dallas Stars excited than I am. The Finn factor was huge. The Athletic had a write-up about Mikko Rantanen and that whole exchange about how he ended up getting traded to the Stars. In fact, no team was actually able to talk contract extension other than the Stars with Mikko Rantanen. It finally reached the point where Carolina was like, okay, this is what we'd like in the trade. Jim Nill said that's fine, but we're only doing the trade if we get this deal done on the extension. Otherwise, I'm not trading you Logan Stankoven and all of these picks just for a rental. Carolina says, okay. They get on the horn. They're talking to Rantanen. They're talking to the agent. They get that thing ironed out. And a big reason why Rantanen enjoying his fellow Finnish Mafia, Hintz, Heiskanen, Lindell, Granlund. Nill said, oh, yeah, I talked to the players. They know him. I wanted to make sure. Now, I think I knew Mikko was a high-character individual, but I talked to my players. We're always trying to get more information. Rope Hintz is real tight with him. They're really good friends. That's what makes this intriguing, the fit. The friendship with the Finns, playing with the Finns. Granlund is the elder statesman. He's looked up to as kind of the father of the group. It's a real nice mix here, and that really helps transitioning players in. So another big reason why this seems like just a perfect fit for the Stars.
Let's send the wife some roses, by the way.
Let's do that.
That whole thing, if you read the story, the family had a lot to do with it. We talked about that, why they wouldn't sign the extension in Carolina.
Yeah.
And Rob Brindamore and that crew in Carolina's taking a lot of heat right now. Why would you trade? They rallied, though. The trade they made, they got back.
They did a good job.
They did a good job in a really bad situation. But the whole thing was the family was just not interested in playing and staying in Raleigh anymore.
They weren't nice to them?
Yeah. Well, I don't know, but I'll send her some roses for giving us an opportunity to have her husband.
Brutal.
It sounded like he was like, nah, the family, that's when you listen to what the people with Carolina was saying is that they just could not sell the family on staying. And so that's,
He said there were only 4 teams that he would sign an extension with, the Stars being one of them.
Yeah.
And I think obviously having so many finished players on the team, that adds a little bit of familiarity, a little bit of comfort there for the family, as Brian's noting. So all of that was huge, and the Stars being able to pull this off for Mikko Rantanen. Back in action on Friday. I can't wait to watch that. In fact, I think that the debut of Rantanen on Victory Plus was the largest audience they've ever had on the streaming platform. I think Leah Simakopoulos.
Did you see, like, in the game the other night against Calgary, against Edmonton, that like at the end of the game, he was behind. It was almost like what Gretzky used to do, like stand behind the net and just feed pucks, to try and get him.
Such a big body running.
He just camped out.
Yeah.
I mean, behind the net and just the puck, and he was just trying to feed pucks to get guys shots in that last when they went.
They
to
had
the
a flurry
and the extra attacker. I was like, man, I hadn't seen that one in a while, but.
He's a fun player.
He is a fun player.
He really is. Now, Superbad's one of our favorite movies, and Seth Rogen was actually just interviewed by the team over there at Rotten Tomatoes.
Speak for yourself.
South by Southwest in Austin's going on. Well, it is for Eric and I at least. I think a lot of the people listening probably like Superbad. It's a hilarious movie.
It's hilarious, Bryce. You do need to watch it.
Now, in the movie, Seth Rogen, who co-wrote this along with his buddy Mr. Goldberg, high probably in an apartment somewhere, and they're very outspoken about that, so I'm not here alleging anything that's inappropriate, but I guess Sony Pictures was really turned off by the character that Jonah Hill played, which was essentially just a foul-mouthed, nasty teenager that just wanted to kind of like get it on, lose his V card at all turn.
That's right.
So Sony kind of put the kibosh on him actually playing a PlayStation in the movie. They didn't want that character being associated with their video game. Little do they know, what do all teenage boys at that age, they're all pretty much the same thing, and that's their target audience. So Sony
shows you how much the world changed.
Like, what the hell? Yeah, right.
20
like
years.
2007, I think, is when Superbad came out. Big difference here. But
they were still thinking you had to have some sort of standards.
Yeah, well, not anymore, right? Here's Seth Rogen sharing that story, and I just want to always point out the Seth Rogen laugh, just one of one.
On Superbad, we were told when Sony made the movie, and Jonah Hill's character, Seth, was so, reprehensible to the studio that they were like, there's a scene where they're playing video games and they're like, Jonah can't touch a PlayStation. They were like, we can't have him interact with our products as a character because it's too vile a character. And I was like, it's based on me. That's very insulting. But we accommodated them ultimately.
Jeez.
Wow. That laugh.
Is that real?
Yes.
That's
his real laugh.
Performance enhanced.
It is performance enhanced, I'm sure.
Wow.
But it's gotten even better over the years.
It's unbelievable.
That was his laugh at the height of its powers right there. That was incredible.
Okay, so here we go. Here's the 903. Here's the 903 Dallas Stars fan lashing out.
Okay, this one's for you, Broadus.
Yeah. Here it goes. Because technically, and who the hell is anybody to correct you? It's fine. It's not a big deal. It's just we were just going to seamlessly move on. But the 903 wants to sit in this because they're the know-it-all Stars fan. That's like, gosh, you guys don't know bleep about hockey. Mikko Rantanen not technically married. He does have a girlfriend. Okay, and the girlfriend is who is referred to in that story.
Sure.
But because you said wife and he's not married, 903's lashing out like, oh, what idiots. You don't know what you're talking about when it comes to hockey. It's okay, 903, all right? We're bringing on the Stars fandom here, all right? We're Stars horny right now. Just embrace it.
If you read the article, they say family. So if you read the article, they say
it's about time that
girlfriend,
Mikko,
wife, fiance,
make it
lover,
whatever.
That's why I like to use WAGs. You guys do that?
Yeah,
whatever. Girlfriends.
Yes, the WAGs thing. I finally figured out what it meant recently.
Yeah.
I was behind on that.
You didn't know what a WAG was?
I didn't really get it. I kind of heard the term, but I didn't know what it standed for. And then I realized, okay, that's actually pretty simple. I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
How did I not put that together? But I guess there's some WAGs that find that to be like a derogatory term.
I could see that.
They don't like it. They don't think it's respectful.
We're not supposed to do
It's
that.
tasteless. We're gonna do it. We're
Now
not a
doubling
respectful
down.
or tasteful show.
Yeah, I mean, we're not calling them hags or nags. You know, it's a different word.
Old bags.
Yeah, I could see where maybe you'd think that it
sags.
could have that, but that's on you. You know,
Yeah, stars have wags.
wives and girlfriends.
I love a good wag.
Yeah,
because the stars are a wagon now.
Are they offended that we don't know they're married? Is that it?
That's it's the whole
Maybe that's
thing.
the root of the problem.
I'd like to meet up.
Yeah,
with
they're
a
not
guy,
offended by the
whatever.
W. It's just the G.
I still love you, 903, but I mean, what you were saying to Brian there was just vulgar and disrespectful.
Yeah, I mean, what do you expect on the text? It's a lawless land over there.
It
bro.
is. It is. Oh, one final thing I
Yeah.
wanted to slide in. Just shout out to Texas Tech and Oak Cliff Faith star JT Toppin, Big 12 Player of the Year, and a big reason why I'm riding with the Red Raiders to cut down the nets. Let's go,
There
JT.
you go. And Brian, don't feel bad. They're killing me way worse. They've just been
They hate
highlighting me
Gavin.
all week.
You know
really
me,
do.
I don't give an F about those guys.
I think you do a
That's
little
right.
bit.
That's
I
part
really
of your
don't.
charm.
I really don't.
Football's finest
Don't
coming
be
up
nice to me in
next.
person, by the way, if you see me.
Where are you taking us, Eric?
What the metrics say about the Cowboys' new running back. We have a stat of the day for you and your free agency improvement index next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, it's hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're tracking the Rangers game, still just the bottom of the 5th. This game got underway 2 hours ago. A lot of offense. Higashioka went yard, and the Rangers lead the Angels. It's now 8-4. Angels got something going there in their half of the 5th. Rangers up to bat now. We'll have Jared Sandler join us when this game goes final as we continue our countdown to opening day and the resumption of the defense of that 2023 World Series. Here's Chief with an edition of football's finest, buddy.
Okay, so I'd like to just say if the Cowboys are in any way slightly serious about being a quality NFL team, there's 2 guys still out there from a free agency standpoint that I think they should probably try and lock in. The defense right now is just a total disaster at every level. They have a lot of holes. You could go get Dalvin Tomlinson right now, who was cut by the Browns. He's a 1 tech.
Big boy.
Probably not at the height of his powers anymore, but I would be pretty confident in saying he's an immediate upgrade over Mozzie Smith. So that's a guy that's there. They need
what you're doing.
They need the 1 tech in a big way. He was post June 1 by the Browns. They get some cap savings. That's a guy that can come in and be plug and play your best 1 tech on day 1. And hopefully you still draft a guy or whatever, but that, and then Mike Hilton. We've talked about him plenty with Jordan Lewis leaving. That's a guy from the Bengals, veteran nickel corner, physical dude. He'll get in the mix in the run game. You can blitz with him as well off the slot. That's a guy that would be your plug and play nickel corner right now. Probably not too expensive. So Mike Hilton, Dalvin Tomlinson, those would be 2 guys right now that I think the Cowboys should probably be kicking the tires on. Hopefully they are. We know they did sign Peyton Turner today from New Orleans. He was a first-round pick in the 2021 draft class. Super athletic. I mean, his RAS score out of 10 was a 9.74.
Holy cow. Well, that's a big reason why he went in the first round. And the dude's got long arms. He is an absolute freak athlete. He just hasn't played much football. I think he's played like 5, 8, and 2. That's the amount of games each season, 2021, 2022, 2023. Finally just played a 16-game season this past year.
So we'll see there. I mean,
he's having quite a battle with Tyler Guyton right now.
Oh, are you watching?
Are you watching some Turner?
I love that.
Of course he's watching.
Well, of course you're watching.
He's looking at us like he's offended. Well, he's offended by the question.
I knew you'd get around to it. I didn't know you were going to jump into it right now.
Who are we working with these guys?
Well, what's the give me the scouting report? Tyler Guyton worked him.
Well, we're doing a show, Brian.
Maybe that's why they
what I'm
signed
saying.
him.
That's we got 5 of the best guys in Dallas doing a show, and it allows me to take a peek at this young man.
I'd say this, Eric. I'm in on Tomlinson. But there are a bunch of big-bodied 1 techs I could get, like 2 at that 5th round. You got 4 5th-rounders. I can use 2 of those. Get me a Tonka Hemingway out of South Carolina and a Nazir Stackhouse out of Georgia. C.J. West, maybe he's available from Indiana.
But you guys act like you're going to take one of these and it's an instant hit. There's like a 10% chance a guy in the 5th round is going to hit.
All I need is a guy that's just a big-bodied to stand there. If I got a nickel and dime with money, which I do, unfortunately, I'd rather not have to do this. I need a linebacker. Whether that's E.J. Speed, who's from the Colts, that maybe Eberflus knows. I got a guy texting about Jack Sanborn of the Bears that Eberflus was with. Like, please go get Jack. They need a linebacker. And I can't tell you I can find you a linebacker in the draft. I can tell you I can get some fat boy 1 techs at defensive tackle. It's probably the deepest I've ever seen it.
And that's totally fair. I'm not familiar with some of these guys, EJ Speed, some of these guys that are now the leftovers of the free agent linebackers.
He was like a $3 million player.
I mean, yeah, something like that should be a no-brainer.
Eberflus might have been with him and doesn't want anything to do with him. That's something you have to think about.
Yeah, for sure. The familiarity might be a good thing, or it might be like, thanks, but no thanks on that player. I don't know.
Sure.
But yes, a veteran linebacker would be an obvious thing. I don't know.
They need one bad.
I don't know who that guy should be that's left now, because the linebacker free agents, it's really dried up in a big way. But yes, they need that. I just think they have so many holes that on the cheap you're trying to fill as much as possible.
Eric Kendrick hasn't signed anywhere, right?
No, maybe you bring back EK.
Yeah. Yeah, and I wonder how open he is to that. I'm not really sure how much he loved being here for the 1 year that he was. But if he doesn't have much
just
of
a
a
highest
market,
bidder type situation.
Yeah, at this point. But
there isn't much of a market for him still.
when are the Cowboys ever the highest bidder? I don't know. Pretty rare.
Did Kazir White get gobbled up yet?
I think Kazir White's still available.
That might be a name.
But there's still some veterans out there on the cheap that you can get. D tackle, linebacker, and in particular Mike Hilton if you're looking to replace Jordan Lewis with a veteran dude there. But yeah, Peyton Turner, what do you have any early returns on this guy? Because the Cowboys brought him in today as one of their few signings that they've made.
I'll have you a full report at the end of this day. How about that?
Okay. All right. Fantastic. We do know that they brought in Javonte Williams from the Broncos to just bring some bodies at the running back
He's a
position.
straight line runner, really. And he catches the ball really, really well, and he blocks really well.
Yeah, I think this amounts to a third down back. I mean, all
without
the analysis,
that quickness or elusiveness, yes.
Yeah, he's had the knee injury, and so I'm sure they're banking on now being a little bit further removed from that. He can be a little bit more explosive, but I think this is really just a third down back who can help do some pass protecting.
No, he's good. He's really good. You put a 70 number on him, and he can pass protect.
But when you talk about him running the football,
straight line is all straight line.
I mean, just the metrics just scream not a good football player anymore. So I don't know how much handing the ball off they're going to want to do.
I don't think Denver ran the ball particularly well anyway, did they?
No, but I mean, when you even just compare him to the guys that he was sharing the backfield with in Denver,
weren't they all bad?
None of them were great, but he was clearly the worst.
Yeah.
McLaughlin.
The
guy they like.
McLaughlin was their best. You had McLaughlin was 4.7 yards per carry. Javonte was 3.2 yards per carry. His success rate was 27%, and McLaughlin's was 45%. So it wasn't a great rushing attack at all for the Broncos, but he was clearly the worst of the three guys that they were kind of leaning on there. I don't expect much from him in terms of being a guy that you can hand the ball to and find much success with. But yeah, that's a third down back right there.
Second leading receiver. Sounds like third and long, right? I don't know if I want to hand to him at all anymore at this point in his career, but 52 catches. It's pretty nice.
Yeah. No, that part of
that's
it
what he's got.
That part of it is very good.
Now, I do have a stat of the day for you. We all saw that Najee Harris got the 1 year, $9.5 million deal with the Chargers. And I thought it was pretty funny when WTF Stats tweeted out the fact that Najee Harris, his longest run, what do you think do you think his longest run is more than 20 yards?
I do, but barely.
Do you think it's more than 30?
Probably not.
I don't think he had one.
I'm going to go 27 yards.
Najee Harris's longest rush in his NFL career.
NFL career. I was just thinking last year.
Oh, I'm sorry. His career, his longest rush is 37 yards. His head coach, Jim Harbaugh, had at the quarterback position, he ran for 41 yards at one point.
You know, we were reacting to him last week. We were there at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless, which we're going back to here in a couple of weeks for some March Madness fun. And I just threw
next Friday, dude.
Next Friday already?
Yeah.
I just threw like an offhand comment. This guy's not going to get you 40-yard touchdowns. I didn't realize how accurate that was.
No, he's not a speedster.
37 yards, his longest career NFL rush. And his head coach, who played quarterback in the NFL, his longest career rush is 41 yards. So I'm sure Harbaugh is not going to let him live that down when he catches wind of that particular stat. Now, elsewhere around the NFL, I did find it interesting. We know that the Niners have kind of torn things down. They've seen a lot of talent leave that building, and rightfully so. They went all in last year, and it failed miserably. So they're seeing a lot of guys leave. The Eagles have seen some guys leave, not to the same extent. But the Commanders are a team that has been pretty proactive about trying to restock and capitalize on Jaden Daniels and his cheap deal right now. But I thought it was interesting. Deontay Lee of The Ringer was doing his winners and losers of free agency to this point, and he has the Commanders as a loser. The moves that they've made, he doesn't see really moving the needle. He says you can argue that this team has lost more quality players than it's added. They bring in Deebo Samuel off his worst yards per route in his career, even though the Niners were pass-heavy by their standards last season. Washington trades away several mid-round picks for Laramie Tunsil, who may have one more season, he says, of good play left in him. His film from last season reveals his play was worse than the pass-blocking advanced metrics might indicate. Those additions are offset by the losses of De'Ami Brown, Jonathan Allen, and Jeremy Chin, each of whom would have been much easier to replace with draft picks that they ended up giving up for Tunsil. So he says maybe this all works out in the end because Jaden Daniels continues to just shine in close games. But if there's any slip in his play, though, this team could be facing regression in 2025. That's from Deontay Lee, who is a great football mind, by the way. So when you consider the Eagles maybe losing at least some level of talent, and then the Niners in the NFC, and then one perspective on the Commanders is that they haven't gotten that much better. So we're just looking for any hope possible right now, right?
So we're thinking that Washington might actually be regressing through all this activity. It's been difficult to track. Is that the take?
From Deontay Lee, yes, that's the take, because they've spent some assets. I mean, I think they would probably regret a ton that Marshawn Lattimore trade midseason. But that's the opportunity.
3 and a 5, right?
Yeah, you give up a 3 and a 5. If the deal was on the table today for them to do that, I don't think they
probably
would
wouldn't do it in the moment. I get it.
And then you give up some assets in regards to bringing in Laramie Tunsil, and we all think of Laramie Tunsil as one of the best tackles in the sport. Deontay Lee begs to differ, who's a film watching monster. So maybe that was a little bit short sighted. You're giving up draft assets for a guy that may only give you 1 or 2 more years of decent production. He's saying he's not the same player. So the Javon Kinlaw stuff was super weird too.
Yeah.
I mean, and Deebo Samuel, none of us were really scared when that move got made.
No, it still makes them better. I mean, I can't say that I think they've regressed in any way. You add Laramie Tunsil, you add Deebo. I think there were better moves to be made than Deebo. I'd have been more scared if they were to have gotten in on DK Metcalf, for instance. Mm-hmm. But I still think it makes them better. Like going into at least on paper, I can't say that they've regressed, but long term, the assets, that is something. If these guys don't pan out, they could be looking back and saying, darn it, that was a swing and a miss.
So you're thinking this is their GM Peters just, having a nice draft, finding the right head coach and having a good first year, but now, the new ownership situation we see here with the Mavs, how that can, lead to some shaky decisions, but just the inability, I guess it's that difficult to have the blueprint to put it all together.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult. You're seeing, the Texans were just in the same boat, basically, as what the Commanders are right now. Wow, our rookie quarterback was incredible. Let's try and load up here. And the Texans swung and missed on a lot of those acquisitions. Yeah. And now they're in a weird state. So the Commanders could easily go that way. Adam Peters, coming from the Niners, clearly has an affinity for Javon Kinlaw that nobody else does other than him, and Deebo Samuel as well. That's a guy that he's just familiar with, but this is the time to capitalize, and all these moves that you make, especially when you're punting on draft assets here for the future, you have the time to win is now, and if these big swings that you're taking aren't ones that you'll look back on and feel good about, then think about where the Texans are now and where they were a year ago. I mean, what a different story.
Yeah, it's amazing. I believe strongly organizations win championships, and when you have a bunch of these big decisions to make as you're doling out who's going to get the money, I don't think it's a coincidence that these loser franchises kind of revert right back to who they've been all along.
Yeah. There's a guy named Kevin Cole who used to work at Pro Football Focus, and he still does his own advanced metric stuff, and he's pretty impressive. He has the improvement index for each team. Points-based improvement based on the offseason roster moves. he's got New England as the team that's improved the most so far. They've obviously spent a ton of money, so it makes plenty of sense. Then the Bears, another team who has spent a ton of money, and the Raiders. I think the Geno Smith, going from Gardner Minshew to Geno Smith, does a lot of heavy lifting there. But as you look down towards the teams that have not improved, I mean, the Cowboys, he says, they've gone back a little bit. They've regressed a little bit. Losing Jordan Lewis in particular, I think, is a big one. Chauncey Golston, you could say.
Zach Martin, Tank Lawrence.
Yeah, all fair. But the Eagles are down there as one of the teams that have lost the most. And he has the Commanders as just being a barely improved team at this point. So just something, it's kind of a fun graphic to monitor, and obviously after the draft we'll have a better idea of the full picture here. But you've seen some quality teams lose out. The Texans, the Chiefs, and the Eagles are teams right now that were obviously some of the better teams, and they've lost a lot of talent. Now, the Giants have had good conversations with Aaron Rodgers and have let him know they believe him and Malik Neighbors would vibe well, and everybody's just sitting around waiting for him to choose between Pittsburgh and the Giants. I'm sure the money is pretty similar, but it's still funny to me that this is even a decision for him.
It's amazing. It's a truth serum, though, on where he is in his career and what he's prioritizing if you're actually considering the Giants over the Steelers, a chance to finish your career, go out on top. But I think the bright lights, the big city, and maybe the dysfunction of New York is calling his name. We know it's it runs deep there in that household.
Yeah, maybe his wife has something to do with it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's right. I think it might be a girlfriend situation.
It could be a wife.
And Dolphins fans are concerned about Tua because he was seen on a boat with a beer in his hand and the beer belly accompanying it in a pretty large way.
Yeah. Ooh.
They're like, oh no, he got the bag last off season and now he's just smooth chilling.
Man, that's got to be the worst contract any team has done in a long time. You're saddling up for multiple years of Tua. Have fun with
It's
that.
all right. They have the Zach Wilson insurance now.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, it's time to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top. It appears that finally the end of a Hall of Fame career has been signaled with news today on this guy. We'll go commercial free to the top. LA Live's coming up at 5:40, and we're back with more here in the G-Bag Nation. All right, welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation here on the Fan. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the On-Time Experts as well, and LA Live's coming up here in 16 minutes. I'm at peak Cowboys disappointment. It might be worse than the Mavs right now because it's just kind of hit me that they have no possible catalyst for them that would make them change their mind. They looked at how things have gone since the loss to Green Bay after the 2023 season, the horrible season last year, and they're like, it's fine. We'll just keep doing what we're doing, and the fans are going to keep watching. I looked up the TV ratings earlier today, hoping to find some sort of evidence that the ratings are getting worse. They're not, you know? We can sit here on Sports Radio Land or on Cowboys Twitter and vent about it and be upset, but we're outnumbered by brainless Cowboys sheep. That are just going to buy up just the same amount of gear and watch the same amount of games and go to the games. That is really the vocal Cowboys fan of record. You know, we are outvoted. I think in some towns, like the passionate sports fan is the majority of the sports fan. But here in DFW, the passive, whatever Jerry serves up, I'm good fan outnumbers us so much that they don't even have to adjust their business plan based on our very accurate frustrations. So that's where I'm at, you know. At least I know Nico was trying. He just made the worst basketball GM decision in the history of the game. The Cowboys aren't even trying to get this thing done. And that to me is what is, I don't know if frustrating is the right word to be honest with you. It might be depression. It might be depression.
And that's where we are.
And now you don't even have the Hall of Fame offensive lineman to give you the foundation from which you could easily build a playoff team. I mean, you'd have to try to not have more playoff success than what they did, but that's exactly, you know, what I'm talking about. I think they're just trying to make a playoff team every year instead of picking a couple of years to really, really go for it. Now, the Eagles got 2 in the last decade. It appears they're going to take a break from spending this year. You know, that's what the Cowboys want to avoid. But what the Cowboys approach is proving as well, you can't avoid it. If you draft well, you're going to be up against the cap. It's going to be tough. There are going to be multiple off seasons, even in a row, that you can't afford to add anybody else because you got to get right with the cap. So if that's going to happen to you, whether you do it the Eagles way or your way, I would think that the bells should be going off there. Like, guys, we got to change something. But the bells aren't going off. The bells that are going are that cash register continuing to ring in a very consistent and reliable way for that family. So, you know, I guess this year I will hope every week, not for a win, but for ratings decreasing, right? When Stephen Jones said at the Combine, what we don't want is apathy. I thought that was a possibility. Oh, man, the apathy got so bad for the Cowboys, they might spend some more money in this free agency, and maybe they have spent a little bit more. It does seem like a slight uptick from last year, but definitely not in a way that would, you know, signify that they've realized the error of their ways and now they have to, you know, copy what the Eagles are doing or something else. But, you know, it's tough because now they don't have the great players to give you the thought of, well, hey, we got a great offensive line, a franchise quarterback, and a number 1 wide receiver. We're not that far away. I mean, at that point, from like 2014 to 2023, I guess, you're really one great draft away from being in the thick of things. And I think that's kind of what they did. When they had great drafts, they, you know, would make a run, 12, 13 wins, something like that, and look like, hey, we're in this thing.
But still not good enough to actually get over the ultimate hump or even to the conference championship game. So even when their plan was working in their mind, it still wasn't good enough. No. And now you have the rest of the league being like, oh, okay, we'll just kind of do what the Eagles are going to do. And now you have no chance to compete.
Yeah.
They're all playing a different playing a different game than you when it comes to team building.
Yeah. So now what I think, Chief, and that's a really good point, is maybe 5 to 8 years of it would do it, right? Because we're not that's what sucks. We're at the beginning of this journey.
Yeah, because they had 3 straight 12-win seasons.
You got to, you know, usually teams got to go through like a decade of ineptitude before they're like, man, maybe we should change something. You know, maybe by the time we get out of this decade and we're early 2030s, maybe at that point, like this could have an impact and people would stop watching. Like maybe 5, 6 seasons in a row like the one they just experienced, which I think absolutely could happen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if Dak doesn't have a big bounce back year, and let's face it, last year without good left tackle play, he could not really perform in a compelling way to make you believe this team's going to be the playoffs. And the way Dak was playing before the injury last year, he looked like definitely, a bottom half of the league type of player. And now he's trying to come back from an injury that can absolutely impact your longer term athleticism. So I think a lot is up in the air. None of it looks fun right now. So we need those scouts to pull out a draft for the ages to sort of breathe some hope and belief back into this organization. Okay, tough one today. Tiger Woods reported ruptured Achilles. I think it's over now, probably.
Yeah.
Legendary career.
Yeah, he was playing in the indoor golf stuff that they have. I'm sorry, I don't know the.
Oh yeah, that we've seen on ESPN.
Yeah,
I don't know what it's called.
The acronym for that. I'm sorry. I mean, it's that league, the indoor league, whatever. But yeah, he was there, and they're getting ready to have the playoffs in that, by the way. And I know that he was
TGL.
The TGL. There you go. And so yeah, he was competing in that, and there were people that there's people on Twitter that I follow that were saying that some golfers had seen Tiger Woods out practicing, and like, boy, looks good, swing looks good, not limping, looks healthy.
Maybe you'll play the Masters.
Yeah, maybe we might see him at the Players, that kind of thing or whatever. But no, here you go. But his body just can't hold up anymore.
It's sad, he had the injury in his mid-30s. They said he was running around doing Navy SEAL training in combat boots. It may have impacted his knees. Then the car wreck, the first one, then the second one. And the next thing you know, like, his body is totally broken down. He was so good. He should be in an age where he should be trying to play himself into peak performance and go make a run at these majors. But he can't even do that.
No,
and it sucks because, Tiger made this golf thing so much more interesting. Now we're back into this really weird state where you don't even know where golf is as far as a sport on TV. We had the fun a couple years back with Jordan Spieth, but other than that, we should be watching at least a couple of times a year Tiger making a cut at a major and trying to put that red shirt on a Sunday and allowing us all to go on that journey through history. Higashioka went on a journey again. He took him yard and Rangers putting up a lot of offense today against the Angels. Jared Sandler's going to join us here when it goes final. Okay, we have comp picks here.
Yeah.
For
heck yeah, we do.
What is this saying? We got 5-6 comp picks coming as a result of all the free agents they've lost.
Yeah, it appears to be that the comp picks, the league announced that, thanks to Bobby Belt for sending us across. All fifth round picks, pick 170, pick 171, 174, and a 6th round pick of 211. So once again, fifth round picks, 170, 171, 174, and then a 6th round pick of 211.
That's pretty cool.
Yep.
All those fives right there. I love that.
That is one advantage of sitting out free agency. The Cowboys usually get quite a few of those comp picks, and they've done it again. Okay, kind of a rundown on everything that's happened. They signed the former Patriots defensive end Peyton Turner, former first-round pick of the Saints in 2021. Injuries have really hurt his development. He was already like you're drafting the traits and hoping it matures, and then he couldn't stay healthy enough for this to develop. But he had 2 sacks, 4 pass deflections, and 2 forced fumbles in 16 games last year. So maybe they can hit on something there. Kevontae Turpin got a 3-year deal for about $6 million a season. Hopefully he gets more chances. Isn't that a lot for a kick returner in today's game?
Well, they're probably thinking that he's going to do more 11 personnel stuff. So then you get your X receiver, you get and maybe you could play Turpin on the outside a little bit more than what he did. There was some reps where he was able to find some space in the middle of the field, but I kind of feel like that they're looking at him more as a 11 personnel guy.
Okay, so they got to be thinking we need one other veteran wide receiver, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Or maybe a draft
pick, yeah.
It's hard to say. Okay, offensive lineman Rob Jones. Brian broke down his tape back there in 340 in Krusty's corner, undrafted. But he's been decent in pass pro and run blocking according to the Pro Football Focus numbers. 1 year and up to $4.5 million. This one's confusing though, Brian. I mean, what you said about him does not suggest he's better than Hoffman and Bass. So I don't know why you would use a very small amount of cap space on an offensive lineman that appears to be redundant.
Yeah, I think that you're looking at a guy that's very, very similar to what you play with when and I think that, to me, the thing about with Jones and watching him play is I see a guy that has the size. He's 334 pounds. He doesn't play like that. He doesn't play like that type of guy, and he doesn't play with the length of his arms. He lets these blockers get in on him. He doesn't sustain all that well. He doesn't get to second level. I mean, there's things with Hoffman and Bass and those guys of playing second level football. You know, this one seems odd from the lead block stuff, the pin and pull stuff that they're talking about doing. This guy probably pretty much a zone blocker. And I mean, zone, like, okay, come off the ball, take a step to your right, man in your zone, take him. Because he could do the scoops, the reaches, and stuff like that. But anything that requires an athletic movement, it's a problem for him.
Okay, athletic movement's not a problem for the defensive lineman Solomon Thomas, 3rd overall pick, a DFW guy. But the Niners took him in 2017, and he did kind of bust, but he's still a solid rotational defensive lineman, right? Well, Chuck, this is a nice addition for these Cowboys.
No, he is. I mean, he's not a guy that was starting with the Jets, but he did rotate in quite a bit, and he had his best seasons the last few under Aaron Whitecotton. So I'm sure that he was standing on the table for him.
I like this player a lot. If you're talking about guys that get up the field, that have quickness, that work well in games, they can play the 3 technique, can play on the edge. You know, they can move this guy around, play the left side, play the right side. You know, this guy is he's that. I mean, and I guess Whitecotton has kind of figured out how to unlock him, because he, in the games that I watched, the 4 games, he was very productive as far as like getting in on, like they would have these games, and then he was able to twist and get to the quarterback. And one time, like I said, outside rush, quickly jump into the inside, get a sack, able to chase, make guys move, stuff like that. I think Solomon Thomas is a really nice get for the money that they spent right there.
All right, so you get a thumbs up from Brian, at least on one of your signings. The Giants have been very busy over the last 48 hours or so. They did get Chauncey Golston, the former Cowboys defensive lineman. So you've lost him. You lost Jordan Lewis. Zach Martin retired. Tank Lawrence probably heading for another team. Rico Dowdle. It does feel like overall, even though you've made some signings, this roster is not headed in the right direction. Houston Texans acquired safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson from the Eagles for left guard Kenyon Green. They are tearing down this offensive line. They also traded away Laramie Tunsil this week and released their starting right guard Shaq Mason.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, though, when you're trading young offensive linemen to Philadelphia, and keep an eye on that because of Jeff Southland.
I mean, Mekhi Becton was left for dead.
The type of coach that he is going to take on all those projects and find a way to make it work.
That was a miss for me. I was a big fan of Kenyon Green coming out of the draft at Texas A&M. Yeah. There was talent there. It has not worked out in Houston. I'd hate to see it work out in Philly, but I do like the player.
I know there's bars, restaurants down there in the area of the AAC that are trying to figure out a way to make it work. As we go to the Dallas Observer, mentioned a piece of this last night, heard Sean and RJ talking about it more in depth this morning. And they note that all these games are reported as sellouts because of how prevalent the secondary ticket market is. And as far as we know, there's no real way to track who's actually there. But you can tell if you look in on TV, it's less than half the people are there. And I think this is going to be the reason that Nico ends up getting fired. It's not the fire Nico chance, but the sponsors, the advertisers, the business, the economy around basketball.
The money.
These folks are hurting, man.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Mavs will end up feeling this in a major way. Maybe bars and restaurants on game night is how you're feeling it the most. And I think these businesses are going to tell the Adelson family, listen, if you want us back, then you got to give the fans what they want so you can start to rebuild this relationship, because I think the blow is fatal. That's what I know now. You can be in denial as owners. But we jump into the story about the week of Kyrie Irving's injury. The Mavs returned to the AAC on Friday to face the Grizzlies. 30 minutes before tip-off, almost every seat at the bar in Chop Sports Victory Park, located in front of the arena, was vacant. Surfer said the previous night when the Stars played, every seat was taken and standing room was shoulder to shoulder. You can imagine the thousands of dollars of business on a night like that for those bars. And it's tough because game nights is usually what they got. You're down there in that area. It's just like a regular apartment building bar.
Yeah, you're not going down there just to drink. You're going down there for the games, right?
Right?
Concerts, yeah.
Thank God we still have the Stars, they said. At Billy Can, a popular pregame dinner spot, the GM, Mr. Herman, said, we still love the Mavs, and many everyday fans are still here, but business is definitely down. He says 15 to 20% for Mavs games. Harwood Arms manager Stephanie Gaska says she's noticed something interesting since the Doncic trade. More people are showing up to watch Laker games. So Friday, they're hoping for a crowd with Lakers Nuggets more than Mavs Rockets. That game will be happening down there in Houston on television, but that's just almost adds to the surreal nature of everything about this story. And I think that's the biggest one to track as far as what could propel a change on this story this offseason, because we need to get this thing sorted out and done with. And I think you need a turn for the worse there in the business community support of the Mavs that would trigger ownership to get that done. You're going to do what's best for business, okay? And speaking of that, let's go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has LA Live.
Yeah. They're losing business, down 35%. Let's go to Lucius.
Lucius.
Swiped
Cheer us
out
up.
the AAC. Hey, brothers.
Sir.
How long have you been a scout?
I started, in college and pro, or just pro?
Just forever. Just started scouting.
1990. Well, actually 1989.
1989, the number. Another sucker, get down. Sound of the funky drum. All right, so anyway, have you scouted us? Your teammates here in the G-Bag Nation? You got, by now you have an instinct to scout. Have you looked at us and said,
No, I have not really done that.
I don't believe you.
No,
I don't believe it.
It's actually really disappointing.
Call him the hell out.
Give me the notes that you have on us.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have any.
Oh, you've been writing it down for years.
No, man. I mean, you guys have helped me pay tuition. No, I think you guys are great guys.
You're still supposed to scout,
No,
Lucius has a tendency to,
No, man. I love working here.
Okay.
I really do. I do.
That's when you know he's scrambling.
I do. I really, I told you guys, seriously, you guys have helped me,
Brian?
You guys have helped me pay tuition. I appreciate that. Seriously.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, my man.
Bunch of jerks, but other than that, we're good.
I don't believe you. All right, let's get into a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live right into the great Rick James.
Yeah.
All right, you squares. All right, Lucius, I'm coming after you now.
You getting warm in here, Brian?
Yeah.
I need a moment here.
Yeah, buddy.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Good afternoon, parents. Good afternoon, boys and girls. Shut the f*** up. Hey.
Not nice.
No, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
You need to leave? No, bitch.
Man, it's a Toxic Tuesday. It's toxic. That little kid right there. Pretty sure he's going to see some jail time at least once in his life. Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
I like his energy.
I don't want to put that on that baby, but oh my gosh.
If he only gets one sentence, that would be him hitting the under.
He had some great timing.
He did.
He had some great timing.
He did.
And her voice was a little annoying, to be honest.
Future comedian.
Good afternoon, parents. Good afternoon, boys and girls. Shut the f*** up. Hey.
The execution of it was really impressive.
He was there.
The cadence, all of it.
Yeah.
It was
You
good.
kind of feel like, though, on the ride over, his dad was probably saying the same thing to his mom. Like
He hears it from somebody. That's for
we
sure.
you believe we got to go to this effing place for this thing?
Your
Mini
son's
school.
graduating kindergarten with his foul ass mouth.
Yeah.
Excuse me. My mouth is foul right there, too.
Yeah.
Hey, this is LA Live for Tuesday, March 11th, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. If you can't tell, yes, it will be toxic. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. 'Tis the season for that. It really is. You don't know when it's going to pop up here in Texas. And G, back the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all. You can find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here is a church combo clips. I got a pack for you, a church pack right here. Got a blessing. Matter of fact, we got a preacher. He's going to pray for us.
We continue to grow spiritually, that you will continue to be the foundation that we build our lives, our marriages, our parenting, our hookups, our fears, our depressions, our anxieties. God, that you will help us build those on you. We love you. And we're going to sing now and take an offering, and I'm going to be quiet and get off the stage.
Definitely not hooking up.
Not hooking up.
Definitely not. Just in case you were thinking about it, I'm definitely not hooking up.
Freaking potty mouth.
Hilarious.
Man, a hookup built on Jesus doesn't sound that fun anyway. You know? I mean, I guess depending on how you
Speak for
look at
yourself,
it.
son.
Yeah.
Speak
My
for
bad.
yourself.
Can you dump that? Yeah. It actually sounds amazing.
Like half are like, hell yeah. Other half are like, screw you, Dawson.
Yeah.
We have another pastor right here that he tells a story about his wife, and she takes a shot at men that wash their dishes.
I married a Hispanic Puerto Rican. I was going to help with the dishes. I started the first day we came back from our honeymoon. I thought I'd be a good husband. I started doing the dishes, and my wife said to me, and I quote, "What are you, gay?"
Oh,
what?
So that's the one benefit, one of many, of marrying into the outside of the white race. Amen. You're not expected to help with the housework. You're expected to not help with the housework.
Who said amen,
That's the
bro?
one of many benefits.
He is so toxic.
Amen.
First of all, he didn't know what she was.
I married a Hispanic Puerto Rican.
Hispanic, Puerto Rican,
Dominican. What are you?
Czech other.
What are you, baby?
Usually have nicer butts, too. I thought you were Brazilian. If you like muscular butts.
All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. I'm not sure if you guys talked about this, but I just caught aware of it. Remember Tom Brady was iced out during the Super Bowl? His watch,
yes.
Jacob watch he had on.
Beautiful watch, yeah.
Get stolen?
Showing it off.
No, did you know he bought his son a $3 million Jacob watch?
It's ridiculous.
$3 million Jacob watch.
Well, he does love his son.
That's that post-divorce move, you know.
There you go.
See if your mom can top that.
Buy the love.
That's the only reason why I pulled the story. That is divorced dad vibes for real right there, bro.
Mom and dad still together. You're not sniffing that watch, son.
Here's the thing: you can only play with that watch at my house.
At my,
that watch stays here.
See if Karate Man can do that.
Oh my gosh, yep. That's exactly what I said. It is giving divorced dad vibes for real, bro.
Yeah.
I remember my pops and my moms was going through it. I almost got a mini bike out of that.
Yeah.
Mini
dude.
motorcycle.
Yeah.
I almost got it.
Yeah.
He didn't want to
You
give it
got
to me.
upset they stayed together.
No.
Like, big picture was cool, but
No,
for the
I
mini
wanted
bike,
that mini bike
it
though.
would have been worth it.
Stop teasing me.
I was getting real close one year, and then there was an accident involving a family friend.
Okay, yeah.
And that ended that conversation.
Cut it all the way off.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, son is 15 years old. $3 million watch. Benjamin Brady is his kid's name, by the way, if you didn't know. I think that's too much watch for a kid, because where do you go from there? I don't even know if you're responsible enough to have a $3 million watch. You need to start with Casios, the Mickey Mouses.
Swatch.
What are you doing? Apple. Get out my Apple Watch or something, bro.
Yeah.
You can't wear that to school, right?
Absolutely not.
I mean, I don't think you can wear that anywhere.
Yeah, you're for the streets are going to come for that watch.
Remember the Niners player that got ran up on last year?
Yeah.
Wearing jewelry? I mean, you can't be walking around in a lot of places with a watch like that, especially if you're like some random
You're a kid.
schmo 16-year-old kid.
Yeah, you're a kid.
Yeah, you are food on the streets.
Get that kid a G-Shock and let him earn
That's
his
what
way
I'm
to the top.
saying.
You know?
$3 million watch. That is divorced dad vibes.
Big time.
I know I haven't been around, but check this out.
You
The
think
old man thinks
Tom's,
about you.
you think Tom's got a sponsorship on this thing?
I thought about it. I looked to see if he was linked in with Jacob.
Yeah.
Hey, Jacob done a good things ever since. Like, he had some bad he had some bad reporting back in the day. I think he got arrested. The guy that made the Jacob watch.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Like embezzlement or something like that. They think he was washing money for BMF, the Black Mafia family.
Okay.
Yeah. But look, he's He's cleaned up that image.
Yeah.
He's putting ice on the goat right now. Look at that. We have another mother right here. She goes viral after she refused to buy her son Anthony Edwards Adidas shoe.
Oh, and here's Tom Brady getting a $3 million watch. What are we doing?
Tell me what you think about this. They're in the shoe store.
Yeah, put them back because he don't take care of his kids. Makes sense, right? Get somebody else like John Morant. He take care of his daughter. Kobe Bryant. Move, Jelani. John Morant, yeah. Kobe Bryant. He's a great dad, even after life.
Wow.
Those are the two guys you're going to name drop in that moment?
Yeah.
When you're looking for the role model?
That John Morant kind of crazy. Didn't he get like a John Wick name for all the guns? And
he sure did.
John Wick,
I could have slid in a little Matt Barnes or like Anthony Edwards.
What do you think about the mother, though? Is that her business, her prerogative? Nothing foul about that. Learning lesson. It's her money.
I mean, it is kind of who you're looking up to, I guess. I don't know if it's going to make that big of a difference, but if you want to make a deal out of it as a parent, I think I'm good with that. I mean, who would you